Hello everyone, you are on the Jin Fiction channel. Before we start, please give a like and subscribe to the channel. I would be grateful to everyone. Also, subscribe on Boosty. Enjoy watching.
October 10th was just a normal day in the Hidden Leaf Village, or as normal as a ninja village could be. On this day only known to a select few, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, wife of the 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, was in the middle of giving birth today and was currently laying on her back in a secret cave a few miles from the village. The reason she's so far away is because she is the Jinchuriki on the demon nine-tailed fox, and there's a huge risk of releasing the nine tails due to her seal weakening. Her risk was even worse since she was delivering triplets, 2 boys and 1 girl. "Come on Kushina, one more push and you're done," Minato said with his hands placed over the seal trying to keep it intact. "Shut the hell up, how about you try giving birth?" Kushina yelled. "Kushina, he's right, just one more push. One more push and you'll have all of your babies," a doctor known as Bawako Sarutobi said. "I can't do it, I can't do it," Kushina said. "You can do it Kushina. Come on, just one more push." Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of the 1st Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin. "Come on Kushina, just one more push. The seal is slipping away," Minato said. "Where the hell is Jiraiya?" Tsunade asked. "The toads called him for an emergency," Minato said. "Ahhhhhhhhhhh," Kushina yelled, as she pushed her final baby out. "Congratulations, Kushina, it's a girl," Bawako said. "That makes 2 boys and 1 girl," Tsunade said. "What are their names?" Bawako asked. "I'll name the girl Narumi. The blonde boy can be named Menma," Kushina said. Kushina then looked at the firstborn child. His hair was blonde, but you could see a tint of red towards the ends of his hair. The first Narumi and Menma had her violet eyes, while the oldest however had his father's blue eyes. His skin wasn't as pale as his brother and sister. Kushina had a hard time finding a name for him. She was cut off when a scream was heard in the room and Bawako was dead on the ground while a masked man was holding the son she has yet to name. They all looked at the masked man and he spoke up. "4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Step away from the Jinchuriki, or else this child will die in its very first minutes of life," the man said. "Who is he?" Minato thought, and Kushina yelled since Minato hasn't fixed the seal and the Kyuubi is starting to escape. "Get away from the Jinchuriki," the man said and pulled out a kunai, placing it at the baby's neck. "Wait, please, just stay calm," Minato begged. "I'm completely calm," the man said. He ducked out of the way from a punch by Tsunade and then kicked her away, unintentionally giving Minato more than enough time to dissect how he fights. He tossed the baby in the air and Minato reacted quickly, grabbed the baby and noticed the paper bombs on the blanket the baby was wrapped in. He tossed the blanket aside and rushed out of the cave as it exploded. Tsunade appeared by his side holding Narumi and Menma with a sad look on her face. "He took her before I could grab her," Tsunade said. "I know, he's after the 9 tails. Damn it, the toads knew we needed Jiraiya here today with her giving birth to help hold the seal," Minato said. "Let's get the kids to safety and then find Kushina," Tsunade said. Minato teleported them to another safe house he owned and placed all 3 babies in a crib. Tsunade noticed Menma and Narumi would inch away from their brother, but he didn't seem bothered by it. While Narumi and Menma were crying, he was silent and sleeping. She looked up and noticed Minato had changed into his shinobi clothes and threw on his Hokage robe. "I'll bring Kushina back here. She might be able to survive having the 9 tails ripped out of her, but it's going to be close. I want you to heal her as best as you can and keep an eye on her vitals," Minato said. "Make sure you kick that guy's ass," Tsunade said. "I will," Minato said. Minato teleported away and returned instantly with Kushina, who was breathing heavily. He placed her on the bed and Tsunade quickly got to work on bringing her back to a stable condition. Minato was about to leave when Kushina spoke up to him. "Minato, he's going to attack the village," Kushina said through labored breaths. "I know, I'm going to stop him and the 9 tails. Our babies are safe. I'll be back," Minato said and disappeared. Tsunade continued to check on Kushina for a while and eventually she was able to stabilize her and hit her to the point where she only needed some rest. Tsunade was surprised that Kushina would actually survive, since having a tailed beast removed from you is almost a sure thing to kill you. Kushina wanted nothing more than to sleep, but Narumi and Menma kept crying and she had to feed them. Their brother would whimper every once in a while as he was hungry as well, but every time Tsunade brought the oldest baby close to Kushina, Narumi and Menma would always start crying even louder. "I don't think they like their brother," Tsunade said with a small laugh. "I'm sure it's nothing. Can you take them so I can feed him?" Kushina asked. "Sure, I can do that," Tsunade said, and they swapped babies, making Menma and Narumi cry once again. He's got both of your hair colors. I've never seen anything like it before. Tsunade said. I know. Narumi will have straight red hair like me. Menma will have his father's wild and spiky blonde hair. As for the oldest, maybe he'll have a combination of both once he grows older. Kushina said. Have you figured out a name for him yet? Tsunade said. No, I haven't. I hope Minato thought of one because I'm drawing a blank right now. Kushina said, as he was finished eating. I'm sure you'll figure something out. I want to know why the toads called Jiraiya away though. None of this would be happening if he were here. The seal would have been fixed as soon as you were finished giving birth with those two here. He better have a good explanation for this or I'm sending him into the hospital again. Tsunade said, and then Minato appeared in the room. Minato, what happened? Kushina asked. I managed to fight the guy off. He escaped before I could finish him off. He uses some kind of space-time ninjutsu that's almost as fast as me using the Hiraishin. Minato said. That's impossible. You're the fastest shinobi alive. How can someone possibly match your speed? Tsunade asked. He called himself Madara Uchiha. Anyway, we have another problem. The Ninetales is still going on a rampage and I have Gamabunta holding him off with Lord Third. I need to reseal it. Minato said. Let's go then. I can take it back inside of me. Kushina said. No, it can't be you. Your chakra coils are already depleted and you haven't fully recovered from the Ninetales being extracted from you. Minato said. Then where are you going to seal it? Kushina asked, and Minato looked at her kids. You're joking, Tsunade said. Unfortunately I'm not. They're the only ones who can hold the Ninetales due to their Uzumaki genes and their chakra coils haven't developed yet. Minato said. No, absolutely not, Kushina yelled. Kushina, they're the only ones I can think of. I can't use anybody else's kid. What kind of Hokage would I be if I could sacrifice somebody else's child and not my own? Please, I need to do this. I'll split its chakra from the body and divide each between the three of them. Minato said. You sure you can't use me? Kushina asked. Yes, I'm positive. The Ninetales would just force its way out because you're still weak from the extraction. If I were to reseal it into you, then you would die and it would escape. I have to do this. Minato said. Fine, then I'm coming with you. I can use my chakra chains to hold it down. Kushina said. I don't know. You think she can handle it? Minato asked Tsunade. She should be able to. She's a full-blooded Uzumaki, so her chakra chains barely take up any chakra. I'll come along just in case. Tsunade said. Thank you, Minato said, and they gathered the kids and left to do the sealing. Battlefield. Minato, Kushina and Tsunade arrived in the clearing where the Ninetales was being held. They noticed the third Hokage was standing on top of Gamabunta using his staff to hold the Ninetales down. Kushina used her chains to hold down the Ninetales and Gamabunta went back to MT. Myoboku while the third Hokage landed in front of them. Kushina, you're still alive, Hiruzen said, shocked. It's going to take a lot more than some stupid overstuffed cat to take me down. Kushina said, and they all chuckled at her. Minato, what's the plan? Hiruzen asked. I'm going to split the Ninetales' mind and body from its chakra. I know you want to argue, but it must be done. Now, I need everyone to stand back. The jutsu I have to use requires a soul sacrifice. Minato said. Minato Namikaze, you are not killing yourself just to seal away some stupid fox. Kushina said, and then the Ninetales roared. Shut up, you stupid fucking fox. Kushina yelled, and everyone's sweat dropped at her. I'll do it then, Hiruzen said. What? Tsunade asked. I said I'll do it. I'll do the jutsu to sacrifice my soul. Minato, you have a new family to look after and take care of. Consider this my final act as Hokage. Hiruzen said. I'm sorry, Lord Third, but I can't let you do that. Minato said. Minato, I've already lost Bawako. Asuma doesn't need me anymore. He hardly even speaks to me. Just let me do this, please. Hiruzen said, and Tsunade saw the look on his face. Just let him do it, Minato. Let him go out on his own terms. Tsunade said. Fine, you can do it, Minato said with a sigh. Thank you. Now, who will we be dividing the chakra into and who gets the mind? Hiruzen asked. Place the chakra inside of Narumi and Menma. Narumi has a high chance of accessing the Uzumaki chakra chains, and Menma, I can tell, will have a high amount of chakra on his own. They'll be able to handle the chakra. Give the mind and soul to the oldest one. Minato said. You still haven't figured out a name for him? Hiruzen asked. No, but we're really thinking and we're also kind of in the middle of something. Kushina said. Right, Minato, protect the village at all costs. Do not let anything happen to it. I'm once again putting my complete faith and trust into you. Remember this. When the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew. Hiruzen said. Everyone stepped back and Minato summoned the altar for the 3 children to be placed on. Once the children were on the altar, Minato went next to his wife and Tsunade. Hiruzen activated the Reaper Death Seal, then sealed the chakra into Narumi and Menma. Tsunade came and took the 2 of them from the altar after they were finished. Hiruzen was about to seal the body inside of the oldest baby, but the 9 tails lashed out and tried to stab him with its nail. Hiruzen jumped in front of the nail and was stabbed through his back and used his staff to stop the nail from going any further. The baby looked up at Hiruzen and smiled a bit, making Hiruzen smile a bit himself. You'll be a great ninja someday. You carry the will of fire inside of you and are destined for great things. I hope to hear your story when your journey is done, Naruto. Seal. Hiruzen said. Those were the final words of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the professor of shinobi and the 3rd Hokage. The 9 tails let out a final roar of defeat as it was sealed away inside of Naruto. The 3rd Hokage fell to the ground after the Shinigami ripped out his soul and he had a smile on his face. His staff transformed into a monkey that had a sad look on his face as he looked at his fallen summoner. The monkey picked up Naruto and took him to his family. King Enma. Minato greeted. I have your son here. Hiruzen has high hopes for him. I wish you all well. Enma said as he handed Naruto to Minato. Thank you, Enma. Minato said. We still need a name for him, Minato. Kushina said. He already has one. Hiruzen called him Naruto just before he died. I would stick with that one to honor him. Enma said. Of course he would choose Naruto. That's the name of the character from Jiraiya's first book. He loved that book almost as much as he loved reading the smut Jiraiya writes. Tsunade said and Enma left in a cloud of smoke. Naruto it is then. Do you like that? Your name's Naruto. Yes it is. Kushina said in Naruto's face and all she got back was a fart. Come on. We have to grab his body and prepare the funeral for everyone who died and I have to let the village know what's going on. Minato said and he gave Naruto to Tsunade and picked up Hiruzen's body. Funeral. After the body viewing was over with, Minato stood on top of the Hokage tower with Kushina, Jiraiya and Tsunade. He was ready to give his speech to the people of Konoha. People of Konoha. Tonight was the worst night in the history of the Leaf Village. As you all know, the 9 tails attacked. We managed to stop it, but it cost us loved ones and friends. Hiruzen Sarutobi was amongst those men who bravely fought and died. He sacrificed his life to seal away the 9 tails into my children. Minato said. Won't the 9 tails escape? A villager asked and everyone started to freak out. No, the seal is safe and secure. I've checked it along with my wife Kushina and Master Jiraiya, who are both seal masters. We separated the chakra from its body among my children. Menma and Narumi pose the fox's chakra while Naruto contains the body and mind of the 9 tails. Tomorrow I want all available ninja and civilians who are able to start helping with the construction to rebuild the village. Tonight, I'll give you all time to mourn your losses. Thank you, Minato said and walked away from the podium going into the building. I need to talk to you about something, Minato. Jiraiya said. Sure, what is it? Minato asked. Where the hell have you been? Is a better question, Tsunade said. The toads called me away to talk about a prophecy. Jiraiya said. What did they say? Minato asked. The one with power it wasn't born with, shall be the savior or destroyer of the world. Jiraiya said. What are you saying? Minato asked. I think once Menma and Narumi are old enough, we should start focusing on their training. Jiraiya said. What about Naruto? Kushina asked. He'll have to learn from the academy when they start. Narumi and Menma are the children of prophecy. They both have power they weren't born with due to them possessing the 9 tails chakra and we can't have them go down the right path. Jiraiya said. You want us to neglect one of our children? Kushina asked. It's for the best, Kushina. Besides, Naruto will learn at the academy. I'm not the world's best sensor, but Naruto's chakra levels aren't as nearly large as Narumi and Menma's and that's not even counting the 9 tails chakra. They'll need the extra training anyway. Jiraiya said. I'll think about it, Minato said. Make the right decision, Jiraiya said and left. You seriously aren't thinking about this, are you, Minato? Tsunade asked holding Naruto. I don't know. We have years before they're ready to start training so I'm not worried about it. Minato said. Here, let me take Naruto and get the kids home. Kushina said. She reached for Naruto, but Narumi and Menma would start fussing. She pulled her hands back and they stopped, but once she reached again they would start fussing again. She grabbed Naruto and laid him next to Menma, who started wailing and was hitting Naruto, who just looked unbothered. After Menma was done hitting Naruto, Naruto swung his own hand and hit Menma, making him cry really loud. I guess they'll have a small sibling rivalry, Minato said with a laugh. I guess they will, Kushina said. I don't know. Naruto's attitude doesn't even seem like any of yours. He's extremely laid back and it sort of reminds me of Kakashi. Tsunade said. That is not going to happen, Kushina said and poked Naruto's nose. I don't know. I just don't see him getting out of that personality. Watch this, Tsunade said and did a chakra-enhanced clap, not getting a reaction from Naruto, but Menma and Narumi started to cry. Is he deaf? Kushina asked with worry. No, he definitely heard it. I just don't think he cares, Tsunade said. Great, hopefully he'll balance out and have an interesting personality like me, Kushina said. Alright, let's get these three home and then we'll be able to figure that stuff out at a later time, Minato said. Are you coming with us, Tsunade? Kushina asked. No, but I'll be back soon. I have some stuff to handle in the land of lightning and Shizune will be coming with me. I should be back in 6 months or so, Tsunade said. Okay, don't drink too much, Kushina said. Whatever, Tsunade said and left. Ready to go home? Minato asked. Yup, Kushina said and they left. Things were definitely going to get interesting around the village with the Hokage and his 3 children. However, a certain man with bandages over his eye was going around spreading false rumors about Naruto's seal and getting the civilians angry. 5 years later. It's been 5 years since the Nine-Tails attack and the villagers were getting ready for October 10th, which was Naruto, Menma and Narumi's birthday. For Naruto, he didn't really care for his birthday since he's never really gotten anything. He didn't make friends because parents would tell their kids to stay away from them, and the people that wanted to be his friends only did that so they could get close to Menma and Narumi. Over the years he's become close with 3 people who are a few years older than him and old enough to be his mother. Those people are Itachi Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha and Makoto Uchiha. Naruto stumbled on Shisui and Itachi training once, then asked if they could train him, but they had to decline due to them being out on missions more often. He's known Makoto, who was pretty much his aunt thanks to her always being around Kushina and spending time with him. Right now, Naruto was walking home since he did have a party to help set up for, even though he didn't want to be there and the party was a few days away. The main reason was because all of the clan heirs would be there and all they would do is swoon over Menma and Narumi. Over the years growing up, he knew his brother and sister didn't like him and had a feeling it's been that way since birth. Whenever they would break something or do something bad, they would blame him and he would get in trouble. All of a sudden he ducked his head down and a glass bottle went flying over his head. That's another thing about him, he's always had good danger senses since he was born and he's never known why. He turned around and saw an angry mob running after him, so he did the only thing he could and ran. He ran as fast as his legs could take him, and when he was almost home, he was pulled into an alley and didn't even see who did it. If he was able to see who did it, he would have noticed the blank masked Anbu leaving the scene. Nowhere to run now, you little demon, a drunk man said. Demon? Who? Naruto asked, confused. You're a demon in human skin, a different man said. But, I am a human, Naruto said, and the mob of people started to laugh at him. You're nothing but a fox in disguise. Today's the day you die, you stupid fox, a villager said. They didn't give him the chance to respond because they all just charged in and started beating him when he was cornered. Naruto took a blow to the head and then everything went black. The beating continued and eventually the villagers got bored after 20 minutes because he wasn't screaming in pain like they wanted. They walked away and left him there on the ground unconscious and bleeding with torn clothes. Makoto Uchiha was walking around the village and noticed the mob leave the alley. She was going to ignore it, but her motherly instincts took over, so she went to the alley and saw Naruto's bloody body laying on the ground. She quickly ran over to him, ignoring the onlookers. Naruto, what happened? Makoto yelled and Shisui arrived since he heard her yell. What happened? Shisui asked. I don't know. Go tell Kushina while I take him to the hospital, Makoto said and vanished. Hospital? I need a hospital room, Makoto said as she burst into the hospital and saw all of the nurses turn away from her. Sorry, but we're not allowed to care for demons, a nurse said, and Makoto's Sharingan flared to life. Say it again, Makoto said in a deadly voice, making the nurse shake in fear. I'm sorry, the nurse said. What's your name? Makoto asked. Sari, Sari said. Tell me, Sari, does this look like a demon? Makoto asked and lifted Naruto up. No, I'm just following instructions, Sari said. Whose instructions? Makoto asked and Sari pointed to a sign. That sign, Sari said, and it was a sign that said demon with Naruto's face crossed out. Who put that there? Makoto asked. I don't know. I've only been here for a week. They take it down when the Hokage or his wife comes in though. They said it takes away from the nice look we have here. Sari said, and Makoto sighed. Sari, get me a room for Naruto. Makoto said and deactivated her Sharingan. He's lost too much blood. If anything, he'll need a blood transfusion, and Lady Kushina as well as Lord Hokage are somehow exempt from giving blood. Sari said as she pulled out their files and ran to a room with Makoto. Kushina, I can understand due to her Jinchuriki status and the village not wanting to take any chances with her, but I don't understand why Minato is exempt. Makoto thought. Use mine. We're both be positive, Makoto said, as she laid him on a bed and Sari read her file as well. Okay. You're in the clear, but I have to ask if you're sure. Sari asked. I'm positive. Just do it, Makoto said. Okay. Sari said and started to take her blood. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto woke up in some kind of sewer, but noticed his clothes weren't getting wet despite being in water. He stood up a bit shaken up and wandered around until he found himself in front of a cage. He walked closer until a pair of blood-red eyes opened and looked at him. Who are you? Naruto asked. I am what resides inside of you, human. A deep voice said. What do you mean? Naruto asked, and the figure moved forward revealing a sickly-looking nine tails. I am the nine-tailed fox and the reason you were on the verge of death. The nine tails said. Verge of death? I'm still alive, Naruto asked. Yes. Makoto Uchiha found you and had you rushed to the hospital. She did a blood transfusion to save your life. The nine tails said. How do you know all of that? Naruto asked. While you were unconscious before coming here, I was able to hear everything that was being said. The nine tails said. I guess I'll have to thank her. If you're the nine tails, why do you look like that? Aren't you supposed to be much bigger? Naruto asked. I am. However, I was separated from all of my power into your siblings. The third Hokage sealed me away by splitting me into 3 parts. Your siblings have my power while you have my mind and soul. This is the result until I am reunited with my power. The nine tails said. How does that happen? Naruto asked. I was supposed to regain my power, but since I was sealed away by the death god, my soul has been slowly fading away, splitting itself in 2 since my power is in 2 locations. Possibly by your birthday I'll be gone from inside of you and I'll reside in your siblings. The nine tails said. So, can I ask you something that I always wondered? Naruto asked. What is it? The nine tails asked. Can you explain why I'm always able to sort of sense danger? I know there are sensor-type ninja, but mine isn't like that. Naruto said. Call it a 6th sense if you will. An animal has the ability to sense danger hours in advance, but you seem to have picked up on it, but only able to react a few seconds before it happens. It won't get any better than that, but it will be helpful should you decide to become a shinobi. While you may develop a sensory-type ability once you unlock your chakra completely, your danger sense will always be there. The nine tails said. Cool. So, why aren't you going on an evil rampage? Didn't you attack the village 5 years ago? Naruto asked. Yes, but I was being controlled by someone with a Sharingan. His name is Madara Uchiha. I was ripped out of your mother when she gave birth and forced to attack the village. The only thing I remember after I was ripped out of your mother was being sealed away. The nine tails said. Madara Uchiha, the guy that had a rivalry with the first Hokage? Naruto asked. Yes, the nine tails said. I'll have to read up on that. Anyway, what do you mean you were ripped out of my mother? Naruto asked. Your mother isn't from here. She was brought over here to become my second host, or in human terms, a Jinchuriki. My first host, Mito Uzumaki, grew old and could no longer contain my power, so I was transferred over into your mother since she has the ability to suppress my power. I've now had 5 hosts in my entire lifetime. The nine tails said. You've been sealed away for over 100 years. Naruto asked. You could say that, yes, but that's just a mere fraction compared to how long I've lived. The nine tails said. Are there others like you? Naruto said. Yes, there are a total of 9-tailed beasts and we're all spread around the elemental nations. After I was sealed away, in order to keep peace between villages, Hashirama Senju decided to go out and capture the remaining tailed beasts, then basically gave us away as if we were his property. In doing so, all he did was give the nations even more reason to fight, as they wanted to prove who was stronger, thus starting the age of the Jinchuriki. The nine tails said. So, we're paying for Hashirama's mistakes? Naruto asked. If you want to put it like that, then yes. The nine tails said. Can't we just take the others out of their Jinchuriki and have you roam free? Naruto asked. You could, but the host will die after a tailed beast is removed. The Nine Tails said. Then how did my mother survive? Naruto asked. You really don't know anything about your lineage. The Uzumaki are known to have incredibly powerful life forces and your mother had that, plus she was given medical attention right away. She was obviously handicapped for a while, but she clearly made a full recovery. Only an Uzumaki would have the potential to survive the removal of a tailed beast. The Nine Tails said. So, I'll be dying when you go away? Naruto asked. No. The seal was designed to drain me of my soul and kill me, but something went wrong and I'll just split into two separate souls returning to my power. You might feel a slight burning sensation on your stomach, but that's because I'm fading away and the seal is going away. Your siblings on the other hand, well they're going to get it a lot worse, but hopefully it will happen during their sleep since I don't want to hear their constant whining and yelling. The Nine Tails said. Say you were stuck here without your power forever. What would happen if Narumi and Menma were to use your power? Naruto asked. Without the soul or my body to control it, my power would quickly rush through their system since there is no medium to help filter it from completely rushing out of the seal. If they weren't stopped in time then they would go on a rampage until they are dead. With me returning that will not happen since I'll be there to forcefully hold back my power. They will still go on a rampage and lose control if they aren't strong enough, but it's a lot less than what would happen if I never returned. The Nine Tails said. You know, you don't seem as evil and mean like I thought you would. Naruto said. You haven't given me a reason to. Believe it or not, we tailed beasts were created to become protectors and not used as weapons of war. The Nine Tails said. Who created you? Naruto asked and started to fade away. Seems as if you're waking up. I'll do some messing around with what little power I have in my body now and you'll have a gift from me once you unlock your chakra. It was nice talking to you, Naruto. The Nine Tails said and Naruto completely faded away. Real world. Are you sure he's alright? Makoto asked. Lady Makoto, the operation was successful. Sari said. He's been out for 2 days though. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Makoto asked. His body must have gone into shock forcing him into a coma. He's perfectly healthy other than some malnourishment, but that's fixable. Sari said and Makoto sighed. I guess so, but his birthday party is in a few days and I don't want him to miss it. Makoto said. It's not like I'm getting anything. Naruto said. Naruto. Makoto said and gave him a bone-crushing hug. Lady Makoto, please be gentle. He just woke up. Sari said. I'm fine. I heal up fast. Naruto said. Why were you out late at night walking by yourself? Makoto asked. I was just coming home and I was attacked. Can I leave now? This place sucks. Naruto said. Yes, you're free to leave, but you'll have to take it easy for a few days before you can do anything. Sari said. Come on, let's get you home, Naruto. I'm sure your family is worried about you. Makoto said. I highly doubt it, but come on. My parents have some explaining to do about a certain fox. Naruto said and Makoto gasped. What fox? Makoto asked. The Nine Tails. Naruto said. Sari, can you give us the room? Makoto asked. Of course, Sari said and left the room. How do you know about the Nine Tails? Makoto asked. I spoke to him while I was unconscious. He's probably gone by now since his soul returned to his power. Naruto said. You talked to it? Makoto asked. Him and yes, Naruto said. About what? Makoto asked. My mother was his second Jinchuriki, only an Uzumaki can survive a tailed beast being removed. My sixth sense comes from foxes being able to sense danger and how Hashirama basically started all of this crap. Oh, and I know the real reason he attacked 5 years ago. Naruto said. Naruto, you can't trust the Nine Tails. He could be lying to you. Makoto said. So my mother wasn't a Jinchuriki? Naruto asked. Well, yes she was. Makoto said. Proven point right there and it must not be known to everyone since you just told the nurse to leave the room. Naruto said and Makoto sighed. Why couldn't he be a normal kid? He just had to be extremely smart. Makoto thought. So, what are you going to do with this information? Makoto asked. Nothing. Nobody would believe me and my parents would strap me to a table so fast to check my seal which probably won't be there anymore if I were to tell them that I talked to the Nine Tails. Naruto said. Well, he's got a point. Makoto thought. Alright, let's keep it between us for now and head out. Itachi and Sasuke are waiting for me at home. I'll take you home and I'll see you at your party in a few days. Big day for you being the oldest. You're officially going to become clan heir. Makoto said. I guess so. Naruto said. Party. The party was going on, and just as Naruto knew, the clan heirs and all the kids that were there, all avoided him and played with Menma and Narumi. He sat off to the corner and just read a book he found. He was brought out of his musings when someone tapped him on the shoulder. He looked up and saw Makoto staring at him holding a gift in her hand. "Hi, Naruto," Makoto said. "Hi, Makoto," Naruto said. "What are you reading?" Makoto asked. "A book," Naruto said, and her eye twitched. "What's the name of the book?" Makoto asked. "Shinobi Battle Tactics," Naruto said. "Well, that's good. It goes perfectly with my gift I got for you," Makoto said and handed it to him. "What is it?" Naruto asked. "Open it," Makoto said, and he did as told, revealing practice kunai as well as practice shuriken. "Thank you, Makoto," Naruto said and gave her a hug. "You're welcome, sweetie," Makoto said. "All right, everyone gather around. I have an announcement to make," Minato said, and everyone gathered around except Naruto. "Don't you wanna go see what it is?" Makoto asked. "No, I'm perfectly fine right here," Naruto said. "Okay everyone, as you know, next year all of our children will begin the academy. It is with great pride that I announce, Menma is now named the clan heir of the Namikaze clan and Narumi is now named the heir of the Uzumaki clan. They will begin their training tomorrow, as should all clan heirs if they haven't begun already," Minato said, and everyone except for Makoto clapped. "That's not all. Me and Jiraiya have been talking and we've decided to let Menma and Narumi sign either the slug contract or the toad contract," Tsunade said. "Really?" Narumi and Menma yelled. "Yes, really. Now which one do you want to sign?" Jiraiya asked, as they both summoned their scrolls. "I want the toads," Menma exclaimed. "I want the slugs," Narumi said, and they each went up and were instructed on how to sign the contracts. "I thought Naruto was supposed to become the clan heir," Shisui said to Itachi. "He was, but apparently Lord Fourth and Lady Kushina had other plans," Itachi said. "You think he's upset about it?" Shisui asked. "Look for yourself," Itachi said, looking at Naruto reading a book. "I think he already knew this was coming," Shisui said. "Me too," Itachi said. "Let's just enjoy the party," Shisui said. "Minato, Kushina," Jiraiya said. "Yes, Jiraiya," Minato said. "I see you've finally decided to begin their training. What about Naruto?" Jiraiya asked. "He's going to have to wait a bit longer," Minato said. "Good. Now another thing, I know this sounds weird, but we need to keep them happy. So whatever they want we should give it to them, but only if it's reasonable," Jiraiya said. "Naruto. So that's why you didn't really care about the announcement," Makoto said. "It's pretty obvious that they favor those two over me. It's not exactly hard to tell," Naruto said. "I suppose you're right. What about your training? Are they going to train you?" Makoto asked. "I highly doubt it. They bought the new clan heirs ninja supplies and I didn't get anything from them. They signed the toad contract and the slug contract while I got nothing. They get treated like royalty by the villagers, while I'm taken into alleyways and nearly killed. They get every single thing they ask for while I have to beg to even get recognized," Naruto said, and Makoto just gave him a hug. "Don't worry. I'm sure everything will get better for you. How about I train you until the academy?" Makoto asked. "Really?" Naruto asked. "Sure. What kind of ant would I be if I didn't try to train you? Besides, my blood is inside of you. I'm like your second mother now," Makoto said. "I guess you're right," Naruto said. "We'll start tomorrow," Makoto said. "What about Sasuke?" Naruto asked. "Sasuke wants his brother or father to train him since he's seen them train." "His loss," Makoto said and wrote something down on a piece of paper. "What's that?" Naruto asked. "Instructions. I want you to unlock your chakra before you go to bed. Tomorrow I'll get you started on chakra control, taijutsu as well as your kunai and shuriken training. I'll train you from 6 in the morning to 6 at night," Makoto said. "What about my ninjutsu and genjutsu?" Naruto asked. "Once I feel like your chakra control is good enough I'll start your ninjutsu and genjutsu training. If everything goes smoothly we should start in 6 months," Makoto said. "Okay. Where do you want me to meet you?" Naruto asked. "Training Ground 31, Makoto said. "Okay. Training Ground 31 at 6 in the morning," Naruto said. "That's right. Don't forget about unlocking your chakra. It should be easy for you compared to your brother and sister," Makoto said. "I'm going to get started now," Naruto said and gave her a hug. "You're not going to stay for the party?" Makoto asked, as she returned the hug. "No, I bet only you, Itachi and Shisui know I'm here anyway," Naruto said. "Okay. I'll be here for a few more hours so I'll come check on you. Makoto said. Okay, Naruto said and left as Kushina was coming towards them. Hey, Makoto, was that Naruto? Kushina asked. Yes, Makoto said. I was going to give him his gift. I guess I'll do it later. Kushina said. What did you get him? Makoto asked. A book on chakra manipulation. I see him always reading ninja books so I figured he'd like that one. Kushina said. Huh, I thought you didn't get him anything since only Menma and Narumi are the only ones training. Makoto said and Kushina sighed. I know, but you wouldn't understand. Kushina said. Try me. Makoto said. The toads gave Jiraiya a prophecy on their birth saying the one with power it wasn't born with will be the savior or destroyer of the world. Kushina said. It hasn't occurred to you that all three of them have something they weren't born with. Makoto said and kept the secret about the nine tails to herself. I know, but Narumi and Menma have the power of the nine tails. Naruto just has the body and soul. It has to be one of them. I'll start Naruto's training when he starts the academy. Kushina said. So he can be behind everyone else in the class. Makoto asked. He'll be fine, Kushina said. If you say so, Makoto said. Mom, come on, Narumi said. Yeah, Dad said he'll show us some of his awesome ninjutsu. Menma said. I guess I have to go. Can you give this to Naruto for me, please? Kushina asked and handed Makoto Naruto's gift. Sure, Makoto said. Thanks a bunch, Kushina said and walked away. Konoha Forest. Naruto made his way to the forest near his house and sat down in a meditative stance. He searched deep inside of himself and quickly found his chakra, but it was a lot more than he thought it would be. He did as the instructions said then pushed it to the surface. As soon as Makoto managed to locate Naruto, she felt the amount of chakra he released and noticed the cracks in the ground underneath him. This much chakra already. He has nearly as much chakra as a Chunin. Who am I kidding? All Uzumaki clan members have large chakra reserves. Makoto thought. I know you're there, Naruto said. A sensor type, Makoto thought. I don't know why all of you are here, but come out. Naruto said and Makoto activated her Sharingan as 5 blank masked Anbu appeared. Root Anbu, Makoto thought and prepared to jump from her hiding spot. I said all of you need to come out. Whoever you are hanging in the back you need to come out, now. Naruto said and then somebody walked out. Danzo, Makoto thought. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Danzo said. What do you want? Naruto asked. I have an offer for you. I've heard your brother and sister are getting trained by 4 of the strongest shinobi in our village. Danzo said. Your point? Naruto asked. I am here to offer you the same. In return all I ask is that you join me and help me make Konoha an even greater village. Danzo said and Naruto just looked at him. No, Naruto said. Such a shame. With my training and influence you won't get attacked by mobs of civilians again. It's a shame people mistake you for the Nine Tails despite the 4th Hokage telling them otherwise. Danzo said. Yeah, but stuff happens. Now leave. I'm in the middle of doing something important. Naruto said and he was surrounded by the blank masked Anbu. You seem to think I was asking. It was a suggestion and now it'll be by force. Danzo said and tapped his cane on the ground for the Anbu to attack, but Makoto appeared. Danzo, Makoto said. The matriarch of the Uchiha clan. Danzo said and grit his teeth. Leave now. We both know this would only end in your death. Makoto said. We'll meet again, Naruto and you will join me. Danzo said and walked into the forest as his Anbu disappeared. Fat chance of that happening. Naruto said and looked at Makoto. What the? Makoto said, as she looked at Naruto. What? Naruto asked. What did you do? Makoto asked. I didn't do anything, Naruto said. Your eyes, Makoto said. What about them? Naruto asked. You have the Sharingan, Makoto said. How? I'm not an Uchiha, Naruto said and she showed him his reflection from a pocket mirror revealing 2 One-Tomo Sharingan eyes. My DNA is inside of you now, but you shouldn't be able to unlock the Sharingan from it. Maybe the Nine Tails did something, Makoto said. This must be the gift he was talking about, Naruto said. Okay, keep this a secret between us for now. With you having the Sharingan it just made your training even more intense. I'll have to explain the Sharingan to you, its abilities and something else that's very important about it. Makoto said. Okay, Naruto said. Oh, before I forget, your mother gave me a gift for you and so did Kakashi. Makoto said. I didn't know Kakashi was here, Naruto said. He's sort of late, you know how he is. Makoto said and gave him the gifts. A book on chakra manipulation and a mask. Naruto said. According to Kakashi, it's more than just an ordinary mask. Apparently it filters out air so you can breathe in smoky areas, and it's tougher, which means it's harder to destroy. Makoto said, and he put the mask on. How do I look? Naruto asked. Not bad. Remember to meet me at training ground 31 tomorrow for your training. Makoto said, as Kushina, Minato, Narumi and Menma came over to them. There you two are. Jiraiya said, and Naruto started to read. Guess what? We're starting our training tomorrow. Narumi said. Yeah, Dad even said he's going to teach us some awesome ninjutsu. Menma said. That's wonderful, you two. I can tell the two of you will be really strong. Makoto said. Of course we're going to be strong. Menma said. Listen, Naruto. We're sorry about not being able to train you right away. Minato said. We just have to focus on your brother and sister right now. Kushina said. You see, they have a power deep inside of them that we need to help them control before we include you in any training. Jiraiya said. You understand, right? Minato asked, and Naruto was just reading his book. Naruto. Kushina yelled. Did you say something? Naruto asked, and Kushina's eye dangerously twitched. Kakashi. Kushina growled. Actually, I volunteered to give him some training. Only to have him ready by the academy. Makoto said. Are you sure? I mean, you still have Sasuke and Itachi. Minato said. Why not help us train Menma and Narumi? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, Auntie Miko. Help us train, Narumi said. Sorry kiddo, but you've already got the top 4 shinobi in our village training the two of you. It wouldn't be fair for Naruto to be the only one without training. Makoto said. Fine, Narumi said, and glared at Naruto, who wasn't paying attention. Don't worry, Narumi. We'll be better than Naruto at the academy, and then we can both take turns beating him. Menma said. You're right. We're going to beat you up, Naruto. Narumi said. You both have tried countless times before training and you've failed every single time. Naruto said, and walked away. They've fought before? Makoto asked. A little sibling rivalry. You know, the youngest two are trying to take out the oldest. Nothing to worry about, Minato said. Right. Anyway, I need to get home before Fugaku throws a fit. Happy birthday to you too. Makoto said, and vanished. Whoa, I want to learn that. Narumi said. Me too, Menma said. We'll get started tomorrow morning in the backyard. Minato said. Next day, training ground 31. You're actually on time. I figured you'd be late like Kakashi. Makoto said. I almost was. This old lady needed help with her bags of groceries, but luckily she lived close to the training ground. Naruto said, and Makoto's eye twitched. Okay, like I said yesterday, I'm going to change up your training, but first I'm going to explain how the Sharingan works. Makoto said. Do I need to activate it? Naruto asked. Not yet. Now, what you have right now is the basic level of the Sharingan, but unlocking it at your age is simply unheard of. Your one-tomo Sharingan gives you the instant ability to analyze things. It allows you to copy jutsu, imitate movements, and have faster perception. Makoto said. So it's kind of like a defensive tool right now? Naruto asked. Exactly. The next stage is the two-tomo Sharingan. It's the same as the one-tomo Sharingan, but you get slightly enhanced vision that will allow you to see your opponent's moves slightly in advance. The third stage is when you have 3-tomo in your Sharingan, and that's when it's fully matured. This version of the Sharingan enhances your vision to the max, allowing you to see your opponent's moves in advance so you can counter before they attack you. This version also gives you access to some Sharingan genjutsu as well. Makoto said. I get that and everything, but that seems pretty basic when you explain it like that. I was expecting more, and I already see a weakness in the Sharingan. Naruto said. What would that weakness be? Makoto asked. Well, what if you fight somebody that doesn't really have a set movement for their attack? Wouldn't the Sharingan have a difficult time reading or predicting their attacks? Naruto asked. That's good, but it's not really a problem, which brings up my next point on your reaction timing and speed. The Sharingan will still slow down your opponent's movements no matter how fast they are, but just because the Sharingan can see and predict movements, it doesn't mean you'll be able to counter in time. If your body isn't conditioned enough, then you won't be able to dodge. Makoto said. So will you be training me in speed as well? Naruto asked. Yes, I'm going to teach you every lesson of being a shinobi. I want to cover all areas before you go to the academy, so that way you won't have any weaknesses. Genjutsu, ninjutsu, taijutsu, kenjutsu, and some medical ninjutsu. When you graduate from the academy, I want you to be able to take on most Chunin-level shinobi we have in the village. Makoto said. This is going to suck, isn't it? Naruto asked. Of course it is, but I'm sure you can handle it. Now, lesson number 1 today is going to be your chakra control. First I want you to take a leaf from the tree. Makoto said and he did as told. What kind of lesson needs a leaf? Naruto asked. This is called the leaf concentration practice. What you need to do is place that leaf on your forehead and I want you to keep it there using your chakra. The purpose of this exercise is to hone your concentration and to keep your mind from becoming distracted. This is usually taught at the academy, but I'm getting you started early. Makoto said. Cool. How else can I work on my chakra control? Naruto asked. Other ways are tree walking, which involves focusing a fixed amount of chakra to the bottom of your feet and using that to climb a tree without using your hands. If the stream of chakra is too weak, the user will lose their footing on the tree and fall off. If it is too strong, you will be pushed away from the tree, causing the tree to break around the point of contact and the user will fall. Then we have water walking, where you have to emit a constant stream of chakra from the bottom of your feet and using the repellent force to walk across the water's surface. This exercise is a lot more difficult to master than tree climbing because the amount of chakra that needs to be emitted changes constantly. After some practice with water walking, you'll be able to sort of skate across water and walk on water without even trying. Another practice which is more difficult is sand separation. Makoto said. Sand separation? Naruto asked. You have 5 different colored sands in your hands and you have to use your chakra to separate them into piles of each color. Lady Tsunade created this one personally and it's mainly used amongst those who are becoming medical ninja or wish to have a job at the hospital. Makoto said. Cool. So, about the Sharingan again. I know you explained the first, second and third stages of it, but is that it? I mean, the way I've heard Fugaku talk about it, he made it seem like it's a lot more to it. I overheard him a few weeks ago saying the Sharingan is the ultimate defense of the Uchiha clan. I'm only 5 and I already pointed out a way to beat a Sharingan user. Naruto said. Damn it, Fugaku. For the secrets of the Sharingan to supposedly be a clan secret, you sure do talk about it a lot. I suppose I should tell Naruto the final secret. Makoto thought. You're right, Naruto. There is more to the Sharingan and I'm going to tell you. However, this is a big secret and since you're technically a part of the Uchiha clan now, you cannot tell anybody about this. Do you understand me? Makoto asked and he detected the seriousness in her voice. Yes, Naruto said. Good. Now, the last thing I need to tell you about is the 4th stage of the Sharingan. It's known as the Mangekyo Sharingan and is extremely powerful. Makoto said and activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Mangekyo design. What does it do? Naruto asked. This version of the Sharingan gives you your own unique abilities and as you can see, it changes the look of the Sharingan to a unique pattern. The drawback of the Mangekyo Sharingan is that you go blind the more you use it. Makoto said. That sucks. I guess it should be expected though. How do you get it? Naruto asked. According to the Uchiha stone tablet, you must kill your best friend. Makoto said. Is there any other way? I mean, I don't have a best friend or anything, so there must be another way, right? Naruto asked. Yes, and it's how I unlocked mine. I didn't kill my best friend as you can see since Kushina is still alive. Makoto said. Then how did you unlock it? Naruto asked. It was during the Third Shinobi War. It was during the early stages of the war before Itachi even came into the picture. I was out with a platoon of shinobi to cover the east border of the Land of Fire. We were ambushed by Iwa shinobi and I witnessed all of my comrades die in front of me. At the time I didn't know what happened, but I just felt a wave of emotions followed by a tremendous boost in power and I used that to wipe out the enemy before I passed out from exhaustion. I woke up in the Konoha hospital and after that I've never fought again. I retired and then 2 years later, Itachi was born, so I became a stay-at-home wife. It's funny you were born nearly a year after the was over with. Your mother was pregnant with you and your siblings during Minato's inauguration. Makoto said. So, other than the Nine-Tails attack, that's why some people still seemed on edge. Naruto said. Exactly. Many comrades and loved ones were lost during the Third Shinobi War. A lot of people in the village are still trying to cope with their losses. I hope you never have to experience that kind of pain, but since you'll become a shinobi, I don't think it's unavoidable. Makoto said. I'll try my best to keep that from happening. Naruto said. Good. Just be careful if it does happen. If you do awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan, do not fall into the curse of hatred. Makoto said. What's that? Naruto asked. The Uchiha are people greatly devoted to love and friendship, yet we tend to conceal our more affectionate traits. When the object of our affection is lost, an Uchiha's love can instantaneously turn into hatred, leaving them more inclined to do anything and everything in their power to achieve their goals and show their own superiority, regardless of the consequences and repercussions of their actions. Since awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan usually happens when someone we love or someone we are extremely close to is taken away from us as a result of death, it can cause you to delve into darkness that utterly consumes you. Makoto said. Did you fall into the curse of hatred? Naruto asked. No. Instead of hatred I found love in Fugaku and then Itachi was born. Love can always conquer hatred, but at the same time love can also be the cause of your hatred. It's a double-edged sword and the curse of hatred isn't just limited to the Uchiha clan. It can happen to anybody. Makoto said. So, I should surround myself with loved ones to counteract the curse of hatred? Naruto asked. Yes. However, make sure it's genuine love. You don't have the Mangekyo Sharingan and you're not even close to having it, so you're safe for now. Makoto said and he nodded. No problem. So, what does your Mangekyo Sharingan do? Naruto asked. I have an ability in my left eye called Amaterasu. The Amaterasu produces black flames at the focal point of my vision. Once created, the flames will not stop burning until my target is completely incinerated. The flames cannot be extinguished with water, the passage of time or any other normal methods. Only I can put the flames out. I have the ability to control the shape of my flames in my right eye called Kagutsuchi. Makoto said. Wow. Naruto said. Enough about my abilities. Let's start training. I want you to start by doing the leaf balancing exercise for an hour and then give me 20 laps around the training field. After that we'll work on your shuriken jutsu followed by your taijutsu and your chakra control by doing the tree climbing exercise. Makoto said. Okay. Naruto said. Naruto sat on the ground then placed the leaf on his forehead and started to concentrate chakra into the leaf to make it stay. While he was doing that Makoto was patiently watching him perform the technique when out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a small wolf pup walk over to him and lay next to him. The pup tried many times to break his concentration, succeeding a few times making Makoto chuckle at this, and when the hour went by, Naruto was fully able to concentrate on the leaf while petting the wolf pup. Once he was finished with that, he quickly began his 20 laps around the training ground and the wolf pup was running right along with him. I see you have a new friend. Makoto said. I guess. Naruto said and the wolf yipped before running away. Okay. Now, it's time for your taijutsu training. I'll be teaching you the Uchiha fighting style. Makoto said and the wolf returned with a scroll in its mouth. He's back. Naruto said and took the scroll. What is it? Makoto asked. It's a taijutsu style that I've never seen before. Naruto said and showed her the scroll. Huh. It looks like a mixture of styles that combines speed, power and evasiveness. Looks like you'll have your own taijutsu style to learn. At best all I can do is make sure you have the stances correct and help fix them. We'll have a spar at the end of each month to see your progress. Let's get started. Makoto said. 1 year later. A year later Naruto was still training with Makoto and he showed some progress. His weakness was putting more power into his punches as well as his chakra control, but Makoto managed to straighten both of those out. He was very good at his taijutsu style his wolf pup gave him. Kenjutsu was like second nature to him and not surprising he had a knack for fuinjutsu as well. His Sharingan training with Makoto paid off as he now had 2 tomo in both of his eyes and he was only 6. Makoto did start his ninjutsu lessons like she promised, but despite him knowing his chakra natures, she still wouldn't allow him to learn any jutsu yet. He has earth, lightning and fire chakra natures. Her reasoning was that she wanted him to have complete control over his chakra natures before learning anything, so he was always working on perfecting them by doing different exercises for each chakra nature. His relationship with his family hasn't improved at all and he didn't really care. Menma and Narumi became even more bratty and arrogant. At first he didn't mind their attitudes, but once they started to get everything they wanted, he distanced himself from his entire family. Others were quick to point out that he carried himself like Kakashi a bit, having a bit of an aloof look on his face but being very aware of his surroundings. Kids from the other clans didn't really interest him for now, but he'd stay open to being friends with certain ones in the future. He was now at the academy and did not hear a single word that his father said in his speech because he was once again reading a book. Naruto, were you paying attention? Makoto asked. No, Naruto replied bluntly. You're in the class with all clan heirs and a few civilians. Room 110 on the first floor. Can you at least try to make some friends? Makoto asked. I'd rather not, but I know you'd make me train to the point of complete exhaustion and I'd rather you didn't. So, I'll try to make some friends. Are you happy now? Naruto asked, as he turned the page and she smacked him upside the head. Do not get smart with me. I will train you so hard that you'd wish you were a civilian. Makoto whispered. What's so bad about that? Naruto asked and he just sighed. Nothing, just get to class. Makoto said. Alright, Before we start class for the day, we're gonna have a spar with all of the students to see where they are currently. Minato said. He just wants to show off Menma and Narumi. Naruto mumbled. Be nice. Makoto said. Yeah. Naruto said and Makoto smacked him on the head again. I'm serious. Makoto said. I know. I'm just playing. See, I can be fun. Naruto said and he eye dangerously twitched. You managed to piss me off more than Kushina and that's hard to do. Hurry up and go before I add chakra to the next slap. Makoto said and Naruto quickly left. Damn kid, Makoto thought. Academy training area. The fights weren't impressive in Naruto's eyes and that was saying something since he wasn't even paying attention to them. The worst fight was between two girls named Ino and Sakura who happened to be Sasuke's biggest fangirls. The fight was so bad that Minato hung his head in shame at those two and signaled the instructor Iruka to quickly end the fight. Next up was a fight between Shikamaru and his chubby friend Choji, which ended quickly because Shikamaru was too lazy to fight and Choji refused to fight his friend. Sasuke, Narumi and Menma all fought civilians which of course they won. Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya and Tsunade who were watching were all proud of Narumi and Menma. Alright, next up we have Kiba Inuzuka vs Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Iruka said. Oh yeah, Kiba said and they both went to the aspiring ring. Remember, this is just a spar to see where you're at. Make the unison sign. Iruka. You're going down, loser. Kiba said, as they made the sign and Naruto just kept reading his book. Alright, begin, Iruka said. Kiba instantly rushed at Naruto who smoothly moved out of the way and tripped Kiba, making him go face first into the ground. Kiba stood back up, but Naruto was already in front of him and his fist connected to Kiba's jaw stunning him. Naruto followed it up with a spinning kick to the stomach, knocking the wind out of Kiba and then kicked him out of the ring. Winner, Naruto, Iruka said. Well, that sucked. I expected more from the Inuzuka clan's potential next leader. Naruto said and Kiba angrily stood up. I want a rematch, Kiba said. I don't want to, Naruto said and walked away. Alright, that's the last spar for the day. You all did great. Some better than others and some a lot better than others, but that's okay. The Ninja Academy lasts for 7 years and by the time you all graduate, I'm sure you'll be way ahead of your current level. Minato said. What about training? Kiba asked. You can still train. While the academy will teach you things, I'm sure most of you who come from clans will want to learn clan techniques and that's fine. To counteract this, those who come from a civilian family and want to become a ninja, you will be given access to the shinobi section of the library with access to all your D-rank ninjutsu. In 2 years, the children who come from clans will be given access to the library where everyone can learn up to AC rank jutsu. Iruka said. What if we already know AC rank jutsu? Menma asked. Can you properly use it? Iruka asked. No, he cannot properly use it and he knows that. Kushina said and Menma held his head down. Can I bring Akamaru to school? Kiba asked. Who's that? Iruka asked. He's my companion, Kiba said. If he's going to be joining you on missions I don't see why not. Inuzuka clan members specialize in cooperation ninjutsu with their ninja hounds so it's acceptable. Minato said. Awesome, Kiba said and Akamaru barked. Alright, everyone go on inside and class will get started. Iruka said and all the kids ran inside except Naruto. Naruto. Minato said and Naruto didn't respond. Hey, don't ignore your father. Kushina said and went to grab Naruto, but she went straight through him. Clone jutsu already? Tsunade asked and Naruto faded away. No, it was a genjutsu, Jiraiya said. At his age, he's only 6, Tsunade said. Well, he is being trained by somebody who specializes in genjutsu. It shouldn't be that much of a surprise, Minato said. Maybe we should start adding him into the training with Menma and Narumi. He's obviously skilled and dare I say better than them, Kushina said. No, Jiraiya said. Excuse me, Kushina asked. Naruto shouldn't train with them. He's obviously a prodigy. Taking after Minato and adding him into the mix showing off his skills could possibly push them to the side we don't want them on. Naruto needs to be kept away from them at all times until their training is finished. Jiraiya said. Then I'll train him on my own, Kushina said. Did you forget that you're needed in case they lose control of the Ninetales chakra? Jiraiya asked. Did you forget that you were a seal master just like Minato? Did you forget that you can suppress the Ninetales chakra with a seal? Did you forget Tsunade can also help suppress the Ninetales chakra? Oh, and did you also forget that Naruto is my firstborn child? Just because you have Minato wrapped around your finger when it comes to their training doesn't mean I have to be. Neither of them show any skills in fuinjutsu or kenjutsu. They're both ninjutsu and taijutsu specialists. It's been a full year and they still struggle with the leaf balancing exercise. Kushina said. You're abandoning Narumi and Menma for Naruto. Should I remind you that he hasn't been around at all? We barely know anything about him. Jiraiya said. Wrong. You barely know anything about him. I know he likes to read. I know he's allergic to seafood and that's why he's never around when it's Narumi's turn to pick dinner. I know he enjoys sitting on the roof at night and just gaze at the stars in the sky. I also know he doesn't have friends because thanks to Menma and Narumi they either isolate him from activities or their parents tell them to stay away. I also know that there's a chance this whole prophecy is about him instead of Menma and Narumi. Kushina said. How could you even think that? Narumi and Menma have the power of the Nine Tails. Jiraiya said. Yes, and Naruto has the soul of the Nine Tails. You don't think the Nine Tails has a tiny bit of power that Naruto can use? Kushina asked. It doesn't, Naruto said, as he appeared. When did he get here? Minato thought. See, that's the answer to your question. The prophecy is about Menma and Narumi. Jiraiya said. Will you let me finish? I have some information that I'm sure all of you would love to know. Naruto said. Talk, Jiraiya said. Not yet, I want a couple of things first for this information and trust me when I say that it's very important. Naruto said. What do you want? Minato asked. I want some beginner levels of fuinjutsu, I want school 4 days a week instead of 5, I want a shinobi library card for ninjutsu, but I won't use them in the academy until I'm allowed and I want training ground 31 strictly off limits to anybody except for me and Makoto until I graduate. Naruto said. Forget it, Jiraiya said. I wasn't talking to you, pervert. I was talking to the yellow flash. Naruto said. Minato, you seriously can't even consider thinking about accepting that. No offense, but what information could a 6-year-old have that you would want? Tsunade said. Naruto, if you had to rank the secrets you have, where would you put them? Minato asked. S rank, Naruto said, and Minato set up a barrier so nobody could hear them. I'll hear you out and if I find what you have to be worthy of the S rank status, then you have a deal. Minato said. Good enough for me. First things first, the Nine Tails. I knew about the Nine Tails a few weeks before you finally told Menma and Narumi. Naruto said. How? We didn't tell you, Minato said. Well, one night I was on my way home and I was nearly beaten to death by the villagers. Makoto saved my life and gave me a blood transfusion. Anyway, during that time I was out I talked to the Nine Tails who shared a lot of interesting information. Naruto said. Like what? Minato asked. Did you know that Hashirama is the cause of all of our wars? Naruto asked. That's a lie. My grandfather did no such thing. Tsunade said. Did he or did he not capture all of the tailed beasts and give them to the other villages who used them as weapons for war? Naruto asked. Well, yes. However, they were too dangerous to be left out in the open. Tsunade said. Wrong. The tailed beasts only attacked Hashirama when he went to capture them. The Nine Tails I can understand, but both attacks on Konoha weren't his fault. Both times he attacked the village he was controlled by Madara Uchiha and whoever ripped him out of mom. Naruto said. You know? Kushina asked. Yup. Now, this is something huge. There are now 2 Nine Tails Jinchuriki in the village. Naruto said. How? The Nine Tails was split up into 3 parts. Minato said. True, but the 3rd Hokage messed up during the sealing process and the Nine Tails soul and body no longer resides in me. Naruto said and lifted his shirt to prove a point. There's no seal, Kushina thought, as she placed her chakra-enhanced palm on his stomach to make the seal appear. The soul of the Nine Tails split up into 2 souls and went to where his power resides. Now don't mistake this as having 2 Nine Tails at full power because you don't. Each Nine Tails is only half of the full thing. You're actually lucky the Nine Tails soul and body no longer resides in me. Naruto said. How so? Jiraiya asked. If you kept forcing Menma and Narumi to draw out the Nine Tails chakra they would have gone on a rampage. All you were really doing was weakening the seal, and if you pushed them hard enough, the full power of the Nine Tails without the median of the souls and body would have gone on a rampage until the 2 of them died. The Nine Tails being in them now actually helps them. Naruto said. So, we were pretty much killing Menma and Narumi? Kushina asked. Basically, Naruto said, as he nonchalantly flipped a page in his book. What else do you know? Minato asked. I know that guy Danzo wants me to join him. Naruto said. How do you know Danzo? Kushina asked. He approached me at our 5th birthday after I unlocked my chakra. I didn't say anything because Makoto handled it and had him running away. Even during this past year Makoto had to cast a wide range of genjutsu over training ground 31 so he can stop sending his personal Anbu to spy on me. Naruto said. Why didn't you tell us? Kushina asked. We didn't exactly have the best relationship a year ago and I wouldn't get anything in return for this information until now. Naruto said. Minato, what do you think? Kushina asked and Minato stared at Naruto. Is there anything else? Minato asked. Yeah, I have the ability to sense danger from the nine tails. It doesn't work hours in advance like an actual animal does, but it works a few seconds before a tragedy happens. First time it happened was when some kids tried throwing rocks at me when I was 3. Last time it happened was during the monthly spars I have with Makoto for my training. Naruto said. Okay, you have a deal, Minato said. Sweet. Now, can you lower the barrier? It wouldn't be a good look to be late for class. Naruto said. Hang on a second, I'll personally take you to class, but first answer this. How strong are you really? I noticed you didn't even try against Kiba. Minato said. Stronger than a 3-year academy student, but weaker than a genin is what Makoto last told me. Naruto said. Alright, I'll take you to the classroom. Minato said and dropped the barrier. I'll be fine, Naruto said and walked away. Do you believe him? Tsunade asked. Yeah, just to be on the safe side, I want to check their seals later. Minato said. There's no need to, Kushina said. Why not? Minato asked. I just checked his stomach for the seal and it's gone. That would explain why their seal was glowing and causing them pain last year. The seal wasn't failing, the nine-tailed soul was being absorbed into their seals. Kushina said. If that's the case then their training should go a lot easier now. Jiraiya said. Not really, Kushina said. What do you mean? Naruto just said with the nine tails there, the chakra won't come rushing out. Tsunade said. Yes, but Naruto was never a Jinchuriki of the nine tails with his power. The nine tails can either force its way out of the seal if they draw on its chakra or fight them when they're trying to draw its chakra. Their training needs to be even more delicate especially with Menma. Narumi has the ability to use small chakra chains for now to help counteract the nine tails chakra a bit, but Menma doesn't have that. Kushina said. She's right, we'll have to slow down their training a bit for now until they get older. Minato said. Kushina, are you still going to help us? Jiraiya asked. I never said I'd stop. I said I'll start helping Naruto as well and now that I know he has an interest in Fuinjutsu I'm really going to help him. Now, don't ask me again. Kushina said. I'm just checking, they need to be on our side for the prophecy to happen in a good way and not a bad way. Jiraiya said. I understand that, but I am not going to neglect one of my children just because 2 of them may or may not be the child of prophecy told by some old-ass toad who can't even remember your name. Kushina said. Classroom. After having his talk with Minato, Naruto was walking through the halls on his way to class when he stopped to help a teacher who dropped some papers. After helping the teacher, he found himself having to go back around the hallway because when he helped with the papers, the teacher's classroom was on the other side of the school. He finally made it to the classroom and entered with Iruka looking angry at him. Naruto, class started almost 3 hours ago. Where have you been? Iruka asked. Funny story. On my way here I had to stop and talk to the Hokage about something important. On my way here I had to stop and help a teacher with the papers she dropped so I helped take them to her classroom. On the way here I realized her room was on the other side of the school and I had to take the long way around to get here. Naruto said and Iruka just looked at him. Great, looks like I found the Kakashi of the group. At least he has some sort of personality. Iruka thought and sighed. Don't make it a habit. Go have a seat in the back next to Hinata. Iruka said. Who's that? Naruto asked and Iruka pointed her out. She's the girl with the hoodie on in the back. Iruka said and Naruto nodded then sat down. Hi, Naruto. Hinata quietly said and blushed. Oh hey, Naruto said and put his head down. Hey, Narumi, isn't he your brother? Ino asked. Yeah, why? Narumi asked. He's kind of cute, Ino said. I thought you liked Sasuke. Narumi said. Oh I do and he will be mine. Ino said. In your dreams, pig. He's mine, Sakura said. He's mine, Ino said and they started to argue. Stupid Naruto. Hinata's my girl, not yours. Menma thought and threw a pencil at Naruto, but was shocked when Naruto caught it. Better luck next time, Naruto said and put his head back down. Show off, Kiba mumbled. This is going to be a long 7 years. Naruto thought. A year has passed since Naruto entered the academy and since he didn't care for attention he quickly settled for being average in the class. It was forgotten that he was the strongest student in the academy due to his lack of grades and him not showing up on the days they had to spar to show their skills, but he didn't care. He made an attempt to find friends, but everyone hung out with Menma and Narumi or they simply used him to become friends with them. Menma and Narumi, they both quickly made it known they were the popular kids in school and had their own group of followers including some teachers who wanted to be in the Hokage's good graces. Narumi became the leader of her group of friends consisting of Ino Yamanaka, heiress to the Yamanaka clan, and Sakura Haruno, a pink-haired girl from one of the wealthiest civilian families in the Leaf Village. Menma had his own little group of friends that he hung out with and was apparently the leader. Kiba Inuzuka, Shikamaru Nara, the heir to the Nara clan and laziest person in the class. Last but not least, Choji Akamichi, heir to the Akamichi clan and Shikamaru's best friend. Wherever Shikamaru went, Choji went. Naruto was in a group all by himself and isolated from everybody else, even the teachers, who were neutral whenever he showed up to class. One teacher he specifically didn't like was Mizuki and he kept his guard up around him. He only had problems with one person other than Menma and that was Sasuke Uchiha, which was completely one-sided on Sasuke's part. After 6 months of the academy, Sasuke stumbled upon Makoto training Naruto and threw a fit accusing Makoto of betraying the clan. He challenged Naruto to a fight and it was quicker than what Naruto did to Kiba for the sole reason being that Sasuke disrespected Makoto in front of him. His training for the past year went well. Makoto finally got around to teaching him some ninjutsu for his chakra natures and regular ninjutsu. She taught him 3 earth ninjutsu: Earth Style, Earthquake Slam, Earth Style, Mud Wall and Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu. She taught him 3 fire ninjutsu: Fire Style, Fireball Jutsu, Fire Style, Flaming Meteors and Fire Style, Dragon Flame Caterwall. For his lightning chakra nature he knew Lightning Ball, Lightning Beast, Twin Lightning Beast, Electromagnetic Murder, Thunderclap Arrow and Lightning Clone. His taijutsu was nearly at the level of a low genin and Makoto told him he'd be at least chunin level taijutsu-wise when the academy ended if he kept on pace. Their spars at the end of each month were what really helped him and she was impressed each time they did have a spar. His fuinjutsu was going great since he had Kushina helping him and his kenjutsu was also coming along great thanks to both of them helping him out. His genjutsu was strong and Makoto helped him use genjutsu with or without his Sharingan. His Sharingan fully matured within the year thanks to Makoto's training and it was still only improving the more he trained with her. She started to make him wear leg weights while he trained and without the weights he was genin level in speed. Eventually once he was good enough in his fuinjutsu, Makoto would allow him to place resistance seals on his body to help him train. The relationship with his family hasn't gotten any better and he wasn't really trying. Kushina was close with him thanks to them bonding and talking during his training. Kushina then learned how much Naruto appreciates Makoto and that he considers her his second mother. He still didn't tell Kushina about his Sharingan as he wanted to keep it a secret until his training was over with. Minato hasn't really spoken to him because he was either in the office all the time or he was busy training Menma and Narumi. Speaking of them, Menma and Narumi became even brattier and spoiled if that was even possible, which was a major reason he didn't bother to interact with them. He wasn't a big fan of the spoiled bratty type of people and kept his distance from them. They always managed to bother him and they would just get angry, especially Menma when Naruto would just pull a book out with a blank look on his face before walking away. He was never close with Jiraiya or Tsunade, but Tsunade was never really around when he was home and he just had a feeling Jiraiya hated him. However, when he finally met Tsunade's student, Shizune, they developed a friendship of sorts. Naruto told Shizune that he was interested in some medical ninjutsu and she's been secretly helping him learn medical ninjutsu. At first she was skeptical due to him being an Uzumaki having large chakra reserves for his age, but that changed when she learned he has great chakra control despite having large chakra reserves. While he was still growing in his training, he picked up on the fact that Makoto would sometimes leave early, not show up, give him multiple days off from training and she wouldn't be paying attention during their spars because she would leave her guard open, giving him multiple chances to strike. When he went over to the Uchiha district, which he regularly did, he noticed everyone in the clan was on edge and looked ready to snap at the slightest thing. He also noticed a lack of shisui around the village and noticed Itachi seemed to be different for some reason. While he was home one day, Minato had a private meeting with Fugaku and he decided to eavesdrop on the meeting. Things started off great, but tension started to rise the longer the meeting went and Fugaku was not pleased with the way things are for the clan. Fugaku didn't go into detail, but Naruto saw him walk out and Minato had a worried yet frustrated look on his face. Right now, Naruto was at Training Ground 31 waiting for Makoto to show up and start his training. The wolf pup that has been following Naruto around was laying next to a tree while Naruto did the leaf balancing exercise with multiple leaves on his body and did the tree climbing exercise at the same time. He's been doing this for 2 hours and Makoto finally showed up. "You're late," Naruto said, as he climbed down from the tree. "I'm allowed to be late," Makoto said and tried to laugh it off, but Naruto wasn't buying it. "Yeah, you're allowed to be late once in a while, but you've been late every day for the past 3 months or not showing up." "What's going on?" Naruto asked. "Nothing at all," Makoto said. "You're lying," Naruto said. "Excuse me," Makoto asked. "You heard me. I'm not some stupid kid who can't see what's going on around this village." The Uchiha clan are clearly angered by something given that Fugaku left Minato with a worried and frustrated look on his face. Naruto said. "You shouldn't worry about it," Makoto said. "Like you said, I'm pretty much a part of the Uchiha clan and I should know what's going on." "Does this have anything to do with Shisui suddenly disappearing?" Naruto asked. "Training is cancelled for today," Makoto said and turned around to leave only to catch a kunai aimed at the back of her head. "Training might be cancelled, but our conversation is not," Naruto said. "You better watch yourself," Makoto said. "Why? Are you just going to leave me to train on my own? It's not like you haven't been doing that. Some sensei you are," Naruto said and Makoto kicked him into a tree. "I said that's enough," Makoto said and Naruto landed on the tree. "Why is the Uchiha clan so on edge? Don't tell me it's nothing because I sneezed in the Uchiha clan district looking for you and I nearly had my head taken off by a member of the Uchiha police force until they realized it was me. Shisui is gone, Fugaku gets into a shouting match with Minato and Itachi is acting differently. The fact that you've been saying you had a clan meeting so many times this past year, but I haven't been able to locate this meeting tells me something bad is going on," Naruto said and Makoto just looked at him before she sighed. "Naruto, listen, you're a very smart boy and nobody can tell me otherwise. Yes, there is something going on and Shisui disappearing does have something to do with it, but the less you know the better. I'm only doing this for your own good," Makoto said. "You said I was like your son since your blood runs through my veins as well. I have just as much as a right to know like anybody else in the Uchiha clan. Clearly there's tension between the village and the Uchiha clan, but Shisui's disappearance couldn't be the main cause of it since this has been going on long before he disappeared. Just tell me what's going on," Naruto said and she sighed before writing something down on paper. "Read this and burn it when you're done," Makoto said and gave him the piece of paper. "What is it?" Naruto asked. "Just read it," Makoto said and he read the paper quite a few times before burning it. "Why is he willing to go so far?" Naruto asked. "I don't know, but not everyone in the clan is for that idea," Makoto said. "Are you for the plan?" Naruto asked. "No, but I keep up the act for Fugaku being my husband. This is what's going on and I hope you understand why everything has been off lately," Makoto said. "I do, but doesn't Fugaku understand that your clan is outnumbered? Minato can take out that entire clan by himself if it came to that. We all know what he did during the Third Shinobi War," Naruto said. "I know and hopefully it doesn't come to that. In the meantime, I want you to work on your taijutsu and fuinjutsu with Kushina," Makoto said and gave him a scroll. "What's this?" Naruto asked. "It's the Shunshin Jutsu that you've been asking about for the last 6 months. I was going to teach it to you today, but I'm needed at the clan estate," Makoto said. "When will we have training again?" Naruto asked. "I don't know. Hopefully soon, but Kushina should be around to help you as well," Makoto said. "She only helps with my kenjutsu and fuinjutsu. She doesn't know about my other skills," Naruto said. "Then perhaps you should show her what you can do. Take care of yourself, Naruto," Makoto said and poked his forehead before leaving. "Well, I guess it's just you and me," Naruto said and the wolf just looked at him before going to sleep. Never mind, Naruto thought. Later that night, after training himself into the ground for about 7 hours, Naruto finally realized that it was late at night and he should get home. He packed up all of his stuff he had around and noticed the wolf pup was already gone, so he left in a puff of smoke. He decided to take the rooftops since he was very good at that now, and on his way home he heard a scream for help in the Uchiha district. Despite Makoto telling him not to come to the Uchiha clan district, he was an Uzumaki and he was quite hard-headed sometimes. Naruto made it to the Uchiha clan district and noticed that there was blood everywhere and bodies laying in the street. He checked the bodies for a pulse, but none of them had one and he just went through the entire district. He found kids his age, teenagers, adults and even elderly people on the ground dead. Each of them were stabbed through the heart or had their throats slit and some even had their necks snapped. The one death that made him really skeptical about what was going on is the dead body of Izumi Uchiha. He noticed her hanging around Itachi and Shisui sometimes, but mainly Itachi. Naruto quickly made it to the Uchiha clan head house and noticed all of the lights were out just like every other house. He silently walked around the house looking for signs of anybody until he made it to a room that smelled like blood. He entered the room only to see both Makoto and Fugaku's bodies on the ground. He didn't care much for Fugaku, but seeing Makoto really hit hard. Makoto. Hey, come on, get up, Naruto said and shook her. Naruto. Why are you here? A voice asked and he turned around to see Itachi covered in blood. Why'd you do it? She didn't even agree with the stupid plan. Naruto said and unintentionally activated his Sharingan which shocked Itachi. The Sharingan? How? Itachi thought. I guess you know about the Uchiha revolt. Itachi said. Yeah, why'd you kill Makoto? You should have known she was against the plan and only kept up an act of agreeing with Fugaku. Naruto said. I did know she was against the plan. I came back to tell her Sasuke was only unconscious and that she could come out now. I did kill my father. Itachi said. Then who killed her? Naruto asked. A man in a mask helped me take them out and I would join his organization later. Itachi said. I thought you had more time. Naruto said. So did I, but the coup was sped up and it would have happened within the next few days. This was the only solution. Everyone else who was not in favor of the coup is still alive. Itachi said. No they're not. They're dead and something else happened to them. Naruto said. What happened? Itachi asked. Somebody took their eyes, but not everyone was missing their eyes. Naruto said. I see. Naruto, how close were you with my mother? Itachi asked. She's the reason I have the Sharingan. She gave me a blood transfusion and the Sharingan awakened on my 5th birthday after I unlocked my chakra. Naruto said. How much did she tell you about the Sharingan? Itachi asked. A lot up to the Mangekyo Sharingan and its abilities, but also the blindness the Mangekyo causes. Naruto said. Take her eyes. Itachi said. No, she's already dead. Naruto said. You don't understand. Take her eyes and in a few days return and go below the Naka Shrine. There's an underground bunker there with information on the Mangekyo Sharingan and the way to counteract the blindness. Take this vial and place my mother's eyes inside of it. You'll thank me later. Itachi said and gave him a vial. Why are you helping me? Aren't you a rogue ninja? Naruto asked. There is more to this situation than you'll understand currently. Just look after Sasuke for me. Itachi said and left in a flock of crows. Naruto looked at the vial in his hands and just sighed before kneeling down next to Makoto's body. He steeled his nerves and began removing her eyes carefully so he wouldn't damage them. While all of this was going on, he never noticed that he was crying and that it was the first time he's cried since he was a baby. When he was finished, he noticed a scroll fall out of Makoto's robe with his name on it so he grabbed it and left just before the ambush showed up with Minato. Few hours later. Word quickly spread around the village that the Uchiha clan was massacred and that Itachi was the one responsible for doing it, marking him in the bingo book as an S-rank rogue ninja. Naruto just walked around the entire village to clear his head and had no idea that Kushina was up all night worried about him and made a shadow clone to watch after Menma and Narumi while she went out to look for him without having any luck. Eventually he made it to his house where he just sat on the roof to look at the stars and just silently cried all night. He ignored the burning sensation in his eyes and passed it off as him being tired. He had no idea that his Mangekyo Sharingan had just awakened. Story cover. Eventually Naruto jumped down off of the roof when the sun came up the next day and went into the house only to be grabbed into a tight hug by Kushina. Naruto, where have you been? Are you hurt? Whose blood is this? Kushina asked. I'm fine, Naruto said and pulled away from her before going to his room. Was he there? Tsunade asked. Maybe. He's always going to the Uchiha clan district for Makoto. Kushina said. Yeah, that's because she likes him the most. Narumi said. Yeah, if she's such a great teacher, why wasn't he there to protect her? He's such a letdown and Aunt Makoto would be ashamed of him. Menma said. Menma, Kushina said and was about to walk up to him, but she stopped. Say it again, I dare you, Naruto said, as he appeared behind Menma with a kunai at his throat. Naruto, stop, Kushina said and grabbed his arm pulling him away. You heard me. If Aunt Makoto trained me instead then she'd still be alive. You're such a loser and I'm better than you. Menma said. Really? Let's go over some facts then. You suck as a ninja and you only excel in class because you only face civilians who have no training. Your taijutsu style is just wildly swinging, hoping to get lucky with a hit. Your chakra control sucks since you can't even do the leaf balancing exercise unlike Narumi and myself. You can't summon a tadpole, you don't know any ninjutsu that you can properly use outside of the substitution jutsu, and you chase Hinata around like a lost puppy because you have a crush on her which she doesn't even realize because she doesn't like you. The only way you'll be better than me in a fight is if you use the Nine Tails chakra, and you can't even do that properly. The only good thing about you is sealed inside of your gut, talentless brat. Naruto said and went up in lightning, electrocuting Menma, making him scream in pain. That was a lightning clone. Tsunade said, and Minato appeared in the house. Hey, everybody. Minato said and sat down. Hey, honey. Kushina said, as she was taking care of Menma. What happened to Menma? Minato asked. Naruto got him with a lightning clone. Narumi said. He's home. Minato asked. Just got in right before you did. Tsunade said. Naruto. Come here for a minute. Kushina said, and Naruto appeared in a puff of smoke. Yeah, Naruto said, and Minato looked at him. His eyes remind me of Kakashi after he found his father dead. Minato thought. Are you going to keep staring at me? Naruto asked. Sorry. What's with the blood? Minato asked. It's not mine, Naruto said. Where did it come from? Minato asked. I think you already know. Naruto said. Why do you have to be so difficult? Tsunade asked. Why do you have to hide behind a genjutsu to hide how you really look? Naruto asked. Excuse me, Tsunade asked. You heard me. What do you want, Minato? I need to wash the blood off of me. Naruto said. Minato. Kushina thought. I just want to know where you've been all night. Minato said. Training, on the roof in the Uchiha district. Naruto said. What did you see? Minato asked. Dead bodies. What do you think I would see? Naruto asked. Do you know who did it? Minato asked. Everybody does. The entire village knows. Naruto said. Weren't you close with Itachi? Kushina asked. Something like that, Naruto said. Did you see anything else? Minato asked. Other than the fact that somebody was stealing their eyes, no. Naruto said. What do you mean, stealing their eyes? Tsunade asked. Just that. Somebody was stealing their eyes, but only some. Naruto said. It doesn't make sense. Why would Itachi take their eyes? Kushina asked. Itachi didn't take their eyes. The only people whose eyes he would need to take are either Sasuke's, Makoto's, and Fugaku's. Naruto said. Why would he need to take one of their eyes? Tsunade asked. Clan secret, and I'm afraid I can't tell you. You'd have to go to the clan head for that information. Naruto said. There is no clan head. Tsunade said. Yes there is. Itachi is technically the clan head and he's a rogue ninja now. The only person who could tell you is Sasuke, but I doubt he even knows why Itachi would need his eyes. Naruto said. Then how do you know? Minato asked. Fugaku wouldn't shut up about the Sharingan and how great it was. That's how I know. I need to wash up. Anything else? Naruto asked. Yeah, how are you holding up? I've heard you and Makoto were really close. Minato asked, and Naruto just walked away. Too soon, Minato. Too soon, Kushina said. So, how'd the meeting go? Tsunade asked. The Uchiha district is off limits to everyone. Until Sasuke is 18 and able to take over as clan head, nobody is permitted to go there. Minato said. At best we should take their jutsus and distribute them between the clans. Tsunade said. Can't do that without the consent of the clan head. I could probably ask Sasuke, but right now isn't the right time since he's still not awake yet. Minato said. That, and he's an exact replica of his father attitude-wise. Should probably keep an eye on him. Kushina said. He'll be fine, Minato said. Yeah, besides, your other son is the one we should look out for. Jiraiya said. When did you get here? Tsunade asked. I've been here, Jiraiya said. Why do you think we should watch Naruto? Kushina asked. He just put a kunai to Menma's throat and used a lightning clone on him. I hate to admit it, but your son might be a danger to this village. Jiraiya said. Wow, the big bad Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, is afraid of a 7-year-old. Let's just clear the air right now because I'm really getting tired of you talking down about my son. You didn't say a word when Menma and Narumi would attack him before, but the moment he does something to them he's a danger to this village. Let me tell you something, and I swear if you interrupt me I'll chop off what barely makes you a man. First off, you don't like Naruto because you don't think he's the child of prophecy and he's not wrapped around your finger. Secondly, you look at Naruto and see something that you weren't until you were starting puberty, and that's a shinobi in training with actual skill. Thirdly, you're mad because Naruto is more skilled than his siblings despite them being trained by 5 of the best shinobi in this village, and it frustrates you that he's embarrassing your children of prophecy. Grow up, Kushina said. We're stronger than him. We've grown a lot in the last year. Narumi said. Yeah, we can take him, Menma said. You couldn't beat Naruto unless you were able to tap into the Nine Tails chakra, and given the way you approach your training, you're not even close to being able to handle a small portion of the Nine Tails chakra, Menma. Kushina said. Oh yeah, what would you know? You're not a Jinchuriki, Menma said. Let's see. I was the second Nine Tails Jinchuriki, held the Nine Tails for over a decade until it was ripped out of me. I have used the Nine Tails chakra before, but unlike you I had my own strength to rely on and didn't need to use it. Think before you speak next time before I take that Nine Tails out of you and see how strong you'd be without it. Kushina said, and Menma just scoffed. You wouldn't do that. I'd die if you took out the Nine Tails, Menma said, and then he was wrapped up in chakra chains. Little boy, I am Madame Uzumaki and we specialize in fuinjutsu. If you think I can't take that Nine Tails out of you and transfer it to Narumi who can actually use some of the Nine Tails chakra, then you've got me confused with somebody else. Watch your damn mouth and go get ready for school, Kushina said and dropped Menma. He's lucky that's all she did, Tsunade thought, and Minato just coughed. There's no school today. I cancelled it, Minato said. Fine, Menma, you can spend all day sorting through my kunai and shuriken sets. I want them ordered by condition from pristine all the way down to why do I even have them still. If I so much as see one of them out of place I'll mix them up and have you start over again, Kushina said. I don't want to, Menma said. I didn't fucking ask if you did or didn't. Now go, Kushina yelled, as her hair split into 9 pieces and Menma ran away. A bit harsh, don't you think? Jiraiya asked. No, this is all of your fault for letting them act however they want to when you're training them. Get it together, Kushina said and walked away. What's gotten into her? Jiraiya asked. Her best friend was killed last night and she thought one of her children was killed as well. I hope you didn't expect her to be in a better mood, Tsunade said. What about my training? Narumi asked. You're with me today. Chakra control and taijutsu, Tsunade said. Ah man, Narumi said. Outside, Tsunade yelled and Narumi ran away. Please don't kill her, Minato said. She'll only wish she was dead, Tsunade said and went outside. 6 years later. It's been 6 years since the Uchiha massacre and 6 years since Naruto lost the only person he's ever cared about outside of Kushina. Naruto, who is now 13, was finally about to graduate from the Shinobi Academy. In terms of strength, Naruto was as strong as a Chunin-level shinobi due to him constantly training over the years and was easily the strongest in his class. His taijutsu was mid-Chunin level and possibly better, but he only fought with his restriction seals on which he forgot about. His ninjutsu was Jonin level, genjutsu was possibly the best in the village thanks to his Sharingan, kenjutsu was high Chunin, medical ninjutsu was low Chunin, and his fuinjutsu was better than most Anbu members thanks to Kushina helping him. Danzo still wanted Naruto on his side, so every time Naruto was by himself, Danzo would appear and try to force him into his Anbu, but Naruto easily declined every single time. Naruto found out about his own Mangekyo Sharingan about a year after he actually awakened it when Danzo sent some of his Anbu to capture him and none of them made it back. After he used his Mangekyo to fend off the root Anbu sent to capture him, Naruto went to the Naka Shrine and read the Uchiha stone tablet's contents on the Mangekyo Sharingan, which informed him of why Itachi wanted him to take Makoto's eyes. His Mangekyo abilities were Koto Amatsukami in both eyes, Tsukuyomi in his left eye, and in his right eye he had an ability that he named Time Skip, since he skips time for 1/10 of a second, and in that limited time he is able to move freely. He uses that on opponents a lot stronger than him only since he can use that to deliver powerful blows to their body before they even realize it. Despite him knowing all of his abilities and the fact that the Susanoo was next, he didn't really use his Mangekyo that much because he didn't have anybody he really trusted to swap his eyes. He was close with Shizune a bit, but she was always out of the village with Tsunade and he didn't care for Tsunade enough to trust her with the operation. Naruto's relationship with his family was awkward to say the least, and Minato nearly forgot he even existed. Kushina over the years grew really close with Naruto, and unknown to her she kept him from turning completely into Kakashi with her antics. The thing for her was when she finally managed to make Naruto smile a bit, since he never really did it. Naruto cared for his mother a lot, and it showed when he beat up a drunk villager who tried to grope Kushina when he was 11 years old. Menma and Narumi were the golden heroes of the village, so they thought they were better than everybody, but Narumi over the past 6 years was somewhat close to Naruto as she matured quite a bit the older she got. Menma on the other hand was the complete opposite and developed a deeper hatred for Naruto. Right now, he was waiting for his turn to get his headband and officially become a ninja. The door opened revealing the instructor that they have had since they started the academy 6 years ago, Uruka Yumino. He wore his hair in a ponytail, wore the standard Chunin uniform and had a scar over his nose. At first he didn't like Naruto, but then had a change of heart last year and even tried to befriend Naruto, but Naruto wasn't exactly one to become friends with teachers. "Naruto, you're up," Uruka said. Naruto followed him to the exam room and came face to face with Minato, Jiraiya and the other Chunin instructor, Mizuki. The looks on their faces were each different from the other. While Minato had a proud yet ashamed look on his face, Mizuki had a hateful look in his eyes which Naruto easily picked up on, and Jiraiya had a blank look on his face since Naruto blatantly disrespected him every chance he got, which angered Jiraiya. "If this little staring contest is over, can we get this over with?" Naruto asked. Yeah, you have to make any type of clone, do the substitution jutsu, the transformation jutsu and 1 or 2 other jutsus you've learned on your own," Minato said. "1 or 2 jutsus I know. Since when was that part of the test?" Naruto asked. "It's only for the children that come from a clan since they're supposed to be more advanced," Minato said. "Too easy," Naruto said. "Then perform the jutsus. You're the last one of the day. We have more important things to do than sit here," Jiraiya said. "Shut up, pathetic old man," Naruto said. He went on to do the substitution jutsu, shadow clone jutsu and transformation jutsu. For his final 2 jutsus, he decided to do a couple of B-rank jutsus. Fire style, dragon flame bomb. He breathed fire from his mouth and manipulated the flames into the shape of a dragon and divided them to strike the target from the left, right, and front all at once. He stopped the jutsu before it could cause any damage and then went to his next jutsu. Lightning flash. Naruto threw a lightning-infused Ma shuriken at the wall, and while Jiraiya and Minato expected it to stop, it kept rotating. Eventually they heard the faint sound of lightning and noticed the electrical current that was being channeled into the shuriken before Naruto cancelled the jutsu. "Where did you learn that lightning jutsu?" Minato asked. "I made it up," Naruto said. "Stop lying. You're talented, but you're only 13 and I highly doubt you could come up with something like that," Jiraiya said. "Shut up, bitch," Naruto said. "What did you call me?" Jiraiya asked. "Did I stutter? Do I need to learn how to speak Toad so you can understand me better?" "No, I don't. You heard me. Now, do as I said and shut up, bitch," Naruto said. He just walked up to Uruka and took the headband out of his hand before he left the room. He had an hour before teams were selected since he was the last person to get chosen for the exam. He was laying with his head down when somebody jumped on the desk in front of him. He looked up and saw Kiba staring him down. "Can I help you?" Naruto asked. "You think you're so tough. I bet I can beat you," Kiba said, and Naruto sighed. "Kiba, how many times have we fought in the last 6 years?" Naruto asked. "I don't know. Like over 50, Kiba said. "How many times have I beaten you?" Naruto asked. "I don't know. Like over 50, Kiba said. "Leave him alone, Kiba. You're never going to beat him," Narumi said. "Besides, it takes someone with actual skill like myself to beat that loser anyway," Menma said. "I highly doubt always using the 9 tails chakra counts as skill," Naruto said. "You wanna go right now?" Menma yelled, as he grabbed Naruto's shirt and Uruka walked in. "Alright everyone, settle down. I have a list of teams for you. Now pay attention," Uruka said, and Menma released Naruto's shirt. He went through the first 6 teams and they were mainly civilian kids who didn't really pay attention. Naruto zoned out because of him not getting his name called. He was hoping to be on one of those teams, but he figured that now he would be with a bunch of people he doesn't even talk to. Alright, Team 7 is a bit odd and will consist of Sakura Haruno, Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze, Sasuke Uchiha, Menma Uzumaki Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki. Your team will have 2 leaders, Kakashi Hatake and Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. Uruka said. "Huh," Narumi said. "Why does that weakling have to be on my team?" Menma asked and pointed at Naruto. "Last time I checked, while Naruto purposely kept himself in the middle of the class, you were the dead last. You've challenged him 10 times over the last 6 years and you've lost every single time," Uruka said. "I'm not on the same team as Naruto," Hinata sadly thought and looked at him. "Stop looking at me. It's weird," Naruto said, and Hinata shrieked before passing out. Anyway, the remaining teams are Team 8 and Team 10. Team 8 will be Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka and Hinata Hyuga. Kurenai Yuhi will be your Jonin instructor," Uruka said. A tracking team, Naruto thought. Team 10 being led by Asuma Sarutobi will be Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi and Ino Yamanaka. Uruka said. "Aw man, how come I have to be on a team with lazy bones and Sir Eats a Lot?" Sakura teamed up with Sasuke, Menma and Naruto. "It's not fair," Ino said. "It's because Konoha wants to keep the Ino Shikacho legacy going. I don't understand how you didn't see that one coming," Narumi said. "Let's trade," Ino said. "All teams are final. You have 1 hour until your team leaders arrive. You're free to do whatever you want, but you must return in an hour to meet your team leaders." Uruka said and left. "Should we all go out for lunch as a class? Who knows when we'll be able to get together for something again?" Narumi said. "I'm down," Ino said. "I'm in," Sakura said. "Let's do it," Choji said and they all got up. "Sasuke, are you coming?" Sakura asked. Sasuke said and reluctantly got up as Menma grabbed him. "Of course he is," Menma said and Sasuke glared at him. "What about you, Naruto? Are you coming?" Narumi asked and he was already gone. "I'll take that as a no," Sakura said. "Come on, Hinata. We're going out for lunch," Narumi said, as she shook her. "I got her," Kiba said and picked her up. "What does she even see in that loser? I'm the head of the Namikaze clan. She should be in love with me," Menma thought. 1 hour later. "Man, that lunch was great," Ino said. "Tell me about it. I'm just glad you and Sakura didn't fight over who sat next to Sasuke," Narumi said. "That's because we both sat next to him," Ino said. "Right. So, what do you think our first missions will be?" Narumi asked. "Maybe we'll get to save a prince or something," Sakura said. "Or a princess," Menma said. "It's obvious I'll be the person you call on if you're in danger," Kiba said and puffed out his chest. "The only thing we'll call you for is if we catch fleas, Kiba," Ino said. "Hey," Kiba said and then somebody was thrown through the door. "I said we weren't going to be late," Kushina yelled, as she stood over Kakashi. "Oh no," Narumi said. "Good luck," Ino whispered. "Alright, Team 7 let's go, we're heading to the rooftop," Kakashi said. "Where's Naruto?" Kushina asked. "I don't know," Narumi said. "He must have realized he's not cut out to be a ninja," Menma said. "Menma, shut up," Narumi said. "Let's go. I'll deal with him later," Kushina said and Team 7 left. Rooftop. "So, let's introduce ourselves," Kushina said. "What do you mean? We already know each other," Sakura said. "You know your likes, dislikes and dreams for the future. Kakashi, you go first," Kushina said. Alright, my name is Kakashi Hatake. My likes and dislikes, I don't feel like telling you. My dreams for the future, never really thought about it," Kakashi said. "Well, I'm Kushina Uzumaki Namkike. My likes are my family and ramen. I dislike perverts, rapists and liars. My dream for the future is to see all of my children happy and succeed in life," Kushina said. "Sakura, you're next," Kakashi said. "Okay, I'm Sakura Haruno. What I mean the person I like. Squeal my dream for the future squeal," Sakura said. "What do you dislike?" Kakashi asked. "Ino pig," Sakura yelled. "Should have seen that coming," Kushina thought. "Sasuke, you're next," Kakashi said. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I hate a lot of things and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan and destroy a certain someone," Sasuke said. "It's like looking at Fugaku all over again," Kushina thought. "Okay, Narumi you're up next," Kushina said. "I'm Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze. I like ramen, training and sometimes gossip. My dislikes, well I don't really have any dislikes. I mean I used to dislike Naruto, but I grew up and got over it. My dream is to become the strongest kunoichi in history and possibly Hokage," Narumi said. "I'm Menma Uzumaki Namikaze. I like ramen and training. My dislikes are that loser Naruto who I hate with every fiber in my body and anybody who tries to mess with me. My dream is to become Hokage and be the strongest ninja ever," Menma said. "Do you know what Naruto did to make Menma hate him so much?" Kakashi whispered to Kushina. "Not a clue. As far as I know they were never around each other because of Menma's attitude. I would say it was when Naruto put a kunai to his throat, but Menma hasn't liked Naruto since they were born really," Kushina whispered. "We might want to have a talk with him," Kakashi whispered. "I'll do it when this is over," Kushina whispered and Naruto appeared with blood on his shirt making everyone look at him. "What?" Naruto asked. What's with the blood?" Kushina asked. "A small root problem that got in my way," Naruto said and pulled out a book. Is that a new book? Kushina asked. Yes, I wrote it myself, Naruto said. What's it about? Kushina asked, as she was interested. It's a love story about a shinobi who lost his way and found love. Naruto said and Kakashi appeared next to him. Do you have an extra copy? Kakashi asked. Yes, but it'll cost you. Naruto said. How much? Kakashi asked. Since it's not available in stores yet and I know you'll want the limited edition version, it'll cost you the Chidori and the lightning blade. Lightning is my strongest chakra nature. Naruto said. I would like to, but I can't. Those jutsu only work with the Sharingan since they create tunnel vision. Kakashi said. This is going to be a 5-part series. Naruto said and Kakashi pulled out 2 scrolls. Deal. Kakashi said and they swapped. Pleasure doing business, Naruto said. Are you two done? Kushina asked. Yes, Kakashi said and started to read the book. Great. Now, Naruto, introduce yourself to everyone, Kushina said. Why? We already know each other. Naruto said. See, he agrees with me, Sakura said. Shut it, Pinky. Tell us your likes, dislikes, hobbies and dreams for the future. Kushina said and looked at Kakashi who wiped a tear from his eye. Okay. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Let's see. I like training and my wolf pup. Naruto said and Kushina interrupted him. What wolf pup? I didn't know Sume gave you one. Kushina said. She didn't. Anyway, I don't really have dislikes since I tend to not let things bother me. I take that back. I don't like it when people stare at me. It's weird. My hobbies I guess would be writing and watching the stars at night. Dreams for the future. I guess have a family or travel. Maybe both, Naruto said. Interesting, Kushina said. I bet you won't even make it a week as a ninja to travel the world. You'd probably be dead on your first mission out of the village. Menma said. Menma, Kushina yelled and Naruto sighed. It's the truth. There's nothing special about him. Narumi and I have the power of the 9 tails. Narumi has the freaky chakra chains, the slug contract and she's skilled in ninjutsu as well as taijutsu like I am. What does he have? Absolutely nothing. He's a disgrace to our family and is the current clan heir. He's banished from the Namikaze clan. Menma said and Naruto just chuckled. What's so funny? You were just banished from the Namikaze clan. Sakura said. There's something all of you fail to realize. I was banished from the Namikaze clan long ago. Once Menma was declared the heir to the Namikaze clan which never existed until Minato became Hokage, I was banished from the clan. I could pick up the other clan name I was accepted into. Naruto said. What clan? Narumi asked. The Uchiha clan, Naruto said. That's impossible, Narumi. No it isn't. I became an honorary member of the Uchiha clan when I was 6 after mastering the fireball jutsu. Makoto oversaw my rite of passage as did Fugaku and I was accepted into the clan. That's why I was able to just walk into the Uchiha clan district without having to worry about the angry looks they'd give outsiders. Naruto said. Is that true, Kushina-sensei? Sakura asked. Yes, that and he was technically an Uchiha at the age of 5 when Makoto gave him a blood transfusion after he was attacked one night. Her blood is inside of him and if somebody were to do a DNA test through a blood swap, it would show that they're a match. Kushina said. So that means you're Sasuke's brother? Sakura asked. In a sense, Naruto said. Wait a minute, if he has the Uchiha DNA inside of him, does that mean he can awaken the Sharingan? Narumi asked and Kushina laughed. No, he can't unlock the Sharingan. Kushina said and Kakashi looked at Naruto with his Sharingan revealed. Well, this team is very interesting. Kakashi thought and lowered his headband. That's an invasion of privacy, Kakashi. Naruto said and Kakashi gave him an eye smile. I have no idea what you're talking about. Kakashi said. Right, Naruto said. Okay, meet us tomorrow at Training Ground 7 at 5 a.m. Do not eat breakfast or you'll throw up. Later, Kakashi said and went up in smoke. Narumi, want to come with me to see how Ino is doing with her team? Sakura asked. Sure, I've got nothing else to do. Narumi said and they left as did Sasuke. Well, I'm going to Ichiraku Ramen. Menma said. Wait, when you get him later we're going to have a long discussion about your attitude towards your brother. Kushina said. Whatever, Menma said and ran away. I'm not doing any D-rank missions. Naruto said and Kushina looked at him. Every genin has to do them. Kushina said. I don't. I was Makoto's apprentice as you could say and we did a few D-rank missions before she died. I've paid my dues already. Naruto said. How many did you do? Kushina asked. Over 100, Naruto said. Why so many? Kushina asked and he shrugged. I don't know. All I know is that I'm more than qualified to have some C-rank missions and I've got the skills to back it up. Naruto said. I'll talk to Minato about it. Kushina said. Cool. Naruto said. Before you go, I want a copy of your book. Kushina said and held out her hand. It's going to cost you. Naruto said. I'm your mother. I gave birth to you and fed you for 13 years. Give me the damn book. Kushina said and he mumbled under his breath. Here, Naruto said and gave her a book before he vanished. Let's see why Kakashi had a tear in his eye. Kushina said and started to read. Following the team meeting from the previous day, Team 7 was at Training Ground 7 ready for their test. Narumi and Menma begged Kushina to let them in on what the training was going to be, but she wouldn't budge at all. Narumi was up all night practicing her skills with a shadow clone to make sure she was at her best, and while she knew she wasn't the best ninja, she at least knew she was better than Sakura and Menma. She knew she was on par with Sasuke since they would always tie if they ever had a spar in the academy, but she couldn't wrap her head around Naruto's strength since he never showed how strong he really is. She remembers trying to spy on him training a few times, but she could never find where he trains at, and all she knew was that Kushina helped him with his Fuinjutsu. Pissed. Narumi. Sakura whispered. Huh? Narumi asked. Is it weird having two brothers that hate each other? Sakura asked and they looked at Menma who was glaring daggers at Naruto. It's mainly Menma. Naruto doesn't even do anything really. Narumi said. Must be some awkward dinners. Sakura said. Not really. Naruto quickly eats and leaves. He prefers to be alone at night where he just sits and watches the stars at night. Narumi said. Watch the stars? Sakura asked. It's very relaxing. Narumi said. Seems kind of boring. Sakura said and Narumi shrugged. Your loss. Have you seen my mom or Kakashi-sensei yet? Narumi asked. No. It's weird how they tell us to be here this early and they aren't here. I could have slept in longer. Sakura said. Naruto's sleeping. Narumi said and pointed at him. I doubt it. Last time he was supposedly sleeping, Kiba threw a kunai at him and he caught it. Sakura said. True, but I don't want to see if he's sleeping or not. Narumi said. I'll do it. Menma said and threw a shuriken at Naruto, but it disappeared. Huh. Sakura said and Menma threw another one only for the same exact thing to happen. What's going on? I know he's not moving. Narumi thought. What is happening? Menma yelled and threw all of his kunai, but none of them hit. If you're done attacking your teammate, we'd like to get started. Kushina said and glared at Menma, as she appeared with Kakashi. We can't start. I'm out of kunai. Menma said. That's not my problem. You decided to waste them on your own teammate who isn't even over there. Kushina said. What do you mean? Narumi asked. Yeah, he's right there. Sakura said and pointed at Naruto. It's a genjutsu. Kakashi said and released the genjutsu. Then where's Naruto? Sakura asked. He's sleeping in the tree. Kushina said and pointed at Naruto. How strong is he? Narumi thought. Naruto. It's time to start. Kushina said and yanked him out of the tree with her chakra chains. A simple wake up would have worked, you know. Naruto said. Alright, let's start training. What super duper awesome jutsu are we learning today? Menma asked. None. Kakashi said. Why not? Menma asked. This is just a test to see all of your skills individually and as a team. Kakashi said. Sounds simple. Which one of these four do I have to beat? Menma asked. Neither. All of you will each have a chance to face both of us 2-on-1 individually before we do the team test. Kushina said. 2-on-1 isn't fair. You're both high-ranking Jonin and I'm pretty sure Kushina-sensei is stronger or just as strong as Lady Tsunade. Sakura said. True, but in this individual test we'll lower our skill levels to match that of yours and see how you do. Once we gauge your limit, we'll take things up a notch to see how you do. Sakura, you're up first. Kushina said. Okay. Sakura said. Don't worry, we're going to go easy on you. Kushina said. Whenever you're ready. Kakashi said. Remember to use everything you know how to do. Kushina said and Sakura ran towards her. She's not fast. Kakashi thought. Kakashi and Kushina both easily blocked a punch from Sakura that did have some power behind it. They both went on the offensive at the rate of a genin, which was too much for Sakura to handle, and estimated her level was at an academy student, which wasn't disappointing, but it wasn't good for how long she's been in the academy and what she was taught. The fight didn't last long as Sakura collapsed due to her lack of stamina and she held up a white cloth which made Naruto chuckle a bit under his mask. I give up. Sakura said. So, you're not quite a genin level ninja yet, but you'll get there before we do our first mission out of the village. We need to work on your speed, stamina and help your chakra reserves grow. Your punches do have some power behind them, so we'll need to figure out a way to increase your speed while not lowering your power. Kushina said. I'm next, Menma yelled. Needless to say that Menma greatly disappointed Kushina with his skills despite being trained by her for a bit until she started going on missions again. She could tell he was trying to draw on the Nine Tails chakra while he fought and that he was mainly going after her. She gauged him at being just above Sakura in terms of skills and wondered how he was a taijutsu expert when all he did was swing wildly. His ninjutsu was sloppy as he couldn't use any of them properly. Narumi was after Menma and she kept both of them on their toes, mixing her ninjutsu with her taijutsu. Her wind and water chakra natures were really good for somebody of her stature, as well as her taijutsu, which was better than most genin. Kushina and Kakashi both had some difficulty taking out her shadow clones since she could create an entire army while having them perfectly time their attacks. In all, she was as good as a mid-genin level ninja and could hold her own up to a low chunin level shinobi with her shadow clones helping. Sasuke was around the same level as Narumi, but just a bit better thanks to him being faster. As expected, his Shuriken jutsu was fantastic, which he was able to use in cooperation with his Phoenix Flower jutsu. Sasuke only knew 2 fire ninjutsu, but he knew when and when not to use them, which was saying something about how good he will be when he gets stronger. Alright, not bad, Sasuke, Kushina said. Sasuke said and walked away. You're lucky I have a soft spot for you because of the Uchiha massacre. Kushina thought and her eye twitched. So, how'd I do? Pretty awesome, right? Menma asked. No, quite frankly you're not that better than Sakura, and that's saying something considering you were being trained by Minato, Jiraiya, myself and Kakashi. I know I went on missions again, but what I've seen from you is disappointing. Narumi, you're on par with Sasuke, with him being better only because of his speed, but what you lack with speed you make up for with power and accuracy. Your wind and water chakra natures are pretty good for somebody fresh out of the academy. Same goes for your fire chakra nature, Sasuke. Kushina said. I don't get it. If they were trained by the same people, how is Narumi better than Menma? Shouldn't they be on the same level? Sakura asked. We should be, but I stopped training with them when I was 8 and decided to ask Granny Tsunade for help personally due to me having the slug contract. Granted, I couldn't train with her every day thanks to her always having to travel, but she did leave behind material for me to learn from. I can't do medical ninjutsu or use her chakra enhanced strength, but she was able to teach me taijutsu, chakra control and help with my ninjutsu. Mom went back on missions after she was medically cleared, Kakashi was back in the Anbu for a while and Dad was back in the office a lot after the Uchiha massacre. That left pervy sage to train us and all he wanted to focus on was controlling the Nine Tails chakra. I got out of there the first chance I could get. He may be one of the legendary Sannin, but he jokes around a lot and does a lot of telling us what to do instead of showing us, since that's how he trained our father. While I am smart, I'm not even close to being near the level my dad was in terms of intelligence, and no offense Mom, but Menma has your level of intelligence based on the stories Granny Tsunade told me. Narumi said. Sheesh, she says no offense and then completely offends me. Kushina thought. I don't get it. Aren't all great shinobi supposed to be fantastic teachers? Sakura asked. Here's the thing you need to understand, Sakura. Just because somebody is a great shinobi, it doesn't really mean it'll translate over into being a great teacher. Kushina said. Are you a great teacher then? Sakura asked. I would say I'm pretty good. Kushina said. I wouldn't go that far. All you did was stress me and Narumi with chakra control. Menma said. Oh, do you realize how essential chakra control is? Kushina asked. Does it really matter? Menma asked. Menma, you can walk on water, walk up trees and do so much more if you know how to properly use your chakra. You don't just wake up one day with chakra and decide to do it. It takes practice, and trust me, I know for a fact that Mom took it easy on us with our chakra control compared to what Granny Tsunade had me do. Narumi said. I have a ton of chakra. I can just use whatever jutsu I like. More chakra means the more powerful the jutsu has, and power goes a long way. It's the only thing that matters in this world. I want Konoha to be the strongest village, and in order for that to happen, you need to have power. Menma said. You sound like Danzo. Naruto said. I don't know who that is, but he sounds like a wise person if you ask me. Menma said. You don't understand how evil Danzo is, and the fact that you talk like this shows you have a higher chance of betraying this village for power just as much as Sasuke would. Naruto said. Menma, who put it through your thick skull that power is all that matters? Kushina asked. Nobody. It's a proven fact. The strong survive and the weak perish. Our village has never lost a war because we're strong and have power. We have 2 halves of the 9 tails in our village and others should fear us, but they don't. Menma said. All villages are powerful in their own way. Kakashi said. Let me ask you this, Menma. If me or anybody else were to stand in your way, what would you do? Naruto asked. I'd do what I have to. Menma said. Really? Do you think you could kill us? Naruto asked. Without a doubt. It's what I've been trained to do. Menma said. Have you ever someone killed before? Do you know what it's like to take another life? Naruto asked. No, but it's pretty easy. Menma said. How would you know if you've never done it before? Naruto asked. Because Dad did it. Menma said. You think it was easy for Minato to kill people? Naruto asked. Yes. He wiped out over 1,000 shinobi during the Third Ninja War and gave us the victory. Menma said. Menma, you don't understand how that affected your father. He didn't feel good having to wipe out over 1,000 shinobi from Iwa and he certainly didn't want to. It took him months to cope with the fact that he did that and what finally got him to fully come around was the birth of his children. Taking life isn't easy and I never want to hear you speak like that again. Kushina said. Really? Dad seems so level-headed. It doesn't seem like that got him down. Narumi said. It's true. While Konoha is a strong village, we also believe in ending things peacefully to limit bloodshed or not have any at all. Kushina said. So what if we have to spill a little blood? It shouldn't matter as long as we're still standing in the end. Menma said and a kunai landed in front of him. Then do it. I'm standing in your way. Kill me. Naruto said and walked up to him. Naruto, stop. Kushina said. Do it, Menma. I'm letting you know up front that if you show any signs of harming or betraying this village I'll stop you myself. Besides, I should be easy for you to kill since you hate me with every fiber in your body. Do it, Naruto said, as he placed the kunai in Menma's hand and placed it at his neck. What are you doing? That's dangerous, Sakura said and Naruto noticed Menma shaking. Do it, Naruto said and Menma flinched. Stop, Kushina said and kicked the kunai out of Menma's hand. That's what I thought. You talk big, but can't back it up. Naruto said and left. Well, I guess training is done for the day. Kakashi said. You all pass. Menma, go home. The rest of you enjoy your day. Kushina said. Kushina-sensei, I was hoping we could go over some stuff for my training. Sakura said. I'll stop by your house in a few hours. Kushina said and vanished. Hokage office. Minato, we have a problem. Kushina yelled, as she appeared in the office. I'm kind of in the middle of an important meeting. Minato said as he pointed to elders Kaharu and Homura. This is important, Kushina said. We can finish this later, Minato. Kaharu said as she stood up. Yes, we still have months before the event so we can put it off for now. Homura said. Very well, Minato said and they bowed before leaving. Sorry, Kushina said. It's all right. Now, what is so important that I had to end my meeting? Minato asked. Your son, Kushina said. Naruto. What did he do? The Anbu haven't reported anything on him. Minato said. What Anbu? Kushina asked. I had some Anbu watch over Naruto after the Uchiha massacre. There's been a change in his attitude and I didn't want to take that risk. Minato said. Well, you have the wrong son being watched by Anbu. Menma is the one we need to watch. Kushina said. There's no way it's Menma. Minato said. I just witnessed it. Kushina said and then 2 Anbu members appeared in the room. We have a problem, Lord Hokage. One Anbu member said. What is it? Minato asked. Our target should not be Naruto Uzumaki. Our target should be Menma Uzumaki Namikaze. He showed signs betraying the village even more than Sasuke Uchiha. Kat said. Are you absolutely sure? Minato asked. Yes, there are several witnesses to this and Lady Kushina is one of them. Bor said. Minato, Naruto compared Menma to Danzo and Menma completely agreed with everything Naruto said. He has the same mindset as Danzo, believing that the other villages need to fear us and that power is the only thing that matters in this world. Kushina said. How does Naruto know about Danzo? Minato asked and Kushina destroyed his desk. That's not the point, Kushina yelled. Right, I just don't understand it. We've spent the past 13 years trying to keep Menma off of this path and he somehow managed to go down it. Minato said. Maybe because he was constantly babied a lot and given everything he's wanted caused this. Kushina said and Minato sighed. What about Naruto? Has he shown any signs over the last few years? Minato asked. None at all. He's the complete opposite of Menma, Lord Hokage. Bor said. Cat, Bor, whenever Menma is in the village, I want you to tail him. Watch his every move and report back to me whatever you find out. Minato said. Yes sir. Boar said. What shall we do about Naruto? Cat asked. He's off the hook. Menma is our focus for now. I want you tailing him everywhere except the Uzumaki Namikaze estate. He'll be closely watched by Kushina and myself while we're there. Minato said. Yes sir. Cat said and vanished with Boar. I don't understand it. This whole time I've been under the assumption that Naruto needed to be watched. Minato said. Well, you know what they say about people who assume stuff, right? Kushina asked. No. What did they say? Minato asked. They say you make an ass out of yourself. Kushina said and Minato hung his head. I should probably apologize to Naruto about that then. Minato said. I'm sure he understands. I mean it's not like he didn't know. Kushina said. How'd he know? Minato asked. He's a censor. One thing he's picked up from the Uzumaki clan aren't just the larger chakra reserves and powerful life force, but he has the mind's eye of the Kagura. Not many people achieve this ability in the Uzumaki clan, but he has it and he doesn't even have to concentrate to use it. It's like second nature to him. Kushina said. Well, can you give me an in-depth assessment of his skills? There's nothing in his shinobi profile other than 100s of D-ranked missions I had to approve of last night once he became a genin. Minato said. I don't really know much. I mean he's extremely close to being a seal master and he can probably take on a jonin in Kenjutsu, but he doesn't have a sword that fits him yet. Other than that I have no idea what he's capable of, but I know for a fact that he's the strongest genin in the village. Kushina said. Didn't you test him? Minato asked. I was going to, but then the situation with Menma happened. Kushina said. Does anybody know how good he is? Minato asked. Maybe Danzo, but that's a huge maybe. Kushina said. How would Danzo know about his skills? Minato asked. Danzo has been trying to manipulate Naruto over to his side ever since he was 5 and has been sending his root Anbu over to capture Naruto, but according to Naruto all of them were killed. At best I wouldn't put him no higher than a Chunin level shinobi if I had to guess. Kushina said. It doesn't make sense though. If he was a Chunin level shinobi, there's no way he would have been able to take out any of Danzo's men. Something isn't right, Minato said. We could always ask him. Kushina said. Really? That's the best you can do? Just ask him. Minato asked and she shrugged. He's pretty honest with me. Kushina said and Naruto appeared in the office. Yo, Naruto said and they just looked at him. Kakashi. Kushina thought, as her eye twitched. What? Naruto asked, as he turned a page in his book. We were just talking about you. Minato said. Interesting. Naruto said. Yeah, so, can you tell us how skilled you are? Kushina asked. Just jump right into the situation, huh? Minato thought. Sure, but I want them kept off record. Naruto said. Why? Minato asked. Because there's been somebody sneaking into the shinobi files section and that reminds me. Your Anbu sucks if I can sneak past them as much as I do. Naruto said. You admit that you sneak into the shinobi files office to the leader of the village. Minato said. It's not like I have to do much. Anyway, somebody sneaks in and constantly looks through the shinobi files, mainly the clan heirs. I don't know why or what they're looking for, but you need to get better Anbu to watch that room. Naruto said. Right. Anyway, how strong are you? Minato asked. I can take on any Chunin in this village. Naruto said. No seriously. Kushina said. I'm being serious. You don't get trained by one of the best and not remember her teachings. I just upped the amount of time that I did my training and thanks to Danzo sending his men after me, I gained battle experience since all of them came after me using different tactics. Naruto said. I'll keep it off the record, but I want you to spar with my guy. Minato said and for the first time in his life, Naruto actually looked pissed. Absolutely not. Naruto said. Why not? Minato asked. He's annoying and I get enough of his springtime of youth talks when I do my morning run. Naruto said. Do you realize guy wakes up before the sun comes up? Kushina asked. Yes, that's why I started running in the opposite direction to get away from him and his clone. Naruto said. Just do this. Minato said and Naruto closed his book. Fine, but on one condition. Naruto said and Minato sighed. What's that? Minato asked. I do only C and B ranked missions with mom while Kakashi handles the D ranked missions. Naruto said. A team has to complete a certain amount of D-ranked missions for the first C-ranked mission. Minato said. I know you saw all of my D-ranked missions Makoto had me do and don't deny it. Which reminds me, I want my pay. Naruto said. I'd give it to him, Minato. It's not like he's asking for some strong jutsus or anything. Besides, I'll be there to protect him should anything go wrong. Kushina said. You land one good hit on my guy and I'll give you the C-rank mission nobody wants to take. Minato said. Deal. Naruto said. One more thing. Minato said. Yes. Naruto asked. How did you defeat Danzo's Anbu he sent after you? A Chunin wouldn't even be able to take out one of them. Minato said. All in due time, Minato. All in due time, Naruto said and vanished. Minato. Since when did he call me that? Minato asked. You never noticed? Kushina asked. No, Minato said. Yeah, I think he's called you by your name ever since he was maybe 5. Kushina said. Maybe I should say something to him about that. Minato said. It wouldn't do good for high-profile people to come around and hear your son call you by your actual name, but I think Naruto knows when and when not to use your actual name. Kushina said. Naruto. Naruto was walking around the village as usual reading his book when his wolf pup ran up to him and stood there. Naruto just looked until the wolf seemed to nod in one direction to the forest before taking off, making Naruto chase after him. They kept going until they were inside of the forest of death and in a wide open clearing. You had me follow you into the forest of death for what reason? Naruto asked, and then a puff of smoke went off revealing huge red-colored wolf with piercing yellow eyes. Because I wanted to meet you, Naruto. The wolf said. Who are you? Naruto asked and put his book away. I am the boss of the wolf summons, Angerboda. I am also the mother of your friend here, Fenner. Angerboda said. Sup? Fenner said. Sup? You mean to tell me this entire time you've been able to talk and only made noises at me? Naruto asked. Due to our previous candidate killing off one of our clan members, we have forbidden any of our clan members to talk to a human that I or one of our summoners have not deemed safe. Angerboda said. Besides, you've learned to understand what I was saying anyway. Fenner said. I guess you have a point. So, what can I do for you? Naruto asked. Fenner has been tasked with finding us a summoner for our clan and he has chosen you. He's kept up with your skills and reported back to us on a monthly basis over the past 8 years. I have gone over this with the elders of our clan and it has been agreed to offer you the wolf contract. Angerboda said, and a big red scroll appeared on the ground. So, I was being tested this entire time without even noticing. Naruto asked. Yes, it's been quite some time since we've had a summoner and you're the first person in many years to have been offered the contract. Angerboda said. So, I sign and then what? Naruto asked. Then we can begin your training in about 6 months as well as give you a gift courtesy of Fenner. Angerboda said. A gift? What gift? Naruto asked. He said you were great at kenjutsu, but couldn't find any sword that felt right in your hands or able to take your dense chakra without breaking. He spent many years forging this sword for you and it has been ready, but he wanted to wait until you became a fully fledged ninja before giving it to you. Angerboda said. You're embarrassing me, Fenner said, and Naruto chuckled as he signed the contract. For a wolf that looks evil you sure did a lot for me. Naruto said. Yeah, Fenner said. Now that you have signed the contract, Fenner will be your familiar and as you can tell, he's not fit for battle just yet, but he can still join you on your morning runs to get his speed and stamina up. Angerboda said. I think I'll pass. I don't want to run into the 2 green idiots again. They always try to run with us. Fenner said. I started to run the opposite way to avoid them and we only see them in passing. Naruto said. Good. Fenner said. Naruto, here's your sword. Angerboda said, and the sword appeared on the ground. The sword was perfectly made and it was a katana, but it was different from the other katanas Naruto has come across. This katana had a steel blade that started off as a light blue color and got darker all the way to the tip of the sword. The handle of the sword was a straight handle with a wolf head at the end where the blade came out of its mouth and had a white lightning design going down the blade. The sheath for his sword was black with blue lightning designs all around it. Naruto picked it up and gave it a few practice swings before sheathing the sword. Thanks, Fenner. It's perfect, Naruto said. I knew you'd like it. Fenner said and puffed out his chest. I do have a question. Naruto said. Ask away, Angerboda said. If he's been following me for 8 years, shouldn't he be bigger? Naruto asked. Fenner is a late bloomer. However, I can sense a great power within him that's locked away until he grows. I've said this many times before and he doesn't believe me, but he may go down as the strongest wolf to ever come from our clan. Even surpassing myself, Angerboda said. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it, Fenner said. Come along, Fenner. We must break the news of our newest summoner to the clan. Angerboda said. See ya, Fenner said, and they went up in smoke. I guess I'll practice with the new sword a bit, Naruto said and turned around to block a kunai. Good awareness, my little maelstrom. Enko said. Can I help you? Naruto asked. Just wanted to see what all of the animals in the forest were scared shitless of, but I found the answer. Enko said. I highly doubt the animals were that scared. Naruto said. Oh, they were. So, what brings you out here? Enko asked. Just some training, Naruto said. What a coincidence. I was just about to train as well. Enko said. I said I wanted to train, not end up in the hospital. Next time for sure, Naruto said. You're no fun, Enko said and pulled out a book. You actually read? Naruto asked. What's that supposed to mean? Enko asked. You're Enko Mitarashi. Reading isn't something you're actually known to do, Naruto said. Well, this book has been flying off the shelves since it was released and it's pretty damn good. It's way better than the smut Jiraiya puts out, Enko said and Naruto looked at the cover. When did that book come out? Naruto asked. It came out last night. All of the stores are sold out already and some people have pre-ordered the second volume. Enko said. You didn't pay attention to the cover, did you? Naruto asked. Why would I do that? You know I don't read often, Enko said. Look at the name on the cover of the book, Naruto said and Enko sighed before reading the name. Bull fucking shit, Enko yelled, as she saw his name on the cover. Thank you for the positive review, Naruto said and she put the book in his face. Sign it, Enko said and gave him a pen. Fine, Naruto said and signed the book. This is going straight on the wall after I read it, Enko said. The wall? Naruto asked. The wall of my most precious items. I moved the spot I had for Orochimaru's head to a different spot, Enko said. Right, Naruto said. When's the second book coming? Enko asked. I don't know. I have to do it in between missions, but it's halfway done, Naruto said. Can I get a sneak preview of the book? Enko asked. You didn't even finish that book. Finish that one and then we'll talk, Naruto said. I'll hold you to it, Enko said and vanished. Later in the day. I can't believe I'm doing this, Naruto said, as he was in the Chunin exam stadium for his spar with Might Guy. At least it's a private spar with only me and Minato watching, Kushina said. I know, but it's Might Guy. He's annoying, Naruto said. He's not that bad, Kushina said. Good afternoon my youthful comrades, Guy yelled, as he arrived and Naruto looked at Kushina. You were saying? Naruto asked. At least the other one isn't here, Kushina said. Nice of you to join us, Guy, Minato said. Of course, you told me I would have a spar against someone freshly into their spring times of youth and I just couldn't pass up the opportunity, Guy said and did his signature pose. Did you actually say that? Kushina asked. Not even close. Anyway, your opponent will be Naruto, Minato said. Ah, yes, the oldest son of Lord Hokage, Guy said. Deep breaths Naruto. Deep breaths, Naruto thought. Alright, this is a taijutsu only fight and it goes until I've seen enough, Minato said and both men got into their stances, but Guy didn't recognize Naruto's. I have never seen a stance like that before, Guy said. I know, Naruto said. Begin, Minato said. As soon as Minato said that, Guy quickly caught a fist that was an inch away from his gut and tossed Naruto over his shoulder. Guy quickly went on the offensive and Naruto was barely able to get out of the way from his attacks which were a lot faster than what he was used to dealing with. Guy managed to catch Naruto who barely got his guard up in time and he was sent crashing into the wall of the stadium. Naruto appeared next to Guy who raised his hand to catch a fist aimed at his face, but it was a feint as Naruto swung his leg and managed to knock Guy off balance but missed the next kick aimed at his face since Guy quickly moved. Naruto went on the offensive while holding back a bit to study the way Guy moved as well as how he dodged. Naruto eventually figured out Guy's movements and habits, then upped his speed to his max and managed to punch Guy in the chest with a chakra-enhanced punch to the solar plexus. Guy came out of the wall and they both disappeared, continuing their taijutsu battle, which amazed Minato and Kushina. They knew Guy wasn't going all out, but they could tell Naruto was forcing him to use a lot more skill than he intended, and it showed as Guy was getting more into the fight. It was obvious Naruto was losing, but he was avoiding taking serious damage, managing to only gain a few scrapes and some torn clothes. Guy went for a kick to Naruto's ribs, but Naruto caught his legs and used chakra to throw him away. Both men got into their respective stances and were about to continue until Minato spoke up. That's enough, Minato said, and they did the unison sign. He's good, Kushina said. A very youthful taijutsu style, Naruto. What is the name of it? Guy asked. I honestly don't know the name of it. Naruto said. Whatever it is, I've never seen such movements before. Guy said. Naruto, you can leave now. Minato said. Later, Naruto said and vanished. So, how'd he do? Minato asked. Better than I expected. During our spar, he held back when he went on the offensive. Guy said. He's still holding back, Kushina asked. No, he purposely held back to study my movements, habits and how I defended myself. I didn't realize it until he managed to connect with a punch to my solar plexus. Guy said. Where would you put him taijutsu-wise? Minato asked. It depends, Guy said. On what? Minato asked. He has resistance seals on his body and he never deactivated them. While he was going all out, that was just him going all out while being heavily restricted. I'd put him on par with Neji, but without his resistance seals he could probably take on a freshly minted Jonin. Guy said. Thanks, Guy. I appreciate this and don't say a word about this spar to anybody. Minato said. Yosh, Guy said and quickly left. Should we do a ninjutsu test next? Minato asked and Kushina just looked at him. You really want to do a ninjutsu test on an Uzumaki? Kushina asked. You're right, so we know he's good at taijutsu, kenjutsu, genjutsu and I'm going to take a wild guess to say he's good at ninjutsu. I know it's not fair, but maybe I should just promote him to Chunin. Minato said. No, Kushina said. What do you mean? Minato asked. He lacks field experience. Sure he has fighting experience, but he doesn't know the first thing about leading a team or anything of that nature. Just let him go on a few missions like you said and have him compete in the Chunin exams. Over the next 6 months just send him out on some C and B ranked missions with me. I'll teach him everything he needs to know about becoming a Chunin and get him ready for promotion. Kushina said and Minato thought about it for a while. Tomorrow I want the both of you to come to my office around 10 AM for that mission. Minato said. 10. Why so late compared to other escort missions? Kushina asked. It's the preferred time the client asked for you all to leave. Minato said. We'll be there, Kushina said. Next day. Team 7 were all at Training Ground 7 for their first official day as Ninja and Menma kept going on about all of the awesome stuff he was going to do. Of course everyone was ignoring him, but all of them were annoyed except for Naruto who sat up high in a tree catching up on some sleep. Good morning guys, Kakashi said, as he arrived with Kushina. Sup, Naruto said, as he appeared with the group. What's on the agenda for today? Saving a princess, taking out some bandits, securing a secret jutsu, Menma asked. Neither. Today, we're doing a team bonding exercise since we couldn't do it yesterday. Kakashi said. Menma, Narumi, Sasuke and Sakura. All of you will be doing the team bonding exercise with Kakashi during some missions we have both selected for you and you have a limited time frame to get them done. Kushina said. Aren't you forgetting Naruto? Sakura asked. No, Naruto is needed for something else and I have to go with him. Kushina said. Come along you four, we have a lot of D-rank missions to do. Kakashi said. Ha, loser, we get to go out on missions while you're stuck being a mommy's boy. Menma said. Yeah, you have fun with those missions. Naruto said. Kakashi, they're all yours until we get back. Kushina said and vanished with Naruto. Missions office. We're here, Kushina said. Great, our guest just arrived. Takiwa, I'd like for you to meet Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Minato said. It's an honor to meet the both of you. Takiwa said and bowed. Likewise, Kushina said. Same, but for the record it's just Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto said. Of course, Takiwa said. These two will be your escorts back to the Nadeshiko village. Minato said. No offense, but are you sure? Naruto here looks like he just graduated from the academy. Takiwa said. That's because I did, Naruto said. Trust me, Takiwa, he wouldn't be on this mission if he weren't capable of doing it. Your mission is pretty simple. You are to escort her back to her village unharmed and help take out a group of bandits that are trying to raid the village. Minato said. Do we kill them or just hand them over to the village? Naruto asked. Kill them. According to Takiwa, this isn't the first time they've done this and they keep coming back with more help. Minato said. You're the boss, Naruto said. This mission should take you about 3 weeks to complete. You're dismissed, Minato said. Alright, Naruto, pack for a 3 weeks long mission and meet us at the gate. Kushina said. I'm already packed. My ninja pouch has little storage seals on them with clothes and water. Naruto said. Well, I guess we're going now. Is that okay with you, Takiwa? Kushina asked. Of course, Takiwa said and stared at Naruto. Stop staring at me. It's weird, Naruto said and left. Sorry, but he has a thing about people staring at him. Kushina said. It's quite alright, Takiwa said. Well, let's hit the road. Kushina said. Mission. Naruto, Takiwa and Kushina were running through the trees of the Konoha forest to arrive at the dock in the Land of Waves where they would catch a boat to take them to the Nadeshiko village. So, Takiwa, why'd you come all the way to Konoha for help? Wouldn't it be easier to ask one of the surrounding villages? Naruto asked. While we could have done that, the surrounding villages wanted too much from us that we simply couldn't afford at the moment, and I had some business with Jiraiya of the Sannin, but he was not in the village. Takiwa said. Mind if I ask what business it was? Kushina asked. Not at all. In the Nadeshiko village, women from out village must go outside of the village to find men strong enough to defeat us, resulting in them being taken to the village to marry the kunoichi they defeated. Jiraiya postponed the match with the former leader of our village and they agreed that their students should finish the battle for them. I was there to ask him who his student was so they could do battle. Takiwa said. Well, Jiraiya's student happens to be my husband, so the challenge is off. Actually, this is the first time I've heard about this and I highly doubt Minato even knows about it. Kushina said. Actually, that's not true. Naruto said. Jiraiya has another student. Takiwa asked. Yeah, and I highly doubt you'll want him anywhere near your village. It's my younger brother, Menma Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto said. I forgot he was Jiraiya's student since he signed the road contract. Kushina said. I've met this Menma you speak of and I was not fond of him. No offense, Kushina. Takiwa said. None taken. So, how are we going to settle this? You clearly know Menma isn't right for whoever this student is. Kushina said and Takiwa looked at Naruto. Don't even think about it. I'm not even his student. Naruto said. If she were to challenge you then you really have no choice but to fight her. We're very persistent women. Takiwa said. Then it's a fight I'll lose on purpose. I'm not marrying anybody if it's not genuine love. So you and your village laws can kiss my ass. Naruto said and Takiwa blinked. Sorry. Naruto, apologize. Kushina said. Why? You were thinking the same thing. It's a village filled with women and she hasn't told us what happens should the child be a male if it's born. This village clearly wants women only inside the village, which makes me not even want to step foot into the damn place. Naruto said and Kushina looked at Takiwa. What happens if the baby is male? Kushina asked. We don't know. So far every child born has been female. The men are usually kicked out because they let their perverseness take over and try to wed multiple women from our village. Takiwa said. Am I even allowed in this village? Naruto asked. Yes, but you will undoubtedly be stared at all the time. Takiwa said. I'll just camp outside the village. Naruto said. No, you're coming into the village and that's final. Kushina said. Fine, but I want you to make it clear that nobody is to stare at me and nobody is to challenge me while I'm there since this is a mission I'm on. Naruto said. I'll mention it to the village leader. Takiwa said. It's better than nothing I suppose. Naruto said and went back to reading his book as they were jumping through the trees. How is he able to read while jumping through trees? Takiwa asked. No idea, but he does it somehow. Anyway, we're past the halfway point already to the Land of Waves. Are you okay with stopping for rest or would you like to keep going? Kushina asked. We can keep going. There should be one last boat that leaves in a few hours and that's the last one for about 3 days. Takiwa said. Alright, Naruto, we're upping the speed. Kushina said and Naruto just nodded as he was keeping up with them still. He's fast, Takiwa thought. Nadeshiko village. After traveling all the way to the Land of Waves in a day and getting on a boat for 3 days, Naruto, Kushina and Takiwa finally arrived at Nadeshiko village. The village was not how Naruto was expecting it to look at all. The village itself is positioned on 3 lightly forested, massive and steep hills standing in a line with 2 bridges between them. The hills are situated within a lush forested valley in a mountainous region. In terms of construction, the village seems to be similar to a stronghold or palace, with numerous walls, towers and brickwork being dominant features. Welcome to Nadeshiko village, Takiwa said. It's not what I was honestly expecting. I was thinking something a lot smaller than this. Kushina said. We get that a lot. This way please. We'll go to the leader of the village to introduce you and tell her about Naruto's request. Takiwa said. Of course, Kushina said and they followed her to a building. Lady Ajisai, I have returned. Takiwa said, as she bowed and an elderly lady appeared. Yes, and who might these two be? Ajisai asked. Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki. They are my escorts and the help the Hokage has sent to deal with the bandits. Takiwa said. I see. Thank you for escorting her back to the village. Ajisai said. No problem. Kushina said. Milady, Naruto has a request he wants fulfilled unless he'll leave the village. Takiwa said. Let me hear it. Ajisai said. Tell the women in this village to not stare at me and nobody is to challenge me for marriage. I don't like being stared at and I'll only marry somebody I actually love. Naruto said. I will make the announcement. However, we have a girl here around your age who may or may not follow you around and try to fight you. She's always looking to test her strength and since you're a complete stranger, you would be her primary target. Ajisai said. Right, you sell dango here? Naruto asked. Yes, we have a dango shop here. Ajisai said. Sweet. Naruto said and left. Sorry about him. First mission out of the village. Kushina said. Is he capable of handling himself? Ajisai asked. Yes, we had him tested by one of the top jonin in our village and he even said Naruto was stronger than his entire team who have been going on missions as well as training into the ground every day for an entire year. Kushina said. Very well. Takiwa, quickly spread word of Naruto's request please. I don't want any issues to occur during his stay. Ajisai said. Of course. Takiwa said and left. Lady Ajisai, may I make a request? Kushina asked. Of course. It's only fair that I give you one. Ajisai said. It's in regards to your student challenging Jiraiya's student. Kushina said. Takiwa must have told you about that. I'm listening. Ajisai said. Well, one of Jiraiya's students happens to be my husband and I can already guess that this girl you warned Naruto about is your student. The thing is with recent discoveries about Jiraiya's other student who happens to be one of my children, I think it's best that you call off the challenge. Kushina said and Takiwa returned. Lady Ajisai, I have spread the word. Takiwa said. Thank you. Now, Takiwa, Kushina has requested that I end this challenge with Master Jiraiya over our students fighting. Do you agree with this assessment? Ajisai asked. Yes. Minato Namikaze is married to Kushina and her son Menma Uzumaki Namikaze who happens to be Jiraiya's other student, is not someone we should risk leading the village. I've met this Menma Uzumaki Namikaze and he is not someone to be trusted. Takiwa said. I'll take it into consideration and you'll have my answer by the time you leave. Ajisai said. Of course. Kushina said. Naruto. While he was walking around the village, Naruto was looking for the dango shop and he wasn't too surprised that people were staring at him. However, after time went by, people stopped staring at him and he was thankful that he could read in peace. He eventually found the dango shop and waited for his food which arrived quicker than he thought it would. As he was eating, he felt a chakra signature trying to creep up on him and he sighed. You don't have to sneak up on me. You can have a seat. Naruto said. How do you know I was there? A girl asked, as she sat down. You suck at hiding your chakra signature. Naruto said and ate some dango without taking his mask off. How do you do that? The girl asked. Years of practice. You got a name? Naruto asked. I'm Shizuka. Shizuka said. Naruto. Naruto said. So, you're the one who had a request to not be stared at and challenged for marriage. Shizuka said. That's right. Dango. Naruto asked and offered her one. Sure. So, what brings you here anyway? Shizuka asked. I'm here to help take out the bandits that keep attacking. Naruto said. How? No offense, but you look like you just graduated like me. Shizuka said. I did, but I'm a lot more skilled than most chunin in my village. Naruto said. Are you the only one they sent? These bandits aren't strong, but they travel in large groups. Shizuka said. It's me and one of my jonin instructors. Naruto said. That's it. Just 2 people? Shizuka asked. 2 people who can turn themselves into an entire army if they needed to. Naruto said. I'll believe it when I see it. Shizuka said. Suit yourself. Naruto said and summoned Fenrir. Yo. Fenrir said and then looked at Shizuka. Is that a dog? Shizuka asked and Fenrir started howling at her. She already heard you talk. Naruto said. Right, I am not a dog. I am a wolf. Have you ever seen a dog with blood-red eyes? No. Fenrir said. Calm down. Naruto said. Why'd you summon me anyway? Fenrir asked. I bought dango. Naruto said. Awesome. Fenrir said and started to eat some. So, Naruto, care for a spar after you're done? Shizuka asked. No. Naruto said and she pouted. Why not? Shizuka asked. Because I don't want to. Besides, we don't know when the bandits will attack so I don't want to get distracted. Naruto said and then a toad appeared. This is your summons as well. Shizuka asked. No, what do you want? Naruto asked. Minato has sent over 4 more C-rank delivery missions. The details are in this scroll. The toad said and coughed up a scroll before leaving. As if he couldn't just give these to us before we left. Naruto said, and then an alarm went off in the village. They're here, Shizuka said. Alright, time to dance, Naruto said and vanished in a swirl of flames. Cool, Shizuka said. Nadeshiko gates. Open up, we know you're in there. A bandit yelled, as he banged on the gate. This could have gone so easily the last couple of times had you just given us what we wanted. Another bandit yelled. We even brought the boss with us this time to show you we ain't playing around anymore. A bandit yelled and Naruto appeared in front of them. Did you need something? Naruto asked. A kid, who do they think we are? A bandit asked. A bunch of weaklings who are nothing more than an annoyance. Naruto said. Get him, a bandit yelled and Naruto sighed. Why can't you guys just fall in love like normal people? Naruto asked. Naruto ducked out of the way from a sword, taking his head off and unsealed 2 kunai, one from each of his hands, then jumped into the middle of the bandits. Naruto quickly started to take out the bandits one by one since they were really weak and he guessed they only had strength in numbers, preferring quantity over quality. Kushina, Takiwa and Shizuka arrived at the fight to help along with other members of the village, but they saw he had it under control. After taking out majority of the bandits, Naruto jumped back while going through hand signs to use the earth style, devouring earth jutsu to control the stones as well as the rocks in the area to attack the bandits, forming several enormous jaws made out of the earth that swallowed and crushed the bandits. He resealed his kunai and sighed. You could have helped, Naruto said. You had it under control, Kushina said. Hey, a voice said. Naruto said. Who are you? Takiwa asked. The leader of these worthless bandits. I am Raya, as I demand to have a battle with the student of the leader of this village. Raya said. You do realize that the student you're talking about is a 13-year-old girl, right? Kushina asked. As long as she's a ninja, she's an adult. I can wait a few years for her to mature before I have my fun. Raya said and then screamed when he felt a certain body part removed. That's my son, Kushina thought, as she secretly praised him. You really should go around bragging about being a pedophile, and especially not in front of me. Let me check the bingo book. Your name sounds familiar. Here you are. Raya of the Sand. Became a missing nin after being caught for kidnapping and raping little kids in his village. Was rejected the rank of genin due to his behavior and only goes after children. You have a bounty for a couple thousand on your head, and all I have to do is show proof of your head to the nearest bounty office. Naruto said and raised his sword. Have mercy. Raya yelled. Sorry, but you don't get mercy from me, especially since I know you like to rape kids. Naruto said and swiftly removed his head from his body, making Shizuka puke. So, I guess that's it, Kushina said. We've been dealing with them for so long and actually didn't realize that they had such little forces left. I apologize for wasting your time, Takiwa said. It's fine, this mission is mainly for him to gain experience anyway. That, and I see Shizuka has taken a liking to him, Kushina said, as they watched Shizuka talk to Naruto with a huge blush since he took his mask off. I can't believe my mask was ripped, Naruto said. I can fix it for you if you'd like, Shizuka said. Really? Thanks, Naruto said and gave her the mask. Would you like some tea while you wait? Shizuka asked and he shrugged. Sure, Naruto said and she grabbed his hand, leading him away. Should I set up a fight between them? Takiwa asked. No, I'd say just let it happen naturally, Kushina said, as she watched them go back into the village. I suppose we should clean up before it gets too late, Takiwa said. I am not touching that, Kushina said, as she pointed to the male anatomy on the ground. Naruto and Shizuka. You were really awesome back there, Shizuka said. Thanks, Naruto said. Why do you wear a mask anyway? Shizuka asked. Keeps me from breathing in smoke or dust and it's comfortable, Naruto said. Do you always wear a mask? Like everywhere you go? Shizuka asked. No, I take it off at home, Naruto said. I can see why, only when you're at home. You're very handsome, Shizuka said. Thanks, you're pretty cute yourself, Naruto said and her face turned red. Thank you. So, why do you and your mother have different last names? Shizuka asked. I was banished from the Namikaze clan after my younger brother was chosen for clan heir for reasons I'm not allowed to speak of. My younger sister was also named clan heir for the Uzumaki clan, but an Uzumaki can never be kicked out of the clan if they are passed over for clan heir, Naruto said. Do you even care? Shizuka asked. Not at all. I never really cared about being a clan heir, I just wanted to live my life and do what I wanted. Naruto said. What are your dreams for the future? My sensei asks me this all the time. Shizuka said. Establish peace, fall in love and have a family. Maybe travel the world and see what else is out there. What about you? Naruto asked. My dream is to find a man that loves me for me and not because of my village laws to easily take power from us. I just hate how we have to go out and find somebody who is stronger than us to have a family. It doesn't make sense at all. Like what if I fall in love with somebody who isn't a fighter? That would mean I can't marry him and I'll be stuck in a loveless marriage. Shizuka said. Have you ever thought about throwing the fight if you ever find the man you want to marry and he is weaker than you? Naruto asked. It's against the law. We must fight to our fullest capabilities in order to be certain and there will always be somebody watching the fight. Shizuka said. That sucks. Naruto said. Maybe you can help me. I challenge you and lose, which is believable. We get married and change the rules of my village. Shizuka said. I would, but I'm not a fan of the whole arranged marriage or fake marriage thing. Naruto said. Then what do I do? Shizuka asked. Well, you could always request to transfer to another village and get away from your village law. I mean it's not ideal to run away from your problems, but sometimes your happiness is more important and if you're close with the village leader, she might let you do it. Naruto said. Maybe, but I highly doubt it. Here, all done. Shizuka said and he just put another mask on. You can keep it. Naruto said and her jaw dropped. If you had one then why did you make me fix this one? Shizuka asked. I didn't make you do anything. You offered to fix it and I agreed. You could have easily chosen not to do that. Naruto said. Few days later. Kushina and Naruto stayed at the Natashiko village for a few extra days to help take out more bandits that would attack the village. Kushina made Naruto lead the way to give him a bit of experience in the field and he was impressive his first few times with minor mistakes. During that time Kushina noticed he spent every day with Shizuka to the point where it was weird seeing them not together in the village. The women in the village also took note of Shizuka always being around Naruto and took the time to tease her about it, making her blush every single time. The women in the village also chose not to challenge Naruto to a fight because he was too young for most of them and the rest of them didn't want to deal with an angry Shizuka. Alright, time to head out and finish these last few missions. Lady Ajisai, Takiwa and Shizuka. It was an honor to meet you. Kushina said and bowed. Likewise. Takiwa said. I cannot thank you enough for all you've done to help us get rid of those bandits for good. I made sure to give a nice detailed report for you. Ajisai said. Thank you. Ready to go? Kushina asked. Let's do it. Naruto said and was pulled into a bone-crushing hug by Shizuka. You better write a letter or something to me or I'll find you and kick your ass. Shizuka said and Naruto chuckled. That will never happen, but I'll see what I can do. Naruto said and they separated. If you're done hugging your girlfriend now, I'd like to catch that boat so we don't have to wait another day for the next one. Kushina said and Shizuka turned bright red. Way to ruin the moment, sensei. Naruto said and walked away. Don't take that tone of voice with me. I heard the sarcasm in your voice. Kushina said and walked next to him making Shizuka sigh. What's the matter, Shizuka? Ajisai asked. There goes my friend. Shizuka said. You care about him, huh? Takiwa asked. Yeah, I feel funny whenever he's around. Not in a bad way, but a good way. It's weird. Shizuka said and they looked at each other. Shizuka, that is called love. Asijai said. Really? Shizuka asked. Yes. Ajisai said. Even if it is love, it doesn't matter anyway. Shizuka said. Why doesn't it matter? Ajisai asked. Because I have to fight Jiraiya's student and that's why it doesn't matter. He won't even accept my challenge for his hand in marriage. He said he's not a fan of fake marriages or arranged marriages. Shizuka said. Actually, you don't have to fight Jiraiya's student for marriage. Certain circumstances have come up and the fight has been called off. Asijai said. So now I have to go look for somebody else to defeat me and be trapped in a loveless marriage. Shizuka asked. Not necessarily. Asijai said and Takiwa pulled out a bag. What's this? Shizuka asked. This is a bag with all of your stuff in it. Takiwa said. You're kicking me out? Shizuka asked. No, the most important thing to me other than this village is your happiness and I know you are against the laws of the village. I've been in contact with the Hokage over the past few days and he has agreed to let you join the Hidden Leaf village if you want to. I've been around many years and I can tell that you are meant to be with Naruto. The choice is yours, Ajisai said and pulled out a Konoha headband. Really? Shizuka asked. Yes. Kushina has even vouched for you as well, and they'll have an apartment set up for you if you choose to join their village. Ajisai said. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Shizuka said and put the Konoha headband on. Go get them, you can still catch up to them. Ajisai said and Shizuka gave both of them a hug. Thank you, I promise I'll write as soon as I can, Shizuka said and took off running. Think Naruto will return her feelings? Takiwa asked. Absolutely. I've seen the way he let down his guard around her when they talked, and according to Kushina, that's the most he's ever spoken to somebody other than herself. Ajisai said. Boat. Huh, Naruto asked. That's right, Shizuka is officially a genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. Kushina said. Aren't you excited? Shizuka asked. I guess, Naruto said and pulled out a book. Come on, show a little emotion, we can be together forever. Shizuka said. I don't know. Forever sounds like a long time, Naruto said and she started to chase him around the boat. Are you kidding me? Do not play with me, Naruto Uzumaki. Shizuka yelled. Yup, this is going to be very interesting, Kushina said. Tell me about it, Naruto said. She's chasing a clone, isn't she? Kushina asked. Yup, I wonder how long it'll take her to figure that out, Naruto said. Since we've got a moment, where'd you get that sword? Kushina asked. Oh right, I didn't tell you about this, but that wolf pup is actually my summons now and he made it for me. The lightning is for my lightning chakra nature, Naruto said. You have 2 chakra natures? Kushina asked. 3, earth, fire and lightning, with lightning being my strongest, Naruto said. So, where's the wolf pup now? Kushina asked. His name is Fenrir and he's back at his summoning world, Naruto said. You mean to tell me all those times he stole my food he knew what he was doing? Kushina asked. Not really. He's a slow grower and I highly doubt he actually knew it rude to take your food since you did leave it unattended. Anyway, he should be full size in a couple of years, and if his mom is right, he'll be even bigger than her. Naruto said. It's a wolf. I don't think he'll be that big, Kushina said. The forest of death was barely able to cover his mother when I first met her, and that's saying something given how big those trees are. Naruto said. That's a big wolf, Kushina said. I know, Naruto said. Anyway, back to your skills. Given everything I know so far and from what I've seen, you're clearly stronger than a Chunin. Maybe Jonin by now, Kushina said. Well, I wouldn't know. All of the root Anbu I've dealt with were Chunin level shinobi based off of what I've seen from the village, and I only look at the best Chunin we have. I just figured that I was a Chunin level ninja, Naruto said. You can take on a Jonin with Kenjutsu, 3 chakra natures, Taijutsu on par with a Hyuga who has been training longer than you. Genjutsu is clearly something you're good at. Gonna guess your Shuriken Jutsu is great since Makoto trained you, and your Fuinjutsu can put almost everyone in this village other than myself, Jiraiya and your father to shame. You are also wearing resistance seals. I just listed all of that and you seriously thought you were a Chunin level shinobi? Kushina asked. I'm only 13 and I forgot about the resistance seals. Give me some slack, Naruto said and he was tackled. Gotcha, Shizuka yelled and Naruto went up in smoke. Nope, you got a shadow clone, again. Nice try, Naruto said and helped her up. Shizuka, I was just going over Naruto's skills and I was curious as to how strong you are. Kushina said. Not close to his level. I mean, I know some Shuriken Jutsu, Taijutsu and Ninjutsu. I know my chakra nature and that's about it, Shizuka said. What's your chakra nature? Kushina asked. Wind. I know 2 wind ninjutsu, but that's about it so far. Shizuka said. That's fine, you'll be training with us from now on so I know you'll get stronger. You'll even be prepared for the Chunin exams once they come around. Kushina said. Chunin exams? Is Naruto competing in the Chunin exams? Shizuka asked. Oh, he has no choice. Kushina said. There goes a field promotion. Naruto mumbled. Will the people there like me? I mean, I'm basically new. Shizuka said. You'll be fine. Now, since you're with me and Naruto, you get to complete 4 C rank delivery missions with us. They're pretty simple since all of them are in the Land of Fire. One is in Shukuba town and the other 3 are in Tanzaku quarters. Shouldn't take us longer than a week to complete these and then we go to Konoha. Kushina said. This doesn't mean I have to do D-rank missions now that she's here, does it? Naruto asked. No, Shizuka, you'll have to stay with the rest of the team to complete D-rank missions before you officially can do C-rank missions. Kushina said. What's a D-rank mission? We didn't have those in Natashiko. Shizuka said. It's dog walking, grocery shopping, cleaning the Inuzuka clan kennels, painting fences, picking weeds and a lot more shit that people besides the elderly can do by themselves, but they're too damn lazy to do it. Naruto said and Kushina popped him upside the head. Hey, Kushina said. What? That's how Makoto said you described it and it's kind of hypocritical to hit me for doing the same thing you did. Naruto said. Do as I say and not as I do. Kushina said. I did as you said. Those were the words you said. Naruto said and Kushina's eye twitched. Smartass. Kushina said. Aw man, that sounds so boring. I don't want to do that. Shizuka said. Sorry, but those are the rules. You need to complete at least 20 of them before going out on a C-ranked mission and given our team, that might take a while. Team 7 has a chemistry problem so they have to do lots of team bonding exercises. Kushina said. Aw man, how much have you done, Naruto? Shizuka asked. I've done over 100 D-ranked missions before I became a genin because I was technically someone's apprentice before things happened. Which reminds me, Minato still hasn't paid me my money for those missions. Naruto said. You do realize that's a lot of money, right? Kushina asked. Yes, and the money will go towards my ninja supplies. Naruto said. How much stuff do you order? Kushina asked. It's a lot. I ordered chakra-conducting ninja tools for me to use and they cost more. Naruto said. That's right. Where do you get them from? Kushina asked. That girl with the 2 buns in her head dragged me in her father's store to buy something so she could leave and told me they made chakra-conducting ninja tools. Naruto said. Excuse me, what about me? Shizuka asked. Sheesh, the temper on her is ridiculous. Feel bad for whoever ends up with her in the future. Kushina thought and Naruto felt a shiver go down his spine. The hell was that about? I never shiver. Naruto thought. We'll talk about this later. Anyway, 20 D ranks and then you can do a C rank mission. Kushina said. Don't worry, I know a secret way to complete them quickly. Naruto said. How? Tell me, Shizuka said and shook him. Easy. I can make plenty of shadow clones and have them turn into you. When you go to the missions office, just grab 20 missions which they'll let you do because they just keep piling up and then we get all 20 done by the end of the day. Naruto said. That's cheating, Shizuka said. It's not against the rules. I mean technically you need a team member to help you with the D-rank mission and that's what I'm doing. Naruto said. I wish I thought of that. Kushina said. 2 weeks later. Naruto, Kushina and Shizuka spent the last 2 weeks doing their C-rank delivery missions and it only took an extra week because Kushina wanted to take a vacation of sorts. Naruto was the lead on the C-ranks which he didn't mind since he was able to tell Kushina what to do and what child wouldn't want to boss their parents around. Shizuka was just happy to see the land of fire for the first time and visit the nice spots she's heard of from the other women back in Natashiko. We're back, Kushina said, as they entered Minato's office. 2 weeks. It should have taken you a week at most to complete the extra missions. What happened? Minato asked. Well, since we have a new shinobi joining our village who isn't used to being around the land of fire's environment, we had to go slower than usual to make sure she didn't trigger any traps we have laid around. We also had to wait a few days to deliver one of our packages because one of the people we were looking for decided to go out for a vacation and we all know you hate when missions get returned incomplete. Naruto said. Is that true, Kushina? Minato asked. Absolutely, Kushina said and when Minato closed his eyes she discreetly gave Naruto a fist bump. Okay, I'll have your pay sent to you by the end of the day. Minato said. Mine better include the pay for all of my D-ranked missions I did before becoming a genin. Naruto said. It will. You didn't realize it, but that's about 7 million ryo you were getting back. Minato said. Sweet, Naruto said. Now, Shizuka, everything is set for you to start being a ninja for this village. Just do your best, that's all I ask. Minato said. I will, Shizuka said. Here is the address for your new apartment and the key as well. Minato said, as he handed it to her. Niece, come on, Naruto. Let's go see my apartment and then you can take me shopping. I need new clothes, Shizuka said and walked out. Why do I have to take her shopping? Naruto asked. Hurry up, Shizuka yelled. I'd go if I were you. Yelling is just the beginning, Kushina said. Don't make me repeat myself. Shizuka yelled. Shut up or I won't take you. Naruto yelled and then it was silent. Bad move, Minato thought and Shizuka walked back into the office glaring at Naruto. Care to repeat that? Shizuka asked. Yeah, I said shut up or I won't take you. I know you heard me and I am not joking around. Naruto said. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? Shizuka asked and gave him the puppy dog look. She's got him now, Minato thought. He's done for. That look never fails, Kushina thought. Yes, I would, Naruto said and walked away reading a book. Why didn't that work? It always works, Shizuka said and even Kushina was stunned. She's right, it always works, Kushina thought. I have just witnessed history. For the first time in my life, the puppy dog eyes failed to work. Wait until I tell Shuza, Inoichi and Shikaku about this, Minato thought. You better go after him. He's hard to track down once you lose him, Kushina said and Shizuka ran out of the room. She's the one who was supposed to challenge Menma, Minato asked. Yup, your sensei has some explaining to do. Speaking of Menma, how's he been? Kushina asked. Bad. Team 7 fails all D ranks missions, which is literally impossible thanks to him. It's been an entire month and they've only completed 2 D rank missions, Minato said. How many did they attempt to do? Kushina asked. 15 and the 13 failures were because of Menma berating the client. Sasuke at least does the missions and complains after they're done. Sakura complains while doing them because she's basically like Ino, and Narumi just doesn't care what the mission is since it's one step closer to becoming Hokage. I'm still not seeing how he turned out like this. I mean, we did everything we could to prevent this, Minato said. What have the Anbu discovered? Kushina asked. He treats everybody like that and civilians are pushing for him to be suspended, which I don't have a choice to do now, Minato said. How long is the suspension? Kushina asked. It's still 30 days for the first suspension, Minato said. He hates Naruto, believes power is the only thing that matters, and he's disobedient to those in power if it's not him. I can honestly see why Naruto compared him to Danzo, Kushina said. Do you think the Nine Tails chakra is causing this? Minato asked. No, the Nine Tails chakra has to be active in order for that to happen since it feeds on negative emotions. I think this is just how Menma is, Kushina said. I'll deal with it tomorrow. You can go home and I'll be there later tonight, Minato said. Sure, what do you want for dinner? Kushina asked. I'll eat whatever you cook, Minato said and Kushina left. While all of this was going on, Shizuka was dragging Naruto to every store she could find, and he was thankful for high stamina as well his ability to use shadow clones. Eventually she had enough and Naruto had to create 100 shadow clones, which was a lot considering her apartment wasn't that much bigger than his own. Imagine her surprise when he went across the hall after helping her set everything up in her apartment. Shizuka had a feeling she was going to like living in Konoha, but more importantly she was going to like Naruto even more. 3 months passed since Naruto became an official ninja and things were sort of on the up for him. He mainly did C and B ranked missions with Kushina or Kakashi since they would rotate out with one another. His leadership earned him the captain of Team 7, which he really didn't want since he knew only 2 people would actually listen, being Narumi and Shizuka. While he was captain, he was in charge of D-rank mission assignments given out, so he tried to be fair with the assignments, but he couldn't make everybody happy. Under his leadership, Team 7 was able to complete the 20 recommended D-rank missions while Menma was suspended, but their teamwork still sucked mainly due to Sasuke not wanting to work with anybody and Sakura usually following him in what he does. Training-wise he didn't do as much as he wanted to because he was paired up with helping Shizuka get up to speed on everything. He was mainly showing her around the village and letting her know people to avoid, mainly Danzo. He also told her about the clans Konoha had and where they stayed. Shizuka saw an increase in her skills training with Kushina or Naruto, and it was better than she thought. While she was stronger than Sakura and Menma, she wasn't as strong as Narumi or Sasuke. Her taijutsu increased, her speed increased, her ninjutsu arsenal grew a bit, and her shuriken jutsu was only second to Naruto. While she knew just 2 wind jutsus before, she now knew 5 of them and used them to boost the power of her shuriken jutsu. She was able to break out of some B-rank genjutsu and cast only up to AC rank genjutsu, which she rarely uses. While Naruto wasn't out on missions or with his team, you could usually find him talking with Shizuka, and most people found it odd how the new girl was able to get close to him while not understanding that they always isolated him from everything. Shizuka herself could really only get along with Narumi, and that's mainly because she would also hang out with her and Naruto. Kiba was always drooling over Shizuka because she was a lot more developed in the chest area than every girl their age and would constantly ask her out for a date, but she'd reject him. Sakura and Ino were annoying fangirls which she couldn't stand, so she kept her distance whenever they were around since all they talked about was Sasuke, which led to an argument all the time. Shikamaru was too lazy for her to even have a conversation with, and Choji spat food on her once while they were talking because he couldn't stop eating for 2 seconds, resulting in her nearly killing him. She didn't talk to Shino because he creeped her out. Hinata was a different story and she had the feeling that the shy Hyuga didn't like her. Sasuke and Menma were both the worst in her opinion. Both of them were arrogant, only wanted power, and while Sasuke wasn't like this, Menma basically claimed her as his to help rebuild the Namikaze clan, which she quickly pointed out couldn't be reborn because it was never a clan until Minato became Hokage. Alright, guys. That's it for the day. Kakashi said. You did better than last time I guess, but your teamwork needs improvement. It can't be Naruto, Narumi and Shizuka always working together only for you three to mess it up. Kushina said. This is pointless anyway. What good is teamwork when half the team doesn't even get along? We might as well be a separate team. Narumi said. Yeah, even after my first day I could tell this wouldn't work, Shizuka said, as she had her head resting on Naruto's lap. Sorry, but we have to stick together. There's only 10 teams and this year all teams managed to pass their initiation test. Kakashi said. However, I did some thinking and I've come up with a solution. We'll do AC rank mission each and go from there. We'll split the team up into 2 groups. I'll take Menma, Sasuke and Sakura out for AC rank mission while Kakashi takes the others. Kushina said. Yes, it's about time I get to show off my skills. Menma said. Can't show off what you don't have. Sasuke said. You wanna go right now? Menma yelled. It's pointless. Sasuke said. See, even Sasuke notices my skills. He's too afraid to fight me. Menma said. It's pointless because it would be a waste of my time fighting a weakling such as yourself. Beating you does nothing for me and won't help me get to him. Sasuke said, and Menma went to attack Sasuke, but Kushina held him down with her chakra chains. I hope this mission idea fixes Menma. Kushina thought. What mission are we doing tomorrow, Kakashi? Shizuka asked. We'll figure one out tomorrow. Kakashi said. Shouldn't we all stick together on our first C-rank mission? Sakura asked. That's what we're doing. You, Menma, Narumi and Sasuke have never been on a C-rank mission, but we want to keep the teams even so Narumi will go with them. Kushina said. Sounds fair to me. Shizuka said. Nobody asked you. Sakura said. Nobody asked for you to have an annoying voice yet you do. Shizuka said. Naruto, how do you feel about all of this? You are the team captain after all. Kakashi said. I don't really care, Naruto said, as he was writing. That wouldn't happen to be what I think it is it? Kakashi asked. If you're talking about the second volume, then yes it is. Naruto said. How much for an early copy? Kakashi asked. Just go to the bookstore and sign up for the early release. Last time I checked there were only 3 spots left. Naruto said. He's already gone, Shizuka said. Of course he is, Naruto said. Alright, training is over and we will do our missions tomorrow. Meet us here at 8 AM. Enjoy the rest of your day, Kushina said. Later, Menma said and left. Narumi, I'm headed to grab Ino for lunch. Wanna come with? Sakura asked. Can't, I promised Hinata I'd hang out with her today. Narumi said. Oh, maybe next time then, Sakura said, as they left as Sasuke just walked away. So, lovebirds, what do you two have planned for the rest of the day? Kushina asked and Shizuka still blushed. I need to get some new kunai and shuriken. Shizuka said. This is what happens when you spend your money on pointless items instead of what you need. Naruto said. Shush, maybe I'll get some trench knives like that chainsmoker I saw a few weeks ago. Shizuka said and Kushina laughed. You mean Asuma? Kushina asked. Yeah, him, Shizuka said. What about you, Naruto? Kushina asked. I want to show you and Minato something that I discovered last week. Naruto said and then Minato appeared. Okay, I'm here. What was so important that you needed to show me? Minato asked. Follow me. I'll see you later, Shizuka. Naruto said and they vanished. Unknown area. Where are we? Kushina asked. Just be quiet and completely hide your chakra signature. Naruto said and they did. I've never seen this part of Konoha before. Minato said. That's because it's protected by a powerful genjutsu seal that I can't find. Naruto said and stopped walking. What is it? Kushina asked. Look, Naruto said. Minato and Kushina looked up to see Menma training vigorously, showing skills nobody knows about. They were amazed at how good he actually was, but his skills held a dark secret that only Naruto knew. He recognized Menma's fighting style as soon as he saw it and now they have a huge problem on their hands. They watched Menma train for about 2 hours before they all left. Hokage office. I can't believe it. That's Menma, Minato asked. He's good. He's just as good as Sasuke and Narumi. Kushina said. You obviously showed us that for a reason. What was it? Minato asked. You don't recognize those movements, do you? Naruto asked. No, I've never seen them before. Minato said. They look a bit familiar to me, but I don't know why. Kushina said. The reason they look so familiar to you is because Menma is being trained by Danzo. Naruto said. Impossible. Menma doesn't even know Danzo. Minato said. The proof is right in front of you. I know that fighting style anywhere since I've been dealing with Root Anbu for years and they all fought the same. Naruto said. Let's say I believe you. Why would Danzo go after Menma? Minato asked. Because of him, Kushina said and pointed at Naruto. Exactly. Danzo knew he couldn't get me to join him, so his Root Anbu changed how they came after me. It was no longer to capture me, it was to kill me. Menma was the easier target and Danzo got to him. Their ideals are the exact same and Menma has always hinted that he just wants power since he was a little kid. Naruto said. So, what do we do now? Kushina asked. He hasn't exactly done anything wrong. We can't just confront him about this either. Minato said. That's not true. You ever wondered why your Anbu kept ending up in the hospital that were sent to tail him? He knew they were following him and ordered the Root Anbu that are always close to him to take them out. I'm the one taking them to the hospital. Naruto said. What should I do? Minato asked. Give him what he wants the most besides power. Naruto said. What's that? Minato asked. Me. He clearly wants me dead and wants it bad. Naruto said. No, I am not doing that. It's too dangerous with the 9 tails inside of him. You're strong, but the 9 tails chakra is something else. Minato said. I can handle the 9 tails chakra. Naruto said. Your Fuinjutsu isn't at that level yet, Naruto. Kushina said. I'm not talking about a seal. Naruto said. Then how? Without a seal or Kushina's chains, you don't stand a chance. Minato said. Yes I do. Naruto said and revealed his Sharingan. What? How? Minato and Kushina yelled. A combination of the 9 tails and Makoto. Makoto gave me a blood transfusion when I was 5 after being beaten in an alley, and the 9 tails used what little power he had to change my DNA around a bit and gifted me with the chance to unlock the Sharingan. Coincidentally, it unlocked when I unlocked my chakra on our 5th birthday. Nobody knows I have it except for you two. Naruto said. You have the Sharingan. Minato said. I know. Naruto said. That's how you defeated the Root Anbu. Kushina said. Exactly, but Danzo doesn't know about my Sharingan because every Root Anbu he sent after me never made it back alive. Naruto said. Okay, we'll talk about that more later. The only way you and Menma will even fight is at the Chunin exams, and that's a hard maybe. Everything is random in the Chunin exams. Minato said. There's also the chance he could throw the Chunin exams as well. Kushina said. Then give me a mission. Naruto said. What mission? Minato asked. The moment he slips up or tries to betray the village, I'll take him out. Naruto said and Kushina gasped. Minato. No. Kushina said and Minato sighed. Is this really the only way? Minato asked. Yes, and deep down you know that. I get that he's my brother and everything, but come on. He openly showed signs of being able to betray the village if he was given the opportunity. Naruto said. Minato, please. Kushina said. I won't make my decision now. I'll have to see what his actions are first before I do anything. There's still a chance he can turn around and stop his madness. Until then we all act normal. Minato said. You're the boss. Naruto said and vanished. Next day. Alright, Team 7 reporting for duty. Hurry up and give us AC rank mission. Menma said and Minato just stared at him. Lord Hokage. Sakura said, as Minato was silent. Minato. Kushina yelled. Oh, sorry, just had a lot on my mind. What kind of mission are you looking for again? Minato asked. I'm taking Menma, Sakura and Sasuke out on AC rank mission. Something simple. Kushina said and Minato nodded. Here you go. An escort mission to Tanaka village. You have an hour to meet the client at the gate. Minato said and Kushina nodded. Alright you three. Get ready for a 2-week mission and be at the gate in 45 minutes. Kushina said and they left. Kakashi, what will you do? Minato asked. Another C rank for them as well. Kakashi said. Very well. I'll give you an escort mission as well. Send in the client. Minato said and then a drunk man came into the room. What the? Well, if it isn't Naruto. The man said. Of course you'd show up drunk, Tazuna. Naruto said. You know each other? Kakashi asked. Yeah, bumped into him on our way to Nadeshiko. Had to catch a boat from Wave to get there. How's the bridge going? Naruto asked. Slow. Lost a few workers, but I'm going to finish that bridge no matter what. Tazuna said. I see. Naruto said. I'm Tazuna as you heard and I must return to my country. I expect you to get me there safely. Tazuna said. This is just an escort mission to Wave and shouldn't take longer than 2 weeks. If you have any problems, Narumi knows how to contact me. Minato said. Konoha Forest. Say, Mr. Tazuna, Narumi asked. What is it? Tazuna asked. Your country is the land of waves, right? Narumi asked. Yeah, what of it? Tazuna asked. There are ninja in that country too, right? Narumi asked and Kakashi spoke up. No, there are no ninja in the land of waves. In other countries there are hidden villages each with their own customs and cultures where ninja reside. Kakashi said. Like where I'm from. Sure Natashiko is an all-woman village, but there are ninja there to protect the village and help out other smaller villages. Shizuka said. Exactly. On this continent, shinobi villages mean strength, military strength. In other words, that's how they protect themselves and maintain the balance of power with neighboring countries. The ninja villages aren't controlled by any government. They're independent and have equal status. Now a small island like the Land of Waves has natural protection from the sea, so there's no need for a ninja village. Kakashi said. So then we won't have to fight anybody since the Land of Waves is technically neutral, I guess you can say. Narumi said. Correct. There are no ninja battles and C-rank missions like this one so you can relax. Kakashi say. We're not going to run into any foreign enemy ninja or anything like that, right? Narumi asked. Not likely. Kakashi said. Tazuna is just a regular old man who builds bridges and fixes things for a living. It would be a waste of time really if any ninja were to come after him. Shizuka said, as they passed a puddle on the ground. What? Kakashi asked, as 2 men jumped out and tied him up with chains before ripping him to pieces. Now it's your turn, one of them said. Narumi and Shizuka both froze up as the 2 men ran at them. Naruto acted quickly and took them out with ease. One was stabbed through the heart and the other had his head removed from his shoulders. That's when Kakashi appeared and looked around. You could have left one alive to interrogate. Kakashi said. I thought you died, Kakashi-sensei. Narumi said. Nope. Substitution jutsu. Now why were they after us? Kakashi asked and looked at Tazuna. You might as well tell him, Tazuna. Naruto said. Let's get to the small boat that will take us to Wave first and then I'll tell you everything. Tazuna said. Boat. This fog is so thick. You can't see anything, Narumi said. The bridge isn't far now. Our destination's just ahead, the boat rower said and then they saw a huge bridge. Whoa, is that the bridge you're building? Narumi asked. Yup, Tazuna said. It's huge, Narumi said. Alright, Tazuna, talk, Kakashi said. The one who is after my life is a very short man who casts a very long and deadly shadow. Tazuna said. Who is it? Kakashi asked. You know him. At least, I'm sure you've heard his name before. He's one of the wealthiest men in the world. The shipping magnate, Gato. Tazuna said. Huh, Gato. Of Gato Transport. He's a business leader. Everyone knows him, Kakashi said. Who is that? Shizuka asked. Gato is a very powerful tycoon from a famous shipping company, but with the same ruthless methods he uses to take over businesses and nations, he sells drugs and contraband using gangs and ninja. It was 1 year ago when Gato first set his sight on the Land of Waves. He used his vast wealth to take total control of our transport and shipping. Anyone who tried to stand in his way simply disappeared. In an island nation, a man who controls the sea controls everything. Finance, government, even our very lives, but there's one thing he fears, the bridge. When it is complete it will join us to the land and that will break his control. I am the bridge builder. Tazuna said. Since you're in charge of the bridge, you're standing in his way. Then that also means those ninjas from the forest were working for Gato. Shizuka said. I don't understand. If you knew he was dangerous, knew he'd send ninja to eliminate you, why did you hide that from us? Kakashi asked. Because he couldn't afford anything higher than a C-rank mission. The Land of Waves is a dump now thanks to Gato and he's bleeding them dry of all their money. If they can't ship out their goods or receive anything because of him, then this is what happens. The Land of Waves was already small to begin with and adding somebody like Gato into the mix just spells disaster. Naruto said. Is that true? Kakashi asked. Yes. It's so bad that even the nobles have very little money and the people helping with the bridge can't afford an A or B ranked mission. It's too expensive. If you drop me off at shore and decide to end the mission, they will assassinate me before I get home, but don't worry about that. Of course my sweet little grandson will be upset. He'll cry, Tazuna said. Enough with trying to guilt trip us. We're still doing the mission. Naruto said. Yeah, we'll kick this guy's ass. Shizuka said, and they arrived at the dock. That's as far as I go. Good luck, the boatman said. Right, thank you for taking such a risk. Tazuna said. Just be careful, the man said. Okay, take me home, Tazuna said. Right, Kakashi said. The next ninja they send won't be Chunin, they'll be Jonin, elite ninja with deadly skills. While Naruto is fully capable of handling himself, I worry about Shizuka and Narumi. Kakashi thought, and they kept walking. No wonder the demon brothers failed their mission and never returned. It's the copy ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Sharingan Kakashi. A man in the trees thought before vanishing. Get down. Kakashi yelled, and everyone ducked except Naruto as a giant sword embedded itself inside of a tree. The Kubikiribocho. Zabuza Momochi. Naruto thought. Who is this guy? Narumi thought. Hey, watch where you're throwing your sword. You almost took my head off. Shizuka said. That was the general idea, Shizuka. Zabuza Momochi. Nice to meet you in person. Naruto said. I see the little kid did his homework. Zabuza said. It's not hard to figure out who you are. You're the only person that walks around carrying a big-ass sword on your back. Naruto said and unsealed his sword. Naruto, get back. He's not like those other ninja. He's in a whole other league and you're not ready to face someone like him just yet. If he's our opponent, I'll need this. Kakashi said and grabbed his headband. Sharingan Kakashi. Did I get that right? It's too bad, huh? You'll have to hand over the old man. Zabuza said. Not going to happen. You three, triangle formation. Protect the bridge builder and stay out of this fight. It's time you use your teamwork. Kakashi said and revealed his Sharingan eye. Well, looks like I get to see the Sharingan in action. This is an honor, Zabuza said. What's the Sharingan? Shizuka asked. It's the Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan and one of the most powerful Kekkei Genkai known to man. It resides in the eyes. It's a dujutsu that can instantly see and comprehend any genjutsu, ninjutsu, or taijutsu and allows you to come up with the perfect counter before the attack hits. It can also analyze an opponent's technique and then copy it to the smallest detail. Naruto said. You got it right, boy. As for you, Jonin. In the assassination unit of the Hidden Mist, we had a standing order to destroy you on sight. Your profile was in our bingo book. It called you the man who copied over 1000 jutsu. Copy ninja, Kakashi. Zabuza said. What? Over 1000 jutsus? That's insane, Narumi said. Enough talk. I need to exterminate the old man now. Zabuza said. Sorry, but that's not going to happen. Kakashi said. So I'll have to eliminate you first, Kakashi. So be it, Zabuza said and then appeared on the water. He's over there on the water. Narumi said. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. A thick layer of mist that nobody could see through appeared around the area and Zabuza pretty much disappeared. Naruto knew exactly where he was, but he also found someone else hiding in the tree. Narumi was barely able to Shizuka and signaled for them to blow away the mist, so they both used the wind style. Great breakthrough. The mist was gone, but everyone noticed Naruto was also gone and thought Zabuza got to him. The person up in the tree was looking around and reached for something until a kunai was at their throat. Don't even think about it, Naruto said and noticed the person was wearing a hunter ninja outfit. You're interfering with my mission to kill Zabuza, the ninja said. I sensed the two of you together long before we even got here. Naruto said and kicked the ninja out of the tree towards the others. What the? Who is that? Shizuka asked. A hidden mist hunter ninja. Kakashi said. No, whoever this is, works with Zabuza. I sensed both of them together before we got here and whoever this is, must be Zabuza's backup in case things go wrong. Naruto said and Zabuza gritted his teeth. This kid was able to sense us miles away. That's impossible. I know for a fact that our chakra signatures were completely hidden. Zabuza thought. Hey, kid, what's your name? Zabuza asked. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto said. We're leaving, Zabuza said. Huh, why? The hunter ninja asked. Dealing with Kakashi is bad enough and it would take everything I've got to defeat him or we'd both possibly die at the end of our battle. That kid is clearly at your level of skill and possibly better. We need to regroup and come up with another plan, Zabuza said and they both vanished. Huh, Narumi said. What was that? Shizuka asked. That was a smart ninja logically thinking about the situation. Let's get to Tazuna's house quickly, Kakashi said. Tazuna's home. Tsunami. I'm back, Tazuna said. A woman with long blue-colored hair came rushing to the door and gave him a hug. She wore a short-sleeved pink shirt with the end of the sleeves and the collar being red. She also was wearing a long blue skirt. I was so worried, father. I thought Gato and his men got to you. Tsunami said. Almost, but once this new guy saw Naruto, he took his partner and ran away. They'll be back, but I'm sure these ninja can handle them. Tazuna said. Why are you lying to them? Nobody can defeat Gato. He's too powerful. They'll just get killed. A little boy said. Inari, these are ninjas who protected me to get back home. Tazuna said. I'm going for a walk. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Naruto said. Where are you going? Kakashi asked. I'm going to end this tonight. Naruto said. Shouldn't we all go with you then? Shizuka asked. No, because I'm about to make a deal. Naruto said. With who? Kakashi asked. Zabuza and his friend. Naruto said. What? Everyone yelled. There's no way Zabuza is working with someone like Gato unless he's supposed to get something in return, which most likely is money, and I know for a fact that Zabuza probably charges a lot. There's no way somebody like Gato would even think about paying Zabuza. I'm sure I can match whatever Zabuza is owed and possibly offer him more to take out Gato and his goons with me. Naruto said. You'll need backup. Kakashi said. No offense, but it'll go easier if I go alone. That way he won't think I'm setting him up or we're there to attack him. Naruto said, and Kakashi sighed. You have until morning to report back or we're coming to look for you. Kakashi said. Gato might be dead by then. Naruto said and vanished. Forest. Naruto was running through the forest with his chakra signature hidden on his way to where he felt Zabuza's chakra, and along the way, he'd take out bandits attacking villagers. Each of their deaths were quick, and he told the people he saved to tell the rest of the village that Gato would be dead by the morning. When he finally reached the area, he felt Zabuza's chakra and he simply walked inside the hideout to see Zabuza sitting on a couch. Zabuza, Naruto said and dodged some Senbon needles. You've got a lot of guts coming here by yourself, kid. You know I can easily kill you. Zabuza said. I know, and that's why I came by myself to show that I'm not here for a fight. Naruto said. How'd you even find this place? The hunter Nin asked. I can sense chakra signatures over a vast distance, and you didn't exactly try to hide yours. Naruto said. What do you want? Zabuza asked. I'm here to make a deal with you. How much is Gato supposed to pay you for killing the bridge builder? Naruto asked. What makes you think I'm doing this for money? Zabuza asked. Because I know you'd never work for him willingly and you're a mercenary ninja. Naruto said. He's paying me 3 million ryo to kill him. Zabuza said. I'll pay you double to help me take him out along with his other bandits and guards. Naruto said. You really expect me to believe you have 6 million ryo to give me? Forget it, kid. Zabuza said, and Naruto unsealed 5 huge bags of money from a scroll. That's 3 million right there. Help me out and you'll get the other 3 when we're finished, along with whatever you want from his hideout. Naruto said. Hiku, what do you think? Zabuza asked. We need to see the full payment. Hiku said, and Naruto unsealed more money. Do we have a deal? Naruto asked, and Zabuza thought about it. Who else is coming? Zabuza asked. Just us 3. The others here would have caused things to be too tense for this to be a simple job. Naruto said. Let's move out. Zabuza said, and all of them vanished. Gato's hideout. It was a normal relaxing night at Gato's hideout, with him counting his money and letting his men have fun with the women they took from the village, but they weren't having any luck because the women remained strong and kept fighting them off. Everyone was drunk and enjoying themselves inside, but outside was a completely different story. While they were standing guard, mist started to form around to the point where they couldn't see anything, and then one by one each of the 20 guards outside the hideout met their deaths. The mist cleared out, revealing Naruto, Zabuza and Hiku standing over the dead bodies. Remember the plan? Naruto said. Yeah. Go in, kill the bandits inside, free the women and kill Gato. After that we raid the building before you blow it up. Zabuza said. Let's do it, Naruto said and kicked the door in. Hey, who are you? A bandit asked. Your death, Zabuza said. Get him, a bandit yelled. All hell broke loose as Zabuza jumped into action, cutting anything moving with the Kubikiribocho, and Naruto wasn't too far behind him with his own sword. Hiku meanwhile stood back and provided long-distance help by taking out bandits with accurate Senbon made of ice to instantly kill them. Eventually more and more bandits came until they were all dead. Hiku, go free the prisoners. Me and Naruto will handle the rest. Zabuza said. Of course, Hiku said and left. Ready to kill him? Zabuza asked as they found Gato's office. Sure, Naruto said, and Zabuza cut the door down. What the hell? Zabuza, what are you doing? Gato asked. Ending your life. Zabuza said and pointed his sword at his neck. First, I want you to sign your company over to me right now. Naruto said and used a Sharingan genjutsu to control him. Anything you say, Gato said and signed the company over to Naruto. He's all yours, Zabuza. Naruto said and Zabuza swiftly removed Gato's head. That felt so good. Zabuza said and Naruto cut open a safe filled with money as well as weapons. He had all of this and I guarantee he didn't know what to do with any of it. Naruto said. The people can have the money. I just want the weapons and jutsu scrolls. Zabuza said. You don't want the money. Why not? Naruto asked. 6 million ryo is more than enough for the cause. Zabuza said. What cause? Naruto asked. The civil war in the Hidden Mist village. It's between those with a Kekkei Genkei and those without one, also called the Loyalists. They are loyal to the 4th Mizukage and agree that all Kekkei Genkei users should be killed. I'm supporting the rebellion army with the help of a lady by the name of Mei Teruma, and I was only made into a rogue ninja because the day I was going to kill the Mizukage, someone told him of my plan and I had no choice other than to flee. That's when I met Haku and together we were doing jobs to raise money to help fund our cause. Keep this information to yourself. Zabuza said. Of course, and if your side ever needs help, send a message to the Hokage and I'll help. Naruto said. That won't be necessary. Zabuza said and they started to separate through the jutsus. What the hell was he going to do with ice, boil and lava ninjutsu scrolls? Naruto asked. I'll take those. Haku uses ice ninjutsu and Mei Teruma uses boil as well as lava ninjutsu. Zabuza said and took them. Seal them up in this. It's the scroll with your money in it. Naruto said and tossed him a scroll. Thanks. Here, take this. Zabuza said and tossed him a large scroll. What is it? Naruto asked. It's a rare form of earth ninjutsu called crystal release. If your earth chakra nature is strong enough, you should be able to manipulate the crystals in the ground. I saw you using earth ninjutsu outside, so don't look too surprised. Zabuza said and Haku met up with them. Everyone is out of the hideout. They were mainly women and some of them had children with them. Haku said. Then it's a good thing everyone here is dead. Naruto said, as he sealed up all of the money. Let's get out of here. Zabuza said and they left. Village. It was early in the morning for the people who were still sleeping when all of a sudden a huge explosion was heard and everyone woke up. They met on the incomplete bridge and saw that Gato's hideout was going up in flames. Kakashi, Narumi and Shizuka were standing in front of everyone waiting for whoever blew up the hideout. Eventually they saw Naruto returning with everyone that was taken from the village carrying something in his hand. He stopped in front of the group gathered on the bridge and Kakashi spoke up. Well, how'd it go? Kakashi asked. I come with multiple gifts, but a huge one for all of the people of Wave. Naruto said and tossed Gato's head on the ground. We're free. We're free. Tazuna yelled and the people of Wave started celebrating. Where's Zabuza and his partner? Kakashi asked. They're gone. They went about their business. Oh, and before I forget, Tazuna. Here. Naruto said and tossed him a large scroll. What is it? Tazuna asked. All the money from Gato's safe. Naruto said and released a pulse of chakra making the money come out. That's a lot of money. Shizuka said. I know. I wish I went on that heist now. Narumi said. With this money and Gato gone, we'll be back on our feet by the end of the year. Tazuna said. I'm not that skilled, but I have a bit of medical knowledge so I can check on the women who were being held captive. Naruto said. I can't thank you enough for this, Naruto. How can I ever repay you? Tazuna asked. You can pay me back by finishing this bridge. Naruto said. We'll get started first thing tomorrow. Today we celebrate. Tazuna said and everyone cheered. 2 weeks later. The people of Wave along with the help of Team 7 finished the bridge and even built a statue of Naruto, Zabuza and Haku in the center of the village. They were dubbed the heroes of Wave and the bridge was called the Hero Bridge. When Team 7 weren't helping on the bridge, they were usually training with Kakashi in the forest with the exception of Naruto who was looking over the women Haku rescued from Gato's hideout. Once again I can't thank you all enough for the amount of help and freeing us of Gato's tyranny. Tazuna said, as they were all on the bridge. Don't mention it, Kakashi said. Bye Naruto. A group of Naruto's fangirls yelled. Oh, see ya, Naruto said and they just all gave him a group hug. We're going to miss you. A girl said. I think I need medical attention one more time. A girl said. No I do. No me. Hey, back off, Shizuka said and pulled Naruto away from the girls. That was interesting, Naruto said. You just had to take the mask off. Showing them your handsome face. I should be the only one seeing that face. Shizuka mumbled to herself the last part as she walked away. Alright you three, let's head out. We can make it back in a week since we no longer have a civilian with us. Kakashi said. See you later, Tazuna. Narumi said. Konoha -1 week later. Kakashi and Team 7 reporting in. Kakashi said as they were in front of Minato. We're back, Kushina said, as she entered the room. Mom, you missed it. It was so cool, Narumi said. What happened? Kushina asked. Well, the guy lied about this being a C-rank mission, but he was poor and couldn't afford anything higher and he had some guy named Gato wanting him dead. Then we were attacked by 2 rogue ninja, but Naruto killed both of them before I could even blink. Then we ran into Zabuza Momochi from the mist and almost fought him, but Naruto stopped him after he found out about his partner and they fled. Narumi said. You ran into Zabuza? Minato asked. Yes, Kakashi said. Anyway, we finally get to wave and this place is a dump. I mean it looks worse than Menma's room and that's saying something. So, we get there and then Naruto has the bright idea to team up with Zabuza to take out Gato and free Wave. Then in the early morning hours, we all heard a loud explosion only to see Gato's mansion in flames and I mean this thing had to have a ton of paper bombs in it, you know. So Naruto comes back and he's followed by all the women that Gato took from the village. After that Naruto tossed Gato's head on the ground like a real badass and the village named him a hero. Well, not just him, Zabuza and his partner were named heroes as well. They even made a statue of them in the middle of the village and then Naruto gave them back all of the money Gato had in his safe. Then we just helped finish the bridge they were building and trained a bit. Narumi said. I can see why she gets along with Ino now. Kushina thought. Yeah, that's what happened on the mission. Kakashi said. You teamed up with Zabuza and his accomplice to take out Gato. Minato asked. Yup, it was pretty easy actually. Just offered to pay Zabuza double the money Gato was going to pay him and the rest is history. Naruto said. Aw man, our mission sucked compared to that. All we did was fight some bandits and only survived because Kushina-sensei helped us. I mean I guess Sasuke unlocking his Sharingan is good for the team. Sakura said. Oh and there's one more thing. Naruto said. What? Minato asked. I'm the owner of Gato's transport. Naruto said. How'd you manage to do that? Kushina asked. He signed the company over to me before Zabuza cut his head off. I took the liberties of canceling the contracts with all his illegal business partners since the company was under new management. Naruto said. You mean to tell me that a 13-year-old is the owner of one of the biggest shipping companies out there? Kushina asked. Yup, Naruto said and showed proof. That's awesome, your first Team C-ranked mission was way better than mine, Kushina said and Minato rubbed his temples. Why is this weakling getting all of the praise? I did good on my mission as well. Menma thought and glared at Naruto. Anyway, just sign here and you will own the company. I don't feel like dealing with all of that, Naruto said. You're signing the company over to the village? Minato asked. No, I'm signing the company over to you. I don't trust certain people in this village. If it's for free use of the village then many illegal dealing will be done in private and that's not how I want this to be. Naruto said. I can't sign it. I'm the Hokage and once my signature is on that paper then it becomes owned by the village. Minato said and Kushina signed it instead. There, I own it now, Kushina said. Right, moving on. How was your mission, Kushina? Minato asked. We barely completed it, Kushina said. Yeah and it's Menma's fault for not following directions when Kushina-sensei said to keep your voice down and not make any noise at all. Not even a peep. This loudmouth almost got us killed. Sakura said. You're alive, aren't you? Menma asked. Thanks to Kushina-sensei, Sakura said. That's enough, Kushina said. Everyone is dismissed except Kushina and Naruto. Minato said and everyone left. Hang on, Naruto said and threw 5 kunai into the ceiling making 5 root anbu fall to the ground. More root anbu. Too bad they always burst into flames after they're killed, Kushina said, as she saw them go up in flames and Minato sealed the room. How was the mission with Menma? Minato asked and Kushina sighed. He definitely tried to get us all killed on purpose. There's no way a genin would accidentally set off a paper bomb during a stealth mission and not have any wounds. Kushina said. How'd he do? Minato asked. He led his group of bandits away and came back with his clothes cut up, but the cut marks weren't from them. They were from his own kunai. These bandits used blunt objects only and he came back like he had to really try. When we were camping I checked the area he was in and there wasn't a single body or sign of a fight at all. I tracked the bandits down to a small house and finished them off. Kushina said and Minato sighed. Kushina, you know what I have to do. Minato said. I know, but just give me some time to try and fix him. If he's not better by the Chunin exams, you can give Naruto the mission whenever you want. Kushina said. It won't be to kill him. We can't risk the Nine Tails getting out. Minato said. We don't have to. Let's just take the Nine Tails out of him to prevent that from happening if he has to be killed. Naruto said. Removing the Nine Tails would kill him. Minato said. Not if you know what you're doing. I found something interesting in Gato's safe that belongs to Konoha. Naruto said. What is it? Minato asked and Naruto unsealed a giant scroll. Secret Uzumaki Fuinjutsu techniques. I don't know how he came into possession of them, but they couldn't get the scroll open. I opened it and found out that Mito Uzumaki was looking for a way to successfully remove a tailed beast without killing the host. Whoever Ashina Uzumaki is left notes in here about how everything belonging to the Uzumaki clan was sealed into this scroll in hopes Konoha finds it. Naruto said. Let me see that. Kushina said and opened the scroll. It's so much, but I've never heard of this Ashina Uzumaki. Minato said. He was the leader of the Uzumaki clan back when Hashirama Senju was making Konoha allies with Uzushiogakure. He's also my great-great-grandfather. Kushina said. Wow. Naruto said. That seal you were talking about combines the healing properties of medical ninjutsu using natural energy, and it's a slow process which takes 10 hours to fully do since it just transfers the tailed beast to another seal. Kushina said. The question is, should we take the Nine Tails from Menma now or not? Minato asked. We'd need him to go to sleep for 10 hours, but he doesn't sleep a lot. Kushina said. I can put him to sleep with a Sharingan genjutsu. Naruto said. How long does it last? Minato asked. Well, he won't be asleep per se. It's more like putting him inside of a coma. That or when he falls asleep you can put a stasis seal on him to trick his body into staying asleep longer. Naruto said. I like the second option better. Kushina said. We will remove the Nine Tails tonight. I just can't take that risk with him, especially after this incident on the mission. Minato said. Fine, Naruto, that means you're staying at our house tonight. Kushina said. Why do I have to be there? Naruto asked. He doesn't live with us anymore. Minato asked. Because you're the best censor in the village and you'll be able to tell if anything is wrong or if anybody is close to us that shouldn't be. As for you Minato, he moved out a month after he became a genin despite me telling him to stay. Kushina said. It's not like you don't know where I live anyway. Naruto said. We're getting off track. What else did you find in Gato's vault? Minato asked. Some jutsus which Zabuza took most of, weapons and a journal on all of his illegal businesses. He was a sick individual. Naruto said. How? Minato asked and Naruto tossed him the journal. Read page 10. Naruto said and Minato started to read. Is this his journal for real? Minato asked. Yup. Naruto said. What is it? Kushina asked. Gato has been working with Orochimaru on kidnapping children for his twisted experiments. Minato said. There's one more thing that I suggest we act fast on in that journal. Naruto said. What's that? Kushina asked. On page 11 he talks about a girl with red hair from Kusa who has the ability to heal people by just having them bite her and how Orochimaru is desperately trying to get his hands on her, but she's always closely guarded. It says she's not really a citizen of Kusa since she was never registered in their system, so they're basically keeping her hostage. He mapped out her movements and when she left the village. She should be leaving to the outskirts of the east side of the village in 4 days and that's the perfect chance to take her. Naruto said. You're telling me that there's one more member of the Uzumaki clan out there? Kushina asked. Yeah, and if you want her then we need to go tomorrow. She won't be there for long. Naruto said. Minato. I'm going to get that girl. Kushina said and he sighed. If we do, we need to be smart about this. Stealth is an absolute must, right? I'll allow you to do the mission, but leave at night so you have a better chance at not being spotted. Minato said. We leave tomorrow night. It'll give us an extra day to set up the trap to grab her. Kushina said and Minato unsealed the room. You two are dismissed. Minato said. Naruto left the office and went to pack for his trip to Kusa. While he knew this was a dangerous mission, he knew more than anything that Kushina wanted the Uzumaki clan together in one village and this girl would help a lot even if she didn't want to be a ninja. After a couple of hours at his apartment, Naruto left and went to the Uzumaki Namikaze estate. I'm here, Naruto said. It's about time. I thought I'd have to drag you out of your apartment. Kushina said. Wait until I put that barrier around my apartment. I'm staying there forever, Naruto said and she just snickered. A barrier is nothing to me. Try again, Kushina said. I'll move to another country. Naruto said and she just looked at him. Am I seriously that bad? Kushina asked. A little bit, Naruto said. I'm home, Mom. Oh, and I brought Hinata with me for dinner. Narumi said and pointed to Hinata. Welcome home, sweetie. Hello, Hinata, Kushina said. Hello, Lady Kushina. Hinata said. Oh look, your brother is joining us for dinner and staying the night, Kushina said and pointed to Naruto. Doesn't he already live here? Narumi asked. Nope, he moved out a month after you became a genin, Kushina said, and Hinata was staring at him with her jaw open since he didn't have a mask on. It's rude to stare. Oh, and you might want to close your mouth before something unpleasant goes in there, Naruto said, and Hinata passed out from a huge nosebleed. Seriously? Kushina asked. What? It's not my fault she has a perverted mind. I could have meant anything other than what she thought, Naruto said. Why'd you move out? Narumi asked. Because I like to have my own space. It's not like I'm always alone. Shizuka is always at my apartment, Naruto said. Why is she always there? Kushina asked. She lives across the hall from me and she can't cook, Naruto said and looked at his hand. What's so interesting about your hand? Kushina asked, and he showed her a seal. This is connected to a security seal at my apartment and it gets warm when somebody breaks into my apartment. I'll be back, Naruto said and vanished. Why don't I know the Shunshin yet? Narumi asked, as she placed Hinata on the couch. You just never learned it. We're having hot pot tonight for dinner, and before you ask, yes, your father will be joining us, Kushina said. Naruto's apartment. Naruto quickly arrived at his apartment, and although the door was closed, he could tell that somebody kicked his door in. He concealed his chakra and walked on the ceiling to the noise he heard coming from his room. He went in and saw Menma giving instructions to several root Anbu. Find whatever jutsus or weapons he has and seal them away. I don't care if we tear this entire apartment up. Danzo knows he's hiding some rare jutsus in this apartment and he wants them, Menma said, and then they all fell to the ground dead. You picked the wrong apartment, Naruto thought, and then knocked Menma out with a chakra-enhanced chop to the neck. Your lucky mom wants me to give you a chance, Naruto said, and made some shadow clones to fix his apartment, which didn't take long. Boss, we don't have the chakra to fix the security seal on the door. It was broken when the door was kicked in, a clone said. I'll do it. Did you at least replace the door? Naruto asked. Yup, the clone said, and they all went up in smoke, but he made another one. Take him to the Uzumaki Namikaze estate and drop him on his face. Don't let him wake up until you're gone, Naruto said, and handed Menma to the clone. Yes sir, the clone said, and vanished until there was a knock on the door. Open up, Shizuka said, and he went to the door. Can I help you? Naruto asked. Yeah, I'm hungry. What's for dinner? Shizuka asked. I'm not eating here tonight. I'm staying at my parents' house tonight since my mom and I have a mission tomorrow, Naruto said. Okay, then what is she cooking? Shizuka asked. I don't know. You can come with me after I finish what I need to do here, Naruto said. What do you have to do? Shizuka asked. Put a new security seal on my door. It's more advanced than the last one, Naruto said. What happened to the last one? Shizuka asked. It was too weak, Naruto said, and got to work. How are you going to put that small seal on the door? It's so tiny that I imagine you'll mess it up, Shizuka said. Listen, whatever you see, do not reveal it to anyone, okay? Naruto asked. Okay, Shizuka said. This is how I managed to put this small seal on without messing it up, Naruto said, and activated his Sharingan. Whoa, those are the same eyes as the one Kakashi-sensei has behind his headband, Shizuka said. I know, I use them with my seals to analyze the smallest detail so I don't mess them up, Naruto said, and started to get to work on the seal. That's so cool, Shizuka said. Thanks. So, what have you been doing since we came back from the mission? Naruto asked. Nothing much really. Just walked around the village until a few minutes ago when I came here. I mean, I thought I saw that Hyuga girl following me around the village, but I wasn't sure. I saw two green jumpsuit wearing idiots screaming about the springtimes of youth, saw some lady with purple hair and a revealing outfit stab a guy for taking some of her dango. Oh, and I saw some guy that looks like Shikamaru get yelled at by his wife. It's been a rather eventful day, Shizuka said. Hinata probably was following you. The two green wearing idiots are Might Guy and his student Rock Lee. The purple-haired lady who stabbed somebody is Anko Mitarashi, and that guy getting yelled at by his wife is Shikamaru's father, Shikaku, Naruto said, as he finished the seal. Why would Hinata follow me around the village? That's stalking, Shizuka said. She doesn't like you. Well, she sees you as a possible threat, Naruto said. A threat for what? Shizuka asked. She has a crush on me and you're always with me. Naruto said. Well, too bad. I'm always going to be with you. Shizuka said. Right. Alright, ready to go? Naruto asked, as he finished the seal. You're done already? Shizuka asked. Yup, doesn't take me long to make a seal. Naruto said. Clearly. Let's go. Shizuka said. Alright, Naruto said and grabbed her hand making her turn red. What are you doing? Shizuka asked. Taking you to my parents' house. Naruto said. He's holding my hand. Shizuka thought and they vanished. Uzumaki Namikaze Estate. I'm back. I brought Shizuka with me as well. Naruto said. Welcome to my home, Shizuka. Kushina said and noticed them holding hands. Thank you for having me. What are you cooking? It smells delicious, Shizuka said. We're having beef hot pot. So, mind telling me what this is? Kushina asked and motioned to their hands. We're holding hands, Naruto said. Why? Kushina asked. Because she has soft hands. Naruto said and Shizuka blushed. Are you going to let go? Kushina asked. Are you going to keep bringing it up? Naruto asked. Maybe, yes, Kushina said. Then there's no point in me stopping. Besides, she hasn't said anything about it. Naruto said and Shizuka had steam coming out of her ears. Oh look, she's blushing like Hinata, Kushina said. Is Minato here? Naruto asked, as he quickly changed the subject. Yes, we were all just waiting for you to arrive, Kushina said. Okay, Naruto said and they went to the table. Look who finally showed up. The whole family is back together again, Kushina said and Menma groaned. Why is he here? He's the special guest you were talking about. I'd rather die than eat at the same table as him, Menma said. Keep it up and you'll get your wish, Kushina said. Relax, Shizuka, it's nice to see you. Welcome to our home, Minato said. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Shizuka said, as they started to eat. How have you been adjusting to life in Konoha? Minato asked. It's been easy. I mean Naruto's been showing me around and helping me out. There was an incident today when I thought somebody was stalking me around the village though. Shizuka said and Hinata gasped a little bit. Really? Should I look into it for you? Minato asked. No, I can handle it. Besides, whoever it is must be weak if they follow me all around the village and not attack me. Shizuka said. If it continues to happen just let me know. I'll look into it for you. Minato said. Thank you, Shizuka said. So, Naruto, how'd it go at your apartment? Did you find out who broke into your apartment? Kushina asked and Menma dropped his food. No, when I got there the place was a mess and they clearly didn't find what they were looking for. I used some shadow clones to fix the place up before I came over here. Naruto said and Menma sighed. Somebody broke into your apartment? Minato asked. Yeah, it's no big deal. Whoever breaks in again will seriously regret it. Naruto said. I don't get it. How can somebody break into your apartment? It's in the ninja apartment complex. Narumi said. How do you know where I live? Naruto asked. Shizuka told me you lived across the hall from her. Narumi said and he looked at Shizuka. Whoops, Shizuka said and stuffed her mouth with food. Right, Naruto said. So, Mom, since the Chunin exams are coming up soon, will we enter? Narumi asked. I'm thinking about it. Show me some improvement over the next 2 months and I'll let you know. Kushina said. Yes, I totally want to enter and become a Chunin. Narumi said. Being a Chunin is a big responsibility. Are you sure you can handle it? Kushina asked. You were a Chunin once and you did just fine. Naruto said. What's that supposed to mean? Kushina asked. Makoto told me you weren't exactly the most reliable Chunin because of your temper, and while Narumi does have a temper that rarely shows, she's much more level-headed than you were from what Makoto said. Naruto said. Exactly how much did Makoto tell you about me when you were with her? Kushina asked. A lot, Naruto said. Well, don't repeat it. Kushina said. If you say so. Hinata, it's rude to stare at people. Naruto said and she squealed. Sorry. Hinata said. So, Hinata, how's everything going with Kurenai? You're her first squad. Minato said. It's going well. She's very nice and a great jonin. Hinata said and looked at Naruto again. Why does she keep looking at him? Menma thought and squeezed his hand into a fist. Weird. She didn't stutter and is she poking her chest out? Kushina thought. That's good. Minato said and Menma slammed his hands on the table. I want to fight you, Naruto. Menma said. Menma, sit down. Kushina said and he ignored her. Fight me, Menma said and jumped at Naruto, but Kushina grabbed him with her chains then slammed him to the ground as. I said sit your ass down. There will be no fighting. Kushina yelled and used her chains to put Menma in his seat. Kushina, Minato said. What? Kushina yelled and Minato looked at her then Menma. Right, sorry you had to see that, Shizuka. Kushina said. It's okay, Shizuka said. No, I am the wife of our Hokage and it's not acceptable for me to act like that in front of our guests. Kushina said. Come on, keep it together Kushina, Minato thought. Kushina, Naruto, can I speak with the two of you in my office? Minato asked. About what? Naruto asked. Your mission tomorrow, Minato said. Oh, sure, Kushina said. Excuse us, Minato said and they left. Is this how dinner always is at your house? Shizuka asked Narumi. Sort of, Menma always causes problems, Narumi said. Didn't you eat dinner at your old village? I'm sure where you came from there has been a lot of tension due to all of the women there. Menma said. What did you just say? Shizuka asked. I'm just saying, having a village with nothing other than women there without a man running things is just too much and I'm sure you all fought a lot when it's that time of the month for you. Menma said. Menma, shut up, I'm so sorry about him, Shizuka. Narumi said. It's okay. He wonders why Hinata likes Naruto instead of him. He's a power-hungry sexist who doesn't have the strength to back up the big talk he spews from his mouth. Shizuka said. What was that? Menma asked. You heard me. Now be a good little boy and shut up. Shizuka said and Menma lunged at her. Menma stop, Narumi said and tackled him off of Shizuka leading to a brawl. Minato's office. Is this really about the mission? Naruto asked. Sort of. I decided that the rank for this mission would be S rank given the circumstances surrounding it. When you get to the village, bring the girl to the estate and I'll meet with her there. Minato said. Sure, Naruto said. Is that all? Kushina asked. No, I know you want to discipline Menma and your emotions are wild because of what we've discovered about him, but we need to try to change his ways. Minato said. That's not going to happen. Naruto said. We still have time, Minato said. No, Menma was the one who broke into my apartment. He's definitely working with Danzo since he was instructing Root Anbu to destroy my place looking for jutsus and weapons that Danzo thinks I have. I killed the Root Anbu, knocked Menma out and had a shadow clone bring Menma here. There's no hope in saving him, Naruto said. Are you sure? Minato asked. Yeah, I saw him with my own eyes. Naruto said. Maybe I can talk to him again. Kushina said. We're running out of time with him, Kushina. The amount of complaints I get from civilians about him are increasing every month. The most I can do is suspend him again, but he'll be back for the Chunin exams and that's just the thing. I don't know if he'll react badly to foreign ninja in the village. Minato said. Minato please, Kushina said. I'm sorry, Kushina. Tomorrow I have to suspend Menma again. Minato said. That's just pushing him more towards the side we don't want him on. Kushina said. Don't you think I know that? It's out of my hands. I'm the Hokage and I can't show favoritism to him just because he is my son. I already pushed it when you wanted all three of our children on Team 7 and I only got away with it because Enko decided to not become a Jonin instructor. I'm sorry, but I have to do this. I'll talk to him myself to see if he can change and if he doesn't show any progress by the Chunin exams, I'll have no choice to give Naruto the mission. Minato said. First I think we should remove the Nine Tails first and see how his attitude is on his suspension without the Nine Tails. I think you should make your decision after that. Kushina said. Naruto, you're heavily involved in this. What do you think? Minato asked. Personally I don't think he's going to change. I mean working with Danzo is a gigantic red flag and he even tried to get them killed on their mission. He's lucky to get this much leeway after that. Naruto said and they heard a crash. What the hell was that? Kushina asked. Let's go, Minato said. Dining room. The dining room was a mess as the brawl between Menma and Shizuka got even worse. Nearly everything was broken. Menma had a busted lip, a black eye, Shizuka had ripped clothes, Hinata was knocked out by the hot pot and Narumi was trying to be the peacekeeper. Narumi had her chakra chains wrapped around Menma and Shizuka. What the fuck happened here? Kushina yelled. Menma started it, Narumi said. Hey, you're supposed to be on my side. Menma said. Not when you're a power-hungry sexist who can't handle a few words. Narumi said and squeezed him tighter with her chakra chains. Ah, stop, it hurts, Menma said. Narumi, let him go. Minato said. Fine, Narumi said and dropped Menma to the ground, but gently placed Shizuka down. Menma, Go to your room. Kushina said. I don't have to listen to you. I'm an adult now since I'm a ninja. Menma said. Little boy, you live in my house, under my roof and you'll listen to what the hell I say. Go to your room, now, Kushina said and Menma glared at her. No, Menma said. Bad decision, Narumi thought. Okay, Kushina said and gave a sweet smile. Let me show you where you'll be sleeping, Narumi said and grabbed Shizuka before running off. Earth style, weighted boulder jutsu. Before anybody could move, Menma suddenly fell to the floor and he couldn't move his body. Hey, what is this? Menma asked. An earth-style ninjutsu that adds weight to my target. Naruto said. Release me. Let me up and I promise I'll kill you slowly. Menma said and Kushina had a sad look on her face. Menma, what happened to you? What happened to the sweet little boy that I know? Kushina asked. Nothing happened. I didn't do anything. Shizuka hit me first. Menma said. I can't do this. Kushina said and walked away. Knock him out and get him ready for later. I'll talk to your mother. Minato whispered to Naruto and left. Now that they're gone, let me give you some advice. Naruto said. I don't need any advice from you. You're beneath me. I'm not listening to a word you're going to say. Menma said and started to make random noises until Naruto put a silencing seal on him. There we go. Now, your behavior is quite shitty and it's been that way for a long time. You may not like me and I honestly don't care, but mom loves you a lot. You're on thin ice with this village and you're working on getting suspended twice in less than 6 months as a ninja. Normally, you wouldn't be given this much leeway as you'd most likely be killed in other villages and you're actually lucky that somebody hasn't killed you yet. You think the people in the village like you when in reality they just tolerate you so they don't have to deal with your antics. Berating civilians, attacking a fellow kunoichi just because she said something to you and now disobeying mom. Get your act together or you'll be dead before your ninja career really takes off and you can kiss your dreams goodbye. Naruto said and released the silencing seal. Fuck you, Menma said and spit in his face. Alright, if that's how you want to play it. Fine, Naruto said. What does that mean? Menma asked. Don't worry about it, Naruto said and knocked him out with a strong kick to the face before releasing the jutsu. Naruto picked Menma up and took him to his room in order to set everything up for the unsealing of the Nine Tails. Eventually Minato and Kushina entered the room which they had sealed off from both sides. The stasis seal was placed on Menma and they watched as Minato carefully did the jutsu since he was the only one who knew how to properly use natural energy. They all watched as the jutsu started to work and saw the Nine Tails slowly start to get transferred to another seal that Kushina had prepared for this moment. They were up till noon the next day when the transfer was finally complete and none of them said a word after it was done. Right now, Kushina and Naruto decided to sleep until it was time for them to leave later on for Kusa. In the middle of the night 2 figures could be seen quickly running through the Konoha forest carefully so nobody would see or detect them since this mission was top secret. In a few hours they would be in Kusa near the area where their mission would take place and they had no intentions of stopping. All you could hear was the sound of the nightly wind blowing the leaves on trees that helped keep both of these ninjas from being heard by anybody they passed. Neither wanted to talk right now as they were both focused on getting to Kusa and waiting for their mission to start. The night before was still fresh on their minds, but it was mainly Kushina who couldn't wrap her mind around what they just did. She knew it had to be done, but she ultimately wished it never came to that. Menma didn't even know what happened to him after his talk with Naruto, but he still carried on like he usually does and it was worse when Minato told him he was suspended again. Minato told Menma that the 3rd time he gets suspended he'll be removed from the ninja program and relegated to a civilian, losing his clan heir status. This time to keep him in check, Minato placed a tracker seal on Menma without him knowing and basically put him on house arrest for his suspension. Few hours went by for both ninja and they finally reached their destination. This is the spot, Naruto said. Anybody close by? Kushina asked. No, it's just us, Naruto said. When are they supposed to be here? Kushina asked. Tomorrow night, Naruto said and she nodded. We'll set up camp here, but keep the fire to a minimum. Kushina said. No need for that, I can cast a wide-range genjutsu with my Sharingan that keeps us undetected. People will walk through here, but won't see anything other than a regular forest. Naruto said. Do that, Kushina said and Naruto activated his Sharingan. It's done, Naruto said and they set up camp. Funny, this is the first time we're actually camping together. Kushina said. Yeah, and before you started to help me train I never thought I'd ever spend time with you. Naruto said and she raised an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Kushina asked. Just what I said, Naruto said. Care to explain? Kushina asked. Sure, when we were growing up it was clear that you favored Menma and Narumi more than me. Naruto said. That's not true. I cared about the three of you the same. Kushina said. No you didn't. I understand now why you were like that, but before everything changed you were just Menma needs this, Narumi needs that, Menma should do this, Narumi would like that, I wonder if Menma would be okay with this and I wonder if Narumi can use this. Not once did you ever stop to ask me if I wanted something or if I would like something. Naruto said. I knew you liked books and it's not like you tried. You were always distant towards us and spent most of your time with Makoto. Kushina said. Because she actually sat down and wanted to know me. You didn't even show up to the hospital after I was attacked before our 5th birthday and didn't bother to check on me when you finally saw me. Naruto said. I didn't know you were in the hospital until after it happened. Kushina said. That's a lie. Makoto told me she had Shisui go tell you what happened to me. Naruto said. Naruto, I never talked to Shisui the day you were attacked. I didn't see him until the party. Kushina said. Were you even worried that I wasn't home? Let me guess, the party was too important because you had the clan head coming and Minato was announcing the clan heirs. Naruto said. I was worried every time I saw you leave the house. I always had a shadow clone following you until it was always you going to see Makoto. I figured you were with her and I trust her more than anybody else to look after you. I looked for you before the party to ask if you wanted anything specific, but you weren't in your room and I saw a bunch of books. Listen, Naruto. Makoto pulled me to the side and pretty much grilled me about how I was towards you the day before you started the academy. I was focused on Menma and Narumi personally while watching you from a distance. She told me that you personally asked to be added into the Uchiha clan to feel wanted. Is that true? Kushina asked. Yes, I was distant and even when I was around everyone was focused on Menma and Narumi gushing over them. So I asked what it would take to become part of the Uchiha clan. They always asked me how everything was going and what I was up to for the day. Sure they knew I wasn't an Uchiha by birth, but they respected me for going through the trial to actually become an Uchiha. Naruto said. Why didn't you ever say anything? Kushina asked. Because every time I would say I wanted to talk to you, I would get told to hold on because my siblings needed something and I would wait hours or days to finally talk to you. Minato was out of the question because he barely knew I existed, fuck Jiraiya and Tsunade was always out traveling or focusing on Narumi. Hell, up until she died, Makoto was more of a mother to me than you were and you birthed me. Naruto said and Kushina looked down. I'm sorry. I was just caught up in the whole child of prophecy thing until Makoto talked to me and that night I decided I would be more hands-on with you. I mean I watched the stars with you, helped you with your fuinjutsu and even just walked around the village with you. Kushina said. I appreciate that, but it would have meant a lot more had you done that yourself and not needed somebody to tell you to do it. Makoto stayed with me in the hospital for 2 days and you never even came looking for me. Naruto said. Naruto, I've only known that you go to the Uchiha district and back home. Sometimes I even know that you stay there overnight if it's too late for you to come back. My question is why didn't she send a shadow clone? Kushina asked. Because she couldn't. You don't understand how much blood she had to offer me in order for me to live. I lost over 50% of my blood that night and Makoto nearly died trying to save my life. She physically couldn't make a shadow clone or leave the hospital. Your motherly instincts must have sucked when it came to me because you could sense Menma and Narumi were in danger from like 2 miles away, but nothing when it came to me. Do you think I didn't want my actual mother in my life? You didn't even give me the book on my birthday out of your hands or even tell me happy birthday. You had Makoto give it to me and I bet I know why you didn't. Naruto said and Kushina was silent. Yeah, speechless is pretty much how I was when you basically ignored me growing up. That Uzumaki saying that family sticks together no matter what didn't mean shit to me for the first 6 years of my life. It should be called all Uzumaki that are special stick together no matter what. Narumi, Menma and Minato were all you were concerned about really just brushing me off because I'd rather spend time with Makoto. It never once popped in your head to just sit down and talk to me all because of some stupid prophecy. Naruto said. Naruto, listen to me. I really did care about you and I still do, I just didn't know how to approach you. You're just different from Menma and Narumi. They were easier to talk to while you just had this Kakashi look going for you. A blank face that seemed uninterested in everything. I knew you were allergic to seafood, I knew you stayed on the roof late at night and you don't even know how much joy I felt in my heart when Makoto told me that you were interested in fuinjutsu. I always wanted to spend time with you, but your brother and sister were so needy growing up that I forced myself to focus on them. Your fuinjutsu lessons gave me an outing to spend time with you and then kenjutsu lessons became part of our training. The night of the Uchiha massacre I was terrified because I didn't know where you were and I couldn't find your chakra signature. I spent the entire night looking for you myself with nobody around and nearly lost it until you came into the house. I thought my first child had left me so early in his life that I didn't know what to do with myself. I just lost my best friend that night and I just couldn't lose one of my children as well. Kushina said and wrapped Naruto in a hug. That's when I knew you actually cared about me and not just showing sympathy with my training. Naruto said. What do you mean? Kushina asked. Around that time I was still getting used to my sensing ability and I could read a few emotions based off of someone's chakra flow. Yours were pure love after the fear went away and then I heard what you said to Jiraiya. You don't know this, but you're responsible for me not being like Sasuke or Menma. Naruto said. What do you mean? Kushina asked. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan is also known as the eyes that reflect the heart. The Sharingan grows more powerful with the emotion you're feeling. If you hadn't spent time with me and got me out of my phase at the moment, I would have fallen into the curse of hatred. Naruto said. That's just a myth. Naruto said. It's only a myth because it really only happens to members of the Uchiha clan whose Sharingan reach a certain level. Naruto said. Has yours reached that level? Kushina asked. Yes, but I don't use it. Had I been fueled by my hatred of the massacre towards the person who killed Makoto, I would be public enemy number 2 behind Itachi, but you came in and made sure I didn't fall into that darkness. Naruto said. So, your Sharingan is fueled by what emotion? Kushina asked. Happiness, love, serenity, amusement and hope. That and I only surround myself with people who genuinely care about me. I know it's a double-edged sword, but I'll just remember the good times instead of being stuck on hatred if I were to lose one of you. Naruto said. What do you mean by a double-edged sword? All those emotions are a good thing. Kushina said. When a man learns to love, he must bear the risk of hatred. Naruto said. Right. Kushina said. You don't have to worry about me being like that though. I have you and Shizuka to keep me balanced, I guess you can say. Naruto said and Kushina smirked. You like her, don't you? Kushina asked. Really? That's what you took from that? Naruto asked. You're not denying it. Kushina said. Now isn't the time. Naruto said. You're right, but I do need to say something. Kushina said. What is it? Naruto asked. I'm really sorry about how I made you feel in not being a good mother the first 5 years of your life. Kushina said. Don't worry. 7 years of being a good mother sort of outweighs 6 years of being a bad one. As I got older I understood that you were a new mother as well and didn't really know what to do. Naruto said and she smiled. You're right. Kushina said. Can I bring up something that's been bothering me? Naruto asked. Sure. Kushina said. Makoto brought this to my attention and I just remembered it during our talk. She told me that at the party she had a brief conversation with Jiraiya and he mentioned the attack on me. Of course he said something rude which she nearly killed him for, but up until I told you, only me, Makoto and Shisui knew about it. Naruto said. You think Jiraiya set it up? Kushina asked. No, but I do think he's the reason you never spoke to Shisui. What if he intercepted Shisui on his way to tell you and just kept it from you? Naruto asked. Why would he do that? It doesn't make sense. Kushina said. Well, he does think Menma and Narumi are the children of prophecy. What if he thought I'd get in the way and would rather sacrifice me to fulfill the prophecy? I mean he basically wanted you to forget about me to focus on them and Minato is just wrapped around his finger. Naruto said. I mean given how focused he is on this prophecy it's possible, but we'd have to gather evidence. I can't just kill him on a gut feeling. Kushina said. Shisui did keep a journal about important events in his life and I'd assume that day was pretty important. Maybe I can look for that journal to see if he wrote about it and then confront Jiraiya about it. Naruto said. I would say no, but I know you'll do it anyway. Just don't get caught sneaking into the Uchiha clan district. Kushina said. I got it. What are you going to do if I'm right about him? Naruto asked. Oh, I'm going to kill him. Kushina said. What do you think Minato will do? Naruto asked. Now that is the million Ryo question. I have no idea how he'd react, but he better let me kick Jiraiya's ass. Kushina said and looked up at the sky. Maybe we should get some sleep. It's late and we need to rest up for the mission tomorrow. Naruto said. Yeah, good night, Naruto. Kushina said and gave him a hug. Good night, Mom. Naruto said and she smiled. Next night. Following the heart-to-heart conversation between them, Naruto and Kushina really spent the time training, laughing or making plans on how to go about the mission. Of course they finally settled on one and it was a typical Kushina Uzumaki plan. They were just going to wing it and see how it goes from there. Eventually they saw a dark-haired man dragging a red-haired girl by her hair and tossing her into the door at the house they were waiting at. Tomorrow, you'll do the same exact thing. We have more wounded coming in and I don't want any complaints. The man said. If I'm supposed to help them, why do I have to stay out here? It'll take us a day to get back and then you'll just blame me for people dying. The girl said and he kicked her in the face. You're an outsider. You live outside of the village. The man said and threw her into the house before leaving. Ready to go? Naruto asked. Let's do it, Kushina said and landed in front of the door. Should we knock or just go in? Naruto asked. You obviously knock. You can't just walk in on a girl. She's probably naked and we're basically kidnapping her, Kushina said. If we're kidnapping her then what's the point of knocking? Naruto asked and Kushina knocked. We should have come up with a better plan, Kushina said and the girl opened the door. Yo, Naruto said and Kushina smacked him upside the head. That's not how you greet somebody. Hello, there, Kushina said. Who are you? The girl asked. Somebody here to help you get away from this place and live with the remaining members of your clan, Kushina said and her eyes went wide. My clan? The girl asked. Yes, I'm Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze and this is my son, Naruto Uzumaki, Kushina said. Sup, Naruto said and gave a two-finger salute. I'm Karen. How'd you find me? Karen asked. We actually stumbled upon your existence on a mission and somebody planned on kidnapping you before selling you to somebody else. We're here to offer you a home and better life away from all of this. Plus, with the help of Tsunade Senju, we can get rid of all of those bite marks from your heel bite ability, Kushina said. What do I have to do? I know you want something, Karen said. I just want my family to be whole and since you're in Uzumaki, you count as my family as well, Kushina said. Yeah, what she said, Naruto said. Even if I wanted to leave, I can't. There's a tracking seal on my neck. They'll know where I am, Karen said and Kushina cracked her knuckles. Piece of cake. A tracking seal is child's play for in Uzumaki. Turn around, Kushina said and Karen turned around. Will you abuse me like they did and force me to use my ability? Karen asked and flinched when Kushina broke the seal. No, our medical team is quite capable of handling things and Naruto here is coming up with a way to combine Fuinjutsu with medical ninjutsu to cut down casualties. You don't really have to be a ninja if you don't want to. You can just be a regular civilian, Kushina said. Can we leave now? He'll be back tomorrow morning, Karen said. Sure, hop on, Kushina said and Karen climbed on her back. Should I blow up the house? Naruto asked. Wait, Karen said and packed a few things inside of a large bag. Here, I'll seal the bag away for you, Kushina said. Thank you, Karen said. Alright, blow it up and catch up with us. We need to get out of here quickly, Kushina said and took off running. Small house, Naruto said. He placed explosive tags all around it and then blew it up after he was a safe distance away. He eventually caught up with Kushina and they traveled back to Konoha in silence, only stopping for bathroom breaks and to get Karen some food since she didn't eat. Uzumaki Namikaze Estate. Whoa, this is where you live. This place is huge, Karen said. Well, I live here. Naruto moved out, Kushina said. Why would you ever move out of this place? It's perfect, Karen said. You'll find out soon enough, Naruto said. Well, let's go inside. You can take Naruto's old room, but we'll have to go buy you some stuff later. It's completely empty, Kushina said and they entered the house. What about my bite marks? Karen asked. Tsunade should be back next week and I'll let her know what's going on, Kushina said. Mom, who is this? Narumi asked. This is Karen Uzumaki. She's going to be living in Konoha, Kushina said. She hasn't met Menma yet, has she? Narumi asked. No, Kushina said. Good, because he's even worse since he's on house arrest, Narumi said and Minato came into the room. You're back already. I wasn't expecting you to be back for a few more hours, Minato said. Well, we blew up the house she was staying in to make it look like she was dead. We had to move quickly, Kushina said. You could have just buried the house with an earth ninjutsu, Minato said. Oh yeah, oh well, this is Karen, Kushina said. I'm Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, Minato said. Why are you wearing a pink apron? Karen asked and Kushina snickered. Well, I was preparing some lunch for Narumi and I, but I guess I'll have to make extras, Minato said. I can understand that, but why pink? Not saying that there's anything wrong with it, but I never pictured the yellow Flash would cook wearing a pink apron. Kind of ruins the image, you know, Karen asked. He said he likes the pink one because it's comfortable. That's supposed to be my mom's, but he took hers and she wears his. Narumi said. Can I leave? Naruto asked. You aren't staying for lunch. Minato asked. Do you not remember the last time I stayed over, Minato? Naruto asked. No, you can't leave. We have to talk to Minato about your suspicions. Kushina said. About what? Minato asked. In private. Narumi, can you show Karen Naruto's old room? That's where she'll be staying and please try to avoid Menma. I don't want my house destroyed again. Speaking of that, where's Shizuka? Kushina asked and they heard a loud crash followed by Menma's scream. Beating up Menma again. Honestly mom, his mouth is just too much and he's making lewd comments towards her now. Narumi said and the crashes got louder. Will you please stop them? This is really important right now. Kushina said and then Menma came flying into the room. You motherfucker, Shizuka said, as she walked up to him with a kunai. Aren't you going to stop her? Narumi asked and looked at Naruto. Why me? Naruto asked. She likes you and listens to you the most outside of mom. Narumi said and he sighed. Fine, Shizuka, if you stop, I'll take you out on a date. Naruto said and she stopped. What? Shizuka asked. Yeah, you can be my date for the summer festival in a few weeks. Naruto said. You better not be lying. Shizuka said. Have I ever lied to you before? Naruto asked. No, but still, Shizuka said. Fine, I'll take Hinata then, Naruto said and the room went cold. What did you just say? Shizuka asked in a deadly voice. You heard me, Naruto said and took his mask off. Oh wow, you're hot, Karen said and Shizuka grew a tick mark. He's mine, back off, Shizuka yelled. Says WHO, Karen yelled. Me, Shizuka yelled. Will you calm down? I'm just joking, I'll take you to the festival, Naruto said. Isn't that like a month and a half away or something? Kushina asked. Yeah, the festival is a few weeks before the Chunin exams, Minato said. You better not stand me up, Shizuka said. Whatever, can we go and get this talk over with now? Naruto asked. Oh right, let's go, Minato said. Minato's office. So, what is it that you're suspicious about? Minato asked. Your sensei, Kushina said. Jiraiya, why would you be suspicious of him? Minato asked. Makoto told me she talked to him at the 5th birthday party you threw. Naruto said. A lot of people talked to him at that party. That isn't something to be suspicious about. Minato said. No, but it's what he talked to her about that has me suspicious of him. Naruto said. I highly doubt Jiraiya is suspicious. Minato said. He knew about the attack that happened a few days before the party. Except I was under the impression that only myself, Makoto and Shisui knew about it. Naruto said. I'm not understanding how this is making him suspicious. Minato said. Makoto told Shisui to find mom and let her know that I was in the hospital after the attack. Naruto said. I never spoke to Shisui until the party and he must have figured I already knew about the attack so he didn't mention it. Kushina said. Did you see Shisui at all that night? Naruto asked. No, I sent Jiraiya to give him a mission for me. Minato said and then started to understand what was going on. It's possible that when they met, Shisui told Jiraiya about the attack and to inform me about it, but he never did. Kushina said. Are you sure you didn't forget? Minato asked. You think I'd forget if somebody told me my own child was fighting for his life in the hospital? Kushina asked. No, I just can't see why he'd keep something like that from us. Minato said and put his head in his hands. I know why. It's because of that prophecy. It's possible that he sees me as a threat to that prophecy and wouldn't care if I was gone. He could use my death to push you two further into making sure Menma or Narumi make the prophecy happen in a good way and bringing peace to the world. Naruto said. Minato, let us look into this before we say anything to Jiraiya. Kushina said and Minato was silent. I know Jiraiya and I know for a fact that he wouldn't be capable of doing something like that, right? Minato thought. Minato, Kushina said and he snapped his head up. Huh, Minato asked. I know it's hard for you to believe, but this is serious. If we're right about this, Jiraiya nearly let our son die and if it wasn't for Makoto, he would be dead. Let us look into this, please. Kushina said. What do you need? Minato asked and sounded so defeated. We need permission to search Jiraiya's home and Shisui's as well. We'll need to look for anything that would put these pieces together. Kushina said. Alright, Naruto can check the Uchiha district while you search Jiraiya's home. Minato said and Kushina placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, Minato. Kushina said. Yeah, Minato said and looked at Naruto. I'm not apologizing. I didn't do anything wrong. Naruto said. I want both of you to be honest with me. Do you think Jiraiya would be capable of introducing Menma to Danzo? Minato asked and they just looked at each other. Given that he's been against me my entire life and he possibly hid my attack from the two of you, I wouldn't put it past him if it meant the prophecy happens how he wants it to. Naruto said. Maybe they cut a deal or something. Danzo would have the root Anbu teach Menma ninjutsu and taijutsu while Jiraiya focuses on the Nine Tails chakra. They both get what they want. Danzo has somebody in our family on his side and Jiraiya helps him control the Nine Tails chakra. When is he supposed to come back? Kushina asked. He's not scheduled back until the Chunin exams start. Minato said. That gives us about 2 months to find whatever we can before I kick his ass and kill him. Kushina said. Let me talk to him at least. Minato said. You can talk to him, but he won't respond after I shove my foot down his throat. Kushina said and there was a knock on the door. Come in, Minato said and it was Tsunade. Tsunade, I thought you weren't supposed to come back for a few more days. Kushina said. The Chunin exams are starting soon and Narumi wants me to meet this Sakura Haruno. So I came back sooner. Tsunade said. Welcome back, Minato said and it was dull. What's up with him? Tsunade asked. Long story. Close the door, Kushina said and Tsunade nodded. Talk, Tsunade said and Kushina explained everything making Tsunade's jaw drop. That's what's going on right now, Kushina said. I know I don't have a relationship of any sorts with Naruto, but I'd never do something like that even if I hated him like Jiraiya does. Tsunade said. Thank you, that means a lot coming from somebody that's like a complete stranger to me. Naruto said. You're really sarcastic, did you know that? Tsunade asked. It's possible, Naruto said. Anyway, Jiraiya keeps his house protected with a lot of seals, but Kushina will get through them without a problem. He's a seal master, but nobody in this village is even close to Kushina in that skill. Tsunade said. You might want to stay around if all of this is true. He'll need medical attention, Kushina said. Why would I do that? Willingly letting a child die over some prophecy that was given to him by a toad that can't even remember its own name is not something I can get behind. Tsunade said. This brings up another question, Minato. What are you going to do to Jiraiya if all of this is true? I mean I get you and Naruto aren't close, but he's still your son. Hell, he's our firstborn child. Granted that only lasted 30 minutes until Menma came out. Kushina said. We don't know if it's true or not. I want to wait until I see if you can find something that proves he's guilty. Minato said. Fair enough, Kushina said. You all can leave, I need some space, Minato said. Sorry, Minato, Kushina said and they left. What would the past Hokages do if they were in my shoes right now? Minato thought and just sat there. Jiraiya's house. Kushina waited until it was late at night to sneak into Jiraiya's house and start her part of the mission. She arrived and immediately found all of the seals made to protect Jiraiya's house, but she wasn't shaken at all. He had them all mixed up randomly to confuse somebody, but Kushina was an Uzumaki and she could break all of these and make it so he couldn't get into his own house if she wanted to. She took her time going through his seals and breaking them to amuse herself before finally going into the house. The house looked like it was recently cleaned and that made Kushina suspicious that he's been in the village recently. She put up a barrier around the house to keep her chakra from leaking out and then let off a pulse of chakra to find any hidden compartments protected by a seal. She found one underneath his desk and when she opened it, lots of pictures fell out and so did his books along with some journals. That sick son of a bitch, Kushina said. She was going through the photos and they were all pictures he took while spying on multiple women in the village as well as other villages. He had pictures of Anko, Kurenai, Sume, Makoto, Henna Inuzuka, Kushina, Yugao, Tsunade, Shizune, multiple women who worked at the brothel house in the red light district, a woman with auburn hair that she recognized as Maid Terumi and so many more. She sealed up everything she just found and put the house back to the way she found it before going to her house. Shisui's apartment. Naruto wasn't having much luck at Shisui's home due to the fact that Shisui didn't keep much since he was a member of the Anbu. His entire house was covered in dust which made Naruto thankful that he made sure to wear his mask this time. He searched the entire home only to see everything was burned. He even sent shadow clones to search all the other buildings, but nothing was found and when he was about to leave, he was surrounded by 20 root Anbu. You guys again, haven't I killed enough of you? Naruto asked. Our orders are to eliminate. Get him, the captain said. Alright, follow me, Naruto said and took off to the forest. Don't let him get away, the captain said and they gave chase. Konoha Forest. Naruto landed in the middle of a wide open clearing and then the 20 Anbu landed in front of him. He unsealed 2 of his kunai and the Anbu attacked in random patterns to throw him off. He took out 5 of them until they all came at once, which proved difficult for him even with his Sharingan active. He jumped over one and burned him to ashes with the fire style fireball jutsu before ducking out of the way from getting his head cut off. He pulled out his sword and before he could resume fighting, Kushina landed next to him. "Looks like you could use some help," Kushina said. "Kill them both," the captain said. Naruto and Kushina both unsealed their swords to take out the remaining root Anbu who stood no chance. Kushina would coat her sword in wind chakra to sharpen her blade and Naruto channeled lighting chakra through the blade to extend its range. Naruto and Kushina were back to back with 2 more Anbu members. Naruto signaled for Kushina to get down and she nodded. Naruto channeled lightning chakra into his body then released it in a wave calling it the Chidori stream. The 2 Anbu were hit by the attacks and their bodies stiffened up on them, giving Kushina time a chance to finish them off for good. "Well, that was interesting," Kushina said. "They were in the Uchiha district," Naruto said. "Why?" Kushina asked. "Like they would even tell me. They were there as soon as I left Shisui's home. Brought them here to fight so I wouldn't attract that much attention." Naruto said. "You caught my attention. I had a feeling you needed my help and I tracked your chakra signature here," Kushina said. "Right. Did you find anything?" Shisui's place was covered in dust and the important stuff was burned. "I tried to find any traces of chakra, but whoever did it must have used natural fire or a candle," Naruto said. "Boy, did I ever find something. Get this. He's been here recently. His home was spotless like it was recently cleaned," Kushina said. "So he's been lying about being gone. I wonder what the hell he's doing on these so-called missions of his," Naruto said. "Let's go tell Minato," Kushina said and they vanished. Minato's office. "How long do you think he's been like that?" Naruto asked, as they saw Minato staring at the wall. "Since we left." "Minato, we're back," Kushina said and Minato looked at them. "Let me hear it," Minato said. "Well, he takes pictures of women naked at the hot springs and keeps them. He even has pictures of me," Kushina said. "Could have kept that to yourself," Naruto mumbled. "Shut it. It's pictures of women from different villages here as well. I have a few journals from him, but the most interesting thing to me is that his house was clean," Kushina said. "What's so bad about that?" Minato asked. "His house was recently cleaned. Like within the past couple of days, clean," Kushina said. "That's impossible. He's not even in the village," Minato said. "He's a spy master. He can sneak in and out of this village if he wanted to without being detected," Naruto said. "What about his journals?" Minato asked. "I wanted to wait until we were in the same room to read them," Kushina said and unsealed the journals. "It's only 2 of them," Minato asked. "Yeah, they must be important if he had them sealed away," Kushina said and tossed him one. "Let's just get this over with," Minato said and they read through the journals thoroughly until Kushina found exactly what she was looking for. "I'm going to kill him," Kushina said. "What does it say?" Minato asked. "Minato has tasked me with giving Shisui a mission to the border for a quick elimination of a few bandits. Something like this is beneath someone of Shisui's abilities, but he's the Hokage. However, I bumped into Shisui who was looking extremely worried only for him to tell me Kushina's son was beaten within an inch of his life. I couldn't care less about this boy dying to be honest and it should happen. He's not the child of prophecy so he could possibly sway Menma or Narumi to cause destruction. I'll keep this from Kushina and the family as long as I live and hopefully I outlive them. That kid is nothing but trouble and I curse my sensei every day for giving him the name of my character I created. Anyway, given what Shisui told me, the boy won't last through the night and I can use that to force Kushina into focusing harder on training Menma and Narumi. I notice how she watches Naruto from afar, barely paying attention sometimes and that can't happen right now. Menma and Narumi's training is a lot more important than Naruto's health. Why worry about one little boy when the fate of the world is at stake here? Maybe we should kill him slowly," Naruto said. "I agree. This one is dated back to about 2 years before you graduated," Kushina said. "Menma's skills aren't progressing that much farther anymore and Narumi no longer trains with us, but she's ahead of him now. Minato is back in the office, Kakashi is back in the Anbu and Kushina abandoned her children for that boy. I've secretly met with Danzo and he has agreed to help Menma train while I'm away in secret and I'll handle the Nine Tails chakra, but Menma is to keep his skills a secret. I don't know what Danzo will teach Menma, but he understands that he can't go too far or he risks releasing the Nine Tails and we can't afford to have that happen. Danzo has assured me that he will have some root Anbu take out the boy, and if they shall fail before I return to the village, I'll personally deal with him, making it seem like a foreign ninja attacked. I'm only 13. It's weird that a grown man is that obsessed with me when all I want to do is just live my life. Naruto said. Minato, it's your call, but I know as soon as I see him I'm going off. Kushina said. Just give me a few days to figure everything out. Minato said. You have 1 week. Kushina said and left. Naruto, you're pretty smart. What would you do if you were Hokage and you were in my position right now? Minato asked. I don't know. I'd have to be in that position to see what I would do. Now you see how Itachi felt when he had to do what he did to the Uchiha clan. Naruto said. You know. Minato asked. Yes, I know the truth behind the massacre, but I understand certain things are best kept secret, so I won't say anything. You saw what Itachi did, and the Uchiha clan was his family. You need to ask yourself who is more important, the village and your family or your sensei. Naruto said and left. Look at me, asking for advice from a 13-year-old. Minato said and chuckled. He says things like that and has no desire to become Hokage. Minato said. Living room. So, did you two find anything? Tsunade asked. Yeah, oh, and you might want this. Kushina said and gave her all the photos Jiraiya had taken of her. Where did you get these? Tsunade asked and quickly put them away. Jiraiya had them sealed away with his journals. He had some of me and pretty much every female in this village as well as other villages. Kushina said. He's dead when I see him. Tsunade said. Get in line. Kushina said. So, how bad was it? Tsunade asked. It's pretty bad. Minato clearly isn't taking any of this well. He just looks so defeated and lost. I mean, he was basically a father to Minato and this is how he turned out. I gave him a week to make up his mind on what he's going to do, but I'm still kicking Jiraiya's ass regardless. Kushina said. What about Naruto? How'd he take it? Tsunade asked. He offered to kill him slowly. Kushina said. That reminds me, do you even know why Jiraiya hates him? From my understanding, Naruto doesn't even talk to him. Tsunade said. It's like I said when we got into that argument on their first day at the academy. He resents Naruto because he's the complete opposite of him. Naruto's a prodigy and Jiraiya was the dead last of his class. Naruto has natural talent like his father and Jiraiya's upset because it's a lot more than he'll ever have. Kushina said. Then what about Menma? Tsunade asked. I finally figured that one out. It has to do with Menma's way of thinking. He thinks Naruto's weak because he doesn't flaunt his skills or boast about them, and Menma thinks he shouldn't be around. That, and he's the student of Jiraiya who also hates Naruto, so it's possible that some of Jiraiya's hatred of Naruto rubbed off onto Menma. Kushina said. Then that makes things harder for you to change Menma's attitude. Tsunade said. What do you mean? Kushina asked. That girl Karen has the mind's eye of the Kagura ability. Tsunade said. So does Naruto. Kushina said. Yes, but there's something Naruto isn't telling you about the ability. Karen told me she sensed Menma's chakra in the house and it was dark with no amount of light in it. She said his chakra gives off pure hatred and malice. Tsunade said. So Naruto knew about it all this time and he still hasn't done anything to Menma, knowing there's no hope in saving him. Why though? Kushina asked. My guess would be because of you. I know the two of you are extremely close and he probably doesn't want to risk losing you if he were to act on Menma's actions. Tsunade said. I don't want to run the risk of you hating me for killing my own brother, and I don't want Narumi to think I'm some kind of monster. I don't want you to look at me how the village sees Itachi. Naruto said. How long have you been there? Kushina asked. Long enough. Naruto said. You think I'd turn on you if you were to kill Menma? Kushina asked. It's a possibility. Narumi, despite her changing over the years, still cares a lot about Menma, and this situation isn't exactly hard to see who has to kill him if it goes that far. Narumi can't do it, you can't do it, Minato can't do it, Jiraiya can't, and Tsunade can't. All of you have the power to do it, but each of you has a certain bond that will hold you back, unlike me. I've never had a bond or any kind of relationship with Menma, so I won't feel anything if I were to kill him. My only concern is your opinion of me changing from what it currently is to something completely different. Your opinion matters the most to me in this village, and I think you know that. Naruto said. Naruto, my opinion of you would never change. Kushina said. Yeah, you say that now, but nobody will know for certain until it happens. Naruto said and walked away. He's pretty wise for his age. Tsunade said. Yeah, Kushina said and looked at the direction Naruto went. Minato was depressed, Kushina was out for blood, and Naruto finally revealed his feelings about him growing up to his mother that he kept bottled up inside of him. It was going to be a rough couple of months for the Uzumaki Namikaze family. Time went by for Team 7 and it was time for the Chunin exams. Over the course of the 2-month period, Team 7 spent that time mainly training since all of them wanted to compete in the exams and wouldn't take no for an answer. They each had their roles in the group that they played up to when absolutely necessary, and it was a successful idea to give each other a specific duty. It wasn't every day that you get a team full of 6 people, so Kakashi and Kushina split them into groups of 3 to make things easier. Naruto was the team captain still, and with Menma gone, Sasuke was the only one that caused problems due to him becoming more arrogant thanks to him finally having his Sharingan. Narumi was the team's co-captain as well as a close to mid-range fighter along with Sasuke. Shizuka was the team's wild card along with Naruto since she could also attack from anywhere thanks to her impressive taijutsu and long-range wind ninjutsu skills. Sakura was a bit difficult, but Naruto gave her a book on medical ninjutsu, so she became the team medic and long-range fighter after Kushina taught her how to use some shuriken jutsu. Kakashi also worked with her on trap making to give the team a chance to retreat should the situation ever call for it. Team 7 fully moved on from the team bonding exercises since they would never work thanks to Sasuke not wanting to follow Naruto's orders. Sakura changed a bit, and despite her still having a crush on Sasuke, she took being a ninja seriously now thanks to all of her constant training. The one thing about this team that didn't change was Menma once he was able to come back to the team after his suspension. When he returned from the suspension, he immediately got into it with Shizuka since he couldn't keep his comments to himself whenever she asked a question about something, and it resulted in him getting knocked out. Over the course of their training schedule, Kakashi and Kushina started to give them 2 days off after missions before resuming their training. While they were on breaks, you could usually catch Naruto writing or with Shizuka, and it became obvious that the two of them shared a special bond. If Naruto was reading, Shizuka would just lay her head on his lap and doze off, much to Hinata's dismay. Hinata would spy on them from a distance with her Byakugan, not knowing Naruto already knew she was there, but didn't care enough to do anything. Naruto over the past 2 months went on a lot of missions with some Chunin and Jonin to get him ready for when he becomes an official Chunin to start leading missions of his own. He went on numerous C, B and a few A-rank missions that put his leadership skills to the test. Despite having a few slip-ups, none of his missions came back with a negative review, and everyone actually enjoyed being on missions with him because he knew when to be serious but also kept the mood at ease with his sarcastic remarks. Some members of the Anbu even put in a request to have him on their missions, but that was where Kushina drew the line and none of them were crazy enough to go against her. However, Minato did get a request from the Anbu for Naruto to join their ranks, but Naruto declined the offer. Currently all of the Jonin were in Minato's office for the selection on the Chunin exams. I'm sure you all can guess as to why I've called you here. It's time for the Chunin exams and we need to select our candidates. To begin, will those in charge of the rookie genin please step forward? Minato asked and only 4 of them did. The other genin must not be ready to become a Chunin yet. Kushina thought. Asuma, Kakashi, Kurenai and Kushina. What do you say? Are there any in your squads you'd like to recommend for the exams despite their inexperience? As you know, any genin who has carried out 8 or more missions is technically eligible for the exams. Beyond that, only you can decide when they are ready. Of course, most genin require a longer training period of at least twice that many missions. Asuma, you may begin. Minato said. I lead Squad 10. Choji Akamichi, Shikamaru Nara and Ino Yamanaka. I, Asuma Sarutobi, recommend all 3 of these genin for the Chunin exams. Asuma said. I lead Squad 8. Shino Aburame, Hinata Hyuga and Kiba Inazuka. I, Kurenai Yuhi, recommend all 3 for the Chunin exams. Kurenai said. I, Kakashi Hitaki lead Squad 7. I recommend Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze, Menma Uzumaki Namikaze and Sasuke Uchiha for the Chunin exams. Kakashi said. I also lead Squad 7. I, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze recommend Shizuka, Sakura Haruno and Naruto Uzumaki for the Chunin exams. Kushina said, and mumbled chatter started to spread. Is that your final decision? Once I put their names down, I cannot remove them from the Chunin exams. Minato said. Yeah, that's right, Kushina said, and the others nodded. Village. So, Shizuka, how'd it go with Naruto on your date at the summer festival? Sakura asked, as she was walking with Shizuka and Narumi. Yeah, we tried getting answers out of him, but that didn't work since he was working on his book. Narumi said. Have you ever read his book? Shizuka asked. No. Is it good? Sakura asked. It's basically flying off the shelves. He has to make an army of shadow clones to keep up with the sales. Shizuka said. Really? I have to get one. Narumi said. Anyway, tell us about the date. Sakura said. Well, it was great actually. You'd think somebody who always looks bored doesn't know how to have fun, but it was better than I expected. I mean, we played games, he won me a few prizes, ate food, laughed, and we met lots of people. He even had to sign a few autographs for his book. Shizuka said. Did you kiss him? Sakura asked. No, I mean, don't get me wrong, I do like him a lot, but right now I'm focused on becoming a chunin. Besides, he refused to take his mask off and I absolutely refused to have my first kiss be on his mask. Shizuka said. Why didn't he take it off? Narumi asked. He didn't want to ruin the date by having fangirls rushing to kiss him if they saw his face. It's completely understandable, Shizuka said. Not really. He never takes his mask off. Sakura said. Yes he does. He takes it off all the time, just not in public. Narumi said. How does he look? Sakura asked. I don't go around checking him out like most girls do. He's my brother and that's weird. Narumi said. I wasn't talking to you. Sakura said. He's hot, Shizuka said. Is he hot like Sasuke or an average guy hot? Sakura asked. Beyond Sasuke, Shizuka said. That's impossible, Sakura said. Not really, Shizuka said, and a box hit Narumi's ankles. Huh, Konohamaru, Udon and Moegi. What do you want now? Narumi asked and the box exploded revealing 3 people. You promised you were going to play ninja with us, remember? Konohamaru asked. Playing ninja? Aren't you kids in the academy? Sakura asked. Who's the chick with the big forehead and flat chest? Konohamaru asked and Shizuka jumped on Sakura to keep her from killing him. Let me go, Sakura said. No, you can't kill him, Shizuka said. I won't, I'll just make him wish he was dead, Sakura said. This is Sakura and Shizuka. They're my teammates, Narumi said. Well, hello, Shizuka. Care to go out on a date with the grandson of the 3rd Hokage? Konohamaru asked. I'd rather not go to jail for being a pedophile, Shizuka said. Your loss, Konohamaru said. Listen, Konohamaru, I'm really sorry about our game, but I've just been really busy with ninja missions and training for the Chunin exams just in case we get nominated. Narumi said. Then what are you doing right now? Moegi asked. We're on our way to team training. I'll tell you what, after the Chunin exams are over, I'll play ninja with you until you collapse, deal? Narumi asked. Deal, Konohamaru said. Great, now, run along. Narumi and they took off running around the corner. Ow, Konohamaru said. Hey, watch where you're going you little shit, a voice said. Konohamaru, Moegi said. Come on guys, Shizuka said and they quickly ran around the corner. Hey, makeup boy, put him down, now, Narumi said. It's war paint. So, does this hurt punk? The guy asked and tightened his grip on Konohamaru. Put him down, Kankuro. Or you know you'll pay for it later. A blonde girl with 4 pigtails said. Who are they? Sakura thought. Hey, I said put him down, Narumi said. So these are the Leaf Village's genin. Kankuro thought. We've got a few minutes before he gets here. Let's mess with these punks. Kankuro said. Let go of me you jerk. Konohamaru said and started to kick Kankuro. You're feisty, but not for long. Kankuro said and Narumi ran at him, but he moved his fingers causing her to trip. What the hell was that? Narumi asked. You're a Leaf genin too. Looks like your village is full of wimps. All of you are really annoying. I don't like runts or any scrawny weaklings. So when a wimp like this starts shooting off his mouth, I just wanna break him in half. Kankuro said. Fine, I'm not involved in any of this, okay? The blonde girl asked. First I'll take care of this little squirt. Then I'll waste the other one. Kankuro said. He pulled his fist back to punch Konohamaru, but a rock was thrown at his hand causing him to drop Konohamaru and hold his hand while grunting in pain. Everyone looked up in the tree and saw Sasuke sitting there in a typical cool guy pose tossing a rock in the air. You're a long way from home and you're way out of your league. Sasuke said. Sasuke, Sakura exclaimed. Well, local hottie, the blonde girl thought, as she looked at Sasuke. Oh great, another wimp to tick me off, Kankuro said. Get lost, Sasuke told them and crushed the rock in his hand. He's so cool, Sakura said with hearts in her eyes. Hey, punk, get down here. You're the kind of pesky little snot I hate the most. All attitude and nothing to back it up, Kankuro said and took his bandaged item off of his back. What, are you gonna use the crow for this? The girl asked. Kankuro, back off, a voice said and everyone looked up again in the tree to see a red-haired boy hanging upside down. You're an embarrassment to our village, he said. Hey, Gaara. Kankuro said. When did he get there? He didn't make a sound. Only Jonin at Kakashi's level are that smooth. Sasuke thought. Have you forgotten the reason we came all the way here? Gaara asked. I know, I mean they challenged us. They started this whole thing, really. See, here's what happened. Kankuro said. Shut up, or I'll kill you, Gaara said. Ah, right, I totally got out of line. I'm sorry, Gaara, I was totally out of line. Kankuro said. I'm sorry for any trouble he caused. Gaara said to Sasuke. This guy has an evil look in his eye. Sasuke thought. He stopped Kankuro with a pebble. Made it look easy. This guy is someone to keep an eye on. Gaara thought and appeared on the ground. Let's go. We didn't come here to play games. Gaara said. All right, sure, I get it, Kankuro said. Hold on, hey, I can tell from your headbands that you come from the village hidden in the sand. Of course the land of fire and the land of wind are allies, but no shinobi can enter another's village without permission. So, state your purpose and it better be good. Sakura said. Really? Have you guys been living under a rock? You don't know what's going on, do you? We have permission. Of course, you're correct. We are hidden sand genin and our home is the land of the wind. We're here for the Chunin exams. Get the picture? The blonde girl asked. The Chunin exams have already started. What the hell have Kushina and Kakashi-sensei been doing? Shizuka asked. I don't know, but I definitely want to find out and enter these exams. Narumi said and the three sand genin started to walk away, but Sasuke spoke up. Hey, you, identify yourself, Sasuke said and the blonde girl spoke up. Oh, I'm Temari, Temari said. Not you, the one with the gourd on his back, Sasuke said. My name is Gaara of the desert. I'm curious about you too. Who are you? Gaara asked. I'm Sasuke Uchiha, Sasuke said and they turned to leave, but Naruto came walking around the corner. Let's go, you four. We have a team meeting to get to, Naruto said and just ignored the three sand genin. Is it about the Chunin exams? Narumi asked. I don't know. Menma is already there and the four of you are later than Kakashi. Naruto said. Another Leaf Village weakling, Kankuro said. Huh, did you say something? Naruto asked. Who are you? Gaara asked. He's a Jinchuriki. Must be for Shukaku, Naruto thought. Somebody that can tame you if you lose control of your beast. Naruto said and Temari's eyes widened. How does he know? Temari thought. What beast? Sakura thought. We're leaving, Gaara said and they jumped into the trees. Let's go, Naruto said and vanished. Training Ground 7. Now that everyone is finally here, we can finally get onto the reason for this meeting. Kakashi said. Naruto, remove the silencing seal from Menma. Kushina said. Fine, Naruto said and removed the silencing seal. Do that again and you're dead, Menma said and glared at Naruto. You can try if you want to, Naruto said. Anyway, we've recommended you for the Chunin exams. All 6 of you, Kushina said. These are the application forms. Kakashi said. Why do we need application forms? Sakura asked. You need to sign these in order to compete. This is all voluntary. It's up to each of you. If you don't feel ready, you can wait until next year. Kakashi said. Whoever wants to take the exams, sign the application and come to room 301 at the academy. It's starting at 3 p.m. 5 days from now, Kushina said, as Kakashi gave each of them a form. Now, since we have a team of 6, we had to split the group into 2 separate teams. Narumi, Menma and Sasuke are all on one team. The rest of you are the other team, Kakashi said. Kushina-sensei, can you train me in some defensive ninjutsu? I checked my chakra nature last night and it's earth, Sakura said. Sure, I know a few earth ninjutsu that you should be able to do with no problem and learn in time for the Chunin exams. Kushina said. Does anybody else want extra help with training? Kakashi asked. I think I'll train by myself for the next couple of days. Narumi said. Sasuke said. I'll be training with Naruto. Shizuka said. I'm ready to take the exams now. I don't need extra training, Menma said. Alright, remember, the Chunin exams are in 5 days, Kushina said and left with Sakura. 5 days later. It was now time for the Chunin exams and everyone did as much training as they could. Sakura worked with Kushina on her jutsus and taijutsu. Sakura was able to add 2 ninjutsus to her collection for her chakra nature. She learned Earth Style, Mudwall and Earth Style, Hidden Mole Jutsu. She even cut her hair so it stopped at her shoulders since Kushina told her it raised her chances of being caught and she shouldn't take that risk due to her lack of experience. Menma and Narumi both trained on their own. Menma was working with the root Anbu still and Narumi was working on some material that Tsunade sent her. While she couldn't use the chakra-enhanced strength like Tsunade, Narumi did adapt to the taijutsu style Tsunade used and it was almost natural for her. Sasuke worked on his speed and taijutsu with Kakashi. He worked on his hand sign speed and being able to do his jutsus with less hand signs like he noticed Naruto does. He worked on his Sharingan progression and despite him having one tomo in one eye and two in the other, he thought he was making good progress on it. Naruto didn't really train as much due to Shizuka always being with him. It wasn't that he didn't want to train while she was around, but he was learning something to surprise the judges at the Chunin exams to boost his chances of becoming a Chunin and he didn't want anybody to know about it. "Hey guys, sorry to keep you waiting," Sakura said running up to them. "Sakura, you're late," Menma said. "Sorry, I was getting my stuff ready and lost track of time," Sakura said. "Well, do you have everything?" Shizuka asked. "Yeah, I have everything," Sakura said. "Great, I was getting tired of waiting for you," Narumi said. "Neither of you had to wait. She's not on your team during the Chunin exam so you don't have to wait for her," Naruto said. "Who asked you? Just shut up, I can't wait to embarrass you in the Chunin exams," Menma said and walked away. "He does realize he's never beaten you before, right?" Sakura asked Naruto. "I'll let him keep believing he can beat me. If we fight during the Chunin exams I'll show him where he's at compared to me." "Let's go," Naruto said. They walked into the academy and when they got to the second floor they saw room 301 was being crowded. Naruto, Sasuke, Shizuka and Sakura knew it was a genjutsu, but decided to play along with the two Chunin blocking the door. They saw a boy about a year older get kicked back to the ground and his teammate go to his side. Naruto knew who this was as well as one of his teammates. "You're taking the Chunin exams and you can't even get past us," one of the Chunin asked. "Why don't you just give up now before you get hurt?" the other asked. "Yeah, I think I hear your mommy calling you," the first Chunin said. "Please let us through, we're supposed to go in there," the bun-haired girl said and was punched in the face. "That was harsh," somebody from the crowd said. "Did you say harsh? Don't kid yourself, we're being nice by comparison. These exams are going to make this look like a picnic," one Chunin said. "Some of you won't survive the exams. Others will be wrecked for like and some of you may go crazy. For Chunin it's always life and death," the other said. "You think it's a joke? Chunin are qualified to lead missions. The lives of your squad members are in your hands, so you better be tough enough to take the heat," his friend said. "Delicate little girls don't belong here. We're just thinning out the herd. You won't pass anyway, so go home and play with your dolls." "Really nice speech. Now both of you step aside and let me through. While you're at it, reverse the genjutsu. We can see through your illusion anyway," Sasuke said. "Way to go Sasuke. You just successfully ruined part of the exam. If people couldn't figure out we're on the second floor then they shouldn't be taking the exams anyway." "Ten, get off the floor," Naruto said. "He punched me in the face," Ten said getting up. "Please, that punch didn't even hurt. I know for a fact that you've been hit harder than that given who your Jonin-sensei is," Naruto said. "Fine, you caught me. So you're one of the rookie genin this year. What team are you on?" Ten asked. "Team 7, Naruto said and her two teammates looked at him. "As in Team 7 led by Kakashi Hatake and Kushina Uzumaki?" Ten asked. "Yeah," Naruto said. "Great, that just means I have my chance to embarrass you in the Chunin exams," Ten said. "I highly doubt it. However, I'm always up for the challenge," Naruto said. "Whatever. Are the 6 of you competing as a full team?" Ten asked. "No, I'm with Shizuka and Sakura. The other 3 are on their own team," Naruto said. "I guess that makes sense. You better hope we don't meet in the Chunin exams or you're going down." Ten. "We'll see. Come on Team 7 we need to go or we'll be late," Naruto said and they all decided against talking back since they didn't want to miss the Chunin exams. "Hey you, over here, what's your name?" Ten's unknown teammate asked. "I'm Menma Uzumaki Namikaze," Menma said. "I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the one with the bored look on his face," her teammate said. "You've got to be more specific. There's 2 of them on our team with a bored look on his face. Granted one of them looks like he's constipated so pick your poison," Shizuka said and he pointed at Naruto. "I'm talking to you," he said. "It's common courtesy to give your name before asking someone else's," Naruto said. "Neji Hyuga, how old are you?" the boy asked. "None of your business," Naruto said. "What's that?" Neji asked and Ten giggled. Cute. He's even managed to get under Neji's skin without even trying. Ten thought. Naruto. Come on, let's go. Sakura said and dragged him away. You don't have to drag me away, Sakura. Naruto said. Well, you weren't moving fast enough for us. Shizuka said and helped drag him away. Naruto, of the Uzumaki clan. Lord Fourth's oldest child, Neji thought, as he stared at Naruto's back. He's pretty bold. You gonna challenge him? Ten. Neji said and started to walk away with Ten following him. Lee, what are you waiting for? We're supposed to check in. Ten said. I will catch up with you in a minute. You do not need to wait for me. I just want to check something. Lee said and walked away. What's that about? Ten asked. I have no idea, Neji said. Team 7. So this is the big bad Chunin exams, huh? Hey, it's a freak show. Sasuke thought, and the faces of Neji, Gaara, Rock Lee and Naruto popped into his head. This will be a piece of cake. One step closer to achieving my dream. Menma thought. Hopefully all my skills have grown enough for me to survive this tournament. I will not let Kushina-sensei down. Sakura thought with determination. I wasn't trained by the best this village has to offer just to lose now. I will become a Chunin. Narumi thought. Step 1, become a Chunin. Step 2, become a Jonin. Shizuka thought. I wonder if I should make the second book a hardcover copy. Maybe sign the exclusives and surprise them with a sneak preview of the third book. Naruto thought, as he, Shizuka and Sakura went their own way to room 301. Room 301. Well, look who made it. I'm glad all of you are taking this seriously. Kushina said. Why are you here? Naruto asked. It's tradition to give a speech to the genin taking their very first Chunin exam. So, good luck, Kushina said, and they just looked at her. That's it. Good luck, Shizuka asked. Yup, I know the three of you aren't weak and I don't have to worry about any of you. All of you have the potential to walk away as a Chunin even if you don't make it to the finals. Kushina said. Even me? Sakura asked. Yes, and a bit of advice for you, Sakura. Even though your teammates are the heavy hitters of the squad, you're the most valuable person on the team. Now, go inside. The others are already in there. Kushina said and vanished. How am I the most important person on this team? All of you are better than me. Sakura said. We're better fighters than you, but you're the best healer. If we get injured we'd have to rely on you a lot. That's why I gave you all of those medical ninjutsu books and books on poisons. Naruto said. Yeah, we kick ass and you provide cover from a distance. Maybe start wearing darker clothes to blend into your surroundings and maybe cast a small transformation jutsu to change your hair color. Shizuka said. I didn't even know that was possible. Sakura said. It is. Naruto said, and they entered the room. I want information on Naruto Uzumaki. Menma said. Then go to the Hokage or ask your Jonin sensei. Naruto said. He doesn't have to. This guy Kabuto has information on all of the genin that took the Chunin exams, even as in the Sand genin from earlier. The Chunin exams are tough since this is his 7th time taking them. Narumi said. That doesn't seem suspicious to any of you given that all of the 12 rookies from Konoha and the Sand genin are taking the Chunin exams for the first time. It would be impossible for a normal genin to have any information on people he's never met. What information does he have? Naruto asked. Skills, mission records and Narumi said, as she realized what he was getting at. So, tell me, how did you really get this information? Don't lie to me because I'll be able to tell. Naruto said. I just do my research. Kabuto said and pushed his glasses up. Then you'd have to get permission from the Hokage to enter the Shinobi Files room, and I highly doubt that he'll give permission to a genin. Especially a genin none of us has seen around the village. Naruto said. Tell me what his card says. Menma said. Go on, read it. Naruto said. Naruto Uzumaki. 105D rank missions, 16C rank missions, 5B rank missions, 2A rank missions and 2S rank missions. He was also trained by Makoto Uchiha. Kabuto said. Now, answer me this because I know what my record says and it doesn't say I was trained by Makoto Uchiha since that was never put into my file. Now how do you know about something that isn't public knowledge? Naruto asked, and the room was now focusing on Kabuto. Like I said, I do my research. Kabuto said. There's only a handful of people you could have gotten that information from, and I know for a fact that they didn't tell you that. That's strike 2, one more and I'm killing you where you stand. Naruto said. Nobody is killing anybody. Sit down. I am Ibiki and I am the instructor for the first exam. Ibiki said, and everybody ran to their seats after getting a number. Now the first part of the Chunin exams is a written test. You have 45 minutes to answer 9 questions. The final 10th question will be asked after time is up. If you're caught cheating 5 times, your team is eliminated and will be sent out. Now begin, Ibiki said. 45 minutes later. Alright, pencils down, it's time for the 10th question. Are you done playing with your puppet? He asked Kankuro, who looked scared at having been caught. How'd he know? Kankuro thought. Now you have the option to take the 10th question, however if one person from a team refuses you all fail. It doesn't matter if you get all 9 questions correct. If you choose to not take the 10th question you will get a 0. But if you choose to take the question and get it wrong you will never be able to take the Chunin exams ever again. Ibiki said. What kind of rule is that? There are plenty of people who've taken this exam before. Kiba yelled and Ibiki gave a hollowed laugh before answering. Well, you must be unlucky because I wasn't making the rules before, but I am now. Of course if you don't want to take it you don't have to. There's always the Chunin exams next year. Those who don't wish to take it raise your hand. Your number will be recorded and you may leave. Ibiki said and some people started to leave until Menma spoke up. Don't underestimate me. I don't quit and I don't run. Even if I am a genin for the rest of my life, I will become Hokage. Menma yelled. He's got guts. It's too bad he's a potential danger to this village. Ibiki thought. This decision is one that could change your life. If for any reason you would rather quit, now's your last chance. Ibiki said. I never go back on my word. Menma said. 79 people left, that's more than I expected, however none of them show signs of giving up. I guess this is it. Ibiki thought. You tell him, Menma. Narumi thought. Way to go, Menma. Sakura thought. Now, for all of you remaining, you all passed the first exam. Ibiki said and everyone was stunned. Hold on, what just happened? What kind of rules are those? What do you mean we passed? Where's the 10th question? Sakura asked. There never was a 10th question, well not a written one. Your decision to stay was the answer to the 10th question. Ibiki said. Huh? Sakura asked. Hold on, so the other 9 questions were just a waste of time? Tamari asked. Not exactly. The 9 questions served an important purpose on how to gather information without getting caught. Why do you think I put so much emphasis on getting caught? If you're going to be a ninja you need stealth and to know how to gather information quickly while in a hostile area. My objective was to test you not as individuals, but as a team and how well you function as a part of that team. That's why the test was scored on a team basis, so you'd know that everything you did or failed to do would directly affect your teammates. I wanted to see how you'd handle the pressure. The first 9 questions on the test were difficult. In fact, as you may have realized, they were too difficult for any genin to be expected to solve. I imagine most of you quickly came to that conclusion, that you'd have to cheat if you had any chance of passing. This test was designed for you to cheat and you couldn't cheat unless you had people to cheat from. I had 2 Chunin disguised around the room who already knew the answers and had them sit with you. Ibiki said. Well, I didn't even bother to do my test. Naruto thought. Those who were caught, failed. It's better not to cheat than to cheat clumsily. Information. It can be the most valuable weapon in battle. How well you gather intelligence can determine whether a mission is a failure or a success. There'll be times you'll have to risk your life to get it. Ibiki said, as he removed his headband to reveal his head that was covered in cuts, burn marks and puncture wounds. Oh shit, I wonder what he went through. Shizuka thought. Of course, you must always consider the source of your information. Intelligence gathered from an enemy is not necessarily accurate. Always bear this in mind. Disinformation can be worse than no information at all. It can lead to the death of comrades or the loss of a village. That's why I put you in the position where you had to gather accurate intelligence. Cheat in order to survive, and that's why those who weren't good enough at it were weeded out, leaving the rest of you. Ibiki said. I still don't understand the 10th question. Tamari said. The 10th question was the main point of the whole exam. Surely, you see that. Ibiki said. Sure, but can you explain it anyway? Sakura asked. It's simple. The 10th question was if we wanted to stay. This was a psychological exam and we all passed. Some of us passed because of our own mental toughness, some passed because of Menma's speech, and some passed because they saw their teammates, strong-willed to continue. Naruto said. He's correct. The final question gave you 2 difficult choices. You could choose to skip the question, though it meant that both you and your teammates would fail. Then you could try and answer it, but knowing if you got it wrong, you could lose your chances of ever being Chunin. It was a no-win situation. For example, let me give you a hypothetical mission. To steal a document from an enemy stronghold. You have no idea how many ninja the enemy has or how heavily armed they are. You also have reason to believe that the enemy expects you, that you might very well be walking blindly into a trap. Ibiki said. This sounds like a mission I did a month ago. Naruto thought. Now, do you have the option of taking a pass on this insane mission or say my comrades and I would rather live to fight another day? Can you choose to avoid danger? No. There will be many missions that will seem almost suicidal if you think about it, but you don't think about it. You only think of achieving the goal through courage and discipline. These are the qualities required of a Chunin squad leader. Those who choose the safer of two paths, those whose determination falters in the face of adversity, those who would put their comrades' lives in jeopardy by worrying about their own, those who would save their own necks at the price of sacred honor will never be able to call themselves Chunin as long as I'm here. Ibiki said, and then Menma had to open his mouth. If my teammates can't protect themselves, then they have no business being a ninja. They're weak and deserve to die. I would only select the most powerful members on my team. Mental weakness should be evaluated before anybody becomes a ninja to prohibit such things. Menma said. Then if that's the case, you would be the first person to not become a ninja. You're the weakest person here mentally. Congratulations, dumbass, you just solidified your chances of not becoming a Chunin. Naruto said. Shut up or else. Menma yelled. What are you going to do, fight me? We both know how that will end. You on the ground unconscious looking even more pathetic than you already do. I give you multiple chances to do something, but you don't. You're all bark and no bite. The day you actually do attack me, will be the day you fuck around and find out how dangerous I really am. Naruto said. Enough. You can fight later. I hereby declare this part of the Chunin exams completed. There's nothing left for me to do, but wish you all good luck. Ibiki said. Alright, we did it. First part is down. Woohoo. Narumi yelled. She's a lively one, that's for sure. Ibiki thought, as he and Naruto looked at the window. Great, she's the proctor. I have a good guess as to where the second part is being held. Naruto thought, as the glass was broken through and a banner was revealed through the smoke. The sexy and single Anko Mitarashi. Alright boys and girls, no time for celebrating. My name is Anko Mitarashi and I am the proctor of the second part of the Chunin exams. Anko proudly exclaimed and everyone just looked at her while Naruto shook his head. You're early again, Ibiki said and Anko deflated. Great, a screaming nutcase. She's kind of like Menma. Sakura thought. How many are there? Ibiki, you let all these guys pass. Your test was too easy. You must be getting soft. Anko said. Or it could be a stronger crop of candidates this year. Ibiki said. They sure don't look like it. Trust me, before I'm done with them, more than half will be eliminated. Anko said. More than half, really? Sakura asked. This is going to be fun. Alright, you maggots have had it easy so far, but things are going to be different starting first thing in the morning. I'll let your squad leaders know where to meet me. Dismissed. Except for you, my little masked maelstrom. Anko said and everyone left except Naruto. Can you stop calling me that? Naruto asked, as he went up to her. Not a chance. So, how's it going? Been hearing good things about you from some Chunin, Jonin and Anbu. Anko said. A little bit of this and that. Anyway, Kabuto is a spy. Naruto said. Kabuto Yakushi? Ibiki asked. I guess that's his last name. How do you know him? Naruto asked. This is the 7th time I've seen his name on the roster for the Chunin exams. Ibiki said. Come to think of it, he always forfeits after the second part of the exam. Anko said. You mean to tell me none of that raised any red flags? Naruto asked. I've had my suspicions and brought them up to the Hokage, but he said I need more evidence. Ibiki said. He knows all of the Genin mission records and skills from the Chunin exams. Naruto said. What's so bad about that? Taking them 7 times he's bound to find out this information. Anko said. Even if it is the rookies from this year taking the Chunin exams for the first time. Naruto asked. Okay, now that's a giant red flag. Anko said. I'll report this to Minato. Ibiki said. I'll see you at the Forest of Death tomorrow, Anko. Naruto said. How do you know that's where we're going to be? Anko asked. You're the proctor for the second part of the exam. It's not exactly hard to figure out where you'd host your portion of the exam. Besides, other than the torture area at the interrogation unit, the First of Death is the only place you'd expect most of the Genin to fail. Naruto said. You're right, see you tomorrow then, Anko said and Naruto vanished. Ah damn it, Anko said. What? Ibiki asked. He was supposed to let me see a sneak preview of his next book. Anko said. What book? Ibiki asked. You haven't read his book. It's flying off the shelves. Anko yelled. You mean to tell me the #1 book in all of the nations that are on pace to surpass Make Out Tactics in sales is a book written by a 13-year-old boy? Ibiki asked. Yup, and I even got him to sign my book. I bought an extra copy so I could hang the other one on my wall. Enko said and pulled out her book. Unbelievable. Is there anything he can't do? Ibiki asked. He can't tell his mother to shut up. Enko said. I don't think anybody in the world is dumb enough to tell her to shut up. Ibiki said. Fair point. Later, Enko said and vanished. Next day, Naruto arrived at the training ground and he immediately found Kabuto's entire team. As he looked at them, he realized none of Kabuto's teammates were Konoha Genin, so she gave some secret hand signs to Enko, who looked at Kabuto before nodding. Alright kiddies, welcome to training ground 44. Enko says. This place looks kinda creepy. Sakura said, shaking. It should be. This place is called the Forest of Death, you'll find out why soon. Enko replied. As they were talking, Menma wasn't paying attention, so she threw a kunai at her that cut Menma's face a bit, and then Enko appeared behind him. My face. What hell is your problem, you crazy bitch? Menma asked. People like you are the first to die in this forest. Enko said. Just then Enko felt somebody appear behind her and Menma. She pulls out another kunai and holds it up, but a long tongue appears over her shoulder. I was just returning your kunai, said a creepy KUSA nin after a brief stare off. Enko replies. Thanks KUSA nin, but don't stand behind me so close unless you want to die quickly. Enko said. I'm sorry, but with the sight of blood and your kunai cutting my hair I couldn't help but get excited. My apologies. The ninja walks away and then Enko returned to the front of the group. Excitement must be in the air today for a lot of you, but do not let it get you killed. Or let it. I don't really care. Now these are waivers you must sign that say we are not responsible for your death if you die in the forest. She said and gave them to Menma. Why the hell did you give me all of them? Menma asked. Because you're going to pass them out. Enko said and Menma's eye twitched. You've just added yourself to my kill list. Better watch your back, Menma said and took a waiver before passing them to Sakura. You can try, but I'll kill you so fast that you won't even have time to grab your weapon. Just for fun, I'll hang your little nutsack on my wall and show everyone how less of a man you really are. Now, this part of the exam will test your survival skills. This forest has 44 entrance gates and inside there are rivers, and in the middle of a forest is a tower 10 kilometers from each gate. This part will test your survival skills in an all-out battle for these scrolls. She said and pulled out a heaven and earth scroll. Scrolls? Sakura asked. You'll be fighting to get a heaven and earth scroll. Each team will start with either or, and your objective is to collect both scrolls and head to the tower in the middle of the forest. You have 5 days to gather the scrolls. If you do not gather the scrolls in 5 days you fail and have to find your own way out of the forest. Enko said. 5 days? Ino exclaimed. What are we supposed to do about food? Choji asked. Find something in the forest, there's plenty of things to eat in there. Enko said. That's not all in there. There's also some man-eating animals and poisonous plants in there. Kabuto said. Aw man, Choji said. Well, you're a smart one. How did you know that those were in there? Enko asked, even though she already knew. Well, this is my 7th time taking it. Kabuto said. You must really suck then. Are you sure you're fit to be a ninja? Enko asked. No, I'm quite content to be a ninja. I'm feeling lucky this time around, so I'll be fine. Kabuto said, gritting his teeth at her insult. If you say so. Now, I need one person from each team to come grab a scroll for your team and head to your designated gates and wait for the signal to go in. You can also be disqualified if you lose a team member or if you open the scrolls before entering the tower. Enko said. After every team had their scroll and were at their gates, a timer went off and Enko spoke. Alright, the second part of the exams begins now. She exclaims. The gates open and all the teams rush into the forest. Forest of Death. This place looks even scarier on the inside. Sakura said. Why'd it have to be here? Couldn't we just do something simple like another test? Shizuka asked. This is a test. It's a survival test. If you can survive the Forest of Death, then you can basically survive anywhere else in the world. Naruto said, and they heard a loud growl followed by a screech. Get me out of here. Sakura said. Be quiet. Now, we have an earth scroll, so all we need is a heaven scroll. There are 2 teams within 1 mile of us. We can attack them now and take their heaven scroll if they have one and then head straight for the tower, or we can just wait until teams get tired before attacking them. What do you 2 want to do? Naruto asked. Let's get this over quickly. The faster we do this, the faster I can forget about it. Shizuka said. I'm with her, but how will we get to the tower without being seen? Sakura asked. I've been in the Forest of Death quite a lot over the years, so I know my way around the forest. Just follow me and do not get lost. We still don't know all of the animals in the forest yet. Naruto said, making Shizuka and Sakura gulp. Let's hurry up, Sakura said. As Naruto, Sakura and Shizuka were running through the forest, they stayed just out of sight from other teams to conserve, didn't want to waste any time, so this was the best way for them to get into the tower quicker. 10 minutes later they came upon a team from Kiri, and from their chakra levels, they were pretty weak. 2 boys and 1 girl who looked like the leader. I thought you said the person tailing us would be here, said the shorter boy of the mist team. Yeah, I want that scroll immediately, the other said. Shut up, I know whoever it is was following us, but I don't know where they went, the female leader said. Behind you, a voice said. Next thing they knew, all of them were knocked out. Naruto began to search them and luck was on their side. He found a heaven scroll on the female ninja and also took the medical supplies they had. Yes, luck is on our side, Sakura said, as Naruto handed her the scroll and medical supplies. Great, now let's get out of here. This forest is really creeping me out and I feel like some animals are watching us, Shizuka said. They are. This is their territory and we're trespassing. Some of the animals won't attack you as long as you're with me, but like I said earlier, nobody knows every kind of animal in this forest because more and more keep appearing. Do either of you know the Shunshin? Naruto asked, and they shook their head. No, I didn't learn it because I wanted to focus on gaining my natural speed and stamina first, Sakura said. I was hoping you'd teach me, Shizuka said. No, you need to learn it on your own. I'm not always going to be there to teach you something. Grab onto me, Naruto said, and Shizuka immediately had him in a hug. I don't think that's what he meant. Why are we grabbing onto you though? Sakura asked, as she placed her hand on his shoulder. I'm going to use a series of Shunshin to get us to the tower. It's only been about 15 minutes, so the quicker we get there, the more time we have to relax and train before the next part, Naruto said. Then let's go, Shizuka said, and they vanished. Forest of Death Tower. After a series of Shunshin, Naruto, Sakura and Shizuka finally arrived at the tower. While Naruto was perfectly fine, Shizuka and Sakura were feeling a bit nauseous thanks to the speed in which Naruto traveled. Remind me to never do that again, Sakura said, as they walked into the tower. You'll be fine, Naruto said. Hey, check out this plaque. If qualities of heaven are your desire, acquire wisdom to take your mind higher. If earthly qualities are what you lack, train your body and prepare to attack. When heaven and earth are opened together, the perilous path will become righteous forever. This something is the secret that guides us from this place today, Shizuka said. What does that even mean? Sakura asked. Simply put, we need to open the scrolls, Naruto said, as they opened their scrolls and threw them only for Kushina to appear. What the? You're in the tower already? It's only been like 30 minutes, Kushina said. It helps when you have somebody who's been in the forest of death multiple times, Naruto said. Right. Anyway, congratulations on completing the second part of the Chunin exams, and in record time I might add. I'm supposed to give some long boring speech about the plaque, but I can't remember what it was, so enjoy the tower for the next 5 days. You can eat, sleep and train in the tower. You're not allowed to leave the tower for anything or you'll be disqualified. Sakura and Shizuka will share a room while you get your own, Mr. Kushina said. Yeah, Naruto said. If you'll excuse me, I need to go and brag about my team crushing the forest of death in record-setting time, Kushina said, and vanished. Your mother is weird, Shizuka said. I know, Naruto said. The 3 of them walked into the tower and explored it for about an hour. As they were walking, Gaara, Kankuro and Temari also completed the forest of death quickly. The 2 teams had a brief stare down before going their own ways. With 5 days remaining still, Naruto, Shizuka and Sakura agreed to train for 2 days while having 3 days for rest. All 3 of them were one step closer to becoming Chunin. 5 days have passed since the start of the second part for the Chunin exams, and all the remaining teams have made it to the tower. All of the genin that Konoha entered into the Chunin exams made it to the tower, with the remaining members of Team 7 barely making it before the deadline. The team from Suna made it, a Sound Village team made it, and Kabuto's team made it. While everyone was waiting for the next part to be announced, Naruto noticed Natsumi looking a bit off as she was looking between Menma and Sasuke. Before he could ask her what happened, Enko spoke up. Congratulations on finishing the second exam, Enko said. There were 80 ninjas who took that exam. To think 26 passed. I know that less than half would make it, but I really thought that the number would be in the single digits, Enko thought. There's a lot of people left. This is such a drag, Shikamaru said. Sasuke and his team have passed too, Ino said, looking at Sasuke who wasn't in the best shape. Well, of course they did. After all the trouble we went through to keep them safe, they better have passed. Shikamaru said. I see your team didn't do too bad, Kakashi. They must have gotten real lucky. Of course, with my team still around, your team is doomed. After all, what matters in the next test is abilities, and we've got you far outclassed. Well, I guess growing up is learning to deal with heartbreak. Kakashi. Might Guy said, and Kakashi wasn't paying attention to him. Huh, did you say something? Kakashi asked, and Guy had an entire meltdown. As expected, all the best are here, Neji thought as he looked at Naruto. What are you looking at, Neji? Ten asked. Naruto Uzumaki, huh, Neji thought. I can't believe it, only 8 teams out of 27 are left. Temari thought. Naruto passed too, thank goodness, Hinata thought, staring at him. Look, all of the Leaf Village rookies made it, Sakura said. They're all clan heirs, it wouldn't look good if they didn't make it, Naruto said. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Think about it, if none of the clan heirs made it to this part of the exams, it would reflect badly on their clan and possibly bring shame to them. Shizuka said. Yeah, they basically had no choice but to make it this far and possibly to the finals. Naruto said. I can't believe there are so many left after the second test. So many of them are rookies. I guess that's why the Jonin decided to recommend them, Minato thought. Alright, pay attention, Lord Hokage is going to explain the third exam to you. So you better listen carefully, maggots. Lord Hokage, they're all yours, Anko said. Thank you, Anko. First, before I tell you what the third exam entails, I want to explain something about the test itself. I'm going to tell you the true purpose of these exams. Why do you think our allied countries hold these exams? Minato asked. Because you all want to talk about friendship and peace, but the moment the exams are over you'll go back to fighting one another over something stupid. Naruto said. Sure, now I'll be telling you exactly what you'll be doing on the third exam. Minato said, and a ninja appeared in front of him. Lord Hokage, please allow me, Hayate Gecko, appointed as proctor of the third exam, to explain the rules to them. Hayate said. Very well, Minato said. It's nice to meet you all. There's something I'd like all of you to do before the third exam. We have to have a preliminary before we can move on to the real one. Hayate said. Why do we need a preliminary? Sakura asked. The first and second exams might have been too easy. The fact is we never expected so many of you to survive and still be here. According to the rules of the Chunin exam, a preliminary round could be held at any stage in order to reduce the number of candidates remaining. Hayate said. Is that even fair? Sakura asked. It's just that at this stage, we have to speed things up a bit. As Lord Hokage was trying to explain, there will be a lot of important guests watching and we can't afford to waste their time. They'll come to see only the best, so if there are any of you who feel like you are not in top physical condition, now is your chance to bow out. The preliminaries will be starting immediately. Hayate said and started to cough again. He might want to get that cough checked out. It sounds contagious, Shizuka thought. You mean right now? Kiba asked. But we just finished barely surviving through the second exam. Don't we get a break? Ino said. This is such a drag, Shikamaru said. When do we eat? Choji asked. If you wanted a break then you should have finished the forest earlier. Naruto, Sakura and Shizuka finished the forest in less than an hour. Anko said. What? Ino yelled and everyone looked at them. Sheesh, way to paint a target on our back, Shizuka thought. Honestly, without Naruto's knowledge of the forest, we'd probably get here at the same time as the others. Sakura thought. So, how are we going to do this preliminary round? Naruto asked. Oh, the winners will be determined by one-on-one combat, sudden death. So like I said, if there's anyone who doesn't feel up to it, now is the time to raise your hand. Hayate said. What do we do after our fight? Shizuka asked. You'll wait until the rest of the matches are over for further instructions. Now, before we begin, is there anybody who would like to forfeit? Hayate asked and Kabuto raised his hand. Okay, you got me, I'm out, Kabuto said, and Hayate looked through his list. Kabuto Yakushi of the Leaf Village, right. Okay, you can go on and step back, Hayate said. Gotcha, Kabuto said and walked back. Why are you quitting, Kabuto? Narumi asked. I'm sorry, Narumi, but my body is just too beat up. I can't hack it. I had a dust up with a team from the Sound Village in the forest and I haven't had any hearing in my left ear. Now they expect me to fight again without a break and no medical attention, I can't do it. Kabuto said and walked to the back. Something isn't right. When Kabuto met up with us in the forest he had perfect hearing, but now he can't hear out of his left ear. Maybe Naruto was right about him. Narumi thought. Lord Hokage, what are we going to do? Enko whispered. We can't let him out of our sight. Ibiki whispered. Don't worry, I have a team of Anbu stationed at all of the exits and they have orders to capture him. Once that is complete, he'll be waiting for the both of you at the T&I building. Minato whispered. Great, Enko said. Alright then, we'll now begin the preliminary round. Each round will consist of one-on-one individual combat except for one match. That one match will have to be a three-way battle. We will have a total of 11 matches and the winners will go on to the finals. There are no rules. You will fight until one dies or one is rendered physically incapable of continuing the contest. Now, it is time to figure out which fate has been chosen for you. Hayate said. Open the panel. Enko said into her headset and a giant screen was revealed on the wall. The names of each pair of opponents will be randomly selected. Before each match, these names will appear on the display behind me. As there's nothing more to say, let's begin. In a moment the names of the first competitors will appear. Hayate said and the board went through random names until it finally stopped. Damn it, I wanted to go first. Menma thought. To think I'd be fighting so soon. Sasuke thought. Looks like Sasuke gets to fight another one of those mysterious leaf genin on Kabuto's team. Naruto thought. Hey, now that I got a good look at them, you were right, Naruto. I've never seen Kabuto or any of his teammates in the village. Shizuka whispered. I know, it's being handled as we speak. Naruto said. Yoroi Ikato vs. Sasuke Uchiha. Everyone else please go up to the balcony and wait your turn. Hayate said. The match was fun to some people who didn't understand what was going on. All Sasuke's opponent was doing was taking away his chakra and Sasuke was seemingly more tired than he should be. Before the end of the match, Naruto noticed some strange markings had begun spreading on Sasuke's face, but they went away. His opponent underestimated Sasuke and Sasuke defeated his opponent with his new move he called Lion's Barrage. Kakashi came and took Sasuke away as soon as he was declared the winner. Stands. Mom, you saw that, right? Naruto whispered and she nodded. Yeah, Kushina said. What was that? Naruto asked. It was a curse mark. It's the mark given by Orochimaru who was Konoha's #1 traitor before Itachi. Kushina said. I know who Orochimaru is. Enko told me about him. I'm guessing Kakashi went to seal it away or remove it then. Naruto said. He went to seal it away. There's no way to remove that curse mark. Kushina said and Narumi walked up to them. Mom, something bad happened in the Forest of Death. Narumi said. What happened? Kushina asked. That guy Orochimaru happened. Sasuke isn't the only one who has that mark. Narumi said. He gave you one? Naruto asked. No, Menma has one. Narumi said. What? Kushina asked and looked at Menma who was perfectly fine as if the mark wasn't bothering him. He didn't get bit or anything, but when I was nearly unconscious from my fight with Orochimaru, I saw Menma talking to him as if he knew him. I couldn't hear what they were talking about, but when I woke up when Menma was sleeping, I checked him as well. Orochimaru also put a seal on me and I can't mold my chakra properly. Narumi said and lifted her shirt showing them her seal. It's the 5-pronged seal. Naruto said, as he did the 5-pronged seal release which removed the seal and knocked the wind out of Narumi. A little warning next time. Narumi said, as she was gasping for air. Narumi, what else happened in the forest? Kushina asked. Sasuke and Menma got into a fight with some Sound Village team. They almost killed them had I not interfered. Kabuto was lying about his reason for pulling out of the tournament since he teamed up with us and he was perfectly fine before we left the forest. Narumi said. We're already aware of Kabuto's actions and it's being handled. As for Menma, are you 100% sure you saw him talking to Orochimaru? Kushina asked and she nodded. Yes, I'll even go through a mind walk to prove I'm right. Narumi said and Kushina sighed. Mom, Naruto said and gave her a look. I know, just give me a bit more time. Kushina said. That was the final straw. He's out of chances. Naruto said and Kushina looked at Minato who was staring at Menma. The next two matches were also boring. Shino defeated somebody from the Sound Village and Kankuro defeated the other person that was with Kabuto. The names rolled around on screen before they finally stopped on 2 names. Naruto looked at the screen and just smirked at the names that appeared on the board. Well, this is going to be over quicker than most people think. Naruto thought with a smirk. Everyone in the stands from Konoha were shocked at the 2 people chosen to fight next. All the Jonin looked at the 2 competitors and knew this would be a nasty fight filled with insults and a lot of hard hits. Let's see how much she's actually grown. Minato thought. Match 4. I never thought I'd fight you. Or at least I didn't think it would happen this soon. Don't expect me to go easy on you. Ino said. Ino was a standout among the rookie kunoichi. She has a chance to win, but if what they say about her opponent is true, then she doesn't have much of a chance. Asuma thought. Of all the people Ino could have fought, it just had to be this one. Shikamaru said. I know. I hope Ino will be okay. Choji said. I think I should be the one who takes it easy on you. Don't worry though, I'll end it quickly, Sakura said. She tied her headband on her forehead and unknown to everyone but Naruto, she was already channeling chakra for her first attack. This was something she did a few times during some of her training sessions with Kushina that he watched. Sakura Haruno vs. Ino Yamanaka. Begin, Hayate said. Sakura rushed Ino, forcing her into a taijutsu fight, and it was clear who took their training more seriously. Sakura went in with a body shot that caught Ino off guard and then kicked her in the head. Ino recovered and quickly threw a punch into Sakura's that was blocked, and Kushina kicked her away. Ino ran at Sakura, and to her surprise she went right through Sakura and was kicked from behind. Sakura used a simple clone jutsu earlier in the fight and switched places with it. Sakura then threw a flash tag down that blinded Ino and went through a few hand signs before sinking underground. As soon as Ino was able to see again, Sakura pulled her underground, leaving only her head visible thanks to the earth-style, double suicide decapitation jutsu. Looks like I win, Ino. Sakura said. Let me out of here. Ino yelled. Winner. Sakura Haruno. Hayate announced. Woohoo. Kushina cheered. Sakura smiled at Kushina and helped Ino out of the ground before shaking hands with her before she left to get medical attention. Sakura made it up the stairs, and once she saw Naruto she smiled. Good job, Naruto said. Yeah, you totally kicked her ass and made it to the finals. I honestly thought you'd be the one to lose and not make it. Shizuka said. Have you not seen the training I've been doing for the past 6 months? There's no way I was going to lose. Sakura said. If you fought anybody on this team you would have lost. Shizuka said. Wait until the next round. We have a high chance at facing somebody from our own team, and I hope we fight. That way I'll kick your ass and prove that you can't beat me. Sakura said. You wanna bet? Shizuka asked. Yeah, I do. Sakura said. Will you two be quiet? This isn't the time to argue. Kushina said, and Naruto just sighed. Can one of you wake me up when it's my turn? Naruto asked and went to sleep. He's really lazy. Sakura said. Tell me about it. At least he isn't as lazy as a Nara clan member. Shizuka said. 2 hours later. Naruto. Wake up. Shizuka said. Huh, it's my turn already. Naruto asked. No, you didn't have a match. Since Kabuto left, we had an odd number of fighters and you were the odd man out. There's enough fighters for the finals to have an even number of matches. Everyone has to pick a number now. I took the liberty of picking for you. Kushina said. Then what was the point of waking me up? Naruto asked. So you can see who you're fighting in the finals. Kushina said. Alright, listen up. The matches are as follows. Enko said. Shizuka vs Menma Uzumaki Namikaze. Sakura Haruno vs Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze. Shikamaru Nara vs Tamari. Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara. Neji Hyuga vs Naruto Uzumaki. Kankuro vs Shino. These matches aren't in order and you'll find out when the finals begin. Enko said. When will the finals begin? Shizuka asked. You have 1 month to get prepared for the finals. That is when all of the stuck-up and snobby important people will show up. Enko said. Enko. Minato said. Right, in 1 month all of the judges will be here as well as some members of royal families. So, you all better give it your best, and if you don't then I'll be seeing you at the T&I building since I'm the host of this year's finals. Good luck, I guess. Enko said, and Minato sighed. The winner of this, as you know, will become a chunin, and as an extra reward this year, the winner will also get one undeniable favor from their cage. Minato said. What's the point of the chunin exams if just one person will make chunin? Shikamaru asked. Just because somebody doesn't win the chunin exams, that doesn't mean they can't become a chunin. If the judges feel you have shown them enough to be granted the rank of chunin, then you can also get promoted. Minato said. Well, I plan on winning the whole damn thing. Menma said. I'm looking forward to all your progress within the next month. Congratulations to everyone who made it to the finals. Minato said and left. Village. So, what are you three going to do for your training? Sakura asked, as she was walking with Naruto, Narumi and Shizuka. I was thinking about asking the crazy lady to help me. Shizuka said. Enko. Sakura asked. Yeah, she's not that bad compared to what people say about her. Shizuka said. If you're going to have her train you, then you might want to take this. Naruto said and gave her a scroll. What is it? Shizuka asked. Just give it to her if she tries to decline. Naruto said. Okay, Shizuka said. What about you, Narumi? Sakura asked. I don't know. I was thinking about having my mom train me. Narumi said. I thought you wanted to train with Lady Tsunade. Shizuka said. I do, but her chakra-enhanced punches aren't something I look forward to. Narumi said. Well, if you don't train with her, maybe you can ask if she'll train me. I can use some help with my medical ninjutsu. Sakura said. Narumi. A voice said and they turned to see Shizune running up to them. Shizune, what are you doing here? Narumi asked. Me and Lady Tsunade are waiting for you to start training. We saw your match during the preliminaries. Shizune said. Actually, I was going to have my mom train me this time. I need some help with my wind ninjutsu and neither you nor Granny Tsunade have a wind chakra nature. Narumi said. You do realize she'll come after you for making her come to Konoha for no reason, right? Shizune asked. It's not for no reason. She can train Sakura, who is the medic of our team. Great chakra control, uses chakra in her taijutsu style and she knows a few things about being a medic. Narumi said. Are you okay with that, Sakura? Shizune asks. Yes, Sakura said. Then come along, she doesn't like to be kept waiting. Shizune said and walked away. I guess I'll see you guys in a month. Sakura said and caught up with Shizune. Naruto, what about your training? Narumi asked. Secret, Naruto said. Come on, tell us, Shizuka said. No, Naruto said and an Anbu member appeared behind him. Naruto Uzumaki, Lord Hokage has requested your presence in his office. The Anbu said and vanished. See ya, Naruto said and vanished. Want to grab some ramen? Narumi asked and Shizuka shrugged. Sure, Shizuka said. Minato's office. Yo, Naruto said, as he appeared in the office. Glad you could make it. Minato said. I guess. So, what's up? Naruto asked and Minato sighed. You have the mission to take out Menma. Minato said. What did mom say when you told her? Naruto asked. I haven't told her yet. We've gained the footage from the Forest of Death and one of the cameras caught Menma talking to Orochimaru before handing him a file. Minato said. So, Narumi was telling the truth. Naruto said. She knows. Minato asked. Sort of. All she knows is that Kabuto was lying about being injured and she saw Menma talking to Orochimaru when they thought she was unconscious. She hasn't completely put it together yet that Menma is a traitor, but I think she will soon. Naruto said. This is the hardest mission I've ever had to give out. Do you accept it? Minato asked. I want something in return. Naruto said. What? Minato asked. I want to leave in 6 months for 2.5 years. Naruto said. Why? Minato asked. To train. I realized that I'll never reach my full potential if I stay in this village and I figured the best way for me to get better is to travel the world a bit. Gain more experience against stronger opponents. Naruto said. Where do you plan on going? Minato asked. I'll probably head far west and see what's over there. Naruto said. That's where the Empire is. We've been getting a lot of refugees from around there and recently a mission from a group called the Night Raid. I could give you that as a mission to cover up your absence. They don't use chakra over there so it'll help you with battling against people who can hide their chakra from you. Minato said. I guess I'll take it, but I want to go alone. I don't want anybody to come with me. Naruto said. We'll see. In the meantime when you aren't training, see if you can find anything on what Menma gave Orochimaru. Minato said. Sure, Naruto said and Kushina appeared in the office. Minato, I can't take missions for this entire month. Kushina said. Why not? Minato asked. I'm training Narumi for the finals. Kushina said and he nodded. That's fine, Minato said. You can come out now, pervert. You're not that good at hiding. Naruto said and Jiraiya came into the office. You. Kushina said. She immediately started swinging on Jiraiya who was trying his hardest to get away, but Kushina was out for blood and everything he tried to leave, she would use her chakra chains to pull him back. The beating lasted for over an hour until he was within an inch of his life and by that time Tsunade showed up into the room. Oh look, it's the local pervert, Tsunade said and healed him. Thank you, Tsunade, Jiraiya said. Don't thank me yet, Tsunade said and then she started to beat him worse than Kushina did which barely left him alive. Can you please just stabilize him? Minato asked. Fine, Tsunade said, and only healed him enough so he wouldn't die. You've got some explaining to do. Minato said. About what? Jiraiya asked. Introducing Menma to Danzo, purposely holding information from me when Naruto was nearly dead, and the fact that you want him dead to the point where you'll kill him yourself for some dumbass prophecy. Kushina said. I introduced Menma to Danzo to help train. All of you left me with no other option. Jiraiya said. There's this thing called actually teaching him something. Because of you, Menma is a damn traitor to this village. Kushina said and pointed her sword at his neck. This is your fault. All you had to do was focus on Menma and Narumi's training. Yet you chose to ignore them for the child nobody even cared about. Jiraiya said. I cared about him. He was my firstborn. Kushina yelled. Firstborn or not, I was right. He didn't need any of your affection. The only two that matter right now are Menma and Narumi. They're the saviors of the world. Jiraiya said. Let's talk about you sneaking into the women's bath in their houses to take pictures of them while they're naked. Do you not understand how sick and twisted that is? Tsunade said and punched him in the face. It was for inspiration. Jiraiya said. It's illegal. Tsunade yelled and kicked him into the wall. You're doing a lot of accusing with no evidence. Jiraiya said, and Minato put the evidence on his desk. This was found in your home, Jiraiya. Minato said. How did you get into my house? Jiraiya asked. Please, those seals could fool anybody except for an Uzumaki. Kushina said. Explain yourself, Jiraiya. Minato said. Everything I did was for the betterment of the world. So what if one child had to get left behind or killed? The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or in this case the needs of one little kid. Jiraiya said, and Kushina put her sword back to his neck. What's the decision, Minato? I gave you more than a week, and if you can't say anything, he's dead right here. Kushina said and started to draw blood. Lower your weapon, Kushina. Minato said, and Jiraiya sighed. Are you fucking kidding me? You're choosing this son of bitch over your family. Kushina yelled. Thank you, Minato. I'm glad you can see the reasoning behind my actions. Jiraiya said, and Kushina started to draw more blood. Kushina. Minato yelled, and Kushina just stood there for a few seconds glaring at Jiraiya before being pulled away. Sheesh. You had me scared there for a minute, Minato. Jiraiya said. Get out. Minato said. What? Jiraiya asked. Take off your headband, hand over your ninja license and your original Konoha headband. Leave the village and never come back. Minato said. You're kicking me out. You can't do that. Jiraiya said. I just did, and you should be lucky that's the only thing I'm doing. I won't put you in the bingo book, but you're to never step foot in the land of fire again. Minato said, and Jiraiya just stood there before doing as told. You're going to wish you never did this. When the world fails because you didn't listen to me, I'll be the first person in line to tell you I told you so. Jiraiya said. Yeah, whatever. Get out of the village. Your sensei would be really disappointed in you, and he's probably rolling around in his grave. Naruto said. What did you say? Jiraiya asked. I don't think I stuttered. I have stuff to do that's more important than arguing with an old man that no longer has a home. Naruto said and vanished. Underground base. Did you complete your mission? A voice asked from the shadows. Yes. Nobody suspects a thing, Menma said. Were you followed? The voice asked. No. I acted like a fool to get people off of my trail. The Anbu that were assigned to me have been taken care of. Menma said, and the person walked out of the shadows. Good. In 1 month this village will fall, and as promised, you will get your wish to have Naruto Uzumaki's head. Danzo said. Excellent. Oh. Orochimaru said he has something special planned other than having Gaara release the tailed beast in the village. Menma said. Good. Remember, you're in charge of Squad Delta. Danzo said. Of course. However, I would like to request something. Menma said. What is it? Danzo asked. Allow me to stay in the Chunin exams until my match is over. I am facing Shizuka, and I want to mentally break Naruto before I kill him. I want to make him suffer as I slowly kill her. Menma said. Permission granted. However, things may change over time this month, so be ready. Danzo said. Of course. Menma said. Dismissed. Danzo said, and Menma nodded before leaving. In 1 month you're dead, Naruto. Menma thought, as black markings spread across his face and he gained an evil grin on his face. 1 month later. The month for the Chunin exam finals came around, and everyone was well prepared. While Naruto did his training, he was still searching around for any clues on what Kabuto wanted, and he didn't find anything. Kakashi had a run-in with Kabuto and Orochimaru, so he figured they were after Sasuke. Naruto trained as much as he could and even reached out to his summons, but they told him his body isn't ready for their kind of training yet. Naruto finally got around to opening the scroll he took from Makoto's body at the massacre, and it was two swords made out of steel he's never even heard of. He practiced with them, and when he added chakra to them, they extended out like a chain. He kept them sealed away since he didn't want anybody to see them yet and question him about them. He was late for the Chunin exams because he decided to spend some time at Makoto's grave, and he was there for about 2 hours. He knew he wasn't needed right away since Shikamaru was the first match and he was towards the end. His eyes were just staring at Makoto's grave until he felt multiple foreign chakra signatures in the Konoha forest. Oh shit, Naruto said and vanished. Chunin exams. Sakura Haruno and Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze, please come to the fighting area. Genma announced and they both came down. I'm surprised we actually have to fight each other. I hope you didn't slack off in your training. Narumi said. I had no chance to slack off. I hope you're ready to lose. Sakura said, as she put her headband on and took her fighting stance. We'll see about that, Narumi said and got into her stance. Alright, same rules as the last round. Begin, Genma said. As soon as Genma was out of the way, Sakura and Narumi ran at each other and began to trade punches and kicks. Narumi still used her taijutsu style from Tsunade, but this time she added shadow clones to help. Sakura channeled chakra through her body to keep up with the onslaught from Narumi and her shadow clones. They weren't really even, but you could see how far Sakura has come in 7 months of being a ninja, and it was enough to impress the judges. Sakura was trying her best to keep up with the amount of attacks she was dealing with, but she couldn't block them all, and one of the clones kicked Sakura in the gut before the real Narumi kicked her away. Narumi went through hand signs and did her jutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. After gathering chakra into her stomach, Narumi expelled it as a gust of wind. She'd put more than enough chakra in the jutsu to send Sakura into the wall. That would have been the case if Sakura didn't counter. She went through her own hand signs and did her jutsu. Earth style, mud wall. Sakura rose up a wall of earth from the ground to protect her. Behind the wall, Sakura sank into the ground, and after her wall went away, Narumi was shocked to see that she wasn't there. Narumi was then pulled into the ground up to her neck. Sakura rose out of the ground and smirked at her jutsu, but her victory was short-lived when Narumi went up in smoke. Narumi used this time to attack Sakura from behind, but to her shock her kick went right through Sakura. Narumi was now stunned and it cost her as Sakura punched her from behind, and since she added chakra to her attack, Narumi was sent flying into the wall, creating cracks. Stands. Impressive. Both of them so far are showing signs of being worthy of a Chunin promotion. Enko said. I know. I'm impressed with Sakura's growth in less than a year. Kurenai said. Thank you. It was tough at first, but she's learning. She still has her moments when it comes to Sasuke, but they're lowering by the numbers every day. Kushina said. Her fighting style though, it seems familiar. She fights like Lady Tsunade. Enko said. Well, she sort of took her under her wing for this month and taught her a few things. Sakura is the medic on Team 7, so it's a good thing Tsunade did train her. Kushina said. Oh, wait until you see my little proto-copyright ga copyright in action. She's going to make me so proud. Enko said. You have a proto-copyright ga copyright? Kurenai asked. Yup, the new girl asked me to train her and showed up with 3 months of dango with some red bean soup. I couldn't say no to that. Enko said. But she's the complete opposite from you. Why would she want to train under you? Kurenai asked. I don't know, but it was fun. Enko said and Naruto appeared. You're late, Kushina said and went to punch him on the head, but he moved. I know, but we have bigger problems, and I mean big. Naruto said. What is it? Kushina asked and he did a few Anbu hand signs that they recognized. Are you sure? Enko asked. Yeah, I was at Makoto's grave and I felt them. Some of them are here in the stadium as well. You need to tell Minato. I'm not allowed up there. Naruto said and Enko vanished. This is bad. How many did you sense? Kushina asked. It's an entire army waiting. Naruto said and looked up at Minato, who gave a few discreet hand signals. I wonder what we're going to do. There's too many civilians here. Kurenai said and Naruto stabbed his sword into the wall, revealing a root Anbu. What the? Why is Root here? Kushina asked. Danzo must be making a move to take over Konoha with somebody else's help. Naruto said. Yeah, but who? Kurenai asked. Orochimaru is here, Naruto said. Shit, this just got a lot more complicated. Kushina said and Enko returned. Okay, here's the plan. Minato is going to signal to the Anbu in the crowd to start looking for anybody wearing a henge that shouldn't be here. Enko said. No, there's Root Anbu here as well and they could pick up the signal. We don't want to start a panic letting them know we're onto the plan. Kushina said. We need to do something. Naruto said. I know. Just watch the match and I'll have something figured out. Kushina said. Fighting area. Lucky shot. Narumi said, as she came out of the wall. Sakura threw a kunai at Narumi and went through hand signs. The one kunai turned into 20 and people were shocked that she was able to use the kunai shadow clone jutsu. Narumi jumped out of the way, but was still nicked and cut by some of the kunai. Narumi landed and went through her own hand signs. Water style. Ripping torrent. Narumi created a spiral of water in the palm of her hand which fired at a high speed towards Sakura. Sakura once again used her mud wall jutsu and stopped the attack. Behind the wall Sakura went through hand signs and activated her next jutsu. Earth style. Mud wave. Sakura slammed her palm onto the ground and it started to move like waves, knocking Narumi off balance. Sakura took advantage of that and easily ran across the wave-like ground and started to go at Narumi with some fierce taijutsu that actually made Narumi worried that she'd lose. Narumi had no choice but to tap into the Nine Tails chakra to win. She used a small amount, but it was enough for her to vanish from Sakura's eyesight. Narumi appeared behind her and kicked her into the wall. Sakura bounced off the wall and when she turned around, Narumi already had her fist buried in her stomach and Sakura felt some of her ribs crack. Sakura coughed up some blood and Narumi ended her assault with a kick to the back of her neck. Narumi stopped channeling the Nine Tails chakra and was breathing heavily. I give up, Sakura said. Winner. Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze. Genma said. Hopefully I did enough to become a chunin. Sakura thought. She slowly stood up and briskly walked over to the stands. Narumi was there waiting for her and she shook hands with Sakura. Narumi held Sakura's hand up and the crowd gave them a standing ovation for putting on one hell of a fight. Sakura looked up and Kushina gave them both a wide grin and 2 thumbs up. Stands. Good fight you two, Kushina said. Yeah, you no doubt impressed the judges. Naruto said. So, Pinky, I've got to admit that I'm impressed with how you've grown since the academy. I had you dying on your first mission out of the village. Enko said. Gee, thanks, Sakura said. Who's up next? Naruto asked. Will Gaara of the Sand and Sasuke Uchiha please come down? Genma yelled and both competitors went to the fighting area. Shit, I thought we would have more time. Kushina said. More time for what? Narumi asked. It's too much to explain. Naruto, I know you wanted to keep it a secret, but I could really use a wide-range genjutsu over the crowd right now. Kushina said. I can make one so nobody sees you or what's going on. Naruto said and activated his Sharingan. How? Sakura asked. I'll explain later. Go on mom, Naruto said and she vanished. What's going on? Narumi asked. Just be ready to follow orders. Naruto said. Gaara vs Sasuke. Alright, you both know the rules. Begin, Genma said and jumped away as Gaara's sand came to life. So that's the sand Kakashi talked about. Sasuke thought and then Gaara grabbed his head. Please, I beg you. Don't get mad at me, mother. Gaara said and then had a crazy look on his face. What the hell is he talking about? Sasuke thought. I know I made you taste some awful blood, but we have somebody even better we can fight and I'll give you his blood instead. Gaara said and calmed down. Sasuke didn't waste any time and threw some shuriken at Gaara that was blocked by his sand that turned itself into a sand clone. Sasuke ran at Gaara and then had to jump out of the way from Gaara's sand that tried to attack him. While Sasuke was falling towards Gaara, the sand clone threw the shuriken back at Sasuke who countered with his own. Sasuke kicked the sand clone then spun on his hands and hit the sand clone in the neck with a backwards fist, but the sand swallowed his hand, keeping him stuck. Sasuke then hit the sand clone with a strong open palm strike and destroyed it, freeing his arm. Sasuke went for a straight punch and Gaara's sand went to block it and Sasuke smirked. He vanished and Rock Lee realized Sasuke was using his moves against Gaara. Before Gaara's sand could react, Sasuke managed to punch him in the face and crack his sand armor. So, that's your sand armor, huh? Come on, if you won't, then I will. Sasuke said. You're starting to annoy me. Gaara said. I'm going to tear off all your armor. Sasuke said. He ran at Gaara and ran around in circles to confuse Gaara's sand. Sasuke was as fast as Lee without his weights on at this point and it helped him get in close to Gaara. He managed to kick Gaara in the chin and then grab him by his shirt to knee him in the gut. After his little onslaught, Sasuke jumped back and smirked while he was breathing heavily. What's the matter, Gaara? Don't tell me that's all you've got. Sasuke said. I'm going to kill you. Gaara said and then surrounded himself with 20 sand clones. Sasuke just smirked and ran at the sand clones to get them out of his way, but to his surprise, all of them started to fire shuriken at him. While he was able to dodge some of them, he was cut up quite a bit and Gaara grinned at the sight of Sasuke's blood. After 10 minutes of running around and fighting the clones, Sasuke managed to get down to the last one, but he went for Gaara instead. Just before Sasuke could reach Gaara, the sand clone appeared in front of him and then Gaara was surrounded by a sphere of sand. Sasuke, thinking he could just punch through the sand, was in for a rude awakening when a giant sand fist came from the circle and grabbed him. The fist started to slam Sasuke on the ground for a few moments before he was thrown away into the wall and coughed up blood. Sasuke grit his teeth and then his curse mark activated once again as he jumped up to the highest point on the wall. He went through some hand signs and then lightning appeared around his hand after a few seconds followed by a screeching noise. Competitor's booth. Whoa, that's one hell of a jutsu. I remember Kakashi-sensei using that jutsu before. What's it called? Narumi asked. It's called the Chidori. It's an A-rank jutsu that only me and Kakashi knew until just now. Naruto said. Awesome, I want to learn it. Narumi said with stars in her eyes. You can't. Naruto said. Why the hell not? Narumi asked. Because you don't have the Sharingan since it creates tunnel vision and you don't have a lightning chakra nature. Naruto said. That sucks. How come you get all the cool jutsus? It's not fair. Narumi said. Just learn the rasengan. Naruto said. The rasengan isn't cool like that though. Narumi said. The rasengan is the reason why the Chidori was even created. Besides, the rasengan is an incomplete jutsu anyway. Naruto said. What do you mean? Narumi asked. I remember seeing dad try something with it when I was younger and when I asked mom what he was doing, she explained that he was trying to complete the rasengan. Hell, Kakashi made the Chidori because he failed to add his chakra nature to the rasengan. Naruto said. I'm so learning that jutsu. Narumi said and Naruto noticed something. Hey, where's Shizuka? Naruto asked. I don't know. I thought she was here already. Sakura said. I could have sworn I saw her earlier. Narumi said. Something's wrong. Where's Menma? Naruto asked. I don't know. He never showed up. Narumi said and Naruto went through hand signs to summon a wolf the same color as Fenrir. Naruto. What is it? The wolf asked. Midnight, I need you to track this person down and come back to me when you find her. Naruto said and pulled out a cloth that had Shizuka's scent on it. I'm on it. Midnight said and quickly ran away. You can summon wolves? Narumi asked. Yes. Naruto said and turned back to the fight. Gaara vs Sasuke. Sasuke took off running down the wall with his curse mark pulsing and Chidori blazing. As he was running, the wall was destroyed a lot and he created a dust cloud when he hit the ground. Everyone was looking on in interest, but very few of them saw that the Chidori was unstable and he had little to no control over it. As he got closer, Gaara prepared the sand to defend him and that's when Sasuke went to stab him with the Chidori. Sasuke dodged sand tendrils Gaara sent at him and the Chidori pierced through the sand. At first silence was all around and then Gaara started to scream. My blood. It's my blood. I'll kill you Sasuke Uchiha. Gaara yelled and then there was an explosion up in the cage booth. Stands. What's going on? Narumi asked. It's an invasion. Narumi, go after Gaara. Naruto said. Why? Narumi asked. Because he's about to release his tailed beast and with mom busy at the moment, only you have the chakra chains to prevent that from happening. I could do it, but I have something else to do. Naruto said and gathered a lot of chakra to summon more wolves. What is it, Naruto? A white wolf asked. It's an invasion. I need all of you to spread out in the village and guard the civilians. Protect them as they get to the bunker and take out anybody who doesn't have on the Konoha headband or if they have on a blank Anbu mask. Naruto said and all of the wolves vanished. Naruto. Kushina said. Yeah, Naruto asked, as he kicked away a sound shinobi. I need you to head into the village. Protect the civilians. Kushina said. I just sent my wolf summons out to help. Naruto said. Where's Menma? Kushina asked. I don't know, but he probably has Shizuka and I'm going after him. Naruto said and ran away. Mom, is Naruto going to kill Menma? Narumi asked. Go after Gaara and stop him. Take Sakura, Shikamaru and Shino with you. Kushina said. Mom, you didn't answer my question. Narumi said. I don't know, Narumi. We gave Menma plenty of chances to change, but he refused and was too far gone. I don't know what Naruto is going to do. Just go after Gaara and we'll deal with it later. Kushina said. Leaf Village. The Leaf Village was a war zone right now with Suna, Sound and Danzo's men fighting everyone that wasn't on their side. Naruto was running through the village killing anybody that wasn't on his side in the war, and at the same time he was saving civilians alongside his wolves. His sword was covered in blood and he looked like a menace out there. Midnight caught up to him and told him Shizuka was being held at the top of the Hokage monument surrounded by blank-masked Anbu members, so that's where he went. He finally arrived to see Menma standing there with a root uniform on and Shizuka badly beaten on the ground. "So nice of you to finally join us, Naruto. I was beginning to think you weren't going to show up. I hope you like the little gift I have for you here." A shame that she really thought she could take me on and get back to the stadium. For years I played the fool and for years I've had to hide my true abilities from the world. No more. After I kill you, I'm going after that bitch of a mother as well and Shizuka will become my plaything. Menma said, as marks spread across his body and Naruto just smirked. You didn't hide anything for years. Me, Mom and Minato already knew about your little secret. You're only alive still because they wanted to change you and make you realize the error of your ways. Now, I have a mission to kill you and unlike you, nobody knows how good I really am. You're not special anymore, so killing you won't harm the village. Naruto said and Menma smirked. You forget that I have half of the 9 tails inside of me. You kill me and I'll just release the 9 tails in the village. Menma said. You really are stupid. The day I came over for dinner wasn't something out of the good of my heart. It was for me to help remove the 9 tails from you. If you don't believe me, check for the seal on your stomach. Naruto said and Menma did, but nothing happened. Where is it? Menma asked. Away from you. Now, a month ago I believe I told you that if you kept messing with me you'd fuck around and find out how dangerous I am. I gave you multiple chances and attacking Shizuka was the final straw. Naruto said. Ah, is the big bad Naruto afraid I hurt his little girlfriend? Menma asked and kicked her in the face, but she was unconscious so she couldn't feel anything. You fucked around and now it's time to find out what I'm about. Naruto said. As soon as Naruto said that, he disappeared and every member of the root Anbu that were near his fell to the ground before going up in flames. Naruto then appeared in front of Menma, who was shocked at how fast Naruto was and he was hit multiple times, but never saw Naruto move his body. Naruto was using his time skip ability from his Mangekyo Sharingan right now and he was just easily pummeling Menma. Menma eventually stood up and charged at Naruto, but Naruto knew all of his moves thanks to his time fighting Riot Anbu members. Everything Menma threw at Naruto was blocked, dodged or perfectly countered. Menma used the fireball jutsu on Naruto who countered with his own which easily took out Menma's jutsu. Naruto wouldn't use any more ninjutsu since he just wanted to use his bare hands and embarrass Menma. It was already made up in his mind that Menma was going to die, but since Menma touched Shizuka, which is something you just don't do, he was going to make him suffer. How are you doing this? Just let me kill you. Menma yelled. Your moves don't surprise me. You were trained by Danzo and all of his shinobi have the same fighting style. I've fought and killed so many root Anbu that I know how to counter everything they throw at me. Naruto said. Menma grit his teeth and ran at Naruto again only for him to have a knee break his nose courtesy of Naruto. While Naruto would have loved to use the Koto Amatsukami Genjutsu on Menma, he already used it from both of his eyes during his fights with root members and he had to wait another 4 or 5 years before he could use it. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when he heard a familiar swirling sound coming from Menma and saw he had a rasengan in the palm of his hand with a shadow clone stabilizing it. I should really thank Jiraiya for showing me this as a secret weapon. This is over, Menma said. Menma ran at Naruto ready to take him out with the rasengan and Naruto went through a few hand signs making the Chidori come to life in his hand. He took off towards Menma and easily pierced through his rasengan since he added more power to his Chidori knowing the rasengan was stronger out of the two. The collision caused an explosion that could be seen anywhere in the village and once the smoke cleared, Naruto had his hand through Menma's heart killing him instantly, but somebody stabbed him through the chest with a kunai. You killed an important member for our plans and I had to return the favor. A voice said. That's what you think, Naruto said, as he and Menma faded away only to appear a few feet away from the person, but Menma was still dead. Genjutsu. The person muttered. So, Kabuto, you managed to sneak back into the village. Naruto said, as he removed his hand from Menma's chest. The Leaf Village has horrible protection in the village. It doesn't take much to sneak in here. Kabuto said and a huge roar was heard in the distance. What the hell is that? Naruto asked, as he saw a giant mutated beast destroying the village. That would be the reason why Konoha will lose. Ta-ta, Kabuto said and went up in smoke. Damn it, Naruto said, as he sealed Menma's body and grabbed Shizuka before leaving. Battlefield. Everyone get back now, Haruka yelled as he was helping civilians. Hurry up, come on, Ino yelled. What the hell is that thing? Choji asked, as he was being treated by a medic. We don't know. It was summoned here in the village and it's destroying everything, the medic said, and Kushina arrived. This thing is tough. At most I can wrap it up in my chains again, but it'll be hard for me to do that. Kushina said. Can Lord Fourth come help us? The medic asked. No, he's busy with Orochimaru and dealing with the past Hokages. Orochimaru reanimated them and he's using them against Minato. Kushina said. Lady Kushina, I tried to use my mind transfer jutsu, but I was kicked out. Inoichi said. What? How is that possible? Kushina asked. This thing isn't just some sick experiment gone wrong. It's an actual human whose DNA was mutated by Orochimaru on purpose. I saw some of its memories and that was one of them. Inoichi said, and everyone jumped away as the beast went on a rampage. We need to move this thing out of the village, Kushina said, as she dodged a swipe of the beast's arm. Do we really want to risk that? All of the civilians aren't out of the way yet and this thing is just destroying everything in its path. Other than the forest, this is the best place to deal with this beast since it's close to the training grounds. Inoichi said. Mom, Narumi said, as she ran over to her. Narumi, where's Gaara? Kushina asked. Tamari and Kankuro took him back to Suna. I managed to stop him from releasing his tailed beast, Narumi said, and jumped away from the beast. Where are the others? Kushina asked. Sakura was told to go help out at the hospital. Sasuke is out cold and that's a completely different story. Shikamaru is with Asuma and Shino was poisoned, but his dad is helping him. Narumi said. Okay. You, Ino and Choji help Haruka with getting the rest of the civilians to the bunker. We'll take this thing down, Kushina said, and the beast roared as it started to just destroy everything in sight. This thing is out of control, Narumi said, and the beast just started to sound like it was laughing. This thing is actually having fun destroying our village, Kushina said, and then the beast was stabbed in the chest by what seemed to be a metal rope with a sword attached to it. Makoto, Kushina thought. All of a sudden Naruto came out of the sky and the beast threw its arm at Naruto, who expertly dodged it and sliced the beast's arm off in multiple spots with Makoto's swords. Naruto landed on a tree and then extended another sword that attached itself into the bottom of the beast's neck. The beast turned around to smack Naruto out of the air, but Naruto once again moved and cut out the beast's eyes. Naruto fell to the ground, but quickly recovered and cut both of the beast's ankles and knees, bringing it down to the ground flat on its stomach. Whoa, Ino said. I wonder what pissed him off, Narumi said, as she watched Naruto jump onto the beast's back. You seem to be having a lot of fun destroying my village. Here, let me help you have some fun, Naruto said. The beast swung its other arm around and Naruto cut that one off as well. After that was over with, Naruto proceeded to cut the beast multiple times before its head finally fell off of its shoulders, and everyone that witnessed what happened was truly amazed. Before anything could be said, a sound shinobi jumped out of the forest. Dai Konoha scum, the shinobi yelled, and Naruto just shoved his sword through his mouth, instantly killing him. Are you okay? Kushina asked. I'm fine, Naruto said. No, you're not. Nobody that is perfectly fine would savagely kill that beast and shove his sword through somebody's mouth. Ino said. Perhaps you'd like me to revive the damn thing and let it destroy the village some more. If you're against killing, then you should stop being a ninja since it's a part of the job. If not, then shut up, Naruto said. Where's Menma? Narumi asked, and Naruto showed her a scroll. He's dead, Naruto said. What happened? Narumi asked. He fucked around and found out, Naruto said. You did this? Narumi asked. Yeah, Naruto said. How could you? He was our brother, Narumi said. No, he was your brother, Naruto said, and looked at a purple barrier that was at the Chunin exam stadium. Minato is in there fighting Orochimaru and the past Hokages. Orochimaru reanimated them and now Minato has to fight them, Kushina said. So just break the barrier and help him, Naruto said. There is nothing that can help us. It's the Four Flames formation barrier with an extra one keeping the others behind it safe, Inoichi said. It's a B rank barrier. Just use something more powerful to destroy it, Naruto said. We need a powerful ninjutsu that can break it. None of us have that kind of jutsu in our arsenal, Inoichi said. You mean to tell me that you've been a ninja for 20 years and you don't know anything stronger than AB rank ninjutsu? Naruto asked. I do, but the normal rasengan won't go through both of the barriers and you die if you touch one, Kushina said. Fine, I'll do it, Naruto said and vanished. What's he going to do? Ino asked. No idea, Kushina said. Come on Ino, Choji. Let's go help with the village. Inoichi said and they left. You're being awfully quiet, Kushina said. He killed Menma, Narumi said and Kushina sighed. I know. I tried my best to save Menma, but I couldn't. Kushina said. There is no way Naruto was able to defeat you. Narumi said. That's not what I mean. I'll explain everything once this is over with, but right now we need to help finish taking out all of these foreign and illegal ninjas. Kushina said. Chunin Exam Stadium. Naruto arrived at the Chunin Exam Stadium and it was hectic. Multiple wounded civilians, dead shinobi, and the worst part was that the nobles were unguarded. Naruto looked around and saw Neji fighting off some sound ninja with Hinata, Kiba, Tenten and Shikamaru. He went over to them and started to help out until things died down in their area. Naruto, Tenten said and she kicked away a sound ninja. New plan. I can sense the Anbu are on the way. Neji and Kiba, you need to guard the nobles since they're by themselves. Naruto said. What about the wounded civilians? Shikamaru asked. You, Hinata and Tenten will gather them in a safe space away from fighting. I have wolves helping out so don't be afraid if some of them come to help you. Naruto said. Wolves? Shikamaru asked. Don't worry about it, just go do that and take this. Naruto said, as he tossed Hinata a scroll. What is it? Tenten asked. Some medical supplies to at least patch up the civilians. Shikamaru can hold off any attackers with his shadow paralysis jutsu and you can finish them off while Hinata is helping the wounded. Naruto said. Let's go. Neji said and ran off with Kiba. For what it's worth, sorry we didn't get along in school. Shikamaru said. I don't care, just do your job and we'll call it even. Naruto said and looked up at the purple barrier. Lord Fourth is in there and nobody can break the barriers. Tenten said. I'll handle it, move out. Naruto said and went to the purple barrier. Naruto Uzumaki, why are you not helping in the village? An Anbu member asked. I just came from the village and the rest of your Anbu members are on their way to help. I'm here to take out these barriers. Naruto said. It's impossible to touch them. We tried and some of our team was burned to death instantly. The Anbu member said. I can handle this, you might want to step back. This can get a bit destructive. Naruto said and the Anbu nodded. Good luck, the Anbu member said and they all jumped away. Alright, let's get rid of that barrier. Naruto said and started gathering chakra. Hey, fuckface, the fuck are you doing? A red-haired girl asked. Oh, I'm about to get rid of this barrier. Who are you anyway? Naruto asked. I'm not fucking telling you. She said. Fine, I'll introduce myself first. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. What's your name? Naruto asked and the girl froze as she remembered what Kabuto told her. Flashback. Do you all remember the plan? Kabuto asked and 4 people nodded. Yeah, we got it. Is there anything else we need to do other than hold the barrier? The red-haired girl asked. We'll keep the strongest in the village busy. So you don't have to worry about them. Everyone else is no threat. Kabuto said. Piece of fucking cake then. The redhead said. To Yuya, it's unladylike to swear. A big round person said. Shut the fuck up. To Yuya said. Actually, there is one person you need to watch out for and I'd advise you to run away if you ever saw him. Kabuto said. Who? To Yuya asked. His name is Naruto Uzumaki and we have no information on his skills. However, based on how he carries himself you'd think he was weak due to his tendency to give sarcastic remarks, but I can easily tell that he could easily defeat all of you and potentially defeat Kimimaro. Kabuto said. Flashback end. Shit, just my luck. To Yuya mumbled. I couldn't hear you. Naruto said, as he gathered chakra. My name is Tayuya. Tayuya said. Tell me, Tayuya, why did you join somebody like Orochimaru? Naruto asked. It's not like I had a fucking choice. Tayuya said. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Nothing. Fuck off. Tayuya said. Sorry, but I need to get rid of those barriers. Naruto said and chakra started to leak from his body. Wait. Tayuya said, but it was too late. Lightning of absolution. Everyone saw a giant bluish-green bird made of chakra form in the air and they knew Naruto was about to do something destructive. The giant bird in the air started firing lightning down towards the purple barriers at a rapid pace and everyone around just watched as the purple barriers were struck multiple times until they both eventually were destroyed. The 4 people keeping the barriers up were sent flying back and you couldn't see anything but smoke until it eventually went away. What was that? Minato asked and he heard coughing. Phew, I should have jumped away before I blew this up. Naruto said. Naruto, what are you doing here? Minato asked and Naruto stood next to him. Oh, you know. Just taking out Sound Ninja, Sand Ninja, Root Anbu, killing Menma and killing some stupid ass beast that tried to destroy the village. Nothing major. Oh, and Kabuto ran away from me, I guess. Naruto said. This brat killed Menma and Danzo has seemingly failed. Perhaps I can get him on my side instead. He clearly has more potential than anybody else I've come across. Orochimaru thought and licked his lips. So, what's going on here? Naruto asked. Orochimaru reanimated the first and second Hokages. They're tough to defeat and I can only think of one way to defeat them. Minato said. Using your superior speed to take them out? Naruto asked. It's not that simple. Minato said. Actually it is. Do you really think Orochimaru would bring both the first and second Hokage back to full strength? He wants their strength, but not at full strength. If he did that then he'd be dead right now because they would simply be too powerful for him to control. When they were regenerating, I saw a kunai in their head with a tag that means Orochimaru must be controlling them. If you remove those then he loses control over them and I know for a fact that you can handle Orochimaru by yourself. Naruto said. Easier said than done. Tobirama is still fast. Minato said. True, but he can't catch what he can't see. Close your eyes. Naruto said. Alright, Minato said and closed his eyes putting his trust in Naruto. Please, child, do not think you can take me on by yourself. The logical thing for you to do would be to join me. Think about it, all the power and everything you desire could be yours in an instant. Someone of your potential will never reach their full might if they stay in this pathetic village. Orochimaru said. I already have everything I desire in this village and you can't offer me anything. I don't desire power unlike you and everyone else that joined you. I desire peace. A world where people like you no longer exist. I know I'll never reach my full potential if I stay in this village and the last thing I'll ever do is join somebody like you. Naruto said and then the area around them went dark. What is this? Orochimaru asked. It's a genjutsu. Naruto said and Orochimaru saw his Sharingan active. The Sharingan, Orochimaru thought. You have one option and that's to cancel the reanimation jutsu. Naruto said. You fool, I know how the bringer of darkness genjutsu works. Now, hand over those eyes. Orochimaru said and lunged at Naruto. Idiot, Naruto said as Orochimaru grabbed his face. The Sharingan is now mine. Orochimaru said and then Naruto just reappeared. You have one option and that's to cancel the reanimation jutsu. Naruto said. You fool, I know how the bringer of darkness genjutsu works. Now, hand me those eyes. Orochimaru said and lunged at Naruto. Idiot, Naruto said as Orochimaru grabbed his face. The Sharingan is now mine. Orochimaru said and Naruto just reappeared. You have one option and that's to cancel the reanimation jutsu. Naruto said. What's going on? Orochimaru asked, as he kept seeing and doing the same thing over again. You have one option and that's to cancel the reanimation jutsu. Naruto said. Real world. What's going on? He's just standing there now. Minato thought. Not that we're in a rush or anything, but it would be best if you remove the kunai from their heads before the bringer of darkness genjutsu wears off. Naruto said. Oh right, Minato said and quickly defeated the reanimated Hokages, but their heads just regenerated. That takes care of that. Naruto said. Just one more to go. Minato said and created a rasengan in his hand. No, you need to keep him alive. Naruto said. What? Why? Minato asked. Because he's the only person who can break the reanimation jutsu since he's the caster. Naruto said. How are we going to get him to do that? Minato asked. We aren't. He's going to do it himself. Naruto said and covered his left eye with his headband. What do you mean? Minato asked. I didn't just place him under the bringer of darkness genjutsu. I placed him in an infinite loop that will only stop when he realizes his mistake and ends it. Naruto said. A technique doesn't exist like that. Minato said. Yes it does and it comes at the price of the Sharingan. Naruto said. How? Minato asked. It's a genjutsu not known to many that traps the user in an infinite time loop. Naruto said. So he's just going to stand there until he finally undoes the reanimation jutsu? Minato asked. Pretty much. Naruto said and Minato just looked at him. You really lost one of your Sharingan eyes? Minato asked and Naruto lifted his headband to reveal his blind eye. Yup, a small sacrifice given the grand scheme of things. Naruto said and Minato chuckled. I suppose you're right, Minato said and the Anbu landed next to him. Lord Hokage, are you alright? The Anbu asked. Yes, we've got things covered here. Minato said. Sir, is he still alive? The Anbu asked. Yes, we can't touch him until he releases the reanimation jutsu. How did our defense plan go? Minato asked. Other than a few civilian and ninja casualties, everything went as planned. None of the nobles were harmed and your genin made sure to protect the civilians as they were moved to the bunker. The enemy has retreated after losing nearly all of their forces. The Anbu said. Get with Cat and begin the collection of the casualties. Minato said. Yes sir, the Anbu said and vanished. You still have one more problem. Naruto said. What's that? Minato asked and Naruto just pointed to his right. Danzo is escaping the village. Naruto said and Minato sighed. I can't risk it right now. I'll place him in the bingo book once we're done. Minato said and Orochimaru's hands started to move. I see he finally realized the error of his plan. Naruto said, as the bodies of Hashirama and Tobirama started to disintegrate. Yeah, Minato said. Sound 4 retreat. Orochimaru yelled and vanished with the sound 4. I forgot about them. Naruto said. Let's go help with the cleanup. Minato said. It took almost 12 hours to gather everyone who lost their life in the invasion and Minato held the funeral that very night. While the casualties didn't reach the number he envisioned, Minato would have liked it if there were no casualties at all. Despite the casualties, Konoha still remained standing and once again proved that the will of fire remains strong. It's been 2 weeks since the Chunin exams invasion where Konoha managed to defeat both Sound and Suna. It wasn't much of a shocker when Minato forgave Suna and started to work out a new treaty with them since they were being manipulated by Orochimaru. A few days after the invasion, Suna found the deceased Kazukage's body in the desert and some mourned his death as it was evident he was ambushed by Orochimaru. The village was already being rebuilt thanks to the efforts of the civilians and ninja working together. Minato has been rather busy dealing with the results from the Chunin exams, details from the Anbu and Jonin during the invasion, dealing with the civilian council wanting to take full advantage of the rebuild to get extra things added and announcing that Danzo played a hand in the invasion so he was officially in the bingo book as an S-rank threat due to his root Anbu. Another problem that occurred was Narumi struggling to cope with the fact that Menma was working with Danzo and helped him plan for the invasion. She hasn't even looked at Naruto if they were in the same room together and he didn't blame her at all given how close she was to Menma. Funnily enough, nobody in the village who knew about the situation really blamed Naruto for killing Menma since they all saw the path he was going down. Naruto on the other hand was back to his usual self and he had high respect from almost everyone in the Anbu as they've heard about what he did in the invasion. He didn't really care for praise since it was the right thing to do, but nobody listened to him when he said it wasn't necessary since he didn't do much. His fangirl club grew even larger once everyone discovered he sacrificed an eye to make sure Konoha came out victorious during the invasion and imagine his surprise when he learned he was given high praise from the feudal lord himself which didn't happen often. Currently all Genin and Jonin sensei were in Minato's office for a meeting he called. Thank you all for coming. Minato said. It's not like we had a choice. Naruto said. Can you not be a smartass for once? Kushina whispered. I could, but that would require me to become something I'm not. Naruto said and her eye twitched. Anyway, I have some results from the entire Chunin exam situation. Minato said. I thought the Chunin exams were cancelled because of the invasion. Shikamaru said. Yeah, wouldn't that mean nobody gets promoted? Ino asked. Usually yes, but some of you were promoted before the invasion and some were promoted after the situation was handled. Minato said. I'll take my vest now. Sasuke said and walked up to Minato. Well, you weren't promoted. Minato said. What? Sasuke asked. There are several reports of your behavior during the invasion and not to mention disobeying orders given to you by your superiors. You showed some skill, but everything you did against Gaara was something you copied from Rock Lee and you barely had control of the Chidori. The only reason you were able to go unnoticed is because Menma was doing a lot more than you were. Minato said. You will promote me or else. Sasuke said and showed his Sharingan, but Minato just stared at him. Or else what? Minato asked, as he released his chakra making everyone except Naruto and the Jonin get scared. Minato, you're scaring the kids. Kushina said. I'm not scared. Naruto said and Kushina slapped his head. Right. Now, the first promotion goes to Sakura Haruno. Minato said. Huh, me? Sakura asked and Minato nodded. That's right. While you graduated with little to no skill suited for a genin, your growth was obviously tremendous if you were able to go toe-to-toe with Narumi during the Chunin exams and it impressed the judges. However, you were promoted due to your skills in medical ninjutsu helping civilians with their injuries and helping any injured shinobi you could before nearly suffering from chakra exhaustion. Lady Tsunade, if you would. Minato said and Tsunade appeared with a Chunin vest. Congratulations, Sakura. While you still have a long way to go in the medical ninjutsu area, your potential clearly shows and you earned this. Tsunade said, as she handed Sakura the vest. Thank you, Sakura said and bowed before going back to her team. Congratulations, Sakura, Kushina said. Next up, 1010. You were promoted thanks to your proficient use of weaponry and fuinjutsu skills. Helping protect the civilians until you were down to your last kunai did not go unnoticed. Also, your father's shop may become a bit busier thanks to the quality of the weapons you use. Congratulations, Minato said and she was handed a Chunin vest. Thank you, Lord Hokage. 1010 said. Next, Shikamaru Nara. While you're lazy and unmotivated like your father, I heard you were willingly ready to sacrifice yourself for your comrades in order for them to take out Gaara. Coming up with a plan to stall 10 sound shinobi is quite the feat and I expected nothing less from somebody from the Nara clan. Congratulations, Minato said and Shikamaru was given his Chunin vest. Such a drag. Now I have to do more work. Shikamaru said and Minato just chuckled. At least it gets Yoshino off of your back for some time. Your father was older than you when he became Chunin so you should be proud. Minato said. I guess, Shikamaru said. Neji Hyuga, step forward please. Minato said. Yes sir, Neji said. Your promotion was one that I had to seriously think about. While you were heavily praised for guarding the nobles during the invasion, your temper and treatment of Hinata Hyuga is not something I will tolerate. Your hatred of the main branch in the Hyuga clan is unwarranted, but I will let Hiyashi deal with that. You haven't had any outbursts other than the incident when you tried to kill Hinata and for that, you will get your Chunin vest after you apologize to Hinata and speak to Hiyashi regarding what really happened that day. Minato said. Of course, Neji said. Shizuka, you're next, Minato said. I didn't really compete and I was unconscious for the entire invasion. Shizuka said. I know, but during the discussion with both of your Jonin-sensei and looking over your mission file, you are getting a field promotion. On every mission you've been on, you've shown growth in your physical and your leadership skills. I understand that your team wasn't exactly the best in terms of teamwork, but you have been able to keep a level head and come up with strategies to help the team. Congratulations on your Chunin promotion, Minato said and gave her a Chunin vest. Thank you, Lord Hokage. See that, Naruto. I'm your boss and you need to do what I say. Now marry me, Shizuka said and Naruto just turned a page in his book. Not happening, Naruto said and she deflated. It was worth a try, Shizuka mumbled. Don't worry, he'll come around eventually, Kushina whispered. Are you really encouraging her? Naruto asked. Maybe, Kushina said. He's going to have his hands full with her in the future. Minato thought. Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze, step forward, Minato said. Yeah, Narumi said. First off, I'm really proud of you and everything you've done so far as a ninja. You were promoted for your match against Sakura and for being the reason Gaara didn't unleash Shukaku in the village. All of the judges were impressed with your skills and even civilians recommended you for a promotion for saving their lives. I didn't have a vote due to me being your father and being the Hokage, some would consider that favoritism. Congratulations, you earned it, Minato said. Thanks, Narumi said and gave him a smile when she was handed her Chunin vest. Last, but certainly not least, Naruto Uzumaki. Minato said. Yo, Naruto said. Your promotion is a field promotion since you never competed at all in the Chunin exams, which isn't your fault. You were already up for a promotion, but you Jonin-sensei, Kushina Uzumaki refused to give you a field promotion when it was recommended and well, I'd rather not argue with her. Minato said. Wimp, Naruto mumbled. The reasons for your promotion are as follows. Giving orders quickly to your genin comrades to make sure both civilians and the nobles were protected. Gave orders to make sure Gaara didn't successfully release his tailed beast, taking out Sound Shinobi, Suna Shinobi and a group of unidentified Anbu that were illegally in the village helping the enemy. Taking out Menma who betrayed our village by siding with the enemy, helped secure the Chunin exam stadium, taking out what appeared to have been a mutated experiment by Orochimaru that was causing havoc in the village. Finally, helping me defeat Orochimaru, the first Hokage and the second Hokage while willingly sacrificing an eye in order for the village to successfully win the war. You were promoted to Chunin, but after talking to the Anbu commander, some Jonin and the feudal lord himself, I hereby grant you the rank of Jonin. Minato said and Naruto received his Jonin vest. Sweet, Naruto said. Now that you are a Jonin, your responsibilities will increase and with the village getting more mission requests thanks to our victory, you'll be sent out on high-ranking missions that could last up to months at a time. Minato said. Okay, Naruto said. Everyone is dismissed except for Naruto. Congratulations to those who were promoted and those that weren't. You are more than welcome to try again in 6 months for the next Chunin exams or try to get a field promotion. Minato said and they all left. What did you need me for? Naruto asked. When you leave for your long-term mission, I set it up so you'll meet with somebody by the name of Najinda. Apparently she's the leader of Night Raid and she'll be looking for you. Minato asked. Am I still leaving around the same time? Naruto asked. Yes, you'll be gone for quite a while, but just send reports through your summons and keep me updated. Minato said. Sure, I can do that, Naruto said. I do have some concerns though. It's about your eye, Minato said. It'll be fixed before I leave for the mission. You don't have to worry about that, Naruto said. You do know that your eye is blind, right? Minato asked. Yes, and I wouldn't have given it up if I didn't know how to fix it. Naruto said. I see. Tell me, Naruto, how good are you with Fuinjutsu right now? Minato asked. Only you and mom are better than me, Naruto said and Minato nodded. Then I believe it's time I gave you these, Minato said and pulled out a scroll. What is it? Naruto asked. It's a scroll containing my space-time ninjutsu, Minato said. Why not give it to Narumi? Naruto asked. Because she can barely make a storage scroll without it exploding. Menma never showed any skills in Fuinjutsu, but you took to it like a true Uzumaki. Narumi is learning the Rasengan and I haven't given you anything since the day you were born, so consider this a later early birthday present. Minato said. Thanks. There is one thing I want from you though, Naruto said. What? Minato asked. I want to learn the Rasengan. While the Chidori is good, the Rasengan would be more useful if I need to defeat a strong opponent without killing them. Naruto said. Alright, Minato said and unsealed a water balloon before tossing it to Naruto. You just walk around with water balloons sealed away, huh? Naruto asked. Never know when you're going to need them, Minato said. What am I supposed to do with this? Naruto asked. Pop it with only your chakra, Minato said. This better not be a joke, Naruto said. It's not. This will additionally help with your chakra control. The Rasengan is the pinnacle of change in chakra form, so if you master this then you'll be able to do much more with your chakra. There are 3 steps to learning the Rasengan and this is the first one. Minato said. Give me a week, Naruto said. To get this step done? Minato asked. No, give me a week to get the Rasengan done, Naruto said and Minato chuckled. 1 week and if you don't have it done, you're getting a genin team. Minato said and started to cough violently into his hand. You alright? Naruto asked. It's just a cough. Nothing to worry about, Minato said and kept coughing. You suck at lying, Naruto said and raised his chakra levels bringing the Anbu into the room. Lord Hokage, are you alright? Kat asked. He's not. Bring Tsunade here to check on him, Naruto said and Kat vanished. I'm fine, Naruto, Minato said. Yeah, like I said before, you suck at lying. Let's say I already left and you managed to hide this from everyone, how do you think mom would feel? How do you think Narumi would feel? They just lost Menma and I highly doubt they could handle losing you a short time after. Naruto said and Minato sighed. I suppose you're right. Perhaps this is a sign for me to retire. Minato said. What if it's not nothing serious? Are you still going to retire? Naruto asked. Yeah, while I have enjoyed my time as Hokage, I think spending more time with my family before it's too late is more important. Minato said. What brought this on? Naruto asked. I don't know honestly. I've been Hokage for nearly 14 years and out of those 14 years, I've spent a grand total of 5 years with my family if I combine all of the days. Then there's this group Jiraiya was telling me about that seems to be trouble. Minato said. I think that's the group Itachi joined. Naruto said. Itachi. When did you speak to him? Minato asked. At the massacre. He wasn't the only one there. Naruto said. Who else was there? Minato asked. He said it was some guy in a mask. All I know is whoever it was kept appearing and reappearing all over the Uchiha district. Naruto said. If this guy is the mastermind behind this group, then his goal is the tailed beasts. Narumi is in trouble if that's what he's really after. Minato said. Do you know who he is? Naruto asked. He said his name is Madara Uchiha. Minato said. You believed him? Naruto asked. No, but he was able to control the 9 tails just like Madara though. Minato said. I can control the 9 tails if I wanted to. Besides, I highly doubt somebody like Madara would hide behind a mask. Naruto said and Tsunade appeared in the office. You called me here about a cough. Tsunade said. Look at his right hand. Naruto said and they saw blood on Minato's hand. I didn't even notice that. Minato said. You need to come to the hospital with me for a better evaluation. Coughing up blood when you haven't really taken any damage or anything isn't a good look. Tsunade said and Minato nodded. I understand, but before we go I'd like to talk to you about something important. Minato said. What would that be? Are we finally implementing my medical program? Tsunade asked. I can't due to the council blocking me every chance they get, but I know of a way to get it done. Minato said. What is it? Tsunade asked. A new Hokage has the power to pass on or two major changes in the village without the interference of the civilian council getting in the way. Minato said. Minato, you can't be offering what I think you're offering. Tsunade said. I am. Due to my health scare right now and more importantly some recent discoveries, I think I need to be more hands-on with Narumi's training to get her prepared for something big that could be happening. You're the best candidate for the position and you have the pedigree that not even the feudal lord would argue with. Do you accept it? Minato asked and Tsunade thought about it. If I accept, you need to fill me in on everything you're talking about. Tsunade said. I will. Minato said and started coughing again. I accept. Let's go. Tsunade said and left with Minato just as a crow landed at the window. A crow. Itachi. Naruto thought and grabbed the note attached to the crow. Must be important for Minato. Naruto said and vanished. 1 month later. Another month went by since the entire Chunin exam debacle in the village was still being repaired, but under a new Hokage. Tsunade was named the 5th Hokage about a week after Minato verbally gave her the position, but the feudal lord wanted to come see Tsunade get inducted himself so they held the ceremony a week later. Nobody outside of Naruto, Tsunade, Kushina and Narumi knew why Minato stepped down, but that's how they wanted to keep it. The entire village was shocked when the announcement came that Minato was stepping down and that Tsunade was taking over as Hokage, so naturally other countries tried to send spies into the village, but Tsunade managed to plug every weak spot the village had. Hey, Naruto, Shizuka said, as they were returning from a mission. Naruto asked. After we're done with the mission, want to grab a bite to eat? Shizuka asked. I can't, Naruto said. Why not? Shizuka asked. I have to meet with Shizune about something. Naruto said. Maybe after. Shizune suggested. I have to train, Naruto said. Maybe I can join you. Shizuka said. It's private training, Naruto said and she sighed. You changed, Shizuka said. How? Naruto asked. I get that you're a Jonin now, but ever since the invasion you've been avoiding me, barely talking to me and on your days off you never want to do anything with me. Did I do something wrong? Shizuka asked and he was silent as he had a flashback of what happened to her during the invasion. No, Naruto said. Then what's wrong? Shizuka asked. Nothing is wrong, I just have a lot to deal with at the moment. Naruto said. Right, of course you do. Sorry for bringing it up. Shizuka said and he sighed. Let's hurry back to the village. It's going to rain soon. Naruto said. Okay, Shizuka said and sped up leaving him behind. Sorry, Shizuka, but for right now this is how things have to be. Naruto thought and touched his headband covering his left eye. Konoha Tsunade office. We're back. Oh, didn't realize you were busy. Shizuka said, as she entered the office to see Kushina, Narumi and Minato. It's alright. How'd the mission go? Tsunade asked. Mission complete. The leader of the group was a B-rank criminal who was wanted dead or alive for multiple murders of civilians in multiple villages. Naruto said. How'd he get away with it for so long? Tsunade asked. He used a genjutsu to confuse people and led them off his trail, but it didn't work on me. Naruto said. I see. What of the body? Tsunade asked. I have it sealed away. Naruto said and gave her a scroll. Look at you, Naruto. Big bad Jonin already taking out bad people. Kushina said and nudged him. I guess. Naruto said and she frowned. Come on, show a little enthusiasm. You did good on your first mission as a Jonin. Taking out a murderer is a good thing. Kushina said. He wasn't just wanted for murders of civilians. Naruto said. What else was he wanted for? Tsunade asked. While he did murder civilians, he would rape them before it happened. He was skilled in medical ninjutsu so he was able to hide his tracks and I only found that out once a lady told me about this new doctor coming in around the same time people started to disappear. Naruto said. That's a good thing, right? Kushina asked. No. After he raped his victims, he would take pictures of his work and keep them in a secure place. I managed to enter his mind and found the location of his hideout where he had everything set up. He had civilians there chained up without clothes on as if he was coming back to rape them. Naruto said. Shizuka, did you see any of this? Tsunade asked. No, I was helping guard the safe area the village had set up while we were there. Naruto went on his own for this one, Shizuka said. I see, Tsunade said. Where's Shizune? Naruto asked. She's covering a shift at the hospital right now, Tsunade said. Is this meeting over? Naruto asked. Yes, you're dismissed. I actually need Shizuka for a mission with Narumi and Kushina. Minato's my assistant for the day, Tsunade said. Okay, Naruto said and vanished. I'm not the only one that sees he's more distant like Kakashi, right? Narumi asked. He's fine, Minato said. How do you know? He isn't talking to anybody outside of missions, Shizuka said. I talked to him when he was learning the rasengan. He's fine, Minato said. What did you talk about? Kushina asked. Flashback. Naruto, if you keep this up you'll have the rasengan down in less than a week, Minato said, as Naruto was trying to pop a rubber ball. It's not that hard once you know what you're doing, Naruto said. Or it could just be your natural ability, Minato said. I guess, but you have to factor in a few things for the people who know it. It took you 3 years because you created something that never existed, it took Jiraiya like a year because he just goofed a lot, and it took Narumi a month because of her poor chakra control. Other than you, everyone else could possibly learn it in a week or less like me, Naruto said and stopped trying to pop the ball. Giving up already? Minato asked. No, I want to ask you something, Naruto said. What is it? Minato asked. During the invasion Menma kidnapped Shizuka and beat her nearly half to death with some root anbu because he wanted to get to me. How would you react if something like that happened to mom? Naruto asked. Believe it or not, it's already happened, Minato said. Really? When? Naruto asked. We were genin at the time and she was kidnapped by some Kumo shinobi. They wanted her for her ability to suppress a tailed beast thanks to her Uzumaki ability with the adamantine chains. She left a trail of her red hair and I was the only one that noticed it. I used my stealth skills to take out the Kumo shinobi and saved her from being used as a breeding factory, I guess you could say. We weren't really close before that, but after that we were inseparable, Minato said. So that's why mom says the two of you are bonded by the red thread of fate. She was talking about her hair, Naruto said. Exactly. Now, why bring this up all of a sudden? Minato asked. If you were close to mom when that incident happened like I am with Shizuka, how would you handle it if you knew your enemy is still out there? I mean, Danzo knows how close I am with Shizuka and I just don't want her to get hurt, Naruto said. I simply trained and got stronger just like she did. She was important to me and I'd do anything to protect her, Minato said. Even distancing yourself from her? Naruto asked. Have you ever tried to ignore your mother? Minato asked and gave Naruto a blank look. Hypothetically, if you wanted to keep her safe and she didn't have a terrible temper, would you distance yourself from her to keep her safe? Naruto asked and he sighed. I don't know. Are we talking about distance for a few weeks or what? Minato asked. Until your enemy was completely gone, Naruto said. I would, but then I would also run the risk of breaking her heart and losing the love she had for me, Minato said. So I'm screwed either way? Naruto asked. Not really. You can either choose the path that keeps her safe, but breaks her heart, or you can choose the path to keep her happy and by your side, but endangers her life, Minato said. I see, Naruto said and touched his headband covering his left eye. That's what this is about, isn't it? Minato asked. What? Naruto asked. Your missing eye. You think without that eye you'll put Shizuka in danger, Minato said. Yeah, it's why I'm hesitant to go on missions with her now. It's a blind spot, and what if she's in my blind spot then killed? I don't think I'll be able to live with myself if she dies due to my weakness, Naruto said. Then overcome that weakness. You said you can have your eye fixed before you leave, why haven't you done it yet? Minato asked. Because it's a medical procedure and I haven't been able to talk to Shizune yet, Naruto said. Tsunade has been free. Talk to her, Minato said. That's like talking to a complete stranger. I'll wait for Shizune, Naruto said and Minato chuckled. I understand. In all seriousness, I personally think you shouldn't distance yourself from Shizuka. With that nearly 3-year mission you have coming up, I don't think it's good if you leave on bad terms or without even saying goodbye to her. I highly doubt you'll ever find a girl like Shizuka ever again, Minato said and Naruto sighed. This sucks, Naruto said. Welcome to the world of love. It's tough. It took me years to figure this love thing out and I still struggle from time to time, Minato said. I feel like it's my brain telling me to do one thing, but my heart is saying something completely different, Naruto said. Well, I can't tell you what to do, but whatever you do, just hope you can handle the consequences. Minato said. I guess. Thanks for the advice, Dad. Naruto said and vanished. You're welcome, son, Minato said. Flashback end. Just some guy talking. Nothing too serious, Minato said. Are you telling the truth? Kushina asked. Kushi, do I even look like I'd even attempt to lie to you? Minato asked and she stared at him trying to break him, but failed. I guess you're right, Kushina said. Sheesh. A few more seconds under her stare and I would have given up. Minato thought. Well, I'm going after him to give him a piece of my mind. Nobody ignores me, Shizuka said and stormed out of the office. He's a dead man, Kushina said. I think he'll be alright. Maybe, Tsunade said. Wasn't she supposed to be on our next mission? Narumi asked. We'll fill her in tomorrow, Kushina said. Konoha Hospital. So, can you do it? Naruto asked. I can, but I'll have to brush up on my knowledge on it. Why do you want this anyway? Shizune asked. Because I'm going out on a mission soon and I'll need both of my eyes. I'll need all the strength I can get when I go for the mission. Naruto said. I know, but an eye transplant rarely works, Shizune said. Trust me, this is going to work, Naruto said and she sighed. Why not ask Lady Tsunade? Shizune asked. I trust you the most in this village after my mom and Shizuka. Naruto said and she sighed. Alright, come back in a few days and I'll be able to do the operation, but just know you'll be off of missions for a month, maybe longer to heal up. The nerves and chakra pathways will need the proper time to heal up. Shizune said. Thank you and keep this a secret, Naruto said. No problem, Shizune said. Why exactly is this hard for you? I thought you would have done something like this, Naruto said. I've healed people's eyes, but I've never done an eye transplant before. I've read up on them and studied it, but I just need to brush up on the procedure first. It's not every day when somebody comes into a hospital and asks for an eye transplant. Shizune said. True, Naruto said and the door was kicked open. Naruto Uzumaki, Shizuka yelled and he sighed. Yes, Naruto asked and Shizuka stomped over to him. You do not ignore me. Do you understand me? Shizuka yelled and he just looked at her. I'll see you in a few days, Shizune, Naruto said and grabbed Shizuka before vanishing. Such a cute couple, Shizune said and giggled. Naruto's apartment. Let me go, Shizuka yelled and shrugged him off. If you stop yelling, then I'll talk to you, Naruto said and she took several deep breaths. Okay, why the hell have you been ignoring me since the invasion? Shizuka asked. Because I failed to protect you, Naruto said. Huh, what do you mean? Shizuka asked. How do you think you got away from Menma and his root Anbu soldiers? Naruto asked. I thought Kushina-sensei found me, Shizuka said. No, I found you and you were barely recognizable because of how badly you were beaten, Naruto said. Oh, Shizuka said. I didn't want you to get involved with my enemies and when you did, I went into a rage. It hurt me a lot to see you were like that because you were close to me and they wanted to hurt me by using you. Now that I lost an eye as well as some of my power, I just wanted to keep you safe and distanced myself from you to throw people off, Naruto said. So you ignored me because you thought you were too weak to protect me? Shizuka asked. Yes, Naruto said. Naruto, I don't blame you for me getting captured. Clearly you're strong enough to protect me if you killed Menma, his root buddies, took out some huge beast and helped defeat Orochimaru. As for your eye being gone, I don't think it really matters. You were never dependent on your Sharingan before, so why let it stop you now? Shizuka asked and lifted his headband. It's not the Sharingan powers I'm really worried about. Say we were on a mission and you were in my blind spot. What if something were to happen and I didn't help you because I couldn't see it happening due to my weakness? Like I said, I don't want anything to happen to you because of my weakness, Naruto said. Then that means I just have to get stronger so it won't happen. So what if you lost an eye? It doesn't take away your other abilities that are able to put some Jonin to shame. If I didn't think you could protect me no matter what happens, then I never would have come to Konoha with you in the first place. I said I was going to stick by your side and it doesn't matter if you're weak or strong. We're a team, remember? I have your back just like you have mine, Shizuka said and smacked him. What was that for? Naruto asked. That was for ignoring me for nearly 2 months, Shizuka said and gave him a hug. What's the hug for? Naruto asked. The hug is for caring about my well-being. It means a lot, Shizuka said. You're welcome, Naruto said. Did you really think ignoring me was the best way to go about keeping me safe? Shizuka asked. Yes, Naruto said and she sighed. I appreciate the thought of you wanting to keep me safe, but next time let me decide on what will keep me safe and what won't. Deal? Shizuka asked. Deal, Naruto said. Now, what were you talking to Shizune about? Don't tell me it was nothing. This is the least you could do after ignoring me. Shizuka said. I was talking to her about an eye transplant. Naruto said. An eye transplant? Why? Shizuka asked. Because I need it. You probably haven't noticed, but even before I gave up my eye to stop Orochimaru, I was still going blind. I was overusing my Mangekyo and it was eating away at my eyesight. That's why when we were out on missions, my eyes had blood coming from them. It was because I was using my Mangekyo at that point. Naruto said. So you just needed some new eyes? Shizuka asked. Not exactly. I need another pair of Mangekyo eyes that I share a blood relation with to restore my vision so I'll never go blind again unless I use one of the moves to sacrifice my eyes, which I won't do. Naruto said. So this entire time you knew a way to get rid of the blindness, but you still chose to ignore me? Shizuka asked. Yes, I didn't know if Shizune would be able to do the transplant and I don't trust Tsunade. That and Tsunade would ask too many damn questions before she even thinks about doing the operation. Naruto said. Is that why you're going back in a few days? Shizuka asked. Yes, I'm getting the transplant after she brushes up on her knowledge of the procedure since she's never done it before. Naruto said. How long will you be out of missions? Shizuka asked. Shizune said a month or possibly longer than that. My nerves and chakra pathways need time to recover. Naruto said. I guess that means I'll be staying here for a month. Shizuka said. Huh? Naruto asked. You'll be unable to see. It's only right that I stay and take care of you. Shizuka said. I appreciate the gesture, but I don't really need any help. Naruto said. Sorry, but my decision is final. Shizuka said and he sighed. Fine, you can stay for a month. In your own room. Naruto said. Well, what if you need something at night and wake up? Shizuka asked. I won't. Naruto said. What if you fall out of the bed by accident? Shizuka asked. I'll get back in the bed. Naruto said. What if you need help washing up? Shizuka asked. Not happening. Naruto said. Damn it, Shizuka thought. Fine, what are we eating for dinner tonight? I'm starving, Shizuka said and he just looked at her. Don't you know how to cook? Naruto asked. Yes, but I'm too lazy to cook. Shizuka said. I don't know what we're eating for dinner. I might just go to Ichiraku Ramen and have something there. Naruto said. Great, you're paying, Shizuka said and pulled him out of the apartment. Uzumaki Namikaze Estate. Dinner's ready, Kushina said and Minato came to dinner with Narumi. Oh finally. I'm starving, Narumi said and sat down. Kushi, why are there 5 plates instead of 3? Minato asked and there was a knock on the door. I bumped into Naruto who was being dragged by Shizuka and invited them for dinner. Kushina said as she opened the door. Hi, Kushina-sensei, Shizuka said. Sup, Naruto said. Hell you too, come in, dinner just finished, Kushina said and they sat down. Hello you too, Minato said. Lord Hokage, Shizuka said and bowed. Hey, Naruto said. This is lovely, my family all together, Kushina said. Not really, Menma isn't here, Narumi said and looked at Naruto. He's here in spirit, you know, the teeny tiny good part, Kushina said and Narumi sighed. Switching subjects to something less emotional, Narumi, I've decided to take full responsibility in your training. Minato said. Really? Narumi asked. That's right. Before Jiraiya was kicked out of Konoha, he was looking into a specific group for me and what their intentions were. I kicked him out before he could find out what it was, but a very reliable source told me that this group is after the tailed beasts and I fear the man I fought the day you were born who ripped the 9 tails out of Kushina is part of that group. Minato said. What are they called? Kushina asked. The Akatsuki. They wear black cloaks with red clouds on them and they always travel in groups of 2. They're all S-rank criminals and according to my source we have just over 3 years before they start to come for the tailed beasts. Minato said. Why so long? Kushina asked. Apparently that's how long it will take the 3 tails to be reborn. This is classified information that cannot be repeated out of this house, but the 4th Mizukage has been killed in the Kiri Civil War and nobody knows who did it. Minato said. What kind of training are we going to do? Narumi asked. We're going to train in every aspect of being a shinobi. Now comes the difficult part. Minato said. What do you mean? Narumi asked. Since we don't know if the Akatsuki leader just said 3 years is a way to throw us off and randomly attack, we're going to travel around the elemental nations for 2.5 years. This is a training trip that will get you stronger and keep the Akatsuki in the dark about where you are. Minato said. A family trip, for 2 years, I can get behind that. Kushina asks. Not exactly. Naruto won't be going on this trip. Minato said and Kushina looked at Naruto. Why aren't you going? Kushina asked and he sighed. I have a mission to go on. Naruto said. We can delay the trip for a week, right? Kushina asked. It's not that simple. Naruto said. Why not? Kushina asked. His mission requires him to be gone for nearly 3 years and it's very important. Minato said. A 3-year mission is classified as a SS-ranked mission. Why on earth would Tsunade send him on that mission? Tell her to cancel it. Kushina said. She can't cancel his mission. Minato said. Why not? Isn't it simply canceling this mission or finding somebody else? Shizuka asked. No. The people who requested this mission are already expecting Naruto to show up and Tsunade can't retract AS or SS ranked mission given out by a previous Hokage. Minato said. Missions given out by a previous Hokage. Wait a second, you did this. You gave him the mission. Kushina asked. Yes. Minato said. Take it back. Kushina said. No. You don't understand that this mission is extremely important and he's the only person I trust to get this done. Minato said. When do you leave? Kushina asked. In about 2 months. Naruto said. I managed to push it back so he can at least spend his 14th birthday with us, but he's leaving the next day and we won't see him again until the time we come back or possibly after. Minato said. Wait, when were you going to tell me this? Shizuka asked. I wasn't. Naruto said. We're partners, remember? Shizuka asked. Yes, but this wasn't something that required your opinion. The reason why I didn't tell you is because you'd beg and plead to go on this mission with me. I know how you are and I can't have any distractions on this mission. Naruto said. So, I'm a distraction now? Shizuka asked. Yes, Naruto said and she stood up. I'm going home. Thank you for dinner, Lord Hokage and Kushina-sensei. Shizuka said and left. You really suck when it comes to other people's feelings. Kushina said. If she didn't want the answer to that question she shouldn't have asked. Not my fault she can't handle the truth. Naruto said and Kushina sighed. You could have lied. Kushina said. Lying gives you false hope and if she wouldn't have stormed off, I would have said that she's a distraction because where I'm going would require me to be 100% focused on the mission and I can't do that because I'd be too worried about her well-being. I didn't tell her the truth to be harsh. Naruto said. Well, when you put it that way I guess you're right. You should still go after her. Kushina said. I'd rather not get yelled at again today by her. Naruto said. I don't know what she sees in you. Narumi said. When you find a boy to like, I'm sure I'll be saying the same thing about him. Until then, be quiet. Naruto said. You know what, fuck you. Narumi said. Language. Minato said. No, let's hear her out. It was coming eventually. Go on Narumi, tell me how you really feel. Naruto said. I don't feel anything towards you. I thought you were better and that we could have some kind of bond like me and Menma did, but you screwed that up when you killed him. You killed my brother. I hate you. You're not an Uzumaki. You're not a Namikaze either. We wouldn't kill our own no matter what. I could have handled Menma and brought him back to our side. You're just like Itachi. I fucking hate you and I hope you die on your mission. Narumi said and ran away from the table. That was interesting. I figured she'd have a lot more to say. Naruto said. Aren't you going to say something to her? Kushina asked. I would only tell her the truth and she's still fixated on this image of Menma she had when they were younger. She can't stand the fact that Menma changed and sided with the enemy. If she hates me for the rest of her life then oh well. I won't lose any sleep over somebody hating me and I damn sure don't care. She's still hoping for that fairy tale ending where she and Menma are the saviors of the world when in reality it won't happen. Naruto said. Minato say something. Kushina said. What could I say? You want me to lie to her? Minato asked. Say something that will make her feel better. Kushina said. Only a lie would make her feel better and the only lie I could think that would help is if we make it seem like Naruto was in the wrong. We both know that isn't the truth. Minato said and Kushina sighed. So much for a nice dinner. Minato, will you clean up after you're finished? Kushina asked. Yes, Minato said. Good night, Kushina said and walked away from the table. Naruto, let me ask you something. Minato said. Go for it, Naruto said. You're all for world peace and a better world. How far are you willing to go to make sure the world is peaceful? Minato asked. I'd become the world's #1 enemy if it would mean everyone could get along and live in peace. Naruto said. I see. Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. Minato said. Few days later. Alright, are you ready? Shizune asked. Yes. Are you sure you know what you're doing? Naruto asked. Yes, I went over the book hard every single day and made careful corrections to increase the success rate. Shizune said. Alright, let's do it, Naruto said and unsealed Makoto's eyes. How long have you had these sealed on your body? Shizune asked. Almost a little over 7 years, why? Naruto asked. Nothing, it's just not every day somebody unseals a pair of eyes from their body. Shizune said. I didn't want to lose them. Naruto said. Right, let's get started, Shizune said and used a jutsu to put him to sleep. 5 hours later. Shizune was finally finished with Naruto's transplant and she took her time with this one. Each eye took 2 hours for her and then she took an additional hour to check her work before wrapping his eyes in bandages since light would disturb the way his eyes heal. She wheeled him to his room and bumped into Shizuka who was there delivering some papers for Tsunade. Oh, hey, Shizune, Shizuka said. Hey, what are you doing here? Shizune asked. I was delivering some papers for Lady Tsunade. Why do you seem so out of breath? Shizuka asked. Naruto's surgery was today. I had to be extra careful since it was my first time doing it. Shizune said. How'd it go? Shizuka asked. It was a success. He still needs to keep the bandages on for a month though. He's actually in this room. Do you want to see him? Shizune asked. I don't think that's the right idea. We sort of had a falling out. Shizuka said. Again, Shizune asked. Yes, he thinks I'm a distraction to him on missions. I haven't talked to him since I walked out of the dinner we had at his parents' house. Shizuka said. I'm sure the two of you will work it out. Maybe he didn't mean it as an insult. Shizune said. I'm sure he did, Shizuka said. If you say so, I have to get going for my daily checkup routines. Nice seeing you again, Shizune said and walked away. Yeah, nice seeing you as well, Shizuka said and looked at Naruto's hospital room. I'll see him tomorrow, Shizune thought and left the hospital. 2 months later. 2 months went by and it was time for Naruto to leave for his mission. Not much has changed with him since he was sidelined after his eye surgery and he fully recovered thanks to the help of Shizuka. She was a big help for him getting around and stayed at his house. He was kept up to date on everything going on in the village and it wasn't much of a shocker that Narumi killed Sasuke after tried to defect to Orochimaru. Apparently she used 3 tails of the 9 tails chakra and unintentionally killed him. The civilians who praised the ground he walked on were not happy and demanded she be executed, but Tsunade put that to rest as she told them Narumi was a shinobi fulfilling her duty. Right after Naruto was healed he was kept off of duty since he was getting ready for a SS-ranked mission. He celebrated his birthday with his family despite him not wanting to as he never cared for celebrations, but Shizuka talked him into it and that means she kept bothering him until he agreed to go. They made up about 2 weeks after Naruto was released from the hospital and he further explained his reasoning behind saying she's a distraction to him. Now after getting everything out of the way, Naruto was ready to get on with this mission as he was at the front gate with Shizuka, Kushina, Minato, Narumi and Tsunade. Are you sure you have everything? Maybe you should go back home and check for about 3 years. Kushina said. For the 10th time, I have everything. Naruto said. Are you sure? Let me check. Kushina said and Naruto sighed. Will you get your wife? I need to leave now. Naruto said and Kushina gave him a bone-crushing hug. You better come back alive. Kushina said. I will. Naruto said and used the substitution jutsu on Minato to get away. So, I guess this is it, huh? Shizuka asked. Yeah, Naruto said and she wrapped her arms around his neck. Please come back to me. I know you're going on a dangerous mission. Just come back to me. Shizuka said and he hugged her back. Don't worry I will, Naruto said. Make sure you get plenty of experience out there because when you get back you're mine. Shizuka said and he chuckled. From the way you were with me I thought I already was. Naruto said. Not yet, just get some experience and you know what I mean. Shizuka said. No fair, she's hugging him longer than I did. Kushina said and tried to run over to them, but Minato held her back. Narumi's leaving as well, Minato said and nodded towards Narumi standing far away from them. You're right, Kushina said and went over to her. I know I said this to my mom earlier, but I really have to get going now. Naruto said and she nodded. I know, Shizuka said. I'll send you a message when I can. Naruto said and she just kissed him on the lips. For good luck, Shizuka said and he returned the kiss. Just felt like that was long overdue. I'll see you later, Naruto said. Yeah, I'll see you later, Shizuka said and Naruto summoned a wolf. Naruto, how may I be of assistance? The wolf asked. Genshi, how fast can you get me to the land of waves? Naruto asked. Full speed shouldn't take me no longer than 10 hours. Genshi said. Good, my boat leaves in 12 hours. I'll see you all in about 3 years and Narumi for what it's worth, I did give Menma multiple chances to change his ways. Let's go, Genshi, Naruto said and Genshi took off. How long will it take him to get there? Tsunade asked. About 3 weeks. He has to catch the boat from wave and then it will go around to Suna where it stops for a few hours and then it takes him to where he needs to go. Minato said. Where exactly is he going? Shizuka asked and Minato looked at Tsunade. He's heading out west to the Empire. Tsunade said. He's going where? Kushina yelled. What's the Empire? Shizuka asked. It's a dangerous place out west way past Suna across the sea and their ruler is said to be strict to the point where they execute civilians for not agreeing with his methods. Tsunade said. You sent him there? Shizuka asked. Minato, do you know what would happen if they saw him with his Konoha headband? We can't afford to go to war with them and fight off the threats here. Kushina said. That's why he doesn't have his headband with him. He can still use all of his techniques over there since they're similar to what they do and he's not going to be alone. He has some help waiting for his arrival. Minato said. Have faith in him, Kushina. Tsunade said. Fine, fine, Minato, if he dies, I'm cutting your nuts off and hanging them on the wall. Kushina said and he paled. Alright, Narumi, ready to go? Minato asked. Yeah, but what did he mean by saying he gave Menma chances? Narumi asked. That's exactly what he means. Naruto understands being a shinobi will sometimes require making unpopular decisions and living with them. He honestly didn't want to kill Menma because he didn't know if he could handle the hatred that he thought would come from me and you. He put our feelings first until Menma attacked Shizuka, which is a big no-no in his book. So he didn't kill him out of cold blood or anything like that. Kushina said. Well, we better get going. Got a long 2 years ahead of us and we're burning daylight. Minato said. Are you sure you don't want to come, Mom? Narumi asked. Yeah, I'm sure. Besides, I'd slow you down in a few months anyway. Kushina said and rubbed her stomach. You're pregnant? Narumi asked. Yup, 6 weeks. When you get back you'll have a little brother or sister. Kushina said and Narumi gave her a hug. I'll come back stronger just for her or him. Narumi said. I'm sure you will. Kushina said and Minato joined in on the hug. I can't wait to see this one. Minato said. Hopefully he or she takes after both of us. A delicate balance of craziness and smarts. Kushina said and he laughed. Let's hope so. Minato said and gave her a kiss before breaking the hug. Take care you too. Kushina said. We will. Let's go. Minato said. Bye Mom, I love you. Narumi said, as she took off into the trees with Minato. I love you too, sweetie. Kushina said and wiped a tear. So now what? Shizuka asked. Now, we train. I'll become your personal teacher for the next 2.5 to 3 years and teach you all I can. When I'm done with you, Naruto won't have to worry about you so much anymore. Kushina said. What about Sakura? Shizuka asked. She's my apprentice. Girl has potential and I've taken her under my wing officially. As of right now, Team 7 is disbanded. Tsunade said. Let's get to work then. Kushina said and left with Tsunade, but Shizuka looked at the gate for a few seconds. You better come back alive, Naruto. Shizuka thought and ran after Kushina. 3 weeks later. Naruto finally arrived at his destination and along the way he found out about the Empire, giving him a better understanding of what he was dealing with now. There was a war going on within the capital between the Revolutionary Army and the Imperial military who supported the Emperor. The moment he stepped off of the boat and started walking, he blocked a sword strike with his own sword and blocked a punch with his other hand. You left your back open. A voice said. Look behind you. Naruto said and the person turned around to see another Naruto with a kunai at their neck. Ooh, I like this one. A different voice said. I'm guessing you purposely scheduled the ship to come at night so you could test me. Naruto said. That's right. My name is Najinda and you must be Naruto. Najinda said and he looked at her. She had short silver hair and purple eyes. She has an eye patch over her right eye and wore a black suit that gave everyone a look at her cleavage. She was about 2 inches taller than him as he was only 5 feet 6 at the moment and she had a mechanical arm. Nice to meet you, Naruto said. The one who tried to punch you is Leone. Najinda said. Leonie in his eyes is a young and curvaceous woman. She has short blonde hair with 2 long bangs that frame the sides of her head and golden eyes. She wears a revealing outfit with a black tube top, detachable sleeves, pants, boots and a scarf around her neck. "Hey, kid, bring it in," Leonie said and pulled him into a hug, squishing his head into her breasts. "Not that I don't mind, but I'd like to breathe," Naruto said. "Oh, I like him already. We should have a drink. Got any money?" Leonie asked and Naruto just looked at her. "We'll talk," Naruto said. "Yes," Leonie said. "The one with the sword is Akame," Naginda said. Akame is a pretty young girl with long black hair that reaches down to her knees and red eyes. She wore a dark sleeveless dress with a white collar and a red tie. She wears a red belt that has a red side skirt cover over a black, pleated skirt. She wears long black socks and black shoes. She also wears red gauntlets and black gloves. "Sup," Naruto said. "Hey," Akame said. "We should head back to the base before we're caught," Leonie said. "Right. Follow us, Naruto," Naginda said and they left. Night Raid Base. "So, now that we're here, I'm sure your leader informed you of our status in the capital," Naginda said. "Not really, but I got the gist of everything during the boat ride over here," Naruto said. "Good. We're still a few years away from our original goal, but we still do things to gather as much information as we can," Naginda said. "No offense, but I was expecting someone older or at least more people," Leonie said. "Naruto is all we need. I've been briefed on his skills and there aren't many people in the village he's from that can beat him," Naginda said. "Who is this?" a voice asked. "This is the guy the leader from the Far East sent us." "Naruto, this is mine," Naginda said. "Mine has very long, pink hair tied in twin tails on the right and left sides of her head, although, on occasion, it is free-flowing. She has big, pink eyes. She wears a pink outfit, consisting of a tied shawl with a high collar, a pink, long-sleeve shirt, a gown and black stockings with pink shoes." "I'm guessing your favorite color is pink," Naruto said. "So what if it is?" Mine asked and Naruto had a bright idea so he transformed into her. "What the hell?" Leonie asked. "Turn back to normal," Mine said. "No," Naruto said and sounded just like here. "Captain, make him stop," Mine said. "You make me stop," Naruto said. "Don't push me," Mine said. "Why is Mine arguing with Mine? What's going on?" a green-haired boy asked. "Lubbock, this is Naruto from the elemental nations far east from here. Apparently he has the ability to transform," Naginda said. "Sweet. Hey, since you're mine, do you think you could show me what's underneath?" Lubbock asked. "You better not," Mine yelled and Naruto went back to normal. "In order for me to do that, I'd have to see what she looks like without clothes on and I still wouldn't do that, pervert," Naruto said and Lubbock deflated. "At least I tried," Lubbock said. "I bet you wish you saw what was under here," Mine said. "Sorry, but you're too small to ride this ride. Grow a few inches and we'll talk," Naruto said and Leonie burst out laughing as Mine's face turned completely red. "Oh my goodness, that is hilarious," Leonie said and banged her fist on the table. "I can feel the headache between these two coming," Naginda thought. "Akame, please show Naruto to his room. After that, you may get started on dinner if you'd like," Naginda said. "Shouldn't we wait for Shiel?" Lubbock asked. "She's probably sleeping knowing her. She'll wake up once she smells the food," Mine said. "Want me to help with dinner?" Naruto asked. "I don't know. Akame is pretty strict when it comes to food," Lubbock said. "He can help," Akame said and took him to his room. "Are we really counting on a teenager to help us?" Leonie asked. "He's right. I mean, how old is he anyway?" Mine asked. 14, which is the same age as you, Mine, and he's already killed before so we don't have to worry about that. Plus with his skills at transforming he can sneak into places we normally wouldn't go. He'll be fine and according to his leader, he'd rather fail a mission than have one of his comrades die and so far nobody has died when he's on the mission with them. It also helps that he can make physical copies of himself as well," Naginda said. "I call first dibs on him," Leonie said and the others looked at her. "No fair, I want to break him in first," Mine said. "Will you two stop? Akame or Shiel will have him first and then Leonie will show him around. After that, the two of you will decide," Naginda said. Naruto and Akame returned from his room to begin cooking. Akame watched on with a close eye as she wanted to make sure he didn't screw up, but to her surprise, which didn't show, he was doing everything perfectly and she left him to his own devices while she did her thing. After dinner was done and everyone saw Naruto's appetite was just as big as Akame's, everyone went to their own rooms where Naruto looked at the moon from his window. It was going to be a long couple of years for him. More than 2 years have passed since Naruto joined Night Raid to help them out and he pretty much fit in with them after a few days. He finally met Shield who was a complete airhead, but he realized she was extremely skilled as an assassin and he met Bullet who was into men, but Naruto didn't mind since Bullet was cool in his eyes. He went on a few spy missions to take out some thugs and he was mainly paired up with Mine or Leonie since the two of them were the closest to him. With Leonie he'd always buy her drinks after a successful mission and he actually enjoyed how she was so carefree. She got him to relax a bit instead of being so dull and boring as she described it. Mine on the other hand brought out his Uzumaki side which was rarely seen and the two of them bickered quite a bit. To others it would seem as if they hated each other, but to them it was just a normal thing and they were quite close. Akame and Naruto bonded over their love for food. Whenever they needed food it would turn into a competition on who could catch the most food or who could catch the biggest fish, and during dinner it was a competition on who could eat the most, which normally resulted in both of them falling into a food coma. Lubbock was cool with Naruto when he wasn't begging to teach him how he gets girls to fawn over him, and Lubbock took Naruto to peek at Leonie once, but only he was punished for it. Leonie just gave Naruto a wink before walking away and Naruto had to drag Lubbock to his room. Bullet was who Naruto would turn to if he wanted to train hard and push himself to the limit. Naruto tested himself a lot over there without his Sharingan to help his reaction speed, and while Bullet would use his Taigu Incursio which boosted his speed and strength, pushing Naruto to his limits. Their current record time for a spar was 15 hours, which ended in a draw because both men passed out. Najinda, despite being the leader, was gentle, but firm at the same time, and Naruto quickly figured out that jokes weren't her strong suit. She had a tendency of telling cold jokes and using bad puns which just made everyone look at her like she was crazy. Shield was like a confused child and Naruto desperately tried to help her find something she was good at, which didn't work until he gave her the idea of making art. She couldn't sculpt or anything, but she was able to paint, but it was always a painting of something being killed. It wasn't the idea he had in mind, but she finally found something else she was good at, and she would randomly hang paintings around the hideout to show her skills off, which creeped them out. Naruto over the 2 years grew up quite a bit and he became even more handsome from what the girls constantly told him. Well, all the girls except Mine, who took every chance she had to insult him and he'd usually get her back quickly. He lost all of his baby fat and thanks to his training with Bullet, he put on quite a bit of muscle, but he wasn't bulky or anything like that. He grew his hair out so it stopped at his waist with shoulder-length bangs framing the sides of his face, covering most of his left eye. He now stood at 6'3" just like Bullet, so it was comical when Mine would try to yell at him when he was over a foot taller than her and he would pat her head like a child. He's had a few run-ins with the Empire's soldiers and he was always in disguise thanks to the transformation jutsu, so they never knew what he looked like. He also fought a few danger beasts and noticed some of them looked like the beast he took out during the Chunin exams invasion. Naruto's time was well spent and he didn't keep in touch with Shizuka as much due to him constantly being on the move with his missions, but from what he was told, she was doing just fine. He was currently waking up in bed and when he went to stretch, he noticed he couldn't move one of his arms. He looked to both sides, then saw Mine holding onto his arm and he slowly lifted the covers to both of them naked. "Oh fuck me," Naruto said. "Oh, I would love to after last night," Leonie said, as she came out of his bathroom naked. "What happened?" Naruto asked and she climbed back into bed with him. "Well, our mission was successful, so you and Mine decided to have some drinks. After that, you and Mine had the typical argument which resulted in her pulling you in for a kiss. After that I joined in and woke up a few minutes ago with my legs on fire. I'm pretty sure you can guess what went down," Leonie said. "Finished the mission, got drunk, argued and had a threesome." "Got it," Naruto said. "Bingo. Well, it might as well have been you and me since Mine passed out after one round. We went at it for hours and you were packing quite the beast down there," Leonie said, and then Mine groaned. "Ow, my head," Mine said and looked to her right. "Sup," Naruto said and she looked under the covers. "Oh fuck me," Mine said. "He did. Me as well," Leonie said. "Oh no, I'm supposed to hate you," Mine said and stood up only to fall down. "You alright?" Naruto asked. "No, my legs are on fire," Mine said, and Naruto pulled her back into the bed. "Sorry about that," Naruto said. "It's fine, we'll just never talk about this." "What time is it?" Mine asked and Leonie looked at the clock. "It's only 5 in the morning," Leonie said. "Ah, I can't believe we did that," Mine said. "I'm not. I mean, I could just sense the sexual tension between the two of you. Add in me, who is obviously sexually attracted to him, and this is the result. Nothing to be ashamed of. I enjoyed it and so did you before you passed out," Leonie said. "I did not pass out," Mine said. "You did. You passed out after one round and we continued without you. Leone said. From what my mind is piecing together, you were a screamer. Naruto said. Please stop talking. Mine said. I'm up for some more if you are. Leone said. I'm going back to sleep. Mine said, and Leone looked at Naruto. Shower? Leone asked and he shrugged. Sure, Naruto said, and they went to the shower only for Mine to hear Leone screaming 20 minutes later. I'm trying to sleep. Mine yelled. Sorry. Mine. Oh fuck. You can always join us. Naruto feels so fucking good deep inside me. Leone yelled, as the sound of skin slapping against skin was heard in Mine's side. Fuck it. I might as well since I'm up. Make room for me, and this is the last time we're doing this. Mine yelled and went after them. 7 hours later. Good morning everyone. Where is Leone, Naruto and Mine? Naginata asked, as she sat at the table. Don't know. They're probably still sleeping. Lubbock said. I will eat their food for them. Akame said. Don't touch my food, Naruto said, as he walked into the room followed by Leone, who wore a big smile, and a limping Mine. What's with the limp, Mine? Were you injured during the mission? Sheil asked. No, I'm fine, Mine said and gingerly sat down. Are you sure? I can provide medical assistance. Akame said. Oh, she's fine. How'd everyone sleep? I slept great, Leone said. I slept fine, Naginata said. I slept like I was on a cloud. Bullet said. I was out cold. I dreamed of some busty women. Lubbock said, and Akame was just stuffing her face. I thought I heard screaming last night, but eventually it was gone and I was able to sleep just fine. Sheil said, and Mine choked on her food. Are you alright? Akame asked. She's fine. We were both screaming, Leone said. Did you have nightmares? I heard warm milk helps you sleep better. Sheil said. Oh, that's alright. We had a great reason for screaming last night, Leone said, and Naginata looked between the three that were late for breakfast. No, Naginata said, and Leone caught on. Yes, Leone said. I don't get it, Sheil said. Wait, what happened? I want to know, Lubbock said. No, you're the last person that needs to know what happened, Mine said. Is this going to be the topic of discussion for breakfast? Naruto asked. No, whatever happened is your business. We have a mission later on tonight and it's a long overdue one according to the details of it. Naginata said. What details? Naruto asked. They're a rich noble family that kills random people living on the streets, or strays as they call them, by luring them in. They put on a nice and caring act, then drug whoever they bring in before torturing them until they die. The daughter was seen walking with someone shopping this morning, most likely a stray off the streets, and 2 guards. Naginata said. So we kill the parents and do what with the daughter? Naruto asked. We kill her as well. She participates in these torturing sessions as well and helps lure people in. We take out everyone there including the guards. The girl is called Arya and the boy is named Tatsumi. Naginata said. By we you mean us because you sit back and stay here, correct? Naruto asked and her eye twitched. Has anybody ever told you that you're an asshole? Naginata asked. Of course. What about the stray she was with? I highly doubt whoever it is knows what's going on. Naruto said. He was seen carrying a sword, so he must be skilled. Try to recruit him to our side. We need all the help we can get for the last push we're going to do. Naginata said. I can't wait to bash some heads in. Leone said and punched her palm. Try to make this one as silent as possible, Naruto. Naginata said. Why are you singling me out? Naruto asked. All of your techniques cause a lot of destruction and loud noise. Naginata asked. We have a person who kicks doors in so loud that it could be heard down the street, a person who literally fires a beam that can blow up a house, and a passionate lover boy that yells while wearing a suit of armor while fighting, and yet I'm the one who makes too much noise. That hurts, Naruto said. Where does it hurt? Akame asked. What? Naruto asked. You said it hurts. Where does it hurt? Let me check, Akame said, and before he could protest his clothes were taken off. The fuck? Naruto said, as Akame was checking him for wounds. Oh my, Bullet said and blushed. Great, you made Bullet blush, Naruto said. I'm not seeing any wounds. Perhaps if I remove these I'll find it. Akame mumbled and grabbed his underwear. Okay, that's enough. I'm fine, Akame, Naruto said. Take him off, Bullet said. Not helping, Naruto said, as he moved Akame away from him and got dressed. Just remember to do the mission, Naginata said and left. Later that night, after doing some surveillance with Mine and Leone, Naruto informed Naginata that they were ready to strike. Mine had her imperial arm pumpkin ready as she was keeping an eye on the mother of the wicked family they had to kill and gave the signal that she was alone. She'll quietly crept into their mansion and walked up on the mother from behind with her taigu, ecstasy ready to strike. Now then, maybe I'll make another entry in my diary tonight. I just can't give up this hobby. The mother said, as she was walking through the hallway, and those were her last words since Sheil sliced her in half horizontally. My apologies, Sheil said. Sheil gave off murderous intent that somebody felt, and then Tatsumi came running out of the room he was in with his sword. As he was running, he came to a stop at a huge window as he saw 6 people standing on some wires suspended in the air. That can't be. That's Night Raid, so you'd even target these people. Just because they're wealthy. What should I do? Do I assist the guards? Or do I defend the house? Tatsumi thought, as he saw the guards run outside. Outside. Your targets are the 3 guards, Akame. Lubbock said, and she looked at them. They will be eliminated, Akame said, as she fell to the ground with Bullet, who had his taigu activated. Listen, don't let that sword of hers touch you, a guard said. He ran at Akame only to have his throat slit while Bullet threw his spear through another guard's stomach, killing him. A fitting end for someone like me, already rotting from the inside. The guard who had his throat slit said and died. What's with these guys? The final guard asked and tried to run away only for a bullet to go through his head. How pathetic, turning tail at the sight of the enemy. Mind said. Though, who wouldn't run in these circumstances? Lubbock asked. The innocent is going to help protect the daughter. Naruto said. We'll deal with him. Where's Leone? Lubbock asked. Most likely choking the father to death. Naruto said and vanished. Inside the mansion. Help. I have a daughter, the father said, as Leone was holding him up in the air by his throat. Calm down, you'll see her soon in the next world, Leone said. You'd even murder my daughter. Have you no mercy? The father asked. Mercy? What's that? Leone asked and snapped his neck. Finished? Naruto asked, and she looked at him. Yeah, where's the daughter? Leone asked, as she threw the body to the ground. Being protected by Tatsumi and possibly a guard. Naruto said. Let's go, Leone said, and they took off running. Outside. Hurry, my lady, this way, a guard said, as he was rushing Arya away from the mansion. What's going on? Arya asked. We need to get to the storehouse. It'll be safe there, the guard said, as they came up to a brick building. There you are, a voice said behind them, and they turned to see Tatsumi out of breath. Tatsumi, Arya asked. You came at a good time. We will take shelter within the storehouse until the authorities arrive. You fend them off until then, the guard said. That's impossible, Tatsumi said, and Akame landed behind him, so he got his sword ready as she ran at him. Not a target, Akame said, and jumped off his head. Damn, Tatsumi said as Akame was running towards Arya and the guard, dodging bullets. Target, Akame said, as she dodged more bullets and then killed the guard, then walked up to Arya to kill her. Hold it, Tatsumi said, and swung his sword at Akame, but he missed. You are not a target. There is no need to kill you, Akame said. But you intend to kill this girl, don't you? Tatsumi asked. Yep, Akame said. Yep, Tatsumi asked. If you get in my way, I'll kill you, Akame said. That doesn't mean I can just leave her, Tatsumi said. Is that so? Then I shall eliminate you, Akame said. Ah, what a mess, Leone said, as she and Naruto arrived to where Akame was. She hasn't finished the job yet. Naruto and Leone looked at Tatsumi. How unlucky can one guy be? I swear he is a magnet for bad luck, Leone said. You know him? Naruto asked. He may or may not be the reason you and mine were able to get all of those drinks yesterday, Leone said. You scammed him, didn't you? Naruto asked, as they watched Akame fight Tatsumi and stab him with her sword. That was quick, Leone said, and then Tatsumi got back up. I thought her sword only needed one cut to finish you off, Naruto said. It does. Look though, Leone said, and Tatsumi pulled something out of his shirt. Of course, she didn't strike flesh. I think we should stop her from killing him now. We're supposed to bring him back with us and she's in kill mode, Naruto said. I suppose you're right, Leone said, and rushed in as Akame was about to kill Tatsumi. Hold it, Leone said, as she pulled Akame by her collar. What are you doing? Akame asked. We're supposed to bring him back, remember? Besides, I kinda owe this kid a favor. Might as well repay it, Leone said, and Tatsumi looked at her. You're the boobs from the other day, Tatsumi said. That's right, the beautiful lady, Anyway, you said something about killing the innocent, didn't you? Will you be able to say the same thing after seeing this? Leonie asked and kicked the doors off the storehouse, revealing dead bodies cut open from being tortured. What the hell is this? Tatsumi asked. They lure people from the countryside or off the streets with honeyed words, only to treat them as playthings and torture them to death. That's the true face of this household, Leonie said, and Tatsumi gasped as he saw one of his friends hanging. Seo. Hey, Seo. Is that you, Seo? Tatsumi asked. Was that someone you knew? Leonie asked, and Arya tried escaping, but Naruto caught her. Now, where do you think you're going? Naruto asked. I don't think you deserve to walk away from this, Missy. Leonie said, as she got in her face. The people of this household did this. Tatsumi asked. That's right, and since the guards kept quiet, they were just as guilty. Leonie said. That's a lie. I didn't even know this place existed. Arya said. Why are you lying? How do you think we found out about this? Somebody who you personally tortured managed to escape and got in touch with us. Naruto said. Tatsumi, who will you believe? Your savior or these murderers? Arya asked. Tatsumi. It's you, right, Tatsumi? It's me. A voice said, and Tatsumi turned to see another of his friends. Ieyasu. Tatsumi asked. That girl invited me and Seo to her home, but after dinner we lost consciousness, and when we came to, we were here. That girl tortured Seo to death. Ieyasu said. What's so wrong about that? You're all worthless hicks from the country. You might as well be cattle. I should be free to do whatever I want to the lot of you. Not to mention that bitch. How dare she have the silky smooth hair I'd always dreamed of while I struggle with mine every day. That's why I made sure she suffered as much as possible. She should be grateful that anyone paid that much attention to her. Arya said. A family as sadists, disguised as good Samaritans. Sorry to hold you up. Leonie said, and Akame pulled out her sword. Eliminate. Akame said. Wait, Tatsumi said. Don't tell me you still want to defend her. Leonie asked. No, I'll kill her myself, Tatsumi said, and cut Arya in half with his sword. I know he has reason to hate her now, but he killed her without any hesitation. Leonie thought. Think he'll be able to do it without hesitation? Naruto asked, as he watched Tatsumi embrace his friend one last time. Maybe. He's from the countryside, and I bet they were living peacefully until the Empire started to tax the hell out of them. It's up in the air. Do you think he will? Leonie asked, and Naruto looked at Tatsumi. Only if somebody close to him is killed or if his life is in immediate danger. Other than that, I don't think he'll be able to slit somebody's throat in their sleep. Naruto said. Shall I eliminate him? Akame asked. What? No. Get out of killing mode. Naruto said, and she nodded. What's wrong with this city? Tatsumi asked, as he held his friend in his arms. Let's go. Akame said, and started to walk away. Come on, kid, Leonie said, and grabbed Tatsumi by his collar, dragging him. What are you doing? Let me go. I have to give them a proper burial. Tatsumi said. Don't worry. I'll bring their bodies to our hideout. Naruto said. Huh, let go of me, Tatsumi said, and they ignored him as they met up with the others. You're late. What were you doing? Mine asked. Meet our new friend, Leonie said, as she was holding Tatsumi in her arms. Huh, Tatsumi asked, and Leonie dropped him. Didn't I tell you? From now on, you're one of us. Welcome to Night Raid, Leonie said. Why is this happening? Tatsumi asked. Bullet, I'll leave him to you, Leonie said, and Bullet picked him up. Put me down, Tatsumi said. It'll be okay, Bullet said. I have no intention of becoming an assassin, Tatsumi said. It only hurts at the start, Bullet said, and then Tatsumi got a weird vibe that sent shivers down his spine. What does? Tatsumi asked. Mission complete. Time to return, Akame said, and they took off. Hideout. After a successful mission and briefing with Najinda, Naruto decided to skip dinner for the night and go to his room. He was writing to Shizuka since he hasn't responded in a year, and there was a knock on his door. It's open, Naruto said, as he summoned a wolf, and Akame entered. Sorry to interrupt, Akame said. It's fine, Naruto said, as he gave the wolf the letter, and it went up in smoke. You skipped dinner, Akame said, as she sat on his bed. Yeah, I wasn't hungry, Naruto said. Did tonight ruin your appetite? Akame asked. No, I've seen stuff far worse than that before I came here. I just figured I'd respond to a friend of mine since it's been a year since I sent a message. Naruto said. I see. What about your family? Akame asked. What about them? Naruto asked. Do you speak to them? Akame asked. Sort of. My mom writes to me when I send letters to my friend. My dad is out traveling with my sister and she hates me at the moment. Naruto said. Why? Akame asked. I killed our brother. Naruto said. Did he deserve it? Akame asked. Yes. He was a traitor and helped our enemy invade our village, but she was really close to him so it was difficult for her to accept what he did. Naruto said. Was it difficult for you? Akame asked. No, I never had any kind of bond or something like that with him. He's hated me since the day we were born and has wanted me dead for a while. He died because he attacked someone dear to me after I gave him time to change his ways, but he didn't. Naruto said. Could you see yourself killing your sister? Akame asked. No, I don't think I can see that happening. Unlike our brother, she actually has a good head on her shoulders and her beliefs are somewhat similar to mine as well as her dreams. Naruto said. What is your dream? Akame asked. I want a world of peace and no wars or fighting over pointless disagreements. That and I would like to settle down with a family of my own. What about you? What's your dream? Naruto asked. I want to kill my sister. Akame said and Naruto blinked. Huh? Naruto asked. My dream. I want to kill my sister. Akame said. Why? Naruto asked. Because she's the enemy. Akame said and he sighed. Is it because she wanted to remain with the Empire after you decided to leave and join Night Raid? Naruto asked and she pinned him to the ground with his own sword at his neck. How did you know? Akame asked and Naruto switched them around so now the blade was at her neck. Najinda told me and I think it's quite stupid for you to want her dead. Naruto said and Akame glared at him. Shut up, Akame said. You're mad because she made her own decision instead of following you like you wanted. Did you even consider her feelings when you decided to leave? Naruto asked. Did you consider your family's feelings when you killed your brother? Akame asked. I did. I considered their feelings for months. That's why I didn't kill him immediately when I found out. I didn't want them to hate me for killing him so I waited like my mom asked and gave him chance after chance time and more time until he made one fatal mistake. Do you think deep down you could live with the blood of your own relative on your hands? You were trained by the Empire to be an assassin with your sister and now that both of you are on opposite sides, you think you can just kill her without feeling a thing. Naruto said. You don't know that. She betrayed me. Akame said. Yes, but in her eyes you also betrayed her. She was happy with you by her side and then you just left to join your enemy. I bet you still think about her and the fun times the two of you had together. Naruto said and removed his sword. I don't. Akame said. I can see it in your eyes that you're lying. You still care about her deeply and you're clouded by hate right now when it comes to your sister and she probably is as well. Naruto said. Why are you doing this to me? Akame asked and she started to cry. Because I don't want to see you go down a path full of hatred. I knew somebody who had a similar goal to yours since he wanted his brother dead and he'd do anything to make that happen. He would betray friends, comrades, whoever just to kill his brother and he tried to kill one of them. Naruto said. What happened to him? Akame asked. He's dead. He was killed a few months before I came here. Naruto said and helped her off the floor. What should I do then? I still care about her. Akame said. It's a long shot, but you should talk to her and explain your reason for leaving. If that doesn't work then a good old-fashioned fist fight might do the trick. No Taigu, just fists until both of you drop. Naruto said and wiped her tears. We're way past the talking part. Akame said. Never know until you try, but think it over and come to your final decision. Just know you'll have to live with that for the rest of your life. Naruto said and she gave him a hug. I'm happy you joined Night Raid. Nobody has ever gotten me to open up. Thank you. Akame said and passed out. You're welcome. Naruto said and picked her up to take her to her room. Sheesh. What are you trying to do, sleep with all the female members of Night Raid? Leonie asked, as she saw him carrying Akame. Very funny. Naruto said. Seriously though, why are you carrying her? Leonie asked. She was checking up on me and we talked until she passed out. Naruto said. Right, are you sure that's what happened? Leonie asked. If we did that I wouldn't hide it and she'd probably blurt it out anyway since she doesn't have a filter on what not to say. Naruto said. Fair point. Well, I'm going to sleep in your bed. Good night, Leonie said and walked to his room. What? Why? Naruto asked. You're comfortable. Hurry back, Leonie said and walked into his room. Joke's on her because I plan on training all night. Naruto mumbled and bumped into somebody. Hey, watch you're going, Mine said. Sorry, didn't see you down there. Naruto said and she growled at him. One of these days, Naruto. One of these days, Mine said and pointed her taigu at him. Yeah, one of these days you'll shoot me with your taigu. You've been saying that for 2 years. Give it up, Naruto said and entered Akame's room to put her in bed. What happened to her? Mine asked. We talked and she passed out. Must have eaten too much at dinner and she's had a long night. Naruto said and closed her door, walking away from his room. Your room is the opposite way. Mine said. I'm going to train for the night. My bed is occupied, Naruto said. By who? Mine asked. Leonie, Naruto said. Seriously, you guys are at it again? Mine asked. No, she said I'm comfortable and she wanted to sleep in my bed. So, I'm training for a few hours. Care to help? Naruto asked. Depends on what I have to do. Mine said. All you have to do is shoot something. Naruto said. I'm in, Mine said. Good, Naruto said. So, what exactly are we doing? Mine asked. Your rifle uses spiritual energy, right? Naruto asked. Yeah, Mine said. Since my chakra is essentially the same, I was wondering if we could somehow use my crystals to help you take multiple targets at once. Naruto said, as they reached the training field. Crystals? The fuck are you talking about? Mine asked. Look, Naruto said and held up a hand sign making a wall of pink crystals form. Whoa, Mine said. I was thinking that if we're ever on a mission with multiple targets, I could use this to help take them out at once. You fire a blast at the crystal wall and I try to use my chakra to redirect it in multiple directions. Naruto said. So just shoot at the crystals and you'll redirect them. Sounds easy, Mine said. It's not. We need the right amount so we don't overload the attack and it's not easy. Naruto said. Then let's get started. I'll start off with a small blast and then we'll work our way up. Mine said. Sounds good, Naruto said. I was kind of hoping I'd shoot you, but I guess this is alright. Mine said. We'll save that part for later. Naruto said. You're really going to let me shoot you? Mine asked. Sure, Naruto said and added some chakra to the crystal wall. Sweet, Mine said and shot the crystals, but nothing happened. Try something a bit more powerful. Naruto said. Oh, I am going to love this. Mine said and grinned. This was probably a bad idea, Naruto thought, as Mine fired a stronger blasts that blew the wall up. Maybe not that strong, Naruto said and she sighed. Less power, but more than the first one, Mine said. Mine fired one more blast at the crystals and it was absorbed into the new crystal wall Naruto formed. Naruto saw the power was beginning to overload and the crystals started to shine. Naruto acted quickly and controlled the chakra inside to guide the blast. The blast came out significantly more powerful than what Mine used and destroyed part of the mountain, making their eyes widen. Holy shit, Mine said. I know, Naruto said. We are so going to get this shit down, Mine said and got ready again. Let's do it, Naruto said and they got back to practicing. So, what do you think of the new guy? Mine asked. I don't know. All I know is he'll be a pain in the ass. Most likely he came here to join the Empire in order to get a better life for the people of his village. He doesn't know how corrupt the Empire actually is, Naruto said. I don't understand it. He's obviously good at killing bad people, but yet we showed him proof that we only take out the wicked and he's still thinking we're the enemy. Mine said. That's because some of you have wanted posters out and they were personally made by the Empire. The Empire might fear you a bit because of how you operate. However, not General Esteth. She's as bloodthirsty as they come from what I've heard Naginata say. Naruto said. She is. Hell, she once said that if the war is over that she'd start another one just to quench her thirst for battle and she'll keep going until there's no more people left. Rumor has it that she stood by and did nothing as members of her army destroyed an entire village. Before you got here, she used her powers to cover the entire empire in a horrible winter. The strong live and the weak die is her motto. Mine said. I see. How do you think she'd react if somebody were to beat her? Naruto asked. Why? Are you thinking about challenging her? Mine asked. No, I'm just curious, Naruto said. You'd probably have to ask Naginata. She's known Esteth longer than I have. I only know her through reputation. Mine said. It would probably break her, Naginata said, as she walked up to them. What are you doing up? Naruto asked. I was asleep until I heard an explosion. Care to explain? Naginata asked. Not really. Anyway, what do you mean it might break her? Naruto asked. What I mean is that her father taught her that when an obstacle was in her way, she just needed to persevere until she overcame it. No matter the odds or the costs. She has always been one to fight for something. She'd challenge you to the last breath leaving her body, but it might drive her crazy and that's the last thing we need. She could potentially lose and then go on a killing spree to get stronger before challenging you again. Najinda said. I see. Naruto said. You want to fight her now, don't you? Najinda asked. Maybe. Naruto said. You won't win. She'd wipe the floor with Bullet and you struggle to beat him. Mine said. I hold back against Bullet. Naruto said. What do you mean? Najinda asked. I mean just that. If I really wanted to, I could predict his moves before he even makes them, but I like to challenge myself. Naruto said. You mean you've never fought me seriously? Mine asked. Pretty much. Naruto said. You bitch. Mine said and shot him with a powerful blast. Mine, we needed him alive. Najinda said. Was that really necessary? Naruto asked, as the smoke cleared and he was surrounded by a black humanoid figure with glowing yellow eyes. The fuck is that? Mine asked. This is called the Susanoo. It's one of my techniques that I can use for offense and defense. I'm still developing it so it's not close to being complete. Naruto said. What else can you do? Najinda asked. It's too much for me to list. Just know that I'm extremely talented and really powerful. Naruto said and dropped the Susanoo. Sheesh. Next you're going to tell me that you can revive the dead. Mine said. Only temporarily. Naruto said and she just looked at him. I really don't like you, did you know that? Mine asked. You like me enough to have sex with me. Naruto mumbled. That's it. Mine said and started shooting at him. I'm going to bed. Please don't kill each other and keep the noise down. Najinda said and walked away. Stop running like a coward. Mine yelled. No. Naruto said and created an army of shadow clones. That's just more targets for me to shoot. Mine said. Let's get her boys. A shadow clone said and they charged at mine. What the hell are you two doing? Didn't I just say keep the noise down? Najinda asked and everything stopped. She started it. Mine and Naruto said at the same time. Enough. Go to bed. Najinda said. Fine. Just because she's pushing 30 doesn't mean she has to be a party pooper. Naruto mumbled and mine ran away from. Care to repeat that? Najinda asked and gave Naruto a cold look. Fuck. Naruto said and Najinda cracked her knuckles on her good arm. Naruto's room. After getting beaten by Najinda for the last 30 minutes, Naruto managed to limp back to his room with a black eye, a busted lip and a knot on his forehead. He laid down on his bed only to realize Leonie was there and he fell right into her chest. Naruto, you naughty boy. Leonie said and grinned. Shit, Naruto said and she sat up. What happened to your face? Leonie asked and Naruto started to heal himself with some medical ninjutsu. Trained with mine for a bit, we started to fight. Najinda got involved and I may or may not have brought up her age. Naruto said and sighed as his wounds went away. You've got some serious balls asking how old she is. Leonie said. I didn't ask her how old she is, but I may have suggested that she's pushing 30. Naruto said. You really do have a death wish. That's like telling Akame that her food is disgusting. Leonie said. I survived that beating from Akame. Plus, I didn't say her food was disgusting. I just said that she should have held back on the salt. Naruto said. I guess you're right. Since I've got you alone, mind if I ask you something? Leonie asked. It's not like I have a choice. You'll just talk my ear off until I answer. Naruto said. That is so true. So, what exactly did you do before you came over here? Leonie asked. As you all know, I was a ninja and I pretty much did the same thing we're doing now. I did assassination missions, escort missions, grocery shopping, delivery and sometimes I'd have to save an entire village. Naruto said. So did you have your own team? It's like the whole teamwork thing is second nature to you. You get along with all of us pretty easily and so far we haven't failed a mission. Leonie said. I did have my own team. There were a grand total of 8 people in my team. 6 fresh graduates from the academy and 2 senseis. Typically it's a group of 3 graduates and 1 sensei, but my team was unique I guess. Naruto said. Who was your sensei? Leonie asked. My mom, Kushina Uzumaki, Kakashi Hitaki and my very first teacher is a woman who saved me from dying when I was 5 named Makoto Uchiha. She became my mother figure due to a misunderstanding as I was growing up. I thought my mother didn't care about me since she would always ignore me for my brother and sister, but she would actually send a shadow clone to watch over me whenever I left the house. Naruto said. What about your father? Leonie asked. My father was the leader of the village and the person Najinda was speaking to when she was discussing me coming over here. His name is Minato Namikaze. Naruto said. So, you grew up in a big fancy home with servants, right? Leonie asked. A big house, yeah, but we didn't have servants. Despite me growing up in a big house, I didn't live in luxury like you think I would have. I was always casted aside for my brother and sister, so I always had to make do with what I had. Naruto said. Who were your teammates? Leonie asked. Sakura Haruno, Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze, Sasuke Uchiha and Shizuka. Naruto said. Do you miss them? Leonie asked. Only my mother and Shizuka. Maybe Sakura a bit, but that's it. Naruto said. Do you know what they're up to? Leonie asked. Well, Menma and Sasuke are dead. I killed Menma and my sister killed Sasuke. They were both traitors and Menma actually helped plot an invasion that happened in my village. Sasuke tried to abandon the village to join our enemy in hopes of gaining power to kill his brother, who killed his entire clan, and Narumi wound up killing him during their fight. Naruto said. Wait, Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, you killed your own brother? Leonie asked. If you want to call him that, I guess. He's always hated me since the day we were born and always wanted me dead. I gave him plenty of time at the pleading of my mother so he could change, and in the end he hurt somebody dear to me and I killed him during the invasion he helped plan. Naruto said. I see. What about the others? What do you think they're doing? Leonie asked. My father took my sister out on a training trip to get her prepared for a group of high-rank criminals that will eventually start coming for her. Sakura, from what I know, became the apprentice of the new village leader, and Shizuka is probably getting stronger while waiting for me to return. Naruto said. Then that leaves you over here with us. At first, when we heard we were getting some help from far away, we didn't really think that highly of you, but Najinda told us you were highly praised in your village and the land you come from. I just didn't think you'd be some 14-year-old kid. Leonie said. I got that many missions. Naruto said. Things turned out great for us though. I mean, Sheil finally has talent in something despite what she paints. Najinda seems less stressed. Lubbock has a guy that will listen to his perverted desires even though you don't care. Bullet has somebody that likes to train as much as he does. Mine has somebody she considers a really good friend despite always arguing with you. Akame has somebody to have food eating contests with, and I have somebody that knows how to have a good time with the occasional hookup. It's a win-win for everybody. Leonie said. Believe it or not, mine is the reason why I know how to have fun, and so are you. Not many people are able to get under your skin, but mine does it so easily, and she brings out the Uzumaki side of me, I guess you could say. I never really argued or got loud before in my life until I met her. You taught me how to relax and let loose. Never really went out to have fun unless I was dragged out against my will. Naruto said. Glad I could be of service. So, how long were you going to be here for? Leonie asked. It was supposed to be for 2.5 years, but it's already been longer than that. I mean, mine turned 17 like 2 months ago and I should have been gone by now, but I'm not complaining. Spending another birthday here wouldn't hurt, I guess. Naruto said. Does Naruto actually care about us? Leonie asked, and he smirked. You're all good friends. Naruto said. I'm the best though, right? Leonie asked. I don't know. Mine is pretty close to me. Naruto said. Yes, but we've done a lot more together than you have with mine. Leonie said and winked at him. How about I just leave it as a tie between the two of you? I don't really feel like arguing with mine over this. Naruto said. You two argue regardless. Leonie said. True. I'm going to sleep. Please don't fondle me in my sleep. Naruto said. With the way you're built it's hard not to. Leonie said and licked her lips. So it begins. Naruto said. What? Leonie asked. Do you not remember how we started sleeping together? Naruto asked, and she had a sheepish grin. I don't know what you're talking about. Leonie said. Of course you don't. Good night. Naruto said and turned his back to her. Maybe one round before we call it a night. Leonie asked, and he sighed. One of these days I'm going to lock you out of my room. Naruto said. Hey, you're lucky I haven't marked you. Leonie said. One round. Naruto said. It's a good thing you have freakish stamina. I'm making this round last. Leonie said and grinned as she basically jumped on him. Next morning. Naruto woke up with Leonie sprawled out on top of him with her head buried into his neck, and she was snoring slightly. She was extremely clingy, so it was hard to get her off, but eventually he managed to do so and took a shower to get ready for whatever he needed to do today. After showering, which took an hour because he decided to wash his hair, Naruto got dressed and went to get some food, but saw Leonie with Tatsumi as well as Sheil. What's up guys? Naruto asked. Tatsumi is still undecided about joining. Sheil said. Really? Why are you so against joining Night Raid? Naruto asked. Because I came here to fight for the Empire. Tatsumi said. You do realize the Empire is corrupt, right? Naruto asked. What do you mean? Tatsumi asked. Tatsumi, the surrounding villages are in such horrible conditions because of the Empire. If they don't accept the Empire's demands, they send an army to wipe them out. I'm sure you've seen villages destroyed and probably dead bodies around. Naruto said. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Shield, say something encouraging that will get him to join. Leone said. Now that you know where our hideout is located, if you don't join us, we'll have to kill you. Shield said in a deadly voice. She's so encouraging I could cry. Tatsumi said with a nervous look on his face. It's an important decision to make, so think about it carefully. Shield said and Tatsumi looked at the book she was reading. 100 Ways to Cure Being an Airhead. They really are a haven for weirdos. Tatsumi thought and noticed Naruto left. Hey, where'd the blonde-haired guy go? Tatsumi asked. Oh, that's Naruto. He's probably going to train right now. Must have thought our conversation was boring. Leone said. Hey, wait a second, Leone. Do we really have to let him into our hideout? Mine asked. He's one of us now. Leone said. I don't recall agreeing with that. Mine said and got in Tatsumi's face. What's she doing? Tatsumi thought, as he started to get nervous. Nope, you fail. There's no way you could work with professionals like us. Especially with a face like that. I'd rather look at Naruto all day than stare at you. Mine said. What was that? Tatsumi asked. Don't take it personally. She treats everyone this way. You should have seen her and Naruto when he first joined. Leone said. How long has he been a member? Tatsumi asked. Almost 3 years. Leone said. He's a really good friend. I asked him for a pearly necklace one day because some girls were talking about them and he said I was too good for one. Shield said and then everyone looked at her. Did she just say what I think she said? Mine asked. She sure did. Leone said. Mine, Leone, do you wish to have a pearly necklace? Shield asked. Hell no. Mine said. Naruto gave me one, but I got rid of it. Leone said. Why? Isn't it a nice gift? Shield asked. Just wasn't my style and he completely understood. He hasn't given me one in over a year. Speaking of which, let's go introduce Tatsumi to his training buddies. Leone said. Naruto's not training. Naginda wanted to talk to him and I just saw him walk into her room. Mine said. Well, let's go show you to one of your training partners. Leone said and dragged Tatsumi away. Naruto and Naginda. I'm sorry. You want me to do what? Naruto asked. You heard me. We've gained intel that Esdeath should be returning soon and I want you to convince her to join Night Raid. Naginda said. How the hell do you think I'm going to do that? Naruto asked. With proof that she's just being used. Naginda said and gave him a folder. She's being used? Naruto asked. Yes. We have her shall I say had a spy in the Empire and this last piece of information was sent to me before he was killed. She's being used as a puppet to do the Empire's dirty work and they plan on killing her after they feel she's done enough for them. She will have nowhere to run since everyone is literally her enemy now and the Empire has been secretly gathering a large enough army from her enemies that she won't even be able to defeat. Naginda said. Do you realize how big this is? Naruto asked. Yes. We're behind schedule and I know this is a huge risk, but with her on our side, we can easily end this war. We end the war then we can begin rebuilding what the Empire destroyed. You do this and I'll owe you big time. Naginda said. Or you could do me a favor now. Naruto said. What is it? Naginda asked and he grinned. Dinner table. So, Tatsumi, have you decided to join? Naruto asked. It's not like I have much of a choice. It's either join or get killed. Tatsumi said. That's the spirit. Now, on to other important matters. We need to get you trained up and ready for a fight. You don't have a Taigu yet, so we have to train you until you can't move. Naginda said and glanced at Naruto who gave her a grin making her gulp. Are you alright? You seem nervous. Bullet said. I'm fine. Anyway, I received word that General Esdeath will be returning soon. Naginda said. You're kidding. Leone said. How soon? Shield asked. I don't know, but when she arrives, Naruto will be the one to handle her. He has his mission already, but he must wait for the right moment to do it. They must have figured out that Zanku was killed and they know one of us did it, but not who exactly, so that makes all of us a target. Meanwhile, I need all of us to stay prepared. We've lost a significant amount of people in the Revolutionary Army and we'll need all the help we can get. Naginda said. Then why are you sending Naruto? He's the one who killed Zanku anyway. Leone said. Yes, but they don't even know Naruto exists. Zanku defected from them, but they still would have liked to take his taigu for themselves. Najinda said. Well, I think we should get this wimp his own taigu first if he's going to fight with us. Mine said. Hey, Tatsumi said. She's got a point. The empire is loaded with people who can use a taigu and you'd be a sitting duck against them. Lubbock said. Then what do you think works for me? Tatsumi asked. Anything at this point, weakling. You couldn't even use the spectator taigu when we gave it to you earlier. Mine said and Naruto chuckled. What's so funny? Leone asked. Nothing really. It's just that he did use it for a brief second and I know which ability he used as well. Isn't that right, Tatsumi? Naruto asked and Tatsumi grew nervous. What do you mean? Tatsumi asked. Let me ask you something. Were you disappointed by the clothes Mine wears underneath her dress? Naruto asked and smirked when Mine caught on. You pervert. Mine yelled and jumped at Tatsumi, but Naruto held her back. I didn't do it on purpose. I swear, Tatsumi said. What did they look like? Lubbock asked. None of your business, Mine said. Anyway, I've got just the thing that he should use. Something easy, but useful for someone like him. Naruto said. What is it? Tatsumi asked. Well, it's two actually and you should pick one. On is a bow and arrow called Lark Ki Ne Fo which can fire multiple arrows at once and by calling out the target's name, the projectiles will seek the target with remarkable speed for an infinite amount of time, providing that the intended target stays within their range or until coming into direct contact with their intended mark. Naruto said. What's the other one? Tatsumi asked. It's a mask called Balzac. It taps into your body and mind to unlock its potential by 100%, giving you super speed, super strength, lightning quick agility and unparalleled intelligence. After all of your potential is unlocked, it cannot exceed your limits. The downside is that if you run into somebody stronger than you, they can defeat you. Naruto said. Where exactly did you get these? Najinda asked. Remember when Mine pissed me off because she thought it would be funny to shoot my food? Naruto asked. We all do. Najinda said and they shivered. Anyway, I may or may not have changed my appearance, stormed the empire, killed a few guards and stole these in the process. Naruto said. You broke into the capital? Najinda asked. Yup, Naruto said. All because I destroyed your food? Mine asked. Yup, Naruto said. I'd hate to see what you'd do if one of us were to get killed. Lubbock said. Can I choose one after we eat? Tatsumi asked. Sure, however, first I believe Najinda has something she needs to do. Naruto said. What did you have to do? Bullet asked. Do I have to? Najinda asked. Yes, Naruto said. Fine, Lubbock, come here, Najinda said and Lubbock was scared. I think I'll stay right here. Lubbock said. Now, Najinda said. Okay, Lubbock said and walked over to her. This is ridiculous, Najinda said and grabbed his shirt. I'm sorry, Lubbock said and everything stopped when Najinda pulled him in for a kiss. Whoa, Leone said. Huh, Mine said. Wow, Shield said. Akame was busy eating. Oh my, Bullet said. Did I miss something? Tatsumi asked. Are they going to stop? Leone asked. All I said was she had to give him a simple kiss, not have her tongue down his throat, and I certainly didn't say it had to go this long. Naruto said, as everyone watched the two make out. This is getting awkward, Mine said. It was awkward from the start. Leone said. Should he offer her a pearly necklace after? Shield asked. I highly doubt that would happen. Doesn't seem like her style, but you never know. Leone said and they finally separated. Naruto, I fucking love you, man. Lubbock said and passed out with a silly look on his face. Happy now? Najinda asked. Are you? All I said was a simple kiss. A small peck on the lips. Naruto said. Does this mean you like Lubbock? Bullet asked. Naruto, you're doing that mission as soon as you can. Najinda said and grabbed Lubbock before leaving. They're totally fucking tonight, Leone said and looked at Naruto. No, Naruto said and she pouted. Why not? Leone asked. We just did it, Naruto said. Again, you two are unbelievable, Mine said. You two are dating, Tatsumi asked. No, Naruto said. You see, as fantastic as he is in bed, he's not the one for me and I think he knows I'm not the one for him. Leone said. I'm surprised you two don't have any children. You've been going at it like 6 months after he got here. Mine said. Well, he doesn't finish in that hole. I have 2 other holes that I like to use for that. Leone said and Akame choked on her food. Are you okay? Bullet asked and patted her on the back. I'm fine, Akame said and drank some water. I've heard Leone say he has a monster between his legs. Maybe we should check if it's still there and then get rid of it. Shield said. I will volunteer, Bullet said. No you won't, Naruto said. Ah, Bullet said and wolf appeared on the table. Is that a wolf? Tatsumi asked. Yes, what can I do for you, Aquila? Naruto asked. I have a message from your mother. Aquila said and Naruto held out his hand. Where is it? Naruto asked and Aquila slapped him with her tail. She said to get your ass home now. It's been over 2.5 years. Oshi also says if you refuse to slap you. Aquila said and Naruto looked at her. You slapped me before you gave me the message. Naruto said and she slapped him again. I know, Aquila said. Wait, how did she even find you to give me a mission? Naruto asked. Well, in my alone time I like to sleep on your couch and she came in earlier with the promise of food if I delivered this message. Aquila said. I see, tell her I'll be back soon. My mission isn't over yet. Naruto said. Can do, Aquila said and sniffed him. What now? Naruto asked. You smell like the blonde-haired girl and the pink-haired girl. Have you been mating with them? Aquila asked. Bye, Naruto said and sent her away. You have a talking wolf? Tatsumi asked. Yes, multiple ones. In fact, depending on how things go, you might get to see my partner who fights alongside me. Naruto said. You had sex with mine? Akame asked and Naruto sighed. I'm going to bed, Naruto said. I'll join you, Leone said. No, Naruto said and got up from the table. I love it when he plays hard to get. Care to join, mine? Leone asked. No, mine said. Akame, Shield, Leone asked. I will, Bullet said. Hell no, Naruto yelled, as he was still within earshot and Leone grinned. Nobody answered. More for me, Leone said and ran after him. I can't believe these are the dangerous assassins the Empire is scared of. Tatsumi thought. Everyone finished dinner and went to their own respective rooms for the night. Leone managed to talk Naruto into fooling around and he put up a silencing barrier because she wanted to use her Taigu this time to enhance her senses. It was a long night for Naruto. A few weeks went by since Tatsumi joined Night Raid and he's been slowly adjusting to the life of being an assassin. After that dinner, Tatsumi chose the Balzac Taigu to use which was compatible with him and that left mind to joke about the only reason he took the mask is because its name closely resembles something he doesn't have. Naruto on the other hand incorporated Tatsumi into his training regime with Bullet and Tatsumi didn't survive a day before he asked to give up. Speaking of Naruto, he was once again out on a mission with Leone and this time they were in the capital's red light district. Remind me again why you asked for me to come on this mission instead of Tatsumi. I was supposed to head out with mine and Shield. Naruto said. He was too nervous to do this. Apparently the slums and places like this are too much for him. Leone said. I see. You know, when you told me we had to go to the red lights district, at first I thought this was another one of your weird requests to add something or someone else into our little sessions. Naruto said. It's cute that you think like that, but not this time. I need to pay off my debts and this is something I can do to help. Time to get to work. Leone said and activated her Lionel Taigu. The more I see that, the more I'm impressed. Naruto said. I bet. Transforming always gets me pumped. Let's sneak in and make the kill. Leone said and they jumped from rooftop to rooftop until Leone decided to crash into a building. You're lucky nobody heard us. That was not sneaking in. Naruto said and Leone opened up part of the ceiling. Ah, whatever. Take a look. Leone said and two men walked into a room full of women who were drugged. Oh, nice. Very nice. Hey, girls, you keep bringing in the cash and I'll keep bringing you drugs, deal? A man asked. Sure, all the women said. Huh, hey, boss, take a look at this one. A shorter man said. Yeah, she's done for. She reeks of fish and she's clearly lost her mind. Get rid of her, replace her with a fresh one. Boss man said. All right, the lackey said and punched the girl when she asked for more drugs. Let's round up a few more of those stupid whores from the slums. The lackey said. Yeah, those good-for-nothing people will do anything for money. Boss man said and Leone closed the hatch. Hey, you alright? Naruto asked, as he saw the look on Leone's face. That girl that just got hit, I knew her from the slums. Now it's personal. Let's take them down, Leone said. I thought you'd never ask. Naruto said and his sword appeared in his hand. Separate room. Boss, it's about time we expanded our drug-dealing territory, don't you think? You're right. Maybe we should go pay Tibble a visit to discuss it. Boss man said. Then Leone and Naruto came crashing through the ceiling. The only place you two are going is hell, they said at the same time. Intruders. Take them out. The goons all ran at Naruto and Leone only for them to get taken out with ease. While Naruto used his sword to cut them down, Leone used the raw strength of her taigu to kill them with her bare hands. Naruto appeared in front of the lackey from earlier who pulled a gun out, but Naruto sliced his body in half before he could even pull the trigger. While the boss was distracted, Leone held him up by his throat and started to apply pressure. What is it you want? Money. Drugs. I'll give you anything. Just let me go, the boss said. No thanks. The only thing I want is your life, Leone said. Who are you two? The boss asked. Just a couple good-for-nothing people, Leone said and punched a hole through his stomach, killing him. She punches like Tsunade, Naruto thought. That's why taking out trash like you suits us just fine, Leone said. Let's get out of here, Naruto said. Right, Leone said, and they quickly left. Park. So, what's going to happen to all those drug-addicted girls? Naruto asked. That's not really up to us, is it? Leone asked. You don't have to be so emotionless, Leone. I've known you for nearly 3 years. I know you have something hidden up your sleeve, Naruto said, and she sighed. There's an old, retired doctor who lives in the slums. He's still got a knack for medicine. I'll explain the situation and have him take a look. He loves young girls, so I'm sure he'll be happy, Leone said. I knew you were a nice person at heart. Just because you're an assassin, doesn't mean you have to be heartless, Naruto said. I'm just doing this because I knew one of them. No other reason, okay? Leone asked. Tell that to yourself. You're the one blushing right now. The important thing is that you gave those girls hope, even if it's just a little bit, Naruto said. What do you mean? Leone asked. They probably thought they were alone, and once they figure out somebody helped them out instead of leaving them around like trash, they may try to better themselves. Essentially, you've given them another chance at life. Gave them the chance to try and become better, Naruto said. Another chance, huh? Leone asked. Yeah, Leone, what's your dream? Naruto asked. My dream? Leone asked. Yeah, what's your ambition? A goal you want to do in life? Naruto said. I never really thought about it honestly. Do you have one? Leone asked. Yeah, Naruto said. Tell me, Leone said. It's kind of cliché copyright, but my dream is for a world of peace. After that I want to settle down and have a family, Naruto said, and Leone just looked at him. Give me some time. I'll get back to you on my own dream, Leone said, and Naruto nodded. I'll hold you to that. I'm gonna go meet up with Shield and mine. I'll see you back at the hideout, Naruto said. Wait, Leone said. What is it? Naruto asked, and she kissed him on the cheek. Thanks for the help and your talk, Leone said. You're welcome, Naruto said, and vanished. Shield and mine. Mine and Shield were locked in a battle with a member of the Imperial Police named Saryu, who was out for revenge due to the death of her father and her mentor. Shield was blocking a ferocious attack from Saryu's taigu with her own, and Saryu used this opportunity to signal for backup. A tempestuous flurry of blows, and she's called for backup. Now this is what I call trouble. Just what I needed, Mine said, and fired a strong blast at Saryu's taigu, hoping to destroy it. The power increased from the last attack she used, Saryu said, as she covered her eyes from the attack, and Mine saw Saryu's taigu regenerating immediately. It's already regenerating. What an incredible life force, Mine said. Imperial relics are sturdier than you think, Saryu said, and Shield came running out of the smoke. Sadly, they're just tools. Eliminating the wielder will stop it in its tracks, Shield said. She was aiming for me from the start, Saryu thought. I'll get her with my hidden ability. Ecstase, Shield thought, and her taigu started to glow. This is the end, Shield said. Shield then started to stab at Saryu, who could barely block the attacks, and Mine kept her taigu from helping her out by blasting it again with her taigu. Saryu managed to get some space from Shield and wound up going into the forest while Shield kept up her attack. Saryu tripped over a rock and dropped one of her guns that helped defend her against Shield's attacks. The result of her slip-up was Shield cutting off her arms that she wanted to happen so she would die. Justice will always prevail, Saryu said. Her arms turned into a gun, and she fired off a bullet at Shield, who blocked it with her taigu. While Saryu was shocked that Shield blocked her bullet, Shield cut off the guns from Saryu's arms, making her scream in pain. Saryu called out for her taigu's trump card called Berserker, and her taigu changed into the form of a mutated, muscle dog with multiple rows of teeth and huge muscles. Her taigu grabbed Mine and started to squeeze her, much to Saryu's delight. Crush the life out of her. Saryu yelled. Mine was screaming in pain from being squeezed by Saryu's taigu, and then she'll cut the arm off of Saryu's taigu. Mine landed on the ground with her arm broken, and Sheil was shot in the back by Saryu, who had a gun coming from her mouth. Sheil couldn't move her body and she found herself in the jaws of Saryu's taigu. How dare you do that to Sheil? This broken arm will not stop me. Mine said, and then Saryu's reinforcements arrived. Then Sheil's taigu started to glow. That bitch. She shouldn't be able to move right now. Saryu said. Please get out of here, Mine. Sheil said, and after a few seconds of contemplating, Mine took off running. Crush her. Saryu yelled, and her taigu threw Sheil up in the air to finish her off, but Sheil was caught by somebody. Sorry, but that just won't happen. Naruto said, as he arrived under a transformation. How dare you? Attack him. An ally of Night Raid is an enemy of the Empire. Saryu said, and Naruto placed Sheil down as he summoned one of Makoto's swords. Not an ally of Night Raid, but I hate the Empire just as much as they do. Naruto said. Attack. Saryu yelled. All of her reinforcements along with her taigu charged at Naruto, who skillfully dodged them and began to cut them down one by one. Each soldier either lost their head dying quickly or they lost their limbs and bled out, while Saryu could only watch in horror. Naruto just sliced the last 3 Imperial Guards vertically in half and kicked away Saryu's taigu before placing the sword at her neck. Leave, Naruto said, and Saryu grit her teeth before speaking. You'll pay for this next time I see you. Saryu said, and Naruto smirked. You won't see me again. Naruto said, and Saryu quickly retreated to get her wounds healed. Naruto. Sheil whispered, and he walked over to her body. Hey, Naruto said, and she smiled. I've got an idea for a painting. Sheil said, as she passed out. I can't wait to see it. Naruto said, and grabbed her taigu before picking her up, then vanishing. Hideout. Tatsumi, Akame, Leone, Bullet, Lubbock and Najinda were all staring at Mine in disbelief as she just told her what happened to Sheil before she left. Who did this? Mine. Hey, Mine, Tatsumi said, and Mine didn't respond. Wait, Tatsumi, what do you intend to do? Najinda asked. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to avenge her. Tatsumi said. Stop. If you rush in without a plan, you'll only join her. Najinda said. Someone killed one of our friends. You think he'll sit here and... He never finished because Bullet punched him in the face. You're embarrassing yourself, Tatsumi. Get it together. Didn't we say that any of us could be executed at any moment? You knew this when you joined our ranks. Bullet said. Hey, why the long faces? Naruto asked, as he arrived holding Sheil. Sheil. Mine whispered and looked away. Listen up. Sheil's death was not in vain. Najinda said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. She's not dead, Naruto said. What do you mean? I saw her get crushed by that thing. Mine said. She was just being held there until given command. She's alive, and I only managed to get her stable for the trip back here. Naruto said. You're lying, Mine said. Check for yourself, Naruto said, and Mine felt her pulse. Well, Leone asked. She's alive, Mine whispered. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to finish fixing her, Naruto said, and walked into the hideout. That's a relief, Lubbock said, and wiped his tears away. Yeah, but now I have one question. How is Naruto going to do his mission as himself if he most likely fought the Imperial Guard? Leone said. I highly doubt he fought as himself. My money's on him changing his look to fight. Come on, we need to get out of the rain, Najinda said. Few hours later. Everyone was standing outside of Naruto's room since that's where he took Sheil and was fixing her as best as he could. While he was not the best person when it came to medical ninjutsu, he knew for a fact that he was better than the doctors back home and he had the supplies needed. When he exited the door, everyone looked up at him and he sighed. Not that I don't understand, but you could have waited at the dinner table. Naruto said. How is she? Mine asked. She'll be fine, but she won't be doing any fighting no time soon. Her left arm was completely shattered and it'll be wrapped up for a few months. Her legs were also crushed, so she's on bed rest until they're healed. Naruto said. That's all? Najinda asked. Yeah, I'm surprised that thing didn't rip her in half when it had the chance. She'll be really exhausted when she wakes up, but she'll be fine. Somebody has to wash her up for now since she can't do it herself. Naruto said. I'll do it, Lubbock said. No, Naruto said, and Najinda gave Lubbock a look that made him shrink. I'll do it, Mine said. I'll help, Leone said. I'll bring her food, Akame said. Who did this to her? Tatsumi asked. Her name is Saryu Ubiquitous, Naruto said. She's the one who showed me around the empire a few weeks ago. Tatsumi said. You mean the one who took you out on a date? Naruto said. Well, yeah, I guess. Tatsumi said. Okay, everyone. Let's get some sleep and regroup in the morning. Naruto, I want a report on what happened tomorrow. Najinda said and everyone left except mine. Want me to fix that? Naruto asked and she nodded. Yeah, mine said and he opened the door. Enter. Kevin said and she saw Shield on his bed. She looks so peaceful. Mine said and took off her dress. Ah, you didn't have to take that off. Naruto said. It's dirty. Besides, you've seen everything already. Mine said and he started to heal her arm. I guess you're right. Naruto said and she sighed. How'd your mission go with Leonie? Mine asked. The usual. Killed somebody so she could pay off her debts. Naruto said and mine chuckled. What was it this time? Another pimp taking over some territory. Mine asked. No, this one was drug dealers who drugged women and used them as prostitutes. One of them was an old friend of Leonie. She punched a hole through his stomach and we just left. Had a bit of a talk before I left to help you and Shield. Naruto said and she looked at Shield. You know, she's the closest person I have here. Mine said. I know. Naruto said and finished healing her arm. Thank you for saving my friend. Mine said. No problem. I would have done the same for you if you were in her predicament. Naruto said and she smiled. I'm sure you would have. Mine said and gave him a hug. Never thought I'd see the day you actually give me a hug. Naruto said and returned the hug. You saved my best friend. It's the least I could do. Mine said and he smirked. How about a kiss on the cheek? Naruto asked and she chuckled. I will shoot you, but since you asked nicely. Mine said and kissed his cheek. I always knew you liked me. Naruto said and she broke the hug. Whatever. Want me to help you move her to her room? Mine asked. I can't move her. Naruto said. Why not? Mine asked. She has some stitches and I don't want to risk causing her pain. She'll have to stay here for a few days and then I'll move her to her room. Naruto said. Leonie was right. You do want to sleep with every girl in the group. Mine said. I've only slept with you and Leonie. Naruto said. Don't bring that up. Mine said and he shrugged. I'm going to shower. Naruto said. Do you mind if I stay here for the night? Just to make sure nothing happens to her. Mine said. Sure, that bed is big enough for 5 people anyway. Naruto said and took his shirt off. I don't want to see that. Mine said and looked away. Sure you don't. Like you said to me earlier, you've already seen everything. Naruto said and went to his shower. Jerk. Mine said and looked at Shield who was peacefully sleeping. I'll get that bitch back for this. I promise. Mine thought and exhaustion took over as she fell asleep. Next day. So, Naruto, what happened? Najinda asked. Well, mine was already gone and I got there just before Shield was about to be killed. Saryu's Taigu is some kind of dog-looking thing and before you ask, no I didn't show up as my normal self. I changed my appearance to look like my brother. Naruto said. Aren't you from a set of triplets? Leonie asked. Yes, but my brother had bright blonde hair, violet eyes and birthmarks that look like whiskers on his face. Plus his skin was lighter than mine. Naruto said. I see. How is Shield doing? Najinda asked. She's still sleeping. I don't think she's waking up anytime soon. Which brings me to my next point. With her out of commission, we're going to need somebody to take her place. Naruto said. You want us to replace her? Lubbock asked. We have to. With me going on my mission soon and the final attack supposedly happening around the time I'm there, Shield won't be ready to fight by then. Naruto said. I'll handle that. I have somebody in mind that can help. In the meantime, Esdeath has arrived and there's some rumors going around about a tournament that she will host. You know your mission, Najinda said. Unfortunately. Naruto said. What exactly is his mission? Leonie asked. He has to somehow manage to get Esdeath on our side by any means necessary. Najinda said. What? Everyone yelled. We have proof that she has been being used by the Emperor and he plans to kill her if or when he defeats the Revolutionary Army. He already started to gather an entire army consisting of enemies she's made all around. It's an army so big that not even she will survive. If it's one thing I know about Esdeath is that other than weakness, she hates betrayal even more. Use that to convince to switch sides, she'll be able to quench her thirst for battle, while taking out the Empire and those who were going to betray her. Najinda said. So, when you mean by any means necessary, do you mean anything? Leonie asked. Yes, Najinda said. Dude, you might have to sleep with a crazy chick. Lubbock said and Naruto sighed. I know that. Naruto said. I have a plan. Akame said. What is it? Naruto asked and instantly regretted asking. We could feed her so much that she'll beg to have more. We only give her more if she joins us. Akame said. That only works on you and sometimes Naruto. Lubbock said. I just want to know if I have free reign on this mission. Naruto said. I remember the way your village leader spoke of your skills and your rank amongst the fighters of your village. I trust you on this one to get the job done. Naginda said. What was your rank in your village? Leone asked. I bet it was at the bottom. Mine said and gave Naruto a grin. Everyone starts off as an academy student at 6 and then you graduate at 13 to become a genin. Naruto said. So you were barely better than an academy student. Tatsumi said. Shut up and let him finish, dickweed. Mine said. Anyway, after you become a genin you can either get a field promotion based on how you do in your missions or you can take the chunin exams to rank up to the rank of chunin, which is the next rank. After chunin you are then allowed to put in an application to either join the Anbu Black Ops, which is similar to what you do, or you have the option to become a jonin. Naruto said. Which rank are you? Mine asked. I became a jonin a few months before I came here. It only took me 6 months to become a jonin and that's the fastest anybody has ever become a jonin in my village. Naruto said. Whoa, so, you were like a crazy strong person back then, right? Tatsumi asked. I wouldn't say crazy strong, but I had to leave the village to get stronger and I did that when I came here. Naruto said. If you were to compare yourself to somebody in your village, who would you say is on your level or above it? Leone asked. Not many, maybe 4 or 5 people and that's it. Give or take, Naruto said. Whoa, Tatsumi said. Anyway, you have a few weeks until the tournament starts. Knowing Esdeath, I wouldn't be surprised if this tournament had some hidden meaning behind it. I know you'll win the tournament, but be on your guard and ready for anything. In the meantime, you will stay here to look over Shiel and mine. Naginda said. Huh, why do I have to look over mine? She just has a broken arm. Naruto said. Yes, but think of this as payback for calling me old. Naginda said. I didn't call you old. Naruto said. Now that you mention it, how old are you exactly? Tatsumi asked and everyone back away. Dumbass. Naruto said. Agreed. Mine said and they watched as Naginda beat Tatsumi similar to what she did with Naruto. Dude, never ask a woman her age. Especially Naginda. Lubbock said. Got it, Tatsumi said, as he was on the ground. Well, since this is over with, I'm going into town. Naruto said. For what? Mine asked. She'll need some new canvases to paint on and with your run-in with Saryu, it's best if neither of you go in public right now. Naruto said. Why? All of her paintings are just pictures of dead people. Lubbock said. Because she's good at it. That's why. Naruto said and vanished. Naruto. After leaving the hideout, Naruto arrived in town and headed straight for the market to pick up some supplies for Shield to paint with. After the shopping was finished, Naruto headed to the slums to help out with anything he could do. No matter if it was shopping, fixing something, playing with kids or just having a chat with somebody, Naruto was always welcomed in the slums and nobody had a problem with him. Hey, Naruto. An angry voice said and he turned around. Yes, Naruto said. She's done it again. Tell your friend she owes us money. A guy said. How do you all keep falling for her antics? Naruto asked. Well, we were a bit distracted. The guy said and Naruto sighed. Let me guess, you were busy staring at her chest. Naruto asked. Why yeah, the man said and hung his head in shame with the other. Listen, Kenshin, she does that on purpose and you all fall for it every time. I'll tell you what, how about I pay off her debts to all of you right now and I'll give you extra just for having to chase her around. Naruto asked and they talked about it amongst themselves. Deal, Kenshin said. How much does she owe you in total? Don't lie to me, I'll be able to tell. Naruto said and Kenshin fearfully nodded. She owes us a combined 10,000 gold pieces. Kenshin said and Naruto just looked at them. How the hell did you let her get all of you for that much? Naruto asked and pulled out a scroll. Like I said, we were distracted. Kenshin said and Naruto just looked at him. Right, this should cover it, Naruto said and unsealed 3 bags of gold pieces. How did you get this much? Kenshin asked. Don't ask questions, I'll have to kill you over. Naruto said. Alright, see you later, Naruto. Kenshin said and walked away with the others. Naruto saw some Imperial police officers harassing an elderly couple over late payments for something they couldn't afford, so he went into an alley and did the transformation jutsu. He walked back out then grabbed the Imperial officers and beat them in the alleyway before taking their money. He burned them alive with a fire ninjutsu and buried their bodies underground using his earth manipulation. He gave the elderly couple the money he stole and gestured for them to be quiet. "Thank you, Sonny," the elderly man said. "How can we ever repay you?" the elderly lady asked. "There's an underground bunker hidden within the forest between two odd-looking trees. In a few weeks or months, quietly gather as many people as you can and go there," Naruto said, and the old man saluted. "Viva la revolucia cubaine," the old man whispered, and Naruto saluted back to him. "Remember what I said," Naruto told them and walked away. Few weeks later. After the events of Siu injuring Mine and Shield, missions kept up for them, and sadly, Bullet was killed on his mission with Tatsumi. Tatsumi and Bullet went on a mission together to protect a civil official being targeted for assassination by the Three Beasts, which was a group of 3 people who were bodyguards, enforcers and servants of Esdeath. During the ensuing battle between Tatsumi and one of the members, Deidara, Bullet saved Tatsumi and then angrily scolded him for falling into the enemy's trap before heading into the fight himself. Bullet cut Deidara in half and managed to defeat his old general, General Liver, who in turn poisoned Bullet, which killed him. Before his death, Bullet entrusted Tatsumi with his Taigu, Incursio, and Tatsumi used it to kill the final member in one hit. After Bullet's death, Naruto threw himself into his training to the point where he trained from sun up to sundown and even managed to train for a week straight before he collapsed due to exhaustion. If that wasn't bad enough, his training was so intense that he blew up a huge portion of a mountain with his lightning of absolution, and he gave Night Raid a scare because they thought he killed himself, but he was fine. A good thing that happened was Shield woke up, much to everyone's relief, and she was sad to learn about the death of Bullet. She knew the risks of the job, but everyone in Might Raid were like family to her and she didn't want to lose any of them. Naruto was currently at the tournament hosted by Esdeath, who hadn't been paying attention really due to the fighters being boring, and that's exactly what Naruto was hoping for. He seemed weak, but strong enough to make it to the finals where he wasn't favored to win, and now he was going to destroy his opponent to get her attention. He was standing in the ring across from his final opponent with Lubbock and Leone up in the stands. On the east side we have Calbi the Butcher. On the west side we have Naruto, who prefers just his name. The announcer said, "Who's this shrimp? The prize money's as good as mine. It may have been excommunicated, but I'm still a 9th level master at Kukenji," Calbi said, and Naruto just looked at him. "Okay," Naruto said. "Begin," the announcer said. "I'll serve you a full course of my fists," Calbi said. "All power with no speed," Naruto thought. He jumped out of the way from getting smashed and then delivered a kick to Calbi, who blocked it, but he was still sent flying backwards. Calbi roared and then started throwing punches at Naruto, who easily blocked all of them and gave Calbi 2 strong punches to the stomach. Calbi raised his fists over his head and brought them down at great speeds, creating a dust cloud after the impact. The crowd grew in anticipation as the dust settled, only to see Naruto holding both of Calbi's fists with one hand, and the ground was destroyed underneath him. "Good punch. That one had some power to it. Now it's my turn," Naruto said. Naruto slipped into Calbi's guard and gave him a quick barrage of punches that brought Calbi to his knees. Naruto kicked him in the chin and threw him into the air, which shocked everyone except for Lubbock and Leone. Naruto jumped up high and kicked Calbi back to the ground, rendering him unconscious. "I win," Naruto said. "That'll be all. The winner is Naruto," the announcer said. "I had better competition against rogue bandits than this guy," Naruto mumbled, and Esdeath walked up to him. "Naruto. That's your name, right?" Esdeath asked. "Yeah," Naruto replied. "I like it," Esdeath said. "So, this is Esdeath. Not bad to look at. Too bad she's a bloodthirsty general," Naruto thought. "Your victory just now was magnificent. I'd like to reward you for your efforts," Esdeath said, as she walked up to him and reached into her shirt. "Thanks, I guess," Naruto said, and then a collar was placed on his neck. "From now on, you belong to me," Esdeath said. "The fuck? Listen, I'm not into collars. So take this off of me," Naruto said, and she started to pull it. "There are too many distractions out here. Come to my place," Esdeath said, and he planted his foot. "I just said to take this collar off of me. I'm not some damn dog," Naruto said, and broke the collar off his neck. "A man with a strong resolve. I'll be sure to break you," Esdeath said, and gave him a sinister grin that didn't faze him at all. "More like the other way around. Now, you clearly want to talk about something, so I'll hear you out," Naruto said. "Let us take this to my chambers. Just the 2 of us," Esdeath said, and Naruto noticed her blush. "Lead the way," Naruto said. "Are you telling me what to do?" Esdeath asked in a cold voice. "Well, I obviously don't know where your chambers are, so I can't go there myself," Naruto said. This way, Esdeath said and tried hitting him on his neck to knock him out, but he caught her hand. Don't, Naruto said. I'm going to enjoy breaking you. Esdeath said and walked away with him following her. Esdeath chambers. You wanted something, so talk. Naruto said, as he was sitting in her room. A man who likes to cut to the chase. You are now my lover and we will be together for the rest of our lives. Together we will rule everything and I'll be there to protect you from harm. Esdeath said and Naruto just looked at her. What? Naruto asked. Is love confusing to you as well? Esdeath asked. No, I'm well acquainted with love. Naruto said. Then there should be no misunderstanding of what I said. Esdeath told him. I'm misunderstanding the part where I agreed to this. I don't even know you and I don't love you. Naruto said. That can all change. Esdeath said. Unfortunately it can't. I already have somebody. Naruto said. Then I will find this person and take her out. Esdeath said. Good luck. She lives so far away that you'll never find her. Naruto said. I can get the information out of you. Esdeath said and froze him in a block of ice with his head uncovered. Ice is the last thing you should use against me. Naruto said and the flames of Amaterasu quickly melted the ice away. Black flames. I've made quite the catch. Esdeath said. Esdeath, let me ask you something. How do you know you're in love with me? Naruto asked and she smirked. You have all the qualities I want in a man. Great potential, you're obviously fearless if you can stand up to me, you were raised far outside of the capital based on what I can tell, you're younger than me which is someone I can easily control and I can see that underneath that cold demeanor is a pure innocent smile. Esdeath said. While a lot of that is true, I'm not a fit as you have one of them wrong. Naruto said. I do. Esdeath asked. Yes, I'm not someone who can easily be controlled. I'm more of a dominant type. Naruto whispered in her ear as he appeared behind her and sent shivers down her spine. The weak die while the strong survive. I'm the strongest in this capital. Esdeath said and slammed him to the ground, but he quickly countered and held her hands behind her back. Look at that. The strongest in the capital has been beaten. Guess that makes you the second strongest. Naruto said and moved when an ice spear came at him. I am not weak. Esdeath said. Let's take this to the training field. Naruto said and jumped out the window. Gladly. Esdeath said and followed him. Training field. Naruto and Esdeath arrived at the training field and they immediately clashed with their swords. Esdeath pushed Naruto away and went at him with all she had to prove her point, but he blocked or countered everything she threw at him. Naruto ended up kicking her away and she barely moved away from him, cutting her face, but he sliced a few strands of her hair. You should give up now. You can't beat me, Naruto calmly said. Shut up, Esdeath said. Esdeath rose up ice from the ground to kill him, but he countered by raising a wall made of crystals and everyone was stunned. His crystals then formed in the shape of a dragon and went towards her, but she blocked it with another wall of ice. Naruto kept on the offensive as he sent multiple crystal shards at Esdeath, keeping her on the defensive side of things, and she was not used to that. Their fight created so much noise that the teammates he was supposed to meet as well as guards came running to the training field. Who is that General Esdeath is fighting against? Saryu asked. His name's Naruto, a blue-haired boy said. How do you know him, Wave? Saryu asked. He won the tournament and is supposed to join our team. Run was there as well. Wave said. It's true. However, he didn't show nearly this much skill during his fights. Run said. Should we help her? Saryu asked. No, Wave said. He's correct. That would make her look weak. A man with glasses said. Esdeath finally found an opening which was very small, but she took it anyway and sent a tiny ice shard towards Naruto's face, but he dodged it like it was nothing. Naruto used the fireball jutsu on Esdeath and everyone was in awe that he could breathe fire. While Esdeath did indeed block the fireball with a thick wall of ice, she was sent flying back into the wall thanks to the explosion, and Naruto's expression never changed. Do you give up? Naruto asked. No, Esdeath said. Esdeath ran at Naruto and started to fight him in hand-to-hand combat, which proved to be useless. Naruto outclassed her in hand-to-hand combat as well and gave her a few bruises Amakevhei didn't want to permanently damage her, or worse, like he knew he could have. Esdeath managed to kick him away and then she froze time. She went to cut his head off, but her sword went right through him and she suddenly felt an intense pain in her stomach. Time went back to normal and Naruto had his knee buried in her stomach. Before Esdeath could even think about her next move, Naruto vanished from her sight and then kicked her away. He kept this going until she was down on the ground breathing heavily, and when she shakingly stood up to keep fighting, Naruto was already in front of her with a rasengan at her stomach. You lose, Naruto said, and then everything went dark for Esdeath. No way, Saryu said. She lost. Wave said and watched Naruto pick her up. How? Run asked and Naruto walked over to them. Sup? Naruto said and they just looked at him. Greetings, I'm Dr. Stylish. Stylish said. Naruto. I guess you're the team. Naruto said. Yeah, Saryu said. I'll see you tomorrow. Naruto said and walked away until he stopped at a short-haired girl eating snacks. I'm not sharing, she said and he smirked. What's your name? Naruto asked. Kurone, she said. I see, good snack, you should try the strawberry flavor next. Naruto said and left. Strawberry, Kurone said. Later that night, Naruto brought Esdeath back to her room and healed her wounds from their battle. While she was unconscious, he sent a wolf to Najinda to keep her updated and told her not to respond to keep things safe. He needed to wash up, so being the guy he is, he used Esdeath's shower and put on some clothes, which were some shorts and a sleeveless shirt. Esdeath suddenly woke up gasping for air and looked around at her surroundings. I see you're finally awake, Naruto said and she looked at him. What happened? Esdeath asked. I kicked your ass, Naruto said and walked over to her as she grabbed her head. Weak, Esdeath said. What? Naruto asked. I'm weak, you should have killed me, Esdeath said. Esdeath, you're not weak, Naruto said. I lost, I couldn't defeat you, Esdeath said. So, I can't beat my father and that doesn't mean I'm weak, Naruto said. I have to get stronger. I need to fight. We're going out tomorrow, Esdeath said and Naruto gently pushed her down to the bed after she tried to get up. You need to relax, Esdeath, let me ask you something. What do you think of the Revolutionary Army? Naruto asked and she gained a cold look. They all deserve to die. I'll hunt them down one by one if I have to and kill them. Same goes for Night Raid, Esdeath said. You're willing to do all of that for an emperor who doesn't even want you around after you've done that? Naruto said. He can't get rid of me, Esdeath said. Oh yes he can. You're so bloodthirsty and hooked on fighting that you can't even see that you're being deceived, Naruto said and she narrowed her eyes. My team will follow me to hell and back for a fight. Their loyalty belongs to me and would never betray me, Esdeath said. Yes, your team, that you personally selected, but not the entire Imperial Army, Naruto said and she frowned a bit. What do you mean? Esdeath asked. I had a spy in the Imperial Army and he found something that may interest you. Your beloved Emperor plans on betraying you, Naruto said and gave her the folder. This is a bunch of lies, Esdeath said, as she read the reports. Do you really believe that, or are you more shocked that the people who gave you everything and made you who you are have a plan that you know will certainly kill you? Betrayal is something you hate more than being weak, Naruto said. You're just trying to break me. It won't work, Esdeath said. If I wanted to break you, I have a simpler way to do it, Naruto said and his Sharingan activated. They wouldn't do this. They have allowed me to take time in order to fall in love, Esdeath said. You'll never find love the way you are, Naruto said. I found you, Esdeath said. You love me because I'm strong. You don't know anything about me and nobody wants a bloodthirsty psychotic bitch as their lover. You've killed so many people all in the name of the Empire and you suddenly think somebody's going to fall in love with you. For somebody who wants to fall in love and potentially start a family, you've got a lot of good you need to do. Besides, you picked the wrong side anyway, Naruto said. Explain yourself, Esdeath said. You like to fight, right? Naruto asked. Yes, Esdeath replied. If you want to feel the thrill of battle, you'd get more thrill fighting against the Empire who vastly outnumbers the Revolutionary Army, Naruto said. The Revolutionary Army cannot give me what I want, Esdeath said. What is that? Naruto asked. A good fight, somebody to fall in love with and free reign to do as I please against the enemy, Esdeath said. Somebody of your caliber who knows the Imperial Army's forces and strategies would certainly be given free reign to do as you please. You help take down the Emperor and you'll have men lining up to take your hand in marriage, Naruto said and he could see he was getting through to her. Are you part of the Revolutionary Army? Esdeath asked. No. Have I been offered a chance to join? Yes. Night Raid has also reached out to me, Naruto said. Night Raid, what do you think of their group? Esdeath asked. I think you all have them misunderstood. I've been keeping track of the people they kill and it's only against corrupted people. It just so happens that some of their targets are people within the Empire and they're all corrupt, Naruto said. The Empire is keeping things in order. Nothing is wrong with how they run things. They are weak and are supposed to suffer, Esdeath said. Really? You've never even bothered to ask why the surrounding villages or the people in the slums live how they do. I'll tell you what, tomorrow instead of going out killing, you come with me to the slums to see how people are living and you help me out. Naruto said and she narrowed her eyes. What do I get out of this task? Esdeath asked. You do that and show people that you do care about them, you might just find somebody to fall in love with you. Naruto said. I do not want anybody. I have already found you. Esdeath said. Listen, all I'm good for is a few rounds of sex with you. My heart is already taken. Naruto said and smirked when she blushed. I see. I will accompany you to the slums tomorrow. Esdeath said. I'll see you at noon. Naruto said and went to the door, but stopped. Is there something wrong? Esdeath asked. I just realized you never gave me a room. Naruto said. That's because you will be sleeping with me. Esdeath said and he sighed. I would like to have my own room. Naruto said. All rooms are occupied. I don't bite unless I want to. Esdeath said and gave him a grin as he walked over to the bed. Fine, Naruto said and she wrapped her arms around him when he sat on the bed. Naruto, tell me about this girl that has stolen your heart. Esdeath said. She's the complete opposite of you. Naruto said. The complete opposite. I see. Esdeath said. If you really want to fall in love, you need to let it happen naturally. The reason nobody approaches you is because of your reputation. If you can show people that you do have a heart and you're not just a completely bloodthirsty general, you'll eventually find love. Naruto said and grabbed the folder before looking through it. Wait, go back, Esdeath said. Huh? Naruto asked. Go back, I thought I saw something. Esdeath said and he went to what she was looking at. What is it? Naruto asked. This is my clan, Esdeath said and grabbed a file. Parta's clan, aren't they a clan from up north? Naruto asked. They were, but we were attacked years ago and I'm the lone survivor. Esdeath said and started to read the file. Lone survivor, huh? Naruto asked and she looked at him. Did you know about this? Esdeath asked. No, all I read was up to them planning to kill you after the revolutionary army was destroyed. Naruto said and she kept on reading. They set us up and I foolishly joined them. Esdeath said and kept reading. So you were being set up, taken advantage of and they killed your father. Now what? Naruto asked and the room was covered in ice. I'm going to kill them all. Esdeath said and a black aura surrounded her. Shit, that must be her Taigu. Naruto thought. I'll kill them all. Esdeath yelled and the entire building started to freeze over. Esdeath, calm down, Naruto said and grabbed her hand. They're dead, Esdeath said and her voice was deep. Esdeath, listen to me. You're giving in to your Taigu. Do not let it control you. Naruto said and she looked at him. You did this to me. Esdeath said and tried to attack him, but he moved. You need to calm down. Naruto said and moved from an ice spear. You did this to me. You made me weak. Esdeath said and Naruto just sighed. I don't have time for this. Naruto said and gave her a strong punch in the gut that knocked her to her knees making the aura go away. They used me like a pawn. Esdeath said and Naruto helped her to the bed. 100,000 soldiers can use somebody like you to take on nearly 500,000. Naruto said and she looked at him. What is your goal here? Esdeath asked. My goal is to take down the empire. From the inside or from the outside, that is my goal. The empire has been corrupt for many years and you were just another spoke on the wheel. The villages you raided as a loyal general to the empire were all innocent and were suffering because of the empire. Listen, you can't take back what you did, but you can at least try to make up for it by putting a stop to this. Are you in or are you out? Naruto asked and there was a knock on the door. General Esdeath, are you alright? A voice asked. General Esdeath, Night Raid has taken out another Imperial officer. A different voice said. It's up to you. What's your decision? Naruto asked, as she looked between him and the door. I don't know, Esdeath said, as she grabbed her head and Naruto knelt down to her. You either choose to fight against the people who want to make this place better by ending the corruption or you fight against the people who killed your clan, planned on betraying you and used you like a pawn. Naruto said. General Esdeath, a voice said. We're coming in, a voice said and she froze the door. My team, Esdeath said. If they are loyal to you then they will follow you no matter what decision you make. Naruto said. Will you help me find love? Esdeath asked. I can't promise you it will work as quickly as you want it to, but I can help. Naruto said. Gather the Jaegers and meet me in the forest. Esdeath said and killed the soldiers at the door. Sure, Naruto said. Hours later. Naruto managed to gather all members of the Jaegers like Esdeath ordered and he managed to get them to the forest. They met up with Esdeath, who somehow managed to gather 100,000 soldiers, and they were all in a forest clearing. General Esdeath, why are we out in the forest this late at night? Dr. Stylish asked. Do not call me General anymore, Esdeath said. Why not? Saryu asked. As of now, I am defecting from the Imperial Army, Esdeath said. What? Saryu asked. May we know the reason why? Wave asked. There are multiple reasons. As you all know, I am looking to fall in love, and it has been brought to my attention that the way things are now will prohibit that from happening. There have also been recent discoveries about the Emperor regarding myself that I do not wish to speak of, for I may kill everyone around me. I have brought all of you out here who are my most trusted soldiers to ask who will aid me in my battle against the Empire. Esdeath said. I will, Saryu said. Count me in. I came here to join your team anyway, Wave said. Kurome, Naruto asked, and she looked at him. Will I get to kill my sister? Kurome asked. Not exactly, but you can fight her, Naruto said. Will there be food? Kurome asked, and Naruto sighed. Yes, there will be food, Naruto said. I'm in, Kurome said, and Naruto tossed her a bag of snacks. What of my wife and daughter? Bowles asked. There's a hideout you can place them in before the fighting starts. My guess is we have only a few weeks before everything boils over between the Empire and the Revolutionary Army, Naruto said. I am in, Bowles said. Wait, I thought Run was with us, Wave said. Forget about him, Naruto said. I cannot join you because my experiments are far too important, Dr. Stylish said. I see, Esdeath said, and killed him right where he stood. I'll handle this, Naruto said, and used his earth manipulation to bury the body deep underground. Now, the Jaegers have agreed to follow me. I have brought 100,000 soldiers with me, and none of you have responded. Who will join me in my fight? Esdeath asked, and after a while, a lot of hands started to go up. You can come out now, Naruto said, and Naginda appeared. Naginda, Esdeath said. Esdeath, I see your mission went as planned, Naruto. Got it done quicker than I expected, Naginda said. Mission? Esdeath asked. Recruit you to their side. It wasn't hard really, given how much evidence I had on the Emperor that put them against you, Naruto said. You lied. You said you weren't part of the Revolutionary Army, Esdeath said. He's not lying. He's more of a contract worker from far away, Naginda said. Where are you from? Esdeath asked. The Elemental Nations, Naruto said, and everyone gasped. That's like a month away by boat, Saryu said. I know, Naruto said. Let's get going. I'm sure there will be questions on why so many people are missing. I'll inform the leaders of the Revolutionary Army that we have 100,000 soldiers coming to our side. I'll lead the soldiers there while Esdeath and her team follow Naruto to the hideout, Naginda said. Let's get moving, Naruto said, and everyone started walking, but along the way Esdeath pulled Naruto to the side. I must tell you something, Esdeath said, and had a blush on her face. What? Naruto asked. Until we find my love, I look forward to spending many nights with you, Esdeath said, and walked away. Damn it, me and my big mouth, Naruto said. Night raid hideout. What the fuck is she doing here? Mine yelled and pointed her taigu at Saryu. You, Saryu yelled, and her taigu got ready. She's joining us, Naruto said. Over my dead body, Mine yelled. That can be arranged, Saryu yelled. Both of you stop or I'll kill you where you stand, Esdeath said, and froze the room. Mine, please go check on your boyfriend, Naruto said. He's not my boyfriend, Mine said, and went to check on Tatsumi. I guess you pick an empty room. I'll get started on dinner, and Kurome, do not fight at the dinner table, Naruto said, and she nodded. I wish to share a room with you, Esdeath said. Sorry, but I'm the only one sharing that bed with him, Leone said. She's the one you were telling me about, Esdeath asked. No, Naruto said. We just go at it like a couple of horny rabbits, Leone said. I would like to join, Esdeath said, and gave a grin. Everyone gets their own room, Naruto said, and walked away, going to a specific room before knocking on the door. Who is it? A gentle voice asked. It's me, Naruto. Can I come in? Naruto asked, and he heard stuff being moved around inside. You can come in now, the person said, and he opened the door. How are you feeling, Shiel? Naruto asked. I'm okay. Mine and Leone have been a huge help. Akame as well, Shiel said, and smiled. That's great, Naruto said. Did you need something? Shiel asked. Actually, there is. Do you remember that girl Saryu who nearly killed you? Naruto asked, and she nodded. Yes, Shiel said. She's joining Night Raid, Naruto said. Why? Shield asked. I was on a mission to recruit Esdeath to our side and I brought more people than I thought. She's one of them, Naruto said. I see, Shield said. I just wanted to let you know just in case there's bad blood between the two of you and I can keep her away from you. Naruto said. It's fine, I cut her arms off. Besides, I can't do much right now anyway. My injuries aren't healed up yet, Shield said. Have they been bothering you? Naruto asked. Not as much as they were when I first woke up, Shield said. That's good. Have you eaten today? Naruto asked. Yes, Akame said she would bring me dinner when it's ready, Shield said. That's good. So, what's behind this cover? Naruto asked. Don't touch it, Shield said and he raised an eyebrow. I wasn't going to, Naruto said. Sorry, but it's not ready yet, Shield said. That's okay. I'm sure it's great. Well, I'm going to lay down until dinner is ready. I'll come check up on you after I'm finished eating, Naruto said. Okay, see you later, Shield said and he left the room. Naruto, can you heal these two? Leonie asked, as she was carrying Akame and Kurome. What happened? Naruto asked. They started to fight and knocked each other out, Leonie said. Did they use their Taigu? Naruto asked. No, Leonie said. Good, put them in the training field and let them keep fighting, Naruto said. Are you serious? Leonie asked. Yes, I knew this was coming and I told Akame to fight her sister without her Taigu so they could settle their differences. No Taigu being used means there's a significantly less chance of death. Let them fight, Naruto said. Fine, dinner is done as well, Leonie said. I'll bring Shield her food, Naruto said and Leonie nodded. I already ate, Leonie said and walked away. Dinner table. So, Naruto, how long do you think the fight will last? Lubbock asked. I don't know. Over the next month or so, I have somebody quietly evacuating the civilians as much as possible. I set up an underground bunker in the forest to protect the civilians from harm, Naruto said. With our forces getting more men, we should be able to hold them off and add in Esdeath who's on our side, we increased our chances of winning by at least 70%. Mine said. I don't understand, you just left this morning and you're already back. How did you get her to agree so quickly? Lubbock asked. Simple, I beat her in a fight which broke her mentally and then I gave her the evidence that the Empire was going to betray her. I also said that I'd help her fall in love with somebody before I left. Naruto said. Help her of all people fall in love. You've got a better chance of having mine give me a kiss than that. Lubbock said. No he doesn't, Mine said. Listen, I know it's going to take some time, but she genuinely does want to fall in love. She'll help with the rebuild as part of our deal and from there she'll help expose the corruption in the government. Naruto said. I want no part of that. Just remember she's your problem. Mine said. I know, Naruto said. How does She'll feel about Saryu joining us? Mine asked. She said she was fine with it. I don't think she holds any ill feelings towards her. Like she said, she did cut her arms off. Naruto said. Did you meet our newest members before the others came? Mine asked. You mean Chelsea and Susanoo? Naruto asked. Yes, Mine said. Not really. Najinda told me about them on our way here, but I haven't seen them. Naruto said. I hate Chelsea. Mine said and she was glomped by a girl with auburn hair. Oh you're just jealous because I look better than you and my chest is bigger. Chelsea said. Get off me, Mine said and pushed Chelsea away. Who's this? Chelsea asked. Chelsea, this is Naruto. He's a contract worker for us, but he's a member of Night Raid. Lubbock said and Chelsea walked over to him. He's too pure to be in this line of work. I bet he hasn't killed anybody. Chelsea said. I had my first kill when I was 7. Try again, Naruto said and she blinked. Ha, you were wrong, Mine said. Shut up, flat chest. Chelsea said. I'm going to bed, Naruto said and left. Look at what you've done. You made him leave, Mine said. Next month. The time has come for the final battle between the Empire and the Revolutionary Army. Over the past month, Night Raid have been taking out as much of the Imperial Army as they could, which forced the Emperor to recall all forces back to the Empire, which is what they were hoping for. Naruto was paired up with Leonie, Esdeath and Mine for his group. While Esdeath and Leonie would rush into the fight and slaughter their opponents, Naruto and Mine would attack from a distance with their combined attack that they finally mastered. They weren't completely ruthless though, as they gave everyone an opportunity to revolt against the Empire and only killed those who refused. They also managed to evacuate about 95% of the civilians, and Naruto's shadow clones took their place under a henge to look like everyone that was missing. They all knew what they were in for, and everyone was ready to die at any moment. Night Raid was currently standing in the forest just outside of the capital, and everyone was waiting for the signal. Naruto was standing alone as he took in the sunrise, and Leone spoke up, catching his attention. A club, Leone said. What? Naruto asked. My dream. You asked me what my dream was like 2 months ago, and I want to open up a club. A club where everyone is welcome and they can just have a good time. Maybe keep some watchdogs on the security detail to prevent drugs from getting in. Leone said. Well, let me know when that club opens and I'll gladly come back to check it out. Naruto said. It has been fun with you around. I'm going to miss you when you're gone. I mean, who else will pay off my debts and put up with me when I'm drunk? Leone asked and gave him a smile. Yeah, who knows, maybe you'll meet your mate and whoever it is can deal with you. Naruto said, and they shared a laugh. Nice to see that you've changed since the first time you arrived here. Lubbock said, as he stood next to them. Yeah, he was an emotionless brick wall that hated having fun. Leone said. It's not that I didn't like having fun. It just rarely happened where I was at. Naruto said. My point still stands that you've changed. Lubbock said. I believe you have me in mind to thank for that. Leone said. Akame as well. Naruto said and looked at Akame talking to her sister. Yeah, I never thought I'd see the day when somebody would eat more than her. Lubbock said. Alright everyone, listen up. In a few minutes there will be a gap in the shift change for the guards thanks to info we have on the inside. When that happens, everyone has their objectives. On the maps we've given you there are different areas still populated with civilians. Naruto, how will they know which ones are just your copies? Naginda asked. Each of them will have an orange armband on their arm. If that doesn't work, ask them who the king is. If they say the emperor, then they aren't my clones. Naruto said. Good. We've calculated that there's maybe 5,000 civilians left inside. If there is no way to get them to any of the bunkers we have, try to create a safe zone in those areas. We don't want any civilian casualties at all. We have 20 teams of 500 soldiers and each team has a captain that will make the decisions. Once your area is secured, if you are still able to fight, move towards the next group and help out while leaving some behind to make sure the civilians are safe. Naruto, Akame and Leone, you three are in charge of storming the capital. Naginda said. Got it, Naruto said and pulled out his old mask. Hello, old friend. Naruto thought and placed the mask on. Our main target is the Prime Minister. We get him and this victory is as good as ours. Naginda said. What about the rest of us? Lubbock asked. The rest of us will be taking out the army. Over the month we've taken out a large chunk of their numbers and forced some of them to retire thanks to them wanting to stay with their families. Naginda said. Remember, all of them use the same fighting style, but some are better than others. Death said. Come on, Naginda, give us a speech, Naruto said and she sighed. Today, we will overthrow this empire and begin anew. We will bring down the corrupt government with our own hands and create a nation where citizens can live peacefully. Naginda said. Oh yeah, now, I'm pumped, Leone said and then a flare went off. That's the signal. Move out, Naginda said and everyone went into action. Palace. Bodies were laid all over the floor in the palace building and blood was splattered along the wall. Naruto, Akame and Leone were all taking out any imperial officer that stood in their way. Naruto and Akame used their swords to cut them down while Leone used the brute strength of her taigu to rip them to shreds. Their fighting took a few hours until they were finally close to the emperor's room and Leone burst through the floor. Bingo. Palace security is light just as we thought, Leone said, as two guards stood in front of them. Sending all of those imperial officers out to the lower levels and leaving this part vulnerable is weird. Naruto said and took out the guards in front of them before entering another room. Night Raid. A guard said. We don't wish to kill any more than necessary. Those who aren't prepared to die should leave. Akame said. That isn't an option, a guard said. Figures. The guards here are more determined. Leone said. We've got no choice. Kill them, Naruto said and then a voice spoke up. These three are too much for you. Please stand down, Run said, as he appeared. One of the Jaegers, Leone said. It's been a while. You remember me, Naruto? Run asked. Not really. I don't suppose you'll let us through, Naruto said. That is correct. When I take a job, I see it through to the end. Run said. Even if it's for the wrong cause? Naruto asked. What is right and wrong is a question for future historians. There's no need for the rest of you to lose your lives. Please leave us, Run said. Huh. It's fine. In fact, you'll only be in the way. Run said and activated his taigu, which turned into a pair of wings. He's coming, Akame said, as Run went into the air and fired projectiles at them, forcing them to hide behind cover. So that's his taigu, Leone said. What you say is true. The empire is completely degenerate. The current regime is sure to collapse. Run said. If you know that, then why stand in our way? Leone asked. Your methods involve too much bloodshed. Run said. How can you lecture us like this? Leone asked. I was once a teacher, you know. Run said. Then why would someone like you join the Jaegers? Why stay sided with the Imperial Army? Leone asked. Back in my hometown, my students were abducted and killed by bandits. However, the Empire didn't deem it a crime. My village was very poor after all. They were abandoned by those in charge. That's why I bear a grudge against the Empire. Run said. You fucking idiot. That's what we're trying to prevent. We want to help those villages become stronger and change the entire system. Why aren't you with us? Leone asked and went to attack him, but she missed. I wanted to do things my own way. To change the empire from within, but then you lot went and started a violent rebellion. Run said. We didn't start anything. This bloodshed has been going on long before any of us were even born. Just admit it. You're too weak to turn your back on those stronger than you. You're a coward, Leone said. Enough, Naruto said, and he appeared behind Run. You missed, Run said. No, I didn't, Naruto said, and then Run's head fell off his shoulders. Nice, Akame said. Leone, take his taigu and help secure the palace. Akame and I got this one, Naruto said. You got it, Leone said, and grabbed the taigu before running off. Akame, go around and meet me in the Emperor's room. The door shouldn't be too far from here, Naruto said. Right, Akame said and gave him a hug. What's the hug for? Naruto asked. Don't die, Akame said and ran off. Let's do this, Naruto said. Emperor's throne. Prime Minister, how is the battlefront? The Emperor asked. Unfavorable. The rebels fight with passion and idealism. Our forces will wither before them, Prime Minister Honest said. A rebellion, have I governed them so poorly? Emperor asked. Not at all. Even after your parents passed, you've upheld your position as Emperor splendidly, and I've watched over you this whole time. Rest assured, you have not erred, Honest said. That's true. You've always been by my side, Emperor said, and never noticed Honest's grin. Your Excellency, the citizens have been captivated by nonsense. A nonsense they call a rebellion. You must make an example of these traitors. Yes, blood will be spilled, but an emperor must be austere. This frivolous rebellion will settle down once you demonstrate your authority. Now, let us be on our way, Honest said, and when the emperor stood up, the doors were blown off its hinges. Finally, Naruto said. A rebel, Honest said. Night raid, the emperor said. What were the palace guards doing? Honest asked, and then Akame came crashing through the window. No further bodyguards of note. The target is Prime Minister Honest. Eliminate, Akame said, and jumped over the remaining guards only to hit a force field that was protecting Honest. The ultimate Imperial relic has already been activated. Take this. Ahem, Honest said, as he didn't want to blow his cover that he was using the Emperor. The rebellion you've sparked has thrown the Empire into chaos, the Emperor said. No, the Empire has been in the grip of Trinity for many years, and this whole time it is the weak who have suffered. A nation this cruel needs to change, Naruto said. Your Majesty, you mustn't be deceived by these words, Honest said. I see what's going on. Honest, you want the power and glory that comes with the royal name, but you know you could never have it, so you did the next best thing. You took advantage of a little kid who doesn't even know the truth behind his own nation and used him to shape the empire to the way you want it. Naruto said. Oh, I don't appreciate these false accusations in front of the Emperor. Everything I have advised him is out of love, Honest said. Quit talking. This empire is finished, Naruto said. It's time you shut your mouth. Your Majesty, bring down the iron hammer of justice on these foolish rebels. Honest said. I am the ruler of this nation, the Emperor said, and the room started to shake. This cannot be good, Naruto said, and something exploded from the ground. The Empire's trump card, Shikutazer. Its strength rivals that of God. No, it is God. Those who betray the Empire will be judged by God, Honest said, and the palace was destroyed as the Emperor's taigu activated. Our empire has lasted generations by the grace and will of God. None can defy God, the Emperor said, and his taigu fired off a blast that destroyed an entire part of the empire. Akame, Naruto, are you alright? Najinda asked, as they landed near her. Yeah, that thing is huge, Naruto said. It's the ultimate defense of the empire. I didn't think it was real. This is why the prime minister didn't surrender. Naginda said, as the emperor destroyed more parts of the empire with his taigu. How is everything else going? Naruto asked. We're nearly there, but this just made things complicated. Naginda said. I see. Stand back, Naruto said. What are you going to do? Naginda asked. This thing is in our way, correct? Naruto asked. Yes, Naginda said. I'll stop it. Make sure everyone is out of the blasting zone. This is going to get destructive. Naruto said. Did you hear me say that thing is the ultimate defense of the empire? Naginda said. Yes. In short, we need to do whatever we can to defeat him here. No matter what, Naruto said, as he was surrounded by a black form. Akame, get back, Naginda said. Everyone jumped away as Naruto's Susanoo kept growing until it was complete. Everyone was in shock at Naruto's complete Susanoo. It was completely black with golden eyes, had long tengu nose, its head had two curved spikes that looked like they were broken off at the top, and it seemed to have hair that resembled flames. It wore samurai armor, and in its right hand was the Susanoo version of Naruto's sword, but in the left hand was one of Makoto's swords. On its back were two huge wings Naruto could use to fly. Whoa, Akame said. That thing is bigger than the Emperor's taigu. Naginda said, as she stared at the Susanoo in awe. What is that? Is that another taigu? There's no way the Empire was hiding something like that. Everyone, that thing is on our side. While it deals with the Emperor's ultimate defense, I want everyone to deal with the remaining Imperial army. If they surrender, tie them up. Akame, let's go meet up with the others. Naginda said. Right, Akame said, and they left. Naruto's Susanoo spread its wings and took off towards the Emperor's taigu. The Emperor tried knocking Naruto out of the air with multiple blasts, but Naruto deflected all of them to the sky and then punched the Emperor's defense, making it stumble. Splendid. As long as we have this power, none can defy us. Everything will be ours, Honest said. Are you sure about that? Leonie asked, as she appeared behind him. You, Honest said. We have a lot to talk about. Leonie said and activated her taigu. You chose the wrong side, Honest said, and the ring on his finger shined, making Leonie go back to normal. What the hell did you do? Leonie asked, and Honest laughed at her. This is my taigu, the Aristone. Once I pick a target, it destroys the target's taigu and the crystal itself. Honest said, and Leonie punched him in the face. Taigu or not, I can still kick your ass, Leonie said. Leonie ran at Honest and started throwing punches that Honest somewhat blocked, showing his skills in combat. Leonie went to kick him, but the ground shook from Naruto's Susanoo landing on the ground, throwing her off balance, and Honest took advantage by punching her in the stomach. The fight went on, with Leonie having some difficulty with Honest, who proved to be no slouch, but in the end she managed to pin him to the ground and landed a few punches to his face. Right as she was about to end him, Honest pulled out a gun and shot Leonie in the stomach 3 times. However, despite all of that, Leonie still managed to beat him until he was unrecognizable, and then she fell to the ground bleeding out. It was fun while it lasted, Leonie thought and smiled, but one of Naruto's clones came over to her. Man, you really did a number on him, the clone said, and she chuckled. Just let me die in peace, Leonie said. Nope, not happening, the clone said, and pulled out some medical supplies. While Leonie was getting healed, Naruto was busy dealing with the Emperor, who was too stubborn to quit his rampage, and Naruto was done trying to change his mind. Naruto's Susanoo flew into the air once again, but this time he took the Emperor's ultimate defense with him and then slammed it to the ground. Naruto used his Sharingan to search for any weak spots and found them. Naruto's Susanoo created a massive rasengan and slammed it into the weak spot until the ultimate defense broke down and exploded near the head. Naruto dropped his Susanoo and put his sword to the neck of the Emperor, who came out of his taigu. You're done, Naruto said, and swung his sword, but stopped. Why'd you stop? The Emperor asked. Because you're going to face your people in a public execution, Naruto said, and knocked him out. Boss, what now? A clone asked. Stop calling me boss. Second, we bring the Emperor to all of his people to show we won, Naruto said, and the clone nodded. I think Naginda and Akame are with Esdeath and Tatsumi, the clone said. Got it, Naruto said, and vanished. Naruto. After arriving at where the clone said Naginda and Akame were located, Naruto instantly knew Esdeath was having fun. There were sounds of screams coming along with ice everywhere, and she had a bloodthirsty grin on her face as she cut down members of the Imperial Army. Akame was right along with her while Naginda was helping Tatsumi stand up, who looked like he'd seen better days. I'm guessing nobody's going to stop them. Naruto said, as he walked over to Najinda. I tried, but Akame is in kill mode as you call it and we all know how S-Death gets in this environment. I see you have the Emperor. What happened to the Prime Minister? Najinda asked. Leone killed him and she's being treated for gunshot wounds. Naruto said. I see. Najinda said. What happened to you, Tatsumi? Naruto asked. I overused Incursio and paid the price. Tatsumi said. You're lucky you didn't use it too much. You could have turned into a dragon since you still aren't strong enough to fully resist it yet. Naruto said and they heard more screams. Naruto, can you stop them? Najinda asked and he sighed. Fine, Naruto said and ran into the battle then stopped S-Death and Akame. Naruto. S-Death asked. Not a target. Akame said and tried to jump over him, but he grabbed her collar. Will you stop? It's over. We won. Naruto said and pointed at the Emperor who he left next to Najinda. Where's the Prime Minister? S-Death asked. Dead. I see you had fun. Naruto said. I did. 175,000 soldiers weren't enough for me and my team. S-Death said. Obviously. Let's go. We've got some cleaning up to do. Naruto said. Do not forget our deal. S-Death said. I'm not. That's why you're going to help me clean and fix up the slums. Naruto said and walked away. 2 months later. After defeating the Empire and securing victory, the Revolutionary Army quickly began rebuilding the capital. The Emperor faced a public execution and gave one final wish for the Empire to truly prosper. There was a mass burial held from both sides as everyone didn't make it out alive. Naruto kept his word and brought S-Death to the slums every day to fix it up. At first everyone was hesitant to even go near her, but they soon warmed up to her and slowly started to accept her. While she didn't find love in the slums, a few merchants that would stop by to trade goods would catch her eye, but according to her, none of them sufficed. There was much to wonder about as to who would rule the empire now, but nobody has been selected for the job and nobody really wanted it. This is really hard. We probably should have figured this out before we did the revolution. Najinda said. You were one of the main figureheads, why don't you just take over? Leone asked. Too much of a headache to rule this entire place. Najinda said. I'm more of a fighter anyway. S-Death said. Just run the empire how things are in my village. Naruto said. What do you mean? Najinda asked. As you know we have the leader of my village, but the leader doesn't make all the decisions and it sort of lessens the workload. You form a council with no more than 7 people. 3 people to handle military matters, 3 people to handle all civilian matters and trades. Then you have that one person who specializes in both sides if they can't come to an agreement. The ruler has an advisor by their side to help as well. You vote for a ruler, then you have the military request 3 people for seats on the council and you have the civilians vote for 3 people on the council. Naruto said. That's how it's run in your village. Najinda asked. Yes, you should also appoint representatives to go out to each village and try to form alliances that benefit both parties. Naruto said. I vote for you. Leone said. No, Naruto said. Anyway, I'll bring this up at our next meeting with the others. Now, everyone, follow me. Najinda said and they stood up. Where are we going? Naruto asked. To eat. Akame prepared a special meal for us. Najinda said. Okay. Naruto said. Dining room. Naruto, Leone, S-Death and Naruto made it to the dining room and the lights were off. Leone clapped 4 times followed by a whistle and then the lights turned on. Surprise. Everyone yelled and Naruto just blinked. What is this? Naruto asked. It's your birthday and going away party. Leone said. Yeah, we figured we'd do something nice for you and since your birthday was coming up, we figured to throw you a party. Lubbock said. It was all mine's idea. Leone said. Don't put me on the spot. Mine said and looked away. I really don't know what to say other than thank you. Naruto said and he was pulled into a group hug. We really do appreciate everything you've done for us over the past 3 years. We can't thank you enough. Najinda said. You can start thanking me by having a drink. Naruto said. Way ahead of you. Leone said and brought over a dish full of drinks. What kind of drink is this? S-Death said, as she looked at the drink in her hand. None of that fancy shit you lightweights drank in the palace. This is the good shit. Leone said. To Naruto. Lubbock said and raised his drink. To Naruto. Everyone cheered. Alright, birthday boy leaves tomorrow, so let's make this one night he'll never forget. Leone said. Wait, Shiel has a gift she wants to give to Naruto. Mine said and Shiel was sitting down next to a huge board covered in a sheet. What is it, Shiel? Naruto asked. It's a painting, Shield said. It's not one of your usual paintings, is it? Lubbock asked. No, this one is special. It's my way of showing my thanks to Naruto for helping me find my new talent. Shield said and removed the sheet. The painting showed all of the Night Raid members from the first year he arrived all the way up until now. She didn't include the Jaegers since she felt this should be something from the heart. Each year you could tell the difference in his attitude towards them, starting from cold and distant, to opening up to them all the way to finally accepting them. In that last part of the picture, everyone had their weapons drawn while he was painted with his Sharingan active and holding up the ram hand sign. Wow, that's amazing, Shield, Leonie said. Yeah, how'd you even come up with this? Mine asked. I just painted what I felt was right, Shield said, and Naruto gave her a hug. I love it, Naruto said. Did you hear that? Naruto actually used the word love. Who are you? Where's the real Naruto? Mine said and pointed at him. He's standing over somebody who can't reach the third shelf of the cabinet. Naruto said and smirked when her eye twitched. You have 2 seconds, Mine said and pulled out her taigu. See ya, Naruto said and left. Time's up, bitch, Mine yelled and ran after him with explosions following shortly after. I'll miss those two being together. They really brightened my day, Leonie said and drank some more. Next day. Naruto woke up in the morning with a slight hangover inside as he had to leave in a few hours. He tried to get up, but couldn't move, only to see Leonie and Esdeath holding onto his arms. He managed to free his arms and sure enough, they were all naked. He took a shower and just reminisced about his time over the past 3 years along with what transpired recently. After his shower he sealed away all of his belongings into a scroll before walking out of his room quietly. He passed Mine's room and heard a loud noise which sounded like she was throwing up, so he knocked before entering and she told him to come in. Long night? Naruto asked. Not as long as yours, Mine said and threw up again. I'm guessing you heard, Naruto said and held her hair back so it wouldn't get in the toilet or puked on. Thank you. Oh, and everyone heard you 3 last night, Mine said. Sorry about that, Naruto said. It's fine, Mine said. Don't tell Leonie, but I'm going to miss you the most out of everyone here, Naruto said. I guess I'll miss you a little bit, Mine said and threw up again. You should tell him, Naruto said. Tell who what? Mine asked. Tell Tatsumi, Naruto said, and she understood what he was saying. I just had too much to drink last night, Mine said. That would be the case, but you stayed away from the alcohol last night. How far are you? Naruto asked. I don't know, maybe 8 weeks. I haven't been to a doctor yet, Mine said. So, how long has this been going on between you two? Naruto asked. Since the time he saved me on a mission to take out a drug lord, Mine said. That was maybe 3 months ago, Naruto said. I know, don't say anything, I want to make the announcement, Mine said. Don't worry, I won't say a thing. So, now that you're pregnant and the Empire is defeated, what are you going to do? Naruto asked. I was thinking about settling down somewhere. I mean, we had our names cleared thanks to Esdeath and Seryu, but I think I'd rather live out in the countryside, Mine said. That does sound nice, Naruto said. By the way, you never told us the name of the girl who's waiting for you back home, Mine said. That's because none of you asked except Leonie. Anyway, her name is Shizuka, Naruto said. Well, I hope the two of you work out, Mine said. Thanks, I better get going. Boat leaves soon, Naruto said and gave her a hug. Take care of yourself. If you don't, I'll shoot you, and you know I have excellent aim, Mine said, and he laughed. I will. I'll see you later, Naruto said and walked out. Docks. The boat was getting ready to leave and Naruto was the last person getting on the boat. To him it was a fun experience to have, and he honestly wouldn't change it for the world. He made up his mind that he was coming back once everything was settled where he lived, and he would bring his family next time. Just as he was about to get on the boat, a voice spoke up. Hey, said, causing Naruto to turn around to see the original members of Night Raid except for Mine. Thought you could leave without saying goodbye, Leonie asked. I figured it would be easier that way, Naruto said. You could have left a note at least, Lubbock said. I could have, but I had a feeling you'd find me anyway, Naruto said and blocked a punch from Leonie plus a sword strike from Akame. Your back is still open, Najinda said and smiled a bit when she saw the shadow clone behind her go up in smoke. It's on purpose this time, Naruto said, and they shared a group hug. I'm going to miss you, Naruto, Shield said. I'll miss you too, Naruto said. You better come back, Leonie said. Give me a few years. I'm looking forward to spending time in your club. Naruto said. When you come back, look for Leonie's lounge. That's the name of it. Leonie said. Can do. Naruto said. This is for you. A sash with the symbol of Night Raid on it. Naginda said and handed it to him. This is also for you. Susanoo prepared you a meal that would last 3 weeks. Akame said, and when he got it, some of it was missing. Feels kind of light to be a 3 weeks trip worth of food. Naruto said. I wanted to make sure it was good enough for you. Akame said, and he smiled. Never change, Akame. Naruto said. This is also for you. Akame said and handed him a cookbook. I'm guessing it has all of your recipes in it. Naruto said. Yes, Akame said. I know it's not much, but here. Lubbock said and gave Naruto 3 books. Why would I want this? Naruto asked. To pass the time on your trip. Lubbock said. Why does nobody read the covers? Look at the books and tell me whose name is on the covers. Naruto said. A Shinobi's Path to Love and Peace. Written by Naruto Uzumaki. You wrote this? Lubbock asked. That is my name. Naruto said. Sign it. Lubbock said and shoved a pen in his face. You didn't sign up for the exclusive release. Naruto asked. Exclusive release? Lubbock asked. Yeah, those who sign up for the exclusive release get early copies of the books with my signature on them, and at the end of each book there's a preview for the next one. Naruto said, and Lubbock took off running towards the bookstore. Last time I saw him run that fast is when you told him Naginda was naked in the kitchen. Leonie said. I'm sure he sees that more than enough now. Naruto said and looked at Naginda. Shut up. Naginda said. Hey, kid, if you want to get to your destination, you better get on. Boat leaves in 30 seconds. The captain said. I guess this is it. Naruto said. Take care of yourself. Naginda said. Make sure you show off my painting. Shield said. Eat plenty of food. Akame said. You better write to us. Leonie said. I will. I'll see you all later. Naruto said, and after one more group hug, the boat left with Naruto on it. Naruto's M's is on Wattpad at Grudam. 3 years and 2 months. That's how long it's been since Kushina saw her oldest child, and she's been waiting for his return. She was told that he'd be back soon, but that was over 5 months ago, and she started to worry about him. She hasn't really changed at all, except she has a 2-year-old daughter clinging to her every day and won't go anywhere without her. This was Mito Uzumaki, who was named after the first Hokage's wife, and she had all of her mother's features. When Narumi returned to the village 6 months ago, Kushina was elated to see her and squeezed tight for nearly 5 minutes. Narumi quickly became attached to Mito when she saw her, and whenever she wasn't out on a mission, she was playing with Mito. When Narumi came back, she was tested by Kushina, who was impressed by her growth, and the fight ended in a draw, even with Narumi using the 9 tails chakra, which she could control 4 tails of. Narumi decided to wear her hair in twin tails tied with yellow ribbons, Stella Vermilion hairstyle, and she was now 2 inches taller than Kushina. When questioned about how Kushina was still so strong, Kushina said that she had no choice since she was training with Shizuka, who became a Jonin thanks to Kushina's personal teaching. It wasn't every day that Kushina could have an apprentice, but Shizuka didn't slack off one bit when it came to her training, and even when Kushina was too far into her pregnancy to physically train, Shizuka would ask Kushina for tips while demonstrating what she was capable of doing. Shizuka became one of the most beautiful women in Konoha, and she filled out perfectly in the eyes of every man in the village. Shizuka had an athletic yet curvaceous build. She grew her hair to waist length, keeping it styled in a Heim-style cut tied in a high ponytail with short bangs and chin-length strands framing her face. Her bust was what really attracted the men, because she rivaled Tsunade in that department while only being 3 centimeters smaller than Tsunade's. She was desired by almost everyone, but she made it abundantly clear that the only man that will ever touch her or have a chance with her is Naruto, and once she brought up his name, everyone backed off because they didn't want to deal with those kinds of problems. Shizuka also became close to Kushina, as she was Shizuka's mentor as well as her mother figure. Throughout Kushina's pregnancy, Shizuka was always there and really started to help out once Kushina began to show. When Mito was born, Shizuka was Kushina's self-appointed bodyguard and didn't let anybody get within 10 feet of Mito who she didn't really approve of. Shizuka was also depressed since she recently celebrated her 17th birthday and Naruto wasn't back yet to celebrate with her. Shizuka was currently at the Uzumaki Namikaze estate, just looking out the window with a sad look on her face. Shizuka, Kushina said. Shizuka mumbled. Sitting there looking sad won't help you. Kushina said, and Shizuka sighed. I know, but he's been gone for 3 years, 2 months, 5 days, 12 hours 39 minutes and 27 seconds still counting. Don't you miss him? Shizuka asked. Sheesh, I thought I was keeping track of time. Kushina thought. Of course I do, but being sad all day won't bring him back. Kushina said. You were just sad the other day. Shizuka said. I know, but you're taking it to a completely different level. All the girls went out to have fun and you're here sitting with a 41-year-old lady watching Princess Gale movies. Kushina said. Wow, I'm surprised you actually mentioned how old you are. Shizuka said and Kushina's eye twitched. The point is, you need to get out and do something. Go out on a date or something. Kushina said. I will go out on a date when Naruto gets back. Shizuka said and Kushina sighed. Then hang out with the girls. Kushina said. There's only so much gossip that I can handle from Sakura and Ino. Tenten is too busy fawning about Neji, Tamari always complains about Shikamaru and Narumi complains about not having a boyfriend. Too much for me. Shizuka said. What about Anko? The two of you are close. Kushina said. She's too busy banging Iruka. Shizuka said and the door opened. I wasn't expecting anybody. Kushina said. Naruto. Shizuka yelled and ran to the door. Hi. Narumi said. Oh, it's you. Shizuka said and walked away. Hello to you as well. Narumi said. Who is it, Shizuka? Kushina asked. Your daughter. Shizuka mumbled and fell onto the couch. Hi mom. Narumi said and gave her a hug. Hello, honey. How was girls' night? Kushina asked. It was fun and I have something juicy to tell you. Narumi said. Oh great. More gossip from the gossip queens. Shizuka mumbled. Ignoring all of that negativity, this isn't gossip. This actually happened a few days ago and it's why Granny Tsunade needed dad for this. Narumi said. What happened? Kushina asked. Okay, so, you know how Sakura is basically Tsunade's second assistant, right? Narumi asked. Yes, Kushina said. Well, do you remember a few months ago when the Konoha sensory unit expanded to cover nearly the entire Land of Fire? Narumi asked. Yes, Kushina said. Well, according to Sakura, Granny Tsunade sent Dad out with an entire platoon of Anbu Black Ops because the sensory unit picked up a huge chakra signature. Narumi said. All that for one person? Kushina asked. Yes, but the amount of chakra this person gave off was estimated to be around the same amount I have. Narumi said. Just one person? That's impossible. Well, not really, but you're in Uzumaki and have the 9 tails. Nobody should be able to even come close to your chakra levels. Kushina said. I know. That's why she sent Dad out. Narumi said. I wonder if it's a threat. Kushina said. It's possible. I mean she wouldn't have sent Dad out if she was absolutely sure this person wasn't a threat. Narumi said. I'm home, Minato said, as he came into the house and sat down. How'd your mission go, honey? Kushina asked. How'd you know? Minato asked. Your daughter. Kushina said and Minato looked at Narumi. I heard it from Sakura. Narumi said. Right. Anyway, the mission was a failure. Minato said. What? How? Kushina asked. Whoever it was knew we were tracking them down. Whenever we got close, their chakra would appear far away from us and even the ninja hounds couldn't find the person's scent. Whoever this person is purposely led us on a wild goose chase and most likely knew we were on their trail. Minato said. Do you think it was the Akatsuki? Kushina asked. No. From what we know about the Akatsuki, they travel in groups of 2. This was just one person who knew their way around the Land of Fire. Whoever it is must be a former shinobi from Konoha. Minato said. Do you think it was Jiraiya? Kushina asked. No. Whoever this person is completely outclasses him. Minato said and Mito climbed on his lap. Daddy. Mito said. Hi, sweetheart. Minato said and kissed her cheek. Will Tsunade send out another team? Kushina asked and Minato sighed before relaxing into the couch. I don't know. Minato said. If she does, I better be on that team. Narumi said. You guys are boring. I'm going home. Shizuka said. What's wrong with her? Minato asked. Naruto. Kushina and Narumi said. Ah, I see. You know, Shizuka, it wouldn't hurt to get out a bit. Minato said. I already tried that. Kushina said. Well, I do have some good and bad news about him. Minato said. Bad news? What bad news? He lost an arm, a leg. Did something bad happen to his beautiful face? Tell me, Shizuka said and didn't realize she was shaking Minato. Calm down, Shizuka. Minato, what's the news? Kushina asked. Do you want the good news first or the bad news? Minato asked. Good news, Kushina said. Okay, well, the good news is that his mission was successful and he got on the boat to return home. Minato said. What's the bad news? Narumi asked. Well, the bad news is that the boat was caught in a windstorm and was lost at sea. Minato said. He can't be lost, Shizuka said. He's fine, Kushina said. How do you know? Narumi asked. A mother knows. I can feel that he's still alive and besides, he's in Uzumaki. It's going to take a lot more than a simple windstorm to take him out. Kushina said. A mother knows. That doesn't make any sense. Narumi said. You'll understand when you have kids. Kushina said. She needs to have a boyfriend first. Shizuka said. You don't have one either. Narumi said. I'm a lot closer than you are. You've never even kissed a boy before. Shizuka said. Yes I have, Narumi said and Shizuka laughed. Liar, Shizuka said. I bet Naruto doesn't even like you anymore. Narumi said and Shizuka dramatically gasped. You take that back, Shizuka said. Will you two stop? Shizuka, are you staying for dinner tonight? Kushina asked. Sure, I don't have any. Shizuka stopped talking when she saw a younger version of Naruto standing next to Kushina. Hello. Anybody in there? Kushina asked and the Naruto went away. Yeah, I thought I saw something. Shizuka said. Then are you staying? Kushina asked. Oh yeah, I can. Another Naruto appeared, but this time it was Naruto when he was 13. Are you okay? Minato asked. No, I mean yeah, I gotta go, Shizuka said. I thought you were staying for dinner. Narumi said. I'll be back, Shizuka said and followed the illusion Naruto out of the house. I wonder what's wrong with her. Narumi said. Shizuka. As Shizuka was walking through the village, the 13-year-old version of Naruto kept popping up and she kept on following him. She stopped when she heard her own laugh and saw that she was back in Natashiko where she first met Naruto. You got a name? Young Naruto asked. I'm Shizuka, young Shizuka said. Naruto. Young Naruto said. What the hell? Genjutsu. Of course, Shizuka said and broke the genjutsu only to see her younger self walking in Konoha with Naruto. Genjutsu. Hey, Naruto. Young Shizuka said. Yeah, young Naruto asked. Are you happy that I'm here in Konoha? Young Shizuka asked. Yeah, you're pretty cool in my book. Young Naruto said. What do you think of me? Young Shizuka asked. What I think of you is irrelevant. It's what you think about yourself that matters the most. Young Naruto said and kept walking. Do you at least think I'm attractive? Young Shizuka blurted out and Naruto looked at her. I think you're beautiful and you'll only look even better when you grow up. Young Naruto said and she blushed. Genjutsu end. I remember that. That's the first time I've gotten him to take me out for some ramen. Took me weeks to get some alone time that didn't involve a mission between us. Shizuka thought. What is going on? Shizuka asked and another moment appeared. Genjutsu. Naruto Uzumaki. Young Shizuka yelled. What? Young Naruto asked and she stomped over to him. Why won't you marry me? Young Shizuka yelled and pointed a finger at Naruto who raised an eyebrow. I'm only 13, young Naruto said. Genjutsu end. Was I really like that? I guess the mysterious nature about him drew me in. Shizuka said. Who are you talking to? A voice asked and she looked down to see the same young Naruto talking to her. I must be going crazy if I think he's talking to me. Shizuka thought and then the world changed to her watching her younger self on a bench. It's rude to ignore someone talking to you. I thought you missed me. Young Naruto said. You left without telling me goodbye. Young Shizuka said, as she had an angry look on her face. It was last minute. Young Naruto said. Well, I'm mad at you. You could have at least invited me. Young Shizuka said. How about you stop being mad at me and we can go out on a date? Young Naruto asked and she turned red. AD date? Young Shizuka asked. Yup, let's go. Young Naruto said and grabbed her hand. I want some dango. Young Shizuka said. Genjutsu end. Okay, now what? Shizuka asked. Genjutsu. This time the genjutsu was something Shizuka never knew about since it didn't involve her. This was a moment of Naruto at the Uzumaki Namikaze estate the night before he left. He was just laying on his bed and there was a knock on the door. Come in, Naruto said and Kushina walked in the room. Big day tomorrow, huh? Kushina asked and sat on his bed. You're not here to change my mind, are you? Naruto asked and she sighed. I was going to, but I can see that you really want to do this. Kushina said. Then what are you doing here? Naruto asked. I want to share some news with you, so you'll have an extra bit of motivation to come back home. Kushina said. What's that? Naruto asked. When you get back, you'll have another addition to the family. Kushina said and Naruto sat up. You're pregnant? Naruto asked and Shizuka smiled at the excitement in Naruto's eyes. That's right. When you get back, you'll have a little brother or sister to watch out for. Kushina said and Naruto gave her a hug. Do the others know? Naruto asked. Not yet. I figured you could use a bit of good news given how much you've had to deal with. Kushina said. Oh, I guess I could use some good news then. What do you want? A boy or a girl? Naruto asked. I just want another healthy baby. Boy or girl doesn't matter to me. I'll love him or her just as much as I do all my children. Kushina said. She does love Mito just as much as she loves Naruto and Narumi. Shizuka thought. Can I ask you a question? Naruto asked. Is it about a girl? Kushina asked and gave him the typical Uzumaki grin. Yes. Well, sort of, Naruto said and she squealed. Okay, ask away, Kushina said. How do you know you're in love with somebody or at least love someone? Naruto asked. Well, being in love with someone means you want to spend as much time with them as possible. Even if you're busy, you probably find yourself trying to find ways to spend time with this person. This might also involve a desire to get to know more about them by exploring their interests. Kushina said. What if you're going away for a long time and the risk of dying is pretty high? Do you tell this person you love them before you go away or wait until you come back even though there's a chance that you might not return? Naruto asked. Personally, I'd want to know beforehand. Kushina said. What if the person doesn't make it back? Wouldn't that leave you heartbroken? Naruto asked. Yes, but at the very least I'll know this person loved me back. Kushina said. Would you be upset if you were never told? Naruto asked. Maybe, but I can't force somebody to spill their feelings for me. I mean your father was a softie at heart so it was pretty easy. Kushina said. I see, Naruto said. Do I want to know who this is about? Kushina asked. I'm sure you already know. Naruto said. Of course I do, but I want to hear you say it. Kushina said. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Naruto asked. I sure am. Now, say it, Kushina said and he sighed. When did Dad tell you he loves you for the first time? Naruto asked. Oh, you're taking me back. If my memory serves me right, we were about 16 when he first said it and I still get butterflies to this day whenever he tells me he loves me. Kushina said. Thanks for the advice, Naruto said. You love Shizuka, don't you? Kushina asked and Shizuka gasped. Yeah, I guess I do, Naruto said and Kushina had to fight the urge to scream. So, when are you going to tell her? Kushina asked and Naruto looked right at Shizuka. This is a genjutsu. He can't see me, can he? Shizuka thought. As soon as she meets me on top of the Hokage monument. Naruto said and the genjutsu faded. Genjutsu end. Hokage monument. The Hokage monument. Shizuka yelled. Hokage monument. After scaring everyone in the village with her outburst and tremendous speed, Shizuka made it to the top of the Hokage monument. She walked around the monument for about 10 minutes and almost gave up looking until she walked up to somebody standing on the head of the third Hokage. Beautiful view, isn't it? Nothing beats watching the sunset in Konoha from atop of the Hokage monument. Said Naruto. Shizuka asked and slowly walked over to him. I was right when I said you'd look even better once you grew up and you look even better than I expected. I missed you, Shizuka. Naruto said and turned around making her cry. Naruto. Shizuka said and jumped on him wrapping her limbs around him. How've you been? Naruto asked, as she squeezed him. I missed you so much. Shizuka said. I missed you too, Naruto said and she looked at him. Was that you with the genjutsu? Shizuka asked and he nodded. It was. I know I should have written more, but it was too busy over there. Naruto said and she just gave him a kiss that lasted for 2 minutes. I don't care anymore. You're back here with me and that's all I wanted. Shizuka said and he gave her a kiss that made her melt. I love you, Naruto said, as he looked into her eyes and she teared up. I love you too, Shizuka said and squeezed him. I probably should have said it before I left, but it was an extra motivation for me to get back. Naruto said. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. I know I always told you how much I cared about you when you were here, but once you were gone, I realized just how much you meant to me and I was always keeping track of when you'd come back. Shizuka said. That's the truth. I thought about you every day I was away from you and while I was there, I managed to get you something. Naruto said and pulled out a box. An engagement ring, Shizuka asked and he chuckled. No, they didn't have anything that I thought would suit you. Naruto said and she gasped. You're joking, Shizuka said and he gave her a smile. Of course I am, Naruto said and she got off of him. That's not funny, Shizuka said and turned away from him. Relax, we still have plenty of time for that. Anyway, this is for you, Naruto said and placed something around her neck. It's beautiful, Shizuka said, as she looked at the emerald necklace. I bought it because it matched your eyes and I figured I should get you something. Naruto said. I love it. What's this little symbol carved into it? Shizuka asked. My Hiraishin seal. If you're ever in trouble, channel chakra into that and I'll be there before you can even blink. Naruto said. That's so thoughtful, but I think I'll be fine on my own. Shizuka said. I know you will, but you never know. Naruto said and she gave him a hug. I'll be sure to use it. Now, come with me. I'm not the only person who wants to see you. Shizuka said and he wrapped an arm around her waist. Let's go see the family. Naruto said and vanished. Uzumaki Namikaze estate. All I'm saying is that I think she's gone crazy now. Narumi said. Narumi, Shizuka is perfectly fine. You wouldn't know how she feels because like she always says, you've never even had a boyfriend let alone a kiss. Kushina said. I'm your daughter. I can't believe you'd say something like that. Narumi said. I'm with Narumi on this one. She did seem out of whack. She was staring at you like she saw a ghost. Minato said. Maybe it was a genjutsu. Kushina said. I didn't feel any chakra other than ours in the area. Minato said. Huh, 2 against 1, you lose. Narumi said and stood next to Minato. Okay, I'll admit defeat. However, Narumi you can stay at a hotel tonight and Minato is sleeping on the couch. Oh and just for that little team up, the 2 of you can make your own dinner. I'll cook for myself, Mito and Shizuka tonight. Kushina said. The couch? Minato asked. AA hotel, I'm sorry. Narumi said and hugged Kushina. Knock knock, guess who's? What's going on? Shizuka asked. Oh, you're back. I'll be cooking dinner for myself, Mito and you. These 2 can cook for themselves. Kushina said. What happened while I was gone? It's only been an hour. Shizuka said. Shizuka, just tell her that you went crazy and had to step out. Narumi said. Why would I do that? Shizuka asked. Because you were looking at Kushina as if you had seen a ghost and then left. Help us out. I don't want to sleep on the couch. Minato said. Sorry to burst your bubbles, but I didn't go crazy. However, I did see something. Shizuka said. See? Narumi asked. Let me finish. I did see something, but it was a genjutsu and it was the best genjutsu ever. Shizuka said. How can somebody like being in a genjutsu? Narumi asked. I didn't feel any chakra other than ours in the area. Minato said. You wouldn't detect this genjutsu because the person who did it is the world's best genjutsu specialist. Shizuka said. What did you see? Kushina asked and Shizuka smiled. I saw Naruto and when I left, I saw some of our memories together. Shizuka said. So somebody put you in a genjutsu to take you down memory lane. That's just lame, Narumi said. You saw Naruto. Somebody must be playing a trick on you. Kushina said. Nope, I actually brought somebody over for dinner. Shizuka said. You finally moved on from Naruto. Minato asked and Shizuka just looked at him. This is why you have to sleep on the couch. You can come in, honey. Shizuka said. Honey, so you did move on. Narumi said. Nope, Shizuka said and Naruto appeared. Hello, I'm Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze. Nice to meet you. I'm surprised you managed to get Shizuka off of my brother. Narumi said and shook Naruto's hand. What? Naruto asked. Hello, I'm Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. I'm her teacher and mother figure. So, I'll tell you this and you better listen well. If you hurt her feelings, I'll hunt you down and make sure you're never heard from again. Do you understand me? Kushina asked. Yeah, I got it, Naruto said and Shizuka was holding back her laughter. I'm Minato Namikaze, nice to meet you. Minato said and Shizuka burst out laughing. What's so funny? Narumi asked. It's just so funny that none of you recognize Naruto. Shizuka said. What? Everyone yelled. Yo, Naruto said and gave a 2-finger salute. Naruto. Kushina yelled and tackled him in for a hug. I know it's only been 3 years, but come on. It hurts knowing my own family can't recognize me. Naruto said and stood up. Look at you, you're even taller than Minato. Look at your hair, it's so long and kind of scary. Kushina said. Naruto, how long have you been back? Minato asked. I've been in the land of fire for about a week. Naruto said. What took you so long to get back to the village? Kushina asked. Well, I was on my way, but out of nowhere I started getting chased by somebody. Can you believe that? All I wanted to do was take a lovely stroll through the land of fire and it was ruined because of some persistent shinobi. I didn't even do anything. Naruto said and Minato's eye twitched. That was you? Minato asked. Huh, what do you mean? Naruto asked. I chased you around for 4 days. Minato said. How was I supposed to know? Naruto asked. Never mind that. How was the mission? What did you do? Kushina asked. You know I can't tell you what I did since it was a SS-ranked mission. Naruto said. I'm sure he kicked major ass. So, about that dinner. Shizuka asked. Oh, I almost forgot. Give me an hour and I'll have something prepared. Kushina said. Even for me and Dad? Narumi asked and Kushina sighed. I guess, but you're only off the hook because Naruto's back. Kushina said and went to the kitchen. Hey, can we talk? Narumi asked. Sure, Naruto said. Come with me, Narumi said and they left. Should we follow them? Shizuka asked. No, I think they need to handle this one alone. Minato said. Backyard. So, what's on your mind? Naruto asked. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. Narumi said. For what? Naruto asked. For everything I said to you after what happened with Menma. I was just angry and refused to believe that he was a traitor like you and Mom told me he was. Ever since that moment I saw him in the forest with Orochimaru, I kept hoping it was a dream or a genjutsu, but I was wrong and I took my anger out on you. Narumi said. Understandable. Having the one person you shared the strongest bond with killed and finding out it was your own family that did it would surely push you over the edge. Naruto said. I just don't understand one thing. If you and the others knew he was like this all along, why didn't you try to help him sooner? Narumi asked. We did. Don't you think it's funny how he was able to get away with a lot of stuff he was doing as a ninja? I mean he tried to have the entire Team 7 killed multiple times, but he kept getting away with a lack of evidence, but Mom kept everything herself and I only found out because I was a top target for somebody that tried to manipulate me as well. Naruto said. Who tried to manipulate you? Narumi asked. He was a former member of the council named Danzo Shimura. Naruto said. I know him. Granny Tsunade always told me to stay away from him. Narumi said. She was right. He tried approaching me first on our 5th birthday, but Makoto was there and ran him off. After that, he kept trying for years until he finally stopped showing up and started to send his goons to kill me. He only wanted you and Menma because of the 9 tails. He wanted to use you as a weapon. Naruto said. We couldn't control the 9 tails though. It would have backfired. Narumi said. No, it wouldn't have. Naruto said. What do you mean? Narumi asked. Danzo had a way to control you and Menma had you lost control of the 9 tails. He has a Sharingan eye in his left eye socket and the Sharingan once it reaches a certain level, has the power to control the 9 tails. Naruto said. Is that how Menma was able to fall into his hands? Narumi asked. No, I was able to look at Menma quite a bit with my own Sharingan and he wasn't under control. That was just all him. He did a good job hiding it from everyone until I saw him training one day using the same tactics and moves Danzo would teach his own private army. Naruto said. Was there no other way? Did he have to die? Narumi asked. Sadly there wasn't any other way. Trust me, I could have killed Menma a lot sooner than I did, but he was given chance after chance to change his ways. Naruto said and she sighed. I talked to Dad about it and I came to the realization that it was more than just his death that bothered me. It was the fact that as kids the two of us would always talk about becoming Hokage and protecting this village. We said whoever didn't become Hokage had to be the other's assistant and now that he's gone, that can't happen. Narumi said. Then we'll protect the village. Naruto said and she looked at him. Huh, Narumi asked. You heard me. While the title of Hokage doesn't interest me or being an assistant, I'll be the one you send on dangerous missions too hard for the Anbu. I'll work in the shadows only answering to you. Naruto said. Really? Narumi asked. Yeah, I mean, there are still parts of the world that I want to see and this will give me the chance to travel a bit. Naruto said. I thought you wanted world peace. Narumi said. I do, but even if the world is at peace, there's no telling how long it will last. Naruto said. So, I'll be the Hokage and you'll be like the top secret agent then. Narumi asked. I guess you can say that. Naruto said and there was a silence between the two of them until Narumi spoke up. Ever since I found out about the Akatsuki, I've been having these weird dreams. Narumi said. What dreams? Naruto asked. I don't know. It was blurry, but all I saw was something that looked like a giant tree and people fighting. Narumi said. I see. Naruto said, as he looked up at the moon and Narumi looked at him. You had the same dream, didn't you? Narumi asked. Not exactly. During my trip back here, I had a recurring dream of somebody talking to me about being the reincarnation of his son and that I needed to stop his mother from returning. Naruto said. Do you know what he looked like? Narumi asked. No. Every time I had the dream, all I could hear was a voice and that's it. Naruto said. Maybe we should tell somebody about this. See if they can figure it out. Narumi said. No, we keep this between us. We already have the Akatsuki to deal with and telling them this would just add onto their list of things to worry about. Naruto said. I guess you're right. What do you think my dream means? Narumi asked. Honestly, it sounds like both of our dreams are about a war. Linked together I guess you could say. Naruto said. You think it has something to do with the Akatsuki? Narumi asked. Possibly, but for now let's not worry about it. Naruto said. We should get back inside. They probably think we're tearing each other apart. Narumi said. Wouldn't be much of a fight if that were to happen. Naruto said. You think you're stronger than me? Narumi asked and made a rasengan. Make it bigger. Naruto said and she smirked as she made the rasengan 10 times bigger. Check that out. Narumi said and he smirked. Now, add your chakra nature to it. Naruto said. What? Narumi asked. You don't know how, do you? Naruto asked. I didn't know that was possible. Narumi yelled. How is it that dad taught you the rasengan and failed to tell you that it's incomplete? Naruto asked. If you haven't noticed by now, mom and dad are a couple of airheads at times. Maybe that's why. Narumi said. Maybe. Naruto said. Wait, can you add your chakra nature to the rasengan for me? I want to see what it looks like. Narumi said. You have different chakra natures than I do so it wouldn't matter. Naruto said. Damn it. Narumi said. You'll get there eventually. I have 3 chakra natures, but only 2 of them can be added to the rasengan. Naruto said and Kushina opened the door. Dinner is ready you two. Kushina said. Do I still have to stay at a hotel? Narumi asked. Why not just get an apartment? Naruto asked. Why would I pay for something when I can live here for free? Narumi asked. Because then you won't have to sneak around with Taiyo anymore. Naruto said and she gasped. Who's Taiyo? Kushina asked. Nobody. Narumi said. Her crush. Naruto said. Naruto. Narumi said. Taiyo. Where have I heard that name before? Kushina asked. He's a member of the main Hyuga branch family. He's our age and if I'm not mistaken, he had to stop fighting after an injury during the Chunin invasion. Naruto said. Why did you keep that from me? Kushina asked. Because I see how you were with Naruto and Shizuka. I don't want that. How did you even know about Taiyo? Narumi asked. Oh, my wolves like to hang around the village and they hear you talking to yourself when following you. Naruto said. You have your wolves following me? Narumi asked. You have 1, Shizuka, mom and now Mito will have 1 following her. Naruto said. What about Minato? Kushina asked. They can't keep up with him. Only Fenrir could possibly keep up with him, but he's my partner so he's always with me. Naruto said. I guess that sounds fair. Narumi said. Let's go eat. Kushina said. Narumi went inside to join Minato, Shizuka and Mito who were waiting at the table, but Naruto stayed back when Kushina grabbed his arm. Is there something wrong? Naruto questioned. Are the 2 of you okay now? Kushina asked. You could say that. Naruto said. No more fights. No arguments. Kushina asked. We're Uzumaki. It's in our blood to argue and fight. Naruto said, as he reminded Kushina who they were. I mean something serious where nobody can stop it. Kushina said. What does that mean? Naruto asked and Kushina sighed. Kushina was about to swallow a lot of her Uzumaki pride for what she was about to say and instead of it making her feel annoyed, she was actually grateful that she was alive to see it. Let's be honest here. Before you left there were only a handful of people who could beat you if you went all out and you've been gone for 3 years. It's possible that only Minato even stands the slightest chance against you and Narumi isn't that far behind surpassing me. After she surpasses me, your father is next. Yes, she has to use the Nine-Tails chakra to even draw with me, but something tells me in the near future, she'll blow right past me and Minato somehow. I just want Mito to grow up with her 2 siblings that love each other without any animosity between them. Kushina said and Naruto sighed. Listen, me and Narumi may have squashed what was going on between us, but I have this weird feeling that the 2 of us are destined to fight for real at some point in the future. If you were to ask Narumi, she'd tell you the same exact thing. Naruto said. Just promise me that if you do fight, there'll be a different outcome from when you fought Menma. Kushina said, as she wrapped her oldest child in a hug. I got it, Naruto said. Kushina released her son and frowned when she looked at his hair again. I don't like this look, Kushina said. What's wrong with it? Naruto asked. It just screams I'm evil and want to kill you. You should cut it, Kushina suggested, but it sounded more like a demand. I'll think about it, Naruto said. Mom, come on, the food is getting cold, Narumi said from the dinner table. Shut up and be patient. That came from both Kushina and Naruto, who just looked at each other before bursting out into a fit of laughter as they went into the house. Narumi was practically drooling on the table and Shizuka moved away from her because she's seen how Narumi eats when she gets like that. While Naruto was eating, he took a brief moment to look around and he noticed how this dinner reminded him of Night Raid. He gave a smirk and Kushina noticed, but didn't say anything as she had a smile of her own on her face. Morning. Naruto woke up in his apartment and groaned from the night before. It was a long night getting reacquainted with everyone and Mito was very hesitant around him for a bit due to him looking like he'd kill her. He tried to get up, but realized something was weighing him down and he saw a head of familiar black hair on his chest. He knew it was Shizuka, so he just came to the conclusion that he'd have to get used to waking up like this. He needed to go to the Hokage's office, so he quietly made a shadow clone and swapped with it before getting ready to leave. He vanished and then appeared in Tsunade's office where she was waiting with Minato. Yo, Naruto greeted. Naruto, it's nice to finally have you back, Tsunade said. If you say so, Naruto replied and sat on the couch in her office. So, how'd the mission go? Tsunade asked. Mission complete, Naruto said and tossed her the scroll. Niece, who's in charge over there now? Tsunade asked. Honestly, I don't know. If I had to put my money on somebody, it would be Najinda. Naruto said. In your honest opinion, should we reach out about an alliance? Minato asked. Not right now. They've got their hands full with a rebuild and the scraps of the Imperial Army that escaped they have to worry about. Maybe in a few years, but not now, Naruto told them. What's the status of the ruler over there? Tsunade asked. Dead, killed in a public execution after I defeated him. Turns out he was just a kid being manipulated by the Prime Minister once the kid inherited the throne. By the time I got to him, it was too late for him to even consider changing up his ways. Had we not evacuated the civilians to a bunker, he would have killed thousands of people. Naruto said. I suppose we should get you up to speed, Tsunade said. No need for that, I have wolves all around the land of fire. So, Gaara is still alive despite having his tailed beast ripped out. Good for him, Naruto said. On top of that, Narumi fought Orochimaru and lost. Minato said. So, what about the perv? Naruto asked. It was difficult, but I reversed Minato's decision to kick him out of the village. I get what he did was wrong, but he's much more valuable to the village than against it. Tsunade said. What about Danzo? Naruto asked. No sign of him since the Chunin exam's invasion, but there have been reports of unidentified Anbu patrols close to the border of the Land of Fire. Our Anbu have run into a few of them and so far we have no casualties. Tsunade said. Want me to look for him? Naruto asked. No, sooner or later he'll show his face, Tsunade said. All we know is that he's been in contact with Orochimaru. Narumi, Shizuka and Sakura recovered documents from a few of his agents that were to be delivered to Orochimaru. It was personal information about some members of the Anbu, but thankfully nothing was exchanged between the two of them. Minato said. Okay. Now that I'm back, what will I do? Naruto asked. For now you're not going to do anything. Take some time off before your next mission. Shizuka requested some time off and she wanted to return to Nadeshiko village. I'm guessing you already know who she's taking with her, Tsunade said. Me, Naruto said. Exactly. Now, get out of here, Tsunade said. Naruto just vanished and he was slightly disappointed since the Akatsuki were already one-tailed beast down and he couldn't help because he was lost at sea for a few months. He secretly made a vow to put an end to the Akatsuki once he crossed paths with them. Two shinobi were jumping through the trees headed to Nadeshiko village. Shizuka was rushing towards her former home with one Naruto Uzumaki. Hurry up Slowpoke, we're going to be late, Shizuka exclaimed. Naruto was annoyed. It wasn't the fact that he was going to Nadeshiko village, but more so of the fact that Shizuka woke him up hours before the sun would rise. She completely ignored his plan of just using one of his wolf summons to take them, but apparently she had other plans. I wouldn't have to hurry up if you let me get some sleep, Naruto said. Come on, we've only got a few more miles, Shizuka said and Naruto groaned. I should have stayed with Night Raid. Naruto thought. The Sharingan-wielding ninja suddenly had to speed up in order to tackle Shizuka out of the way from a barrage of kunai and shuriken coming towards her. What the hell was that? Shizuka asked, and Naruto used his Sharingan to look around. Somebody doesn't want us to make it to Nadeshiko village. Naruto said. What does that mean? Shizuka asked. Be prepared to fight, Naruto told her. His sword appeared in his hand while Shizuka pulled out some trench knives before they were surrounded by 50 blank masked Anbu. Anbu, why are they attacking us? Shizuka asked. They're not normal Konoha Anbu. Naruto said. What do we do? Shizuka asked. Kill them, Naruto answered. For the next 10 minutes, Naruto and Shizuka demonstrated fantastic teamwork without communicating. Shizuka did get injured thanks to her using wind chakra, and Naruto failed to mention that the bodies will burst into flames, so she did get burned a few times. They landed back to back with 10 more of Danzo's henchmen standing before them. You could have told me the bodies burst into flames, Shizuka said, and had a bit of rightful annoyance in her voice. Sorry about that, kind of slipped my mind. Are you alright? Naruto asked. I'm fine, I learned some medical ninjutsu while you were gone. I can heal up, Shizuka said. Good, I need you to crouch down, Naruto said. She saw he had lighting crackling around his body, so she quickly crouched down when he unleashed his Chidori stream, and that paralyzed all of the remaining root Anbu. Naruto kept them alive while he searched them for anything that would lead them to Danzo, but they had nothing. So much for wishful thinking, Naruto said, and burned the bodies. Danzo? Shizuka asked. Yeah, if they're this far out, then it's possible they're headed to Nadeshiko. Naruto said. What the hell would he want Nadeshiko for? I grew up there and it's not much that we have to offer. Shizuka said. There is something he could use that village for, Naruto said. What would that be? Shizuka asked. A base of operations. Danzo can challenge the village and easily take it over due to his number of root Anbu. The terrain up on the mountains surrounded by the forest would be ideal for him, Naruto said. Then we need to get going, Shizuka said. Climb on my back, Naruto said, as he knelt down. Why? Shizuka asked. I'm gonna use a series of shunshin to get us there, Naruto said. Oh no, here comes the motion sickness, Shizuka said, and held on tight as he took off. Nadeshiko. It only took about 10 minutes for Naruto to reach the gates, and they were stopped by a guard. Halt, state your business in Nadeshiko. It's me, Shizuka. Did you miss me? Shizuka asked. Lady Shizuka. It's been a few years. Open the gates and send word to Lady Tawaka. Lady Shizuka. Naruto asked, and Shizuka scratched the back of her head. I'm kind of royalty here since I was the last student of Ajisai-sensei. Shizuka replied. The gates opened and the two-leaf ninja were met by an entire group of kunoichi with Tawaka standing front and center. Shizuka. It's about time you returned, Tawaka said. It's been 3 years, but I made it, Shizuka said, and bowed. Who might this be? A man who has bested you in battle? Tawaka asked. No, well, yes, kind of. This is Naruto, Shizuka said. Naruto. The boy Lady Ajisai sent you off to be with? Tawaka asked. That's the one. Looks kind of scary, right? Shizuka asked. He's grown up quite a bit. Nice to see you again, Naruto, Tawaka said, and Naruto bowed. Likewise. What's with all of the armed kunoichi? Wasn't like this last time I was here, Naruto said. Follow me, Tawaka said, and led them to a cliff. Shouldn't we check in with Ajisai-sensei? Shizuka asked. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but Lady Ajisai was killed about a year ago, Tawaka said. What? That's impossible. Despite her being old, she was still pretty damn strong, Shizuka said. She didn't die in battle. From what we've gathered, the autopsy showed she died from some kind of fast-acting poison in her sleep, Tawaka said. Bandits? Shizuka asked. No, she sent me out on a mission, and when I returned, her guards were killed as well. They didn't even see it coming. I highly doubt this was the act of bandits. This was a well-thought execution, Tawaka said. Do you have any samples of that poison? I was trained by Tsunade Senju for 3 years on medical ninjutsu. Maybe I can see what kind of poison it was and where to trace it back to, Shizuka said. I'll take you there, Tawaka said. Thank you, Shizuka replied. Naruto, please excuse us, Tawaka said. It's fine, Naruto said, and Tawaka began to walk. Do you mind looking around? Shizuka whispered. Way ahead of you, Naruto replied, and vanished. 3 days later. Naruto returned to Natashiko village after searching all over for any clues on who killed Ajisai, and his bunch was right. He's pretty much used to Danzo and now his men operate, but what sealed the deal was the amount of kids missing from orphanages when he would visit local towns in the area. However, there was something off about his discoveries. It was too much of a coincidence that the root Anbu attacked Shizuka on the exact day that they would be arriving at Natashiko village. Naruto. The dual hair-colored ninja in question looked up to see Shizuka running up to him. Did you find anything on the poison? Naruto asked. Yeah, and it's like a dual threat. It attacks the nerves in your body, then it attaches to the bloodstream, clogging up the coronary arteries, forcing a heart attack. Shizuka said. Do you know where it comes from? Naruto asked. Yes, it's from Konoha, but this is back during the Second Shinobi War. Lady Tsunade told me about this poison that was so dangerous only a select few knew about it, and due to the dangers of it, the third Hokage ordered for it to be destroyed. It was recorded as destroyed, but obviously somebody kept a few notes. On top of that, it was converted into a gas instead of a liquid from when it was first created. That's why nobody heard a struggle during Ajisai Sensei's death along with her guards. They inhaled it and died. Shizuka said. Who was put in charge of destroying this? Naruto asked. Danzo. Shizuka said. Of course, Danzo was the one person Lord Third trusted the most since they were friends growing up. It wouldn't surprise me if Lord Third doubted Danzo would do such a thing. Naruto said. Before they could even talk more, the alarm sounded and they saw Tawaka running with her battle gear on. Tawaka, what's going on? Shizuka asked. One of our kunoichi detected a massive force quickly coming towards us. They're coming up the mountain. Tawaka said. It's Danzo. Naruto replied. How do you know? Shizuka asked. I can sense him. The odd thing is, there's more than just root with him. Try to keep a non-root Anbu member alive for me. I want to question one of them. Naruto said. Where are you going? Shizuka asked. To kill the root of the problem. Naruto said. Be careful. Shizuka said. Naruto poked her on the forehead and quickly ran towards one of the bridges to wait for Danzo in order to kill him. Bridge. Danzo was headed towards Natashiko village to claim his new territory that would be his base of operations, being closely guarded by his two most trusted guards, Torun Aburame and Fought Yamanaka. Danzo suddenly stopped walking when a kunai landed right at his feet. Fa, Torun, Danzo said. Without even asking, the two guards jumped in front of Danzo looking for any kind of movement or chakra signature, but they saw nothing. Fa, anything? Torun asked. No, nothing, Fa responded. That's impossible. Nobody can get past your sensing ability. Torun said. I know. There's just nobody here. I'll try to expand my. Fa was silenced when he had his throat slit from seemingly nothing. Torun went to help Fa with whatever he could, but the moment he took a step, a kunai went straight through his heart, leaving Danzo all alone. Danzo kept his guard up, and then Naruto was standing just a few feet away from him. Hello, Danzo. Did you miss me? Naruto asked. Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo said. The one and only. Time to die. Naruto said. Danzo went through a few hand signs before taking off at what he assumed were blinding speeds and punched Naruto, only to get met by the rib cage of his Susanoo. Before Danzo could jump back, he was grabbed by the hand of the Susanoo. After all these years, you finally attacked me by yourself instead of with your little root drones. Naruto said. Years of spying can give you time to strategize on how to take on your opponent. Danzo said. True, but your opponent has never shown his true skills during all of your spying. By the way, I appreciate the welcoming gift. 50 of your root Anbu all for me. Naruto said. Muscles began to grow on the body of his Susanoo, and not before long, Danzo was squeezed to a pulp, but his body reappeared behind Naruto, who wasn't surprised in the slightest. Next, let's battle with our eyes. Danzo said. That's a bad thing to do. Naruto said. Danzo quickly made a kunai appear in his hand and tried to stab Naruto through his Susanoo. Of course it didn't work since the kunai broke and Danzo didn't show any emotion. Just as I thought. The Susanoo. That splendid armor to protect yourself with. Danzo said. Congratulations, your eye does work. Anyone with a functioning brain could figure that out. Naruto replied. Danzo was smashed into the ground, but once again he reappeared on top of the bridge completely unharmed. The power in its attack is impressive as well. Danzo said. Amaterasu. Danzo suddenly burst into black flames due to Naruto's Sharingan ability, and of course Danzo reappeared unharmed. Danzo went through hand signs and used the wind style, vacuum bullet. Naruto dodged every single one of them before countering with the fireball jutsu, and Danzo was forced to jump out of the way. Unrivaled speed, excellent reflexes, and 3 Mangekyo abilities in rapid fashion. You definitely are the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash and the apprentice of Makoto Uchiha. Danzo said. Apprentice. I like the sound of that. By the way, I'm also the son of the great Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto said. Naruto seemingly disappeared from sight, and Danzo was still weary of Naruto, but then Danzo dropped down to a knee when he felt the wind get knocked out of him courtesy from Naruto's fist being embedded into his stomach. Naruto quickly jumped away when Danzo used the wind style vacuum blast in an attempt to catch him off guard, but Naruto's newfound speed was unrivaled. It was almost like he was predicting his moves before he even made them. Danzo started to feel a bit lightheaded until Makoto appeared behind him. Makoto? He questioned. Danzo quickly realized he was under a genjutsu and broke it before jumping away to create some distance. He was then met with Naruto's armored version of his Susanoo aiming right at him before firing off an attack. Not being able to weave jutsu signs in time, Danzo used his arm with Hashirama's DNA to use wood style in order to avoid being killed again. The cells of Hashirama Senju. No wonder your body is able to handle so many Sharingan eyes. Your chakra took a deep plunge to use this jutsu. You could have just let me kill you and use the Izanagi to revive yourself. Naruto said, and Danzo's eye widened. You knew. Danzo said. It doesn't take a genius to figure that out. You would have been a lot harder to figure out if one of, if not more of those eyes were the Mangekyo Sharingan instead of a regular 3-tomo Sharingan. Now, die and come back to life again. Naruto said, as his Susanoo took aim. He fired off another shot from his Susanoo and Danzo was hit, but he reappeared using the Izanagi. Danzo ran at Naruto again and was stabbed again only to reappear once more. Naruto just sighed as it was getting a bit annoying. Fighting that Susanoo won't be easy either. His arrow attack is hard to dodge and I can't do Izanagi yet. I have to finish things this minute. Danzo thought. He wiped some blood onto his finger and used the summoning jutsu to bring out his Baku, which was a gigantic elephantine chimera which towers over Naruto's armored Susanoo. Granted, Naruto was only using the upper body of his Susanoo right now, but the size of Danzo's summons was impressive. The Baku began inhaling everything in its path, rendering the Susanoo immobile, giving Danzo an opening to attack from behind, or so he thought. Naruto used the Great Dragon Flame Jutsu to stop the Baku and then used his Susanoo to punch Danzo into a pillar, forcing him to use the Izanagi again. 4 minutes. Naruto said. What was that? Danzo asked. That's how long your jutsu lasts. It makes your attacks successful while rendering all of mine ineffective, but your attacks need to connect in order to be successful. Naruto said. Naruto dropped the Susanoo and disappeared from sight. Danzo was on edge since he wasn't used to Naruto's moves. Typically when a ninja disappears, they would want to hide their chakra, but Naruto's chakra was felt all over the place so he could attack from any angle he wanted to. He was hiding in plain sight and Danzo was stabbed through the back with Naruto's sword only to reappear with the Izanagi. You must be getting desperate, Danzo. Naruto's voice echoed around the entire bridge area. Desperate, you say? How? Danzo asked. He wanted to keep Naruto talking so he could find his exact location. A man with your size bounty on his head is bound to run into a bounty hunter. I always wondered if I'd find you first or if Kakuzu would. You wanted to get a new base and that brought you to Natashiko. You obviously aren't interested in ruling the village since you killed the leader. Naruto told him. Sometimes you must act brash to get desired results. Danzo replied. How's that going for you? Since you weren't able to make sure Orochimaru and the sand destroyed Konoha, your plans became rushed. You've ruined your body to control the Nine Tails when in fact you didn't have to do that. You go after Menma, but you made one mistake. Naruto said and Danzo narrowed his eye. What mistake was that? Danzo questioned. Menma was an Uzumaki and he had a temper. His temper made him suspicious and he did things on missions that gave him away. You trained him physically and I'm sure you tried to train him mentally, but Uzumakis are stubborn. No amount of mental training or manipulation could keep us from being ourselves. Naruto said. I will admit Menma was a failure, but you can't deny that the power of the 9 tails he possessed would have been beneficial to the village. Danzo said. That would be true, if he actually had the 9 tails in him. Naruto said. What? Danzo asked. Yeah, Menma was no longer in possession of his half of the 9 tails before the invasion. It was removed, but don't worry. I'm keeping the other half of our 9-tailed friend safe. Naruto said. I can't believe it. This kid has been outsmarting me his entire life. Killing off my root, already knowing about Menma and managing to remove the 9 tails. I've been playing into his hand. Danzo thought and changed tactics. This village has nothing to do with you. Why protect it? Why isn't the new leader here to fight me? Danzo asked. That's because I'm the one who knows what's behind that bandage. You may have Shisui's eye, but his Sharingan genjutsu doesn't work on me. Naruto said. Naruto appeared behind Danzo and shocked him with the electromagnetic murder before kicking him away. 3 kunai went flying at Danzo and stabbed him in 3 vital spots, but Danzo once again used the Izanagi. Naruto used his lightning manipulation to create a sword of pure lightning chakra as Danzo coated a chakra blade in wind chakra. They ran at one another with the intention of finishing the fight and stabbed one another through the chest. You were too hasty. My last eye is still open. You should have been on my side. You could have seen all the good it would have done for you. I win, Naruto. You may think that you saw through my Izanagi, but... Danzo said. Danzo's remaining eye wouldn't work. Naruto looked at him with a blank look on his face, but Danzo could tell there was an underlying smirk hiding beneath Naruto's calm demeanor. You're finished, Naruto said. He faded out of sight and Danzo saw a Chidori sticking through his chest from behind. Naruto's subtlety placed him under a genjutsu to make him think he still had one more Izanagi left. You insolent boy, Danzo said. Did you really think you could stand a chance against me? Somebody without Uchiha blood could never use the Sharingan to its full capabilities. Naruto said. Danzo's body started to break down due to his declining health and his Hashirama Senju arm began to spread out into a gigantic tree forcing Danzo to break off to avoid being taken over. Danzo stood up and unwrapped his right eye revealing one last Sharingan that Naruto already knew about. No, this is where we battle with our eyes. Danzo said. Even with that eye, you still couldn't detect that something was wrong. You must have used up its visual prowess some time ago and the time limit hasn't gone up yet. Naruto said. What does that mean? Danzo asked and Naruto held up his palm revealing a Sharingan eye. Look familiar? Naruto asked. I am possible. Danzo said. Danzo tried to run away which made Naruto sigh as he began walking after him. He followed Danzo's bloody footsteps slowly catching up to him. Danzo eventually collapsed to the ground as his wounds became too much for him to handle. You're going to die, but I must admit I understand why you did everything you did. You love the Leaf Village. You would do anything to make sure this village is the strongest and the best that it can be. Naruto said, as his Sharingan started to spin. For the peace of the shinobi world and the leaf, I cannot let you live. Danzo said. Danzo snatched open his robe revealing a reverse tetragram seal planning on killing himself and Naruto, but he was suddenly stopped when Naruto placed him under a mind-controlled genjutsu. Not so fast. What was your deal with Jiraiya? Naruto asked. In exchange for training Menma, he'd gather Sharingan eyes for me. Danzo said. What else? Naruto asked. Jiraiya is obsessed with the prophecy. So much so that he's gone out of his way to use his spy network with my root Anbu to figure out information on Naruto Uzumaki. His weakness, his strengths, his flaws. Danzo replied. What did he find? Naruto questioned. Naruto had no flaws until he let his family get close to him. He decided to attack him there. Danzo admitted. What attack? Nothing happened, Naruto said. The 4th Hokage was his first step. A poison that attacks the immune system should have killed him, but Naruto saved his life and Tsunade Senju got to him in enough time to figure out a cure. Minato Namikaze would have too much pride to let his family worry, so Jiraiya planned on having Minato die in his sleep. That would open up the seat of the Hokage position. I would use the Sharingan to influence myself to take over the village, but plans changed. Danzo said. When did he go after Kushina Uzumaki? Naruto asked. While she was pregnant with her last child. He wanted to make sure another Uzumaki child was not born to ensure the prophecy would come true with Narumi being the hero. She was saved by Shizuka who spilled the drink that was laced with the poison. Danzo said. What else? Naruto asked. Naruto's one true weakness and his biggest flaw is his feelings for Shizuka. Jiraiya plans to exploit that in order to defeat Naruto. Naruto outclasses Jiraiya when it comes to skills, so Jiraiya will resort to using tactics to get rid of the boy. Jiraiya doesn't realize what he's doing. Danzo told him. He clearly doesn't know how far I'll go to protect Shizuka. Since you were so forthcoming with this information, I'll give you some parting words. The Hidden Leaf Village will no longer have to worry about you or Jiraiya after I get my hands on him. Now, kill yourself, Naruto said. Danzo activated the reverse tetragram seal on his body. Not too long after, the seal exploded and Danzo was no more. Naruto went over towards the battlefield where Tawaka was standing with some wounded kunoichi, but not Shizuka. Tawaka, where's Shizuka? Naruto asked. She's gone, Tawaka responded. Gone. Where? Naruto asked. I don't know. She used up all of her chakra to save everyone with some ultimate wind jutsu of hers, and next thing we know, there's a huge cloud of smoke like a summons. After that, Shizuka was gone. Tawaka said. A summons? She doesn't have a summons as far as I know. Naruto said, and then Fenner appeared. Naruto. It's urgent. Fenner said. What happened? Naruto asked. Anya Forest is under attack. Hop on. Fenner said. What? How? Naruto asked. It's the toads. My mother is holding them off, but she called for you to come help us. Fenner said and took Naruto back to Anya Forest. Anya Forest. Upon arriving in Anya Forest, Naruto was greeted to the sight of wounded wolves being tended to and burning trees. There were also dead toads around, showing that the wolves were able to push them back. How long has the fighting been going on? Naruto asked. About an hour. We opened our home to the toads in hopes to strengthen our ties with Konoha, and this is how they repay us. Fenner said. Don't worry, I'll handle it, Naruto said. I'll help as well. If I'm next in line to become the boss, then I'll need to protect my home. Fenner said. I can't let you do that. Naruto said. Why not? This is my home. Fenner said. I'm going to the source of the problem, and I'm going to kill the source of the problem. Naruto said. If you're going to do what I think it is, then you'll need to go through training. Angerboda said, as she appeared. Training? What for? Naruto asked. It's time for you to learn Wolf Sage Mode. Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, despite being weaker than you, does no Sage Mode. His Sage Mode is incomplete, but it is still a very powerful technique that could give you problems. Angerboda said. How long will this take? Naruto asked. Anywhere from a few weeks to a few months. Angerboda said. I can't do that. I need to find Shizuka. Naruto said. I have sent out our spy wolves to locate her. Shadow was tailing you as always, and when Shizuka was captured, he alerted me. There's no coincidence that we were attacked the same time Shizuka was abducted. Angerboda said. It was a well thought out attack. Jiraiya knew I would split from Shizuka to keep her safe from Danzo's Sharingan. Naruto said. We'll get her back. Fenner said. I know. Wait, where's Midnight? He's usually the first one to go looking for blood. Naruto said, and the air was seemingly sucked out of the area. Midnight gave up his life to protect the young pups. Someone as tough as him actually had a soft spot for the pups. Not a single pup was hurt thanks to him. Angerboda said. I should have been there. Fenner said. You were needed elsewhere, and Midnight requested to guard the pups on his own. Angerboda said. Don't worry. His death won't be in vain. Naruto said, and all of the wolves surrounded them. We support whatever you do, Naruto. For one of our own has been taken by the toads, another has been killed, and they have invaded our home. If you are an enemy of the Hidden Leaf Village, then we are as well. The pack sticks together. Angerboda said. I told Danzo that the Leaf Village would no longer have to worry about him or Jiraiya, but what I'm about to do will cleanse the village of all the evil that lies within. Naruto said. All of the wolves around Naruto suddenly grew a feral look to them and let out howls that would send chills down the spines of their enemies. 3 months later. 3 months of hard training for Naruto, and he finally mastered Sage Mode. He needed to make a few modifications since he was given enhanced hearing like a wolf, so any loud sounds bothered his ears. His solution was sound suppression seals located behind his ears to get rid of that weakness. 3 months of Konoha missing 2 of their strongest ninja, and they were never located. Kushina went into a depression since Naruto just came back and he was already missing. She was just as worried about Shizuka since it would take a lot to defeat her by herself, so adding Naruto with her is when things went wrong. In these 3 months, the Akatsuki took a heavy blow as Konoha managed to kill Hidan and Kakuzu, adding to their total of men killed. However, through Jiraiya's spy network, it was discovered that Itachi and Deidara were also killed. They didn't know who did it, but whoever it was earned a few good graces of the Leaf Village. Narumi's name also rang through the 5 nations when she defeated the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain. A short while after learning Sage Mode, Narumi intercepted the Akatsuki leader who was on his way to Konoha to capture her himself. It took the power of nearly releasing the 9 Tails and Sage Mode to defeat him because of him having the legendary Rinnegan. I'm here, Granny Tsunade. What's the big emergency? Narumi asked. Tsunade called for an emergency meeting with the Shinobi Council, Konoha 11 and some of the clan heads. There's been a situation, Tsunade said. You found Naruto and Shizuka? Kushina asked. No, it's something bad. Jiraiya, the floor is yours. Tsunade said. I was called to MT Myoboku for an emergency, and it's something I'd never imagined would happen. Jiraiya said. What happened? Narumi asked. The Elder Toad Sage has been killed. Jiraiya said. What? That's impossible, Kushina said. Who would want to kill the Elder Toad Sage? Kakashi asked. No idea. Bunta is the one who found him. His body was dismembered and there was no trace of any foreign chakra signatures. Jiraiya added. It doesn't make sense. How would anybody even get there? Only you, Narumi and Minato-sensei can get to MT. Myoboku. Kakashi said. I know. We're looking into it, but right now we're looking at somebody who has the ability to reverse summon into the summoning world. Jiraiya said. Let's find this fucker and kill whoever it is. Narumi said. No, we need to be smart about this. Kushina said and Neiko arrived. Lady Hokage, we have a problem, Neiko said. Report, Tsunade said. The civilians, they're all gone, Neiko reported. What? Gone? What do you mean gone? Minato asked. Gone, as in they're not in the village. 1 second they're all having fun and the moment I blinked, everyone was gone. Neiko said. There was an ominous feeling around the meeting room as nobody even noticed the civilians went missing. Is there anybody left? Tsunade asked. There is. It's just a few of the civilian council members remaining. Neiko said. Bring them in, Tsunade said and the door opened. Lady Tsunade, we demand answers. This is an outrage. Everyone is missing while you're in here sitting on your ass. That last comment made the room get engulfed with killing intent that promised death. Shut up. This just happened during the meeting, Tsunade said. Before anything could be said, howling could be heard within the meeting chambers and everyone was confused. Next thing you know, the members of the civilian council had their heads removed, causing a panic and everyone was on edge. Narumi looked around before her eyes went wide. Above us, Narumi exclaimed. Everyone looked up and Naruto was standing upside down staring at Jiraiya, who already knew why Naruto was there. Neiko was the first one to react, so she pulled out her tanto then jumped to attack Naruto, who just blocked with his own sword. What are you doing, Naruto? Neiko asked and Naruto just shoved her away. Jiraiya quickly ran out of the room and Naruto dropped down to follow. Just before he reached the door, chakra chains formed blocking his way out. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? Narumi asked. Naruto, stop, Kushina said and he glared at them with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Do not interfere, Naruto told them in a cold voice. He let out a strong pulse of chakra and their chakra chains went away from the sheer force of his chakra. Naruto was gone and Kushina dropped down to her knees. Minato, what the hell is going on? The look in his eyes just now. Kushina said. He's obviously after Jiraiya, Minato said. We have to stop him. He's trying to kill Pervy Sage, Narumi said. Konoha streets. Naruto was a man on a mission as he zoomed through the streets of Konoha with his Sharingan focused on Jiraiya. Jiraiya obviously set traps, but they had no effect of sorrowing down Naruto, who honestly didn't even notice them. Naruto had enough of chasing Jiraiya through the village and alleyways, so he sped up. He went by Jiraiya in the blink of an eye, holding up one hand sign. Come on, Naruto. Show the village your true colors. Jiraiya thought. Wind style, ultimate cyclone devastation. What? He's not a wind ninjutsu user. Jiraiya thought. He could only brace himself as Naruto's wind jutsu tore through Konoha, destroying any and everything in its path. All of the Anbu, Konoha 11, Minato, Kushina, Kakashi and the clan heads were all caught up in the attack that created a dust cloud. The dust finally settled and the only thing that was left intact was the Hokage building and the Hokage monument, since they were just out of reach from Naruto's jutsu. Everyone who survived the attack could only look on with horror written all over their faces. Konoha was destroyed. A 17-year-old used one jutsu and the only thing they could see was one huge crater with the cause of this destruction standing perfectly still in the middle of it all. Jiraiya climbed out of the rubble and just looked around with a calm look on his face, but deep down he was terrified. That's quite the jutsu you've got there, Naruto. All my intel said that you could only use earth, lightning and fire chakra natures. Jiraiya said and his eyes widened. Where is she? Naruto asked. The reason why Jiraiya's eyes widened was due to the fact that Naruto was already behind him before he could even blink. He quickly turned around aiming a rasengan at Naruto's face, but he was too slow as Naruto already buried his fist into Jiraiya's stomach, dropping him down to a knee. Look at this. A member of the legendary Sannin already kneeling down to a 17-year-old. How pathetic, Naruto said and kicked Jiraiya away from him. I'll admit that you caught me off guard, but the gallant Jiraiya never kneels before anyone. I'd rather die before I do that, Jiraiya said and Naruto smirked. You can already predict the future, Naruto said. Jiraiya just went through a few hand signs to go on the offensive. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Jiraiya spat out a huge ball of fire and sent it directly at Naruto, who countered using the water wall jutsu. The jutsus collided and created a huge cloud of steam. It was a chakra-laced steam, so Jiraiya couldn't track Naruto by sending him. He had to listen for any kind of movements, but he didn't have to wait long. Inside of the steam, Jiraiya saw a few small black dots that became bigger the closer they got, until he realized they were fireballs coming right at him. This was from Naruto's fire style, great flame flower jutsu, and all Jiraiya could do was jump out of the way from hundreds of fireballs coming right at him. "Where is she?" Naruto asked. "She's not here and you'll never get her back," Jiraiya said. Crystal style, shuriken wild dance. Naruto was surrounded with pink crystal particles, condensing them into numerous shuriken that continuously revolved around him as he launched them at high speeds. Jiraiya used his wild lion's mane to protect himself, but the sheer force behind Naruto's jutsu knocked him off of his feet. Crystal style. When on earth did he learn that? Jiraiya thought. "I thought a member of the legendary Sannin was better than this." Naruto said. "I'm going easy on you until backup arrives. Why kill you when I can watch you suffer in a prison cell?" Jiraiya said. "The fact that you think a prison would hold me is laughable. Blood prison uses a seal to block off your chakra, but leaves you just enough to stay alive and function. I'm an Uzumaki. I could break that seal with ease," Naruto said. Shadow paralysis jutsu. Naruto's movements were restricted by Shikaku and Shikamaru. At this time, Kushina and Narumi wrapped their chakra chains around him. Naruto Uzumaki. "Stand down," Tsunade demanded. "Looks like everyone is here," Naruto said. "Naruto, why did you destroy the village?" Minato asked. "I have my reasons. Would you all like to know a secret?" Naruto asked. "A secret? This is not the time for games, Naruto," Kiba said. "Shut up, mutt," Naruto replied. "What was that?" Kiba asked. "Relax, Kiba. He's just trying to get you riled up," Shikamaru said. "You said you had a secret to share. Tell us," Shikaku said. "When the Elder Toad Sage was killed, he didn't even beg for his life," Naruto said. "What?" Minato asked. It was really telling on his end. Almost like he prophesied it would happen and didn't tell anybody. Such a shame. Perhaps that's why it was so easy to infiltrate MT. Myoboku, Naruto said, and everyone gasped. "You killed the Elder Toad Sage?" Kushina asked. "I did, and you know it's funny because all of this happened due to some stupid prophecy he came up with and you four just ran with it," Naruto said. "Naruto, you still have time to stand down. Nobody was killed. I can give you a reduced sentence or just banish you from the land of fire," Tsunade said. "That's not good enough. What I want is something else. Something that only I can do," Naruto told them. "What is that?" Kushina asked. "Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin has to die," Naruto said. Rasengan. Jiraiya came and smashed a Rasengan right into Naruto's face, sending him crashing through some rubble. "Jiraiya, what the hell is going on?" Kushina asked. "How should I know?" Jiraiya asked. "Jiraiya, what did you do?" Kushina asked. "Me. He attacked me," Jiraiya said. Naruto isn't somebody who would just randomly attack somebody, let alone a member of the legendary Sannin, without reason. "What did you do?" Kushina asked. Right when Jiraiya was about to give an answer, he was thrown back by an invisible jutsu as Naruto was walking towards him. "If you all value your lives, I suggest you stand back. He's a big boy," Naruto said. "Naruto, by order of the 5th Hokage, I demand you stand down," Tsunade said. "Listen to her, Naruto. There's almost 100 people here including the Anbu. You need to stand down. This won't end well for you," Neji said. "I'm done talking," Naruto said. Crystal style, jaded prison. A greenish glow surrounded Naruto before crystals formed around his body and expanded into a giant prison, forcing everyone back except for Jiraiya, who Naruto purposely left inside. Crystal style. Since when could Naruto do that? Ino asked. "No idea. We don't know if it's a Kekkei Genkei or not. Naruto must have figured out how to do it while he was gone," Minato said. "How are we going to get in there?" Sakura asked. "I handle this," Tsunade replied. She cracked her knuckles and gave the crystal prison the strongest punch she could, but nothing happened. "What the? Not even that worked," Shizune said. Giant Rasengan. Narumi used the giant Rasengan to break open the crystal prison, but nothing happened. Even Minato gave it a shot and nothing happened. Naruto versus Jiraiya. That's cute. All of them are struggling to save you. If only they knew that they're only making the prison stronger, Naruto said. Crystal style ninjutsu, huh. Not bad. Only Maid Terumi was listed as having more than one Kekkei Genkei. Jiraiya said. She is. Naruto said. Jiraiya jumped out of the way from a dragon made of crystals and protected himself with his wild lion's mane once more when a giant fireball was coming towards him. Jiraiya released his wild lion's mane and just barely moved out of the way from Naruto's rasengan that was aimed at his face. Come on kid, if you want to kill me, you're going to have to try harder. Jiraiya taunted. You think I'm trying to kill you? This is just me messing around. You'd know when I'm trying to kill you. Naruto said. Then let's take this up a notch. Let's see how you really fare against a member of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya said. Fine by me, Naruto replied. Naruto and Jiraiya rushed forward and met in the middle with their forearms clashing against each other. Jiraiya smirked and then went up in smoke, revealing him to be a shadow clone, and Naruto was hit from behind. Naruto went up in a bolt of lightning, temporarily shocking Jiraiya, who barely managed to turn around to block a punch from Naruto, but he was kicked in the gut so he jumped back. Not bad, Jiraiya said, while holding his ribs. His punches feel just like Tsunade's and he's not even using chakra. Jiraiya thought. I'll ask you again, where is she? Naruto asked. I don't know what you're talking about, Jiraiya said and smirked. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Jiraiya spat out a huge ball of fire and sent it directly at Naruto, who countered quickly using the water wall jutsu. The jutsus collided and created a huge cloud of steam. Naruto jumped into the steam, quickly located where Jiraiya was at, and then they began a fierce taijutsu and ninjutsu battle. Those looking on only saw fire, water, earth and lightning shooting out from inside of the crystal prison. It was intense. Jiraiya kicked Naruto away and tried the dragon flame jutsu, but Naruto seemingly punched him in the gut from a distance. What the hell was that? Jiraiya thought and coughed up blood. Jiraiya stood up and made multiple explosions happen from a few exploding tags he placed around during the fight. Naruto avoided all of those explosions before he just appeared in front of Jiraiya and gave him a nasty combination of attacks. Jiraiya was in terrible condition from just a few moves by Naruto. Jiraiya then started to keep his distance with long-range attacks, but Naruto kept using his time-skip ability on Jiraiya and he had no idea on what was going on. The final blow came from a punch to the solar plexus that sent the Sannin crashing to the ground. You can't win, Naruto said. What the hell did you take? Jiraiya asked. Like a drug. Nothing. This is hard work and dedication. 12 years of non-stop fighting and pushing myself to the absolute limit. Had you made your move before I left for 3 years, you would have already killed me. Even while he wasn't using his Sharingan, Itachi was more of a threat than you. Naruto said. You killed Itachi, Jiraiya said. No, while I did fight him, I never dealt the final blow. He was already dying and our fight pushed him to his limit before his disease killed him. Naruto admitted. If you couldn't finish a weakened Itachi, then you'll never be able to defeat me. Jiraiya said and went through some hand signs. Summoning jutsu. Out of the smoke came an entire brigade of battle toads along with 2 small toads. Jiraiya boy, what's going on? Where's Konoha? Asked. Fukusaku, the village was destroyed. Jiraiya said. What? How? By who? Fukusaku asked. Him, Jiraiya said. All of the toads looked around and then laid eyes on Naruto, who made them shiver. Minato's oldest tadpole. What happened? Asked. Shima, I believe it's the beginning of the prophecy. Fukusaku said. It is, Jiraiya said. Summoning jutsu. A large puff of smoke went off, catching everyone's attention, and Naruto was surrounded by a pack of warrior wolves who were ready to fight. He has the wolf contract. Fukusaku thought. I'm glad that the remaining 2 elder toad sages of Mount Myoboku are here. Naruto said. Why? Jiraiya asked. I have a nice gift for you. Naruto said. What he did next made everyone gasp in shock. He unsealed the head of the great elder toad and kicked it over to them. I believe you were looking for this. Naruto said. You, Shima said. I know. It's lovely, isn't it? You attacked my summons and this is payback. They opened their home to you for the benefit of both sides and the hidden leaf. How did you repay them? You came to their home and attacked them. I could have killed all of you, but that wouldn't be as good as this. Right now the look on your faces is priceless. Naruto said. Naruto, is it time? A silver fur wolf asked. It is. Kill them all. I want no survivors. Leave the elders and Jiraiya to me. Naruto said. There was a loud howl and the wolves jumped into battle against the toads. The wolves were outnumbered 3-1, but they were more than strong enough to handle the battle toads in front of them. I can't believe this. He really is the one we were told of. Shima said. I'll ask you again, Jiraiya. Where is she? Naruto asked. It doesn't matter. You'll never see her again when I'm finished with you. Pa, it's time, Jiraiya said. Both toads jumped onto his shoulders and his appearance started to change. Since Jiraiya was not able to properly balance his own chakra with natural energy, his appearance took on a number of toad-like traits. His nose grew bigger, he gained warts, his teeth turned sharp, he grew a goatee and acquired toad-like eyes. This is the legendary sage mode I've heard about. A Sannin who trained for years still can't properly balance nature chakra without a crutch. Naruto said and held up a hand sign. He's gathering nature chakra, Shima said. Naruto's appearance also changed. He now had grayish, pearl-white hair, which is one of things that changes when Wolf Sage mode is utilized. He also has a black-colored, wide diagonal line going around his eyes to both sides of his face along with their wolf-like eyes which are now yellow, but he was able to keep his Sharingan active. Spectators. I don't believe it. Narumi said. What happened? Sakura asked. Naruto's able to use Sage mode. Narumi said. This fight just went to a completely different level. We need to get in there. Shizune said. There was a loud bang heard and it was Tsune's who was still trying to break the crystal prison. It's not even budging, Tsunade said. Lady Tsunade, perhaps you should stop. This isn't an ordinary prison. It's designed to keep you out, but as I'm looking at it, we've just been making it stronger. Hinata said. How? Minato asked. We're using chakra-based attacks. It's absorbing chakra. It needs brute strength to break open. Hinata said. I guess Sage mode is out of the question. Narumi said. There has to be a way. Kushina said. There is, Minato said. What is it? Kakashi asked. Narumi, how many tails can you control? Kushina asked. 5, Narumi said and Minato placed his hand on the crystal prison. We'll need a bit more than that, but it should work or at least weaken it. Minato said. What are you planning? Tsunade asked. If this thing absorbs chakra, then it must be using chakra to somehow protect it. If we can make this thing weaken, some explosive tags should be able to either shatter it or create a large enough hole for us to go through. Minato said. Okay. Everyone jumped back, Narumi said. Once the area was clear, Narumi began transforming into her 5-tailed state while Minato and Kushina were standing by just in case they had to suppress the 9 tails. Naruto vs Jiraiya. Naruto just pulled himself out of some rubble as Jiraiya shoved a rasengan into his stomach that sent him flying back. Pa, he's a wolf sage. Try using some sound on him. Jiraiya said. Sage art, frog song. Fukasaku and Shima croaked together in unison, releasing large, loud and immensely powerful sound waves that were supposed to effectively annoy, distract and temporarily paralyze Naruto. Is that all? Naruto asked. Impossible. That should have paralyzed you. Jiraiya said. Did you honestly think I wouldn't take the time to recognize any type of weakness in Wolf Sage mode? Naruto asked. Both of them looked up when they heard a loud banging noise and saw Narumi in her 5-tailed state rapidly punching at the prison. Seems like they figured it out. Naruto thought. Summoning jutsu, crushing toad stomach. Jiraiya reverse summons himself and Naruto into the stomach of a giant toad. It was pitch black and Naruto could still see Jiraiya sneaking around due to his enhanced vision. The legendary Sannin appeared behind Naruto ready to punch his head off his shoulders, but Naruto ducked down and gave him a donkey kick to the ribs. Naruto followed that up with a knee to the face and a heel kick that was so powerful, Fukasaku nearly lost his concentration on Jiraiya's shoulder. Chidori Spear. Before Jiraiya could blink, he was stabbed in the shoulder by a current of lighting that had the sage grunting in pain. It's funny how you brought me here to have the advantage and yet you're still not winning. Naruto said. Fire style, giant flame bomb. Naruto jumped back narrowly avoiding getting burned by Jiraiya's jutsu. Naruto had enough and used his Amaterasu to burn the inside of the toad's stomach forcing Jiraiya to cancel out his technique. That's when Shadow appeared with an injured Shizuka by his side. Naruto, I found her. She needs medical assistance, Shadow said. Take her to Sakura or Shizune outside of the prison. Naruto said. As you wish, Shadow said. Once the wolf was gone, Naruto pulled out his sword and cut off Jiraiya's arm when he tried to get him with a giant rasengan. Jiraiya boy, Fukasaku said. The male toad was impaled with a crystal senbon that had so much force that it was able to knock him off of Jiraiya's shoulder. Pa, Shima said. Before she could act, Naruto used a lighting whip on her and then electrocuted her until she passed out and fell off of Jiraiya's shoulder. However, to add insult to injury, Naruto swung the lightning whip around a few times before he finally slammed Shima to the ground and Jiraiya was out of sage mode. I should have killed you the moment I laid eyes on you, Jiraiya said, and Naruto grabbed him by his throat. You talk too much, Naruto said. He was still in sage mode, so he applied pressure until he felt Jiraiya's throat get crushed in his hand before slamming him to the ground. Wolf Fang Fist. Naruto's hand and fingers resembled the shape of a wolf about to bite something. He gave Jiraiya a smirk as his wolf summons were nearly finished, killing all of the battle toads before jumping into action. All Jiraiya saw was a flurry of punches and kicks that were much more effective, precise and powerful than Naruto's other attacks he's taken. While the attack was going on, each hand of Naruto had a chakra spectral of a wolf surrounding them. One final attack happened and Jiraiya definitely felt all of his ribs break as he was sent crashing to the ground. The moment Naruto finished attacking, the crystal prison was shattered and Naruto was surrounded by everyone who was there. Naruto Uzumaki. Stand down, Tsunade demanded. Or what? Naruto asked. Give it up, Naruto. You're surrounded. Do you honestly think you can take us all on? Shikamaru asked. I don't think I can. I know I can, Naruto said. You bastard, Narumi yelled. She was drawing on the Nine-Tails chakra so her speed was enhanced, but not even fast enough to lay a finger on Naruto. You're too slow, Naruto said. He kept evading everything Narumi threw at him and eventually kicked her away, but then his movements were restricted. For somebody so smart, you sure didn't plan on me attacking you, Shikamaru said. Using the shadow paralysis jutsu doesn't really count as an attack. I'd be more worried if Sakura and Hinata came after me, but not you, Naruto said. Hurry up and knock him out, Tsunade said. Shikamaru went for the shadow strangulation jutsu, but it just stopped for some reason and then Naruto just walked right out of his jutsu. That's just brute strength he used. He's ridiculous, Shikamaru said, and then Tsunade was grabbed from behind by a shadow clone. Lady Tsunade, Sakura said, and now everyone got ready to attack. Nobody move, Naruto's clone yelled and put a kunai to her throat. I want all of you to listen closely. Take one step and he'll cut her head off. He'll do it with no regrets since we don't like her anyway, Naruto said. Bastard, Kiba said. Damn it, listen, everyone, don't let that stop you. Forget about me and just attack him. There's no other way, Tsunade said. Now that's what I call being a Hokage. Sacrificing your life for the village. There's no better way to go out as Hokage than sacrificing your life for the benefit of the village. The will of fire does burn bright with you, Tsunade Senju, Naruto said. Naruto, what are you doing? Look around you. The village is destroyed, Jiraiya is near death, the elder toads are almost dead, the great toad sage is dead and so are countless battle toads, Minato said. I know. It reminds you a bit of the Third Shinobi War when you killed thousands of IWA shinobi in an instant. Tell me something, Minato. How would you deal with a traitor of the leaf? Naruto asked. They will stand trial for their crimes and face the punishment befitting their crimes, Minato said. You don't think Jiraiya isn't facing the right punishment for his crimes? In this trial, I'm the judge, jury and executioner, Naruto said. Naruto, does this have anything to do with Shizuka? If it does, I healed her up and she should be waking up soon, Sakura said. This is more than just Shizuka. He knows what he did and he has to pay the price, Naruto said. Naruto, why destroy the village? If it's just Jiraiya you're after, why kill the civilians? Kushina asked. Don't worry. The civilians aren't dead. Well, the ones who haven't pissed me off or harmed the village aren't dead. They're safe. As for everyone else, they're dead, Naruto said. There was an audible gasp since everyone knows how Naruto was treated up until he graduated the academy, so the list of people who treated him badly is extremely long and he admitted to killing them. The village being destroyed is the best thing that could have happened. It's time to begin a new legacy for this village and it starts with me destroying the former village that once hid away behind the so-called wall of fire, Naruto said. All of this because of a shitty childhood. Talk about throwing a temper tantrum, Kiba said. Call it what you want, but it has to be done. Minato, do you remember our conversation from 3 years ago? Naruto asked. Our conversation? Minato asked and then he thought about it. Flashback. Naruto, let me ask you something, Minato said. Go for it, Naruto said. You're all for world peace and a better world. How far are you willing to go to make sure the world is peaceful? Minato asked. I'd become the world's #1 enemy if it would mean everyone could get along and live in peace, Naruto said. I see. Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that, Minato said. Flashback end. I see. I can't stop you, can I? Minato asked. No, I mean you probably could, but then Tsunade's blood will be on your hands. Naruto said and calmly blocked a punch from Sakura. We all took an oath to defend this village. First Menma, then Sasuke, and now you're going against the village. I cannot stand by while my friends betray us. Sakura said. Sasuke never liked you, Naruto said. Sakura gasped and gave Naruto the opening he needed to shove a low-powered rasengan into her stomach, sending her crashing to the ground. Before he could do his next move, Narumi came back in her three-tailed state and once again Naruto dodged everything she threw at him. He slapped a chakra suppression seal on her and watched as the Nine Tails chakra went away. The Sharingan-wielding Uzumaki kicked her away and then set up a barrier around himself and Jiraiya, who was desperately trying to crawl away. Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin. Lord Third's worst student. Resign yourself. No matter how strong one is, the end is often pitifully abrupt. Naruto said. Massive Rasengan. Despite the cries coming from everyone behind his barrier, Naruto pointed his hand directly at the fallen Sannin who was clinging to life. The Rasengan in his hand grew so big that it started to destroy the very ground he was standing on. All everyone saw was a Rasengan the size of a tailed beast, and Jiraiya couldn't even scream since his throat was crushed. The explosion happened. All that was left once the smoke cleared was a gigantic crater. Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin was no more. No, Tsunade whispered, as she dropped down to her knees. You killed him, Narumi said. She got ready to attack him until he held up his hand signaling her to stop. I wouldn't do that. The two toads don't look so well. Either attack me and they die or you heal them. It's your choice, Naruto said. He's bluffing. He didn't kill Tsunade when Sakura attacked him, Shikamaru said. True, but Tsunade didn't have a senbon impaled into her chest. Naruto said. Damn it, Shikamaru replied. We're leaving, Naruto said and turned around, but Shikaku used his shadow paralysis jutsu. Inoichi. Now, Shikaku said. Right, Inoichi responded. Mind transfer. Tsukuyomi. Naruto was quicker to the punch and trapped Inoichi in his toughest genjutsu. Inoichi collapsed to the ground 3 seconds later and Kakashi knew what happened. Everyone, don't look into his eyes, Kakashi said. Dad, wake up, Ino said. Naruto activated a seal that was on the ground and all of the remaining civilians started to appear. They were all knocked out, but they'd be waking up soon. Naruto looked around at his work and left the village. He was being followed closely and stopped when a chakra chain was lodged into a tree next to his head. You shouldn't have followed me, Naruto said. Where will you go? Kushina asked. It's best if you don't know, Naruto said. Where is Mito? Kushina asked. She's with Kurenai up on Hokage Mountain, Naruto said. You know the Anbu will come after you, right? Kushina asked. No, they won't. The village will go on lockdown, Naruto said and tossed her scroll. What is this? Kushina asked. While I was gone, I intercepted a message from a few Kumo shinobi. The Raikage is calling for a cage summit in Iron Country, Naruto said. Why give me this? Kushina asked. Outside of Shizuka, I trust you the most, Naruto said and she jumped onto the same branch as him. What happened to Shizuka? Kushina asked. What do you think? Naruto asked. It was Jiraiya. How'd he even get to her? She was with you, Kushina asked. We were ambushed by Root Anbu on our way to Nadeshiko. It was a well-thought-out plan by Jiraiya and Danzo to separate us. They knew I would have to face Danzo because of the Sharingan he possessed. Root Anbu and members of Jiraiya's spy network attacked Nadeshiko. Shizuka was weakened during the fight, saving everyone and taken by Jiraiya, who clearly had to fight her. Naruto said. So you were killing a traitor. Let me tell Tsunade and I'm sure she'll forgive you. You can come back to Thea. I don't want her to know and I can't come back, Naruto said. Why not? Kushina asked and wrapped him up in her chakra chains. Mom, I've killed citizens, members of the council and Anbu Black Ops. I could have killed the Hokage and I destroyed the village, Naruto said and forced his way out of her chains. Naruto, Kushina said. Tsukuyomi. After 3 seconds, Kushina was back in the real world and Naruto was standing right in front of her. Kushina went to say something, but stopped when she felt her oldest son pull her into a hug. She reciprocated the action and held onto him as tight as she could. I'm sorry, Naruto said and vanished. Kushina stared at the spot her oldest child was at and dropped down. She just lost another child who will no doubt go into the bingo book as an S-class or even double S-class shinobi with a kill on sight order. She touched her face and noticed that it was wet. I wasn't crying, Kushina said. Few days later. After Naruto's attack on the Leaf Village, he was officially put in the bingo book as the first ever SS-class shinobi. He had a flee on-sight order due to him easily destroying an entire village without trying. Shizuka finally woke up from her injuries, and once she was told what happened, her first thought was to go look for Naruto, but she was ordered not to. The entire village was being rebuilt with help from Tazuna, who heard about the attack and was eager to help out the village that gave the wave freedom. Narumi went into her training even harder than before due to her wanting to bring Naruto back to the village to face his crimes. Kushina was silent on the entire situation because she knew Jiraiya did something, but she didn't know exactly what he did to make Naruto want him dead. Minato was the one who was surprisingly the most quiet, and everyone could tell that he knew something, but when he was asked what Naruto meant, his reply was always the same. He would not speak on something Naruto told him since Naruto clearly didn't want anyone else to know. The most he could do is hope that Naruto would be alive after the dust settles, since Narumi told him that the two of them are destined to fight. Narumi was given the task of escorting Tsunade to Iron Country for the Cage Summit along with Shizuka. Neither of them were really paying attention due to the entire Naruto situation going up, but what happened next got their attention. Enough of this nonsense. This yell came from the fourth Raikage, who was pissed off at how the current meeting was going on and punched a hole in the desk. This led to all of the bodyguards from each cage to jump into action. Mifune just looked around before letting out a deep sigh. This summit is a place of discourse, so please refrain from any more behavior that lacks civility. Mifune said. Kankuro, Tamari. Stand down. Gaara orders and his siblings nod. Ow, Chojuro. It's all right, Mei calmly said. Yes ma'am, Ao responded. The Tsuchikage just nodded his head at his guards while Ao pulled his arm out of the desk and begrudgingly took a seat. Narumi. Shizuka. I got this, Tsunade said. Now, let's continue our discussion. Mifune said. The hidden leaf, the stone, the sand in the midst. The Akatsuki membership is composed of rogue shinobi from your villages. That's not all either. From our investigations, we know that among you in the earlier cage there are those who have even used the Akatsuki. A said. The cage used them? Gaara asked. That's why I don't trust any of you. I have no interest in any discourse, but the reason I summoned you all here is to ultimately question your loyalties. A exclaimed. What do you mean that they used the Akatsuki? Gaara questioned. You were the son of the case cage and you don't know anything. Just ask your village elders back home. You of the sand have previously used the Akatsuki in battle. A responded. Currently, all 5 great nations are equally stable. They are moving from military expansion to disarmament. As strain as relations are between the nations and the threat of war diminishes, hidden villages considered military power by their nations merely become costly hindrances, and yet at the same time, completely eliminating such villages has shown risks as well. However, if war suddenly breaks out, relying on ninja with no battle experience would be problematic. You'd lose the battle without question. Noki explained. The cage would realize that one way to avoid that risk is to use mercenary soldiers. Namely soldiers from the Akatsuki. Gaara added. It takes effort and money to cultivate accomplished ninja from within one's own hidden village. The Akatsuki makes war its livelihood and is made up of experienced professionals. Furthermore, they can be hired quite cheaply. Best of all, their soldiers have always delivered superior results. Noki said. Don't be pompous, Tsuchikage. The sand once used the Akatsuki to destroy the hidden leaf. I'm talking about Orochimaru, who had already left the Akatsuki by then, but as a result, your father, the 4th case cage and the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen perished. It's also hard to dismiss the thought that this was part of an even larger plan. The most suspicious of them all is the hidden mist. The mist never engages in diplomacy and it's rumored that the Akatsuki started there. A said. You're wrong, Tsunade said. Excuse me, A asked. The Akatsuki didn't start in the hidden mist village. Tsunade said. How would you know that? A asked. The leader of the Akatsuki was an old student of the late Jiraiya who took in 3 orphans during the Second Shinobi War. The Akatsuki started in the Hidden Rain village and somehow managed to enter the Hidden Mist village. Tsunade said. Why should I take your word? It's no secret that Konoha helped the Mist end their bloody civil war. A said. You should take my word considering the fact that 3 of my shinobi are responsible for the deaths of quite a few members of the Akatsuki. In fact, 2 of them are my personal guards. Tsunade said. She signaled for them, making Narumi and Shizuka appear behind Tsunade. I'd like to introduce you all to Shizuka and Narumi Uzumaki Namikaze. Shizuka has killed Sasori of the Red Sand while Narumi took out Kakuzu and the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain. In fact, despite me sending out warnings to all villages, only Suna and the Hidden Mist village took me seriously. Tsunade said. Since it's come to this, I'll be honest. We suspect that somebody behind the scenes was secretly manipulating Yagura, the man who was the Mizukage before I took over. There's a possibility that that someone is the Akatsuki. Mei admitted. Seems like I'm just on time for the party. Said. Who's there? A demanded. A swirling vortex was shown and out came Tobi, who Narumi has already fought. My name is Madara Uchiha. I am here to explain something to you all, and once you understand it, I'll ask you a question. Tobi said. What is it? A asked. It's about my plan. Project Tsuki no Mi. Tobi said. I wasn't having any of that and went to attack Tobi, but he just went straight through him. What? A said to himself. Just calm down, Rakage. Let's hear him out and take it from there. A Noki said. Are all of you finally prepared to listen? Tobi asked. Just get on with it. Tsunade said. It seems I miscalculated. I was hoping Danzo would be able to weaken some of the 5 cage and I could take some of you hostage, but I guess that was too much to ask of him. His death threw a bit of a hole in my plans. Tobi said. Take us hostage. What for? Mei asked. To ensure that Project Tsuki no Mi was implemented smoothly. Tobi responded. I'm truly surprised that Madara Uchiha is still alive, but I'm confused. Why do you of all people need such roundabout tactics? With all your power, you should be able to bring any plan to fruition easily. A Noki said. My injuries from my battle with the first Hokage Hashirama were too severe. I currently have little power. I'm a shell of my former self. Tobi explained. Oh, I get it. This plan of yours is to restore your power. See, the bodyguard of A said. I suppose you could say that, but there's so much more to it. Tobi said. What exactly is this Project Tsuki no Mi? Mifune questioned. It'll be a long story, so I'll need to sit down. Tobi said and actually took a seat. Stop messing around. What kind of plan is it? Kankuro asked. All shall become one with me. In a possession form that unites all. There's an ancient stone tablet passed down within the Uchiha clan. It's in a room below the leaf. Upon it are written secrets engraved by the Sage of Six Paths himself, but they cannot be read without visual powers. With the Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan respectively, more and more knowledge is progressively revealed. Tobi said. Your story is becoming more and more unbelievable. The Sage of the Six Paths is a myth. A Noki said. It is the truth. He did indeed exist and he left that stone tablet behind. Tobi said. Stop changing subjects. What does this Sage of the Six Paths have to do with your plan anyway? A asked. Do any of you know why he became a legendary figure? One that is revered as a god amongst shinobi. This is where the link between that man and my purposes lies. Tobi said. Madara Uchiha, you possess the Mangekyo Sharingan and one of your fellow Akatsuki members possess the Rinnegan. Do you know all of the tablet's secrets then? Mei asked. Yes, let's hear them. A Noki said. The sage once saved the world from a certain monster. Tobi said. What monster? Gaara asked. Gaara, you once held one small piece of that monster sealed away within you. It was the aggregate of all of the tailed beasts. A creature that possessed almost infinite chakra. The 10 tails. Tobi said. I thought there were only 9 tailed beasts. Tamari said. I just told you. It was the aggregate of all of the tailed beasts. The 10 tails chakra was simply divided up to create the 9 tailed beasts that we know today by the Sage of the Six Paths hand. Tobi said. I really don't like where this is going. That's why the Akatsuki were out collecting all of the tailed beasts. Kankuro said. The Sage of the Six Paths developed a certain ninjutsu in order to protect the world from the 10 tails. That ninjutsu is still being secretly passed down. It is the sealing jutsu process for Jinchuriki. Yes, the sage was the 10 tails Jinchuriki. He sealed the 10 tails within himself to suppress the monster. The sage who saved humanity from being terrorized by the beast was revered as a savior and as a god, but the sage feared that upon his death, the seal would come undone and the 10 tails immense chakra would re-emerge. So in his final moments, using the last of his strength to partition the 10 tails chakra into 9 pieces and scatter them across the world. Then he sealed away the body of the monster now depleted of chakra and hurled it up into the sky. It became the moon. Tobi said. This tale is ridiculous. I mean, what human being could do something like that? Darui asked. As the 10 tails Jinchuriki, the sage had already advanced beyond the realm of humanity. Tobi said. I understand you want to collect all of the 9-tailed beast chakra, but what do you plan to do with it? Tsunade asked. Revive the 10 tails of course and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. I would then use its tremendous chakra to strengthen my visual prowess and launch a certain jutsu. Tobi said. What certain jutsu? A Noki asked. A super genjutsu where I project my eye off the moon's surface. An infinite Tsukuyomi. All humans living on this earth will be placed under my genjutsu, and as a result, by controlling each and every one of them, I will unify the entire world. I will create a world without hatred or war. Everything will become one with me. Everything will be united. That is the project Tsuki no Mi. Toby revealed. You're insane. I'm not just handing the world over to you. A said. That kind of peace is just an illusion. Peace is only meaningful if it's achieved honestly. Gaara said. So what exists inside such a genjutsu world? There's no hope, no dreams. It's just an escape. Mei said. You want to unite the whole world, huh? Sounds like instead of uniting the world, you want to make the world yours and only yours. Noki said. Yet, with all of your talk, what have you 5K accomplished? You of all people should know the truth by now. There is no hope. To hope is the equivalent to giving up, and it is the biggest deception of them all. Now, turn over the remaining 8 and 9 tails. Cooperate with my plan or this is war. Toby said. War you say? Gaara asked. 8 tails. What do you mean? You captured B. A said. The 8 tails capture failed and he escaped. Now, there's a shinobi who's a perfect Jinchuriki. There's no one quite like your younger brother. Toby said and started to go off, but he was ignored. I won't give up Narumi. Gaara said. Neither will I. Mei said. What about you, Raikage? Noki asked. I'll never hand over my brother. A exclaimed. I may not have any strength, but I do have the power of the 7-tailed beasts that I've collected. You have no chance of winning. Toby said. We won't abandon hope. Gaara said. Very well. I hereby declare war. The 4th Great Ninja War begins now. Toby said. What? You're starting the 4th Great Ninja War now? Are you mad? Noki asked. The next time we meet will be in battle. Toby said and left in his typical fashion. Alright, then, what should we do now? Noki asked. Our nations must form an alliance. It's the only way to fight the power of 7-tailed beasts. Gaara said. Lord Raikage, you oppose this idea. Mei said. It seems my little brother is safe, but we cannot allow ourselves to be bullied by the Akatsuki anymore. Form the alliance and we'll settle this for good. A said. In order to stop Madara's Project Infinite Tsuki no Mi, we must keep the 8 and 9 tails out of his clutches. I believe it is imperative to get them into hiding as fast as we can. Mei said. That's absolutely right. If the 10 tails were revived, we'd be done for. Chojuro said. Yeah, I can't even imagine the power Madara had amassed with 6-tailed beasts, and if he possesses jutsu that utilizes them, that would be a secret weapon. Noki said. I agree. Otherwise he wouldn't have been so bold. Akatsuchi said. I believe the allied shinobi forces must blend to use the strength of the 8 and 9 tails. Don't you all agree with that? Noki asked. No, absolutely not. This is also a war to protect both of them. I think the reason that Madara is waging war with his 7-tailed beasts is because in his weakened state, it is too difficult for him to capture the 8 and 9 tails with the remaining Akatsuki members. Even if it was possible, the risks are too high. Also, he may be hoping to lure the 2 out with this war. For many reasons, using the tailed beasts in battle is not a wise strategy. Gaara said. I agree. We must find a different plan. Mei said. Yes, I also agree with the cage. A said. Absolutely not. Narumi yelled. Narumi, calm down. Tsunade said. Hell no. You honestly think I'm going to go into hiding just because the rest of you are a bunch of pussies? No, I'm fighting. The Akatsuki have taken too much from me. First Menma, then Pervisage, and now my last brother is a rogue ninja. All of this can be pointed back at the Akatsuki. I am fighting and none of you will stop me. Narumi said. You have to understand. Narumi cut Mei off. No, you have to understand. This fight needs me and deep down you all know it. I didn't train for my entire life just to be cast aside and put away like some damsel in distress. I am a cage-level shinobi without the 9 tails chakra. I can handle my own against anybody in this room. Narumi said. You'd be falling right into Madara's hands. Do you not understand that? Mei asked. Of course I understand it. I'm fighting. I don't care who I have to go through. Nobody is stopping me from ending the Akatsuki once and for all. Narumi said, and Shizuka placed an arm around her shoulders. Don't worry, Narumi. I'll be right by your side helping you in this fight. It's what family does. Shizuka said. I don't think that's a wise decision. Mei said. Be honest, do any of you honestly think you can hold her back for long? She'll break out of wherever you trap her in and head straight for the battlefield. The one thing I've learned over the last few years is that the Uzumaki clan are some stubborn and hard-headed bastards. Nothing you say or do will keep her from the fight. Shizuka said. See, she agrees. Narumi said. I don't think you understand. We're going up against Madara Uchiha. The power he possesses is immense. Inoki said. He's not Madara Uchiha, Shizuka said. What? A asked. How do you know that? Tsunade asked. I've spent time with Naruto quite a bit when I came to Konoha, and one of the things I've learned from him was about chakra usage. On top of that, he's told me a bit about the Uchiha clan and exactly how Madara was. This guy, whoever he is, has chakra flowing into his vocal cords to change up his voice. Plus, with how strong Madara was said to be, he could capture the tailed beasts on his own. This guy claiming he can't do it because of his fight with Hashirama is false. He's simply not even close to Madara Uchiha's level. Narumi can take him on, but she'll need help, and that's what I'm here for. This is my sister and I've seen her do some amazing stuff. Shizuka said. Oh, let her fight. She's the daughter of the Yellow Flash and Konoha's Red Hot Habanero. Tsunade said. Yeah, I can totally handle this. Narumi said. I don't know. Military strategy is a foreign concept to my little brother. I can never predict what he'll do. He might bring his own band of chaos to the battlefield. A said. The same could be said for Narumi. Gaara said, and Tamari chuckled. I'll say. Tamari added. Hey, Narumi said. Be that as it may, chaos is what we'll need if she's in Uzumaki. They know how to create chaos. She has my vote. Tsunade said. Very well. The 8 and 9 tails will be under protective custody until Narumi gains control of the 9 tails chakra. What do you say, Tsuchikage? Mei asked and Inoki nodded. We'll share our intel on Killer BWITN. All you stone, mist, sand and leaf. Use it to put together tracking units and get them moving. Tell them to inform me the moment they locate the 8 tails. My younger brother will only listen to me. A said. May I say something? Chojuro said. What is it? A asked. Right. Well, you see, it's just. Spit it out, boy. A yelled. It's just, in the Akatsuki there's another member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kisame Hoshigaki. He has chakra equal to a Jinchuriki, and his sword, Samahata or Sharkskin, is the most terrible of all the blades. When his chakra and sword merge, he's human, but he's close to that of a Jinchuriki. He's like a tailed beast without the tail, or so my elders have told me. He's extraordinary. Please do not underestimate him. Chojuro said. Yes, we already know about that, but anyway, are all of you sure about this plan? Inoki asked. Actually, I wonder about that. The world's first allied shinobi force is being formed here at the very moment, and its strength is also unknown. Now there must be some risk in Madara using the 7 tails beasts. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to this summit to try to negotiate. He must be facing unfavorable circumstances like us. Furthermore, we samurai shall also participate in this war. Is this more satisfying, Tsuchikage? Mifune asked and Inoki just grunted. The question of who will lead the allied shinobi forces is still an issue. If you find any of his cage suitable. After all, Mifune, you're the one who's disparaged every single one of his cage. Inoki said, and Mifune looked around. I believe appointing Lorda would be the wisest choice to make. Mifune said. You found him unsuitable because he's ruled by his emotions and relies on brute strength. Inoki complained. With the 8 tails still alive, I believe the Raikage will stay calm. Also, he built a consensus with you earlier and was able to come up with a counter-strategy. The Raikage is the only one who can control the 8 tails. A tailed beast, that's key to the upcoming conflict. Mifune explained. Mizukage, Casecage, Hokage. Are you okay with that? Inoki asked. Oh, for fuck's sake, will you just shut your old ass up? You just basically asked for him to pick a leader. The Raikage is the only suitable person for that. Gaara and Lady Mizukage are basically new. You're an old fart, and Lady Tsunade is best suited for organizing the medical corps for the alliance. By the way, stop referring to Killer Bee as the 8 tails. It's offensive. We have names. Narumi said, and Tsunade sighed. Despite her vulgar language, she's right. Tsunade said. I agree. I'll put my faith in the Raikage. Mei answered. Yes, we shall leave it to you. Gaara said. Very well. I'll lead the allied shinobi forces. Inoki, since you're the only one who's battled Madara Uchiha, we'll need any intel you can give us. Now cooperate. A said. You still like taking down everyone and ordering them around to you? Inoki asked. You don't have to trust me if you don't want to, but at this rate the entire shinobi world is in danger of eradication. Now is the time to put aside our personal feelings and work together. A said. Well, I suppose it is better than losing this war. If this shinobi world were to disappear, I wouldn't be able to quarrel with you anymore. Alright, I'll cooperate. The allied shinobi forces is now formed. First we must report this to our respective feudal lords. Noki said. I have just one request. Narumi said. What is it? Asked. Since you all know Naruto Uzumaki is a rogue ninja, can you tell your shinobi to not engage? Narumi asked. Why would we do that? Mei asked. It's personal. Narumi said. All of the cage looked around before nodding their heads. No one from their villages will lay a hand on Naruto before she gets her hands on him. However, while this summit was going on, a certain snake summoner emerged from one of the many curse marks he placed on test subjects throughout the years. On top of that, nobody once detected a blonde-haired woman in a black cloak who was listening in the entire time. The woman quickly left and appeared next to Naruto who was on the roof. She removed her hood and it was a familiar ally. How'd it go, Leone? Naruto asked. That guy in a mask you warned me about did show up and he's talking about reviving something called the Ten Tails. Leone said. The Ten Tails? Never heard of it, Naruto said. If it helps, he needs the power of all 9-tailed beasts before he can actually put his plan into motion. He wants to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki to use something called the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Leone said. An infinite dream basically. He wants everyone to live in a false reality, but why? Naruto asked. He said he wants to create a world without hatred. His plans aren't that different from your dream. Leone said. He wants to enslave people inside of a dream world for eternity. I just want everyone to be free and live their lives in peace. Naruto said. Oh, anyway, he actually had the nerve to politely demand they hand over the 8 and 9 tails, but when they refused, he declared the start of the 4th Shinobi War. Leone said. 4th Shinobi War, huh? What of Narumi? Naruto asked. Oh, she's a real firecracker. They wanted to hide her away for the war and she obviously hated that idea. For now, she's going away to train with the 8 Tails Jinchuriki to control the power of the 9 Tails. The 4 cages actually decided to form the first allied shinobi alliance. Leone said. Thanks, Naruto said and tossed her a bag of money. This is going to help the rebuild out massively. What will you do next? Leone asked. I need to find somebody. I know he's alive, but he's a slithery bastard. Naruto said and summoned a wolf. Leone, are you going back home? I am. Don't forget to check out my lounge whenever you visit us again. Leone said. I won't, Naruto said and Leone left with the wolf summon. Jiraiya and Danzo are dead. Tobi declared war and Narumi was about to get more training. Naruto now had to figure out how to find the snake Sanin to have a discussion with him about something that would help in the war.